transcending into the world of Journey to the West, I become a mere soldier in the heavenly court. As long as I persist in clocking in daily and indulging in idleness, I will grow stronger. In the 3 realms and 5 continents, there now exists a clocking fanatic who neither cultivates nor battles, as if he were born solely for the purpose of working and slacking. Off. Chapter 1. The Celestial Guardian. Unexpectedly, as a transcendent being, endowed with exceptional talent, cultivated for decades, and before turning 30, ascended to the realm of mortals, achieving a transformation that allowed me to become a celestial being. That I believe that once I entered the heavenly court and became a celestial deity, I could fully realize my ambitions. After hundreds of years of effort, I successfully refined a golden body of virtue, possibly gaining the protection of the Tao and subsequently dominating the primordial world, traversing the 3 realms and 5 continents. However, upon ascending to the celestial realm, I was met with the heavenly official examination, preparing to secure a prominent position. Yet, the events of that day remain vivid in my memory. Take a look in the mirror. A mere early stage celestial being aspires to be an official. Go guard the southern heavenly gate. Indeed, the heavenly court assigned me to be a security guard. With a wave of the examiner's hand, I was transported to this position, donning a set of silver-white armor and wielding a golden spear. Initially, I contemplated fleeing, but upon learning that 10 years of duty at the southern heavenly gate would reward me with a spirit-gathering pill, I reluctantly acquiesced. Upon entering the heavenly court, I soon discovered its harshness. Yes, the celestial realm is rich in spiritual energy, several times denser than that of Earth. However, the techniques I acquired on Earth could only take me so far, limiting my cultivation to the mortal celestial realm. That I sought further techniques, but who would heed the pleas of a small celestial being without connections or strength? Thus, the abundant spiritual energy bore no relevance to me. Indeed, the ground was strewn with heavenly treasures, but they were all claimed. Not that I lacked the courage to steal, but the powerful restrictions protecting these treasures rendered me utterly incapable. In truth, there was another reason I accepted this position. A minor celestial being could hardly evade the heavenly court's pursuit. Once one ascended to the heavenly court, descending back to the mortal realm was strictly prohibited, a rule established by the venerable Hongjun. Even the Jade Emperor must seek permission before descending. The days as a security guard turned out to be unexpectedly dreary. Beyond the renowned southern heavenly gate, there were only a few gatekeeping celestial soldiers like myself. There were no magical ears to catch intriguing tales, nor celestial eyes to glimpse the splendors of the mortal realm. All that surrounded me was an ever-shifting white mist, along with stringent requirements. No sleeping, no resting, no daydreaming, and a change of post every decade. Day by day, year by year, the experience is not hard to imagine. 9 years passed, and I nearly became as stiff as a statue, my limbs immobile. Only when I circulated my techniques did a trickle of warmth surge into my body, allowing me to move slightly. I am but a security guard, fond of a 9 transformation golden elixir, the mightiest guard in the world. Had I known, why bother ascending to the heavenly court? Wouldn't it be more delightful to revel in the mortal realm for several centuries? Upon my arrival in this world, I discovered a realm of Shinyo Hajo and the Aolai Kingdom, a world intricately woven with elements of Journey to the West. Finding the kingdom of women, becoming a king, and indulging in the pleasures of an entire nation of women wouldn't that be delightful? Moreover, rallying an entire nation to seek further cultivation methods could indeed be feasible. At this moment, I regretted my earlier choices profoundly. Additionally, there loomed a significant piece of bad news. On my very first day as a heavenly court security guard, a beam of golden light surged toward the heavenly court. Indeed, Sun Wukong had been born. After frolicking at Huagua Mountain for 2 years, he spent 3 years studying at the 3 Stars Cave, and then returned to Huagua Mountain for several more years before. Ascending to the heavenly court, the time had indeed arrived. When Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the heavens, I would be among the first to suffer the consequences for me. This was a cataclysmic event. As I lamented my future, several celestial soldiers surrounded a towering figure, 8 meters tall, with a face as dark as iron and whiskers as hard as steel, wielding a Qingyun sword, approaching the southern heavenly gate. Upon seeing this figure, I and the other celestial soldiers immediately bowed and exclaimed, "We pay our respects to the great king of growth." This individual was none other than the renowned Mo Leaching, one of the four heavenly kings and my direct superior in both the investiture of the gods and journey to the west. He is a mere supporting character, lacking presence. Yet now he stood as an object of my reverence. As a guardian of the southern heavenly gate, he typically did not come here unless sensing that something was amiss. As I combined my thoughts with my instincts, I immediately recalled the great sage equal to heaven. At that moment, a powerful demonic aura surged toward the heavenly court, causing everyone, including Mo Leaching, to instinctively tremble in fear. As expected, it wasn't long before Sun Wukong appeared. His magnificent golden fur, adorned with a phoenix-winged purple-golden crown, encased in a golden armor of linked rings, wielding a resplendent golden staff there was no mistaking. I vaguely recalled that when Sun Wukong first ascended to the heavenly court, he was blocked by celestial soldiers, yet none were harmed. An opportunity to prove myself had arrived. Stepping forward, I declared, "The southern heavenly gate is a restricted area. No unauthorized personnel may enter without an introduction." Mo Leaching stood astonished, glancing at me in surprise. The overwhelming demonic aura emanating from Sun Wukong soared to the clouds, even at the pinnacle of true immortality. One could hardly withstand the power of that monkey's staff. Yet this ordinary celestial soldier dared to step forward against him. However, Sun Wukong did not share this sentiment. Having just returned from his training, he was prideful and arrogant. Upon seeing a gatekeeper attempting to obstruct his path, he erupted in fury, shouting, "You insignificant shrimp soldiers dare to block my way." As he spoke, he prepared to strike. In an instant, I felt the oppressive weight of the demonic energy rendering me immobile. Before stepping forward, I had contemplated countless possibilities, yet I never imagined that the legendary Monkey King would be more tyrannical than I had envisioned, offering me no chance to speak before resorting to violence. Just as Sun Wukong was about to act, who should appear but the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing? Had this old man overslept? Just when I thought I might perish here, I suddenly heard a voice coming from afar. "Do not strike! Do not strike! Great sage, calm your anger!" As the words fell, an elderly man with a head full of white hair, a kind expression, and a soft, glowing whisk was seen flying in from behind. "Tai Bai, you are truly unjust. You claim that the Jade Emperor summoned me to the heavens for an official position, yet you allow these people to block the heavenly gate and prevent me from entering." Upon seeing the newcomer, Sun Wukong ceased his aggression, turning to vent his anger instead. My eyes lit up. Could this be the renowned Tai Bai Jinxing? This meant I was saved. This old man truly had remarkable patience, waiting until this moment to appear, nearly scaring me to death. As I begrudgingly mused, I noticed that Tai Bai Jinxing had already pacified Sun Wukong and was leading the monkey away. Mo Leaching approached me, patting my shoulder, saying, "Not bad, young one. If you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to seek me out." Seeing my silence, he assumed I was maintaining my composure, which only increased his admiration. Yet, I could not muster any joy. I still had a year left on my duty, but the great sage Sun Wukong would ascend to officialdom and cause chaos in the heavens in less than a year. When Sun Wukong wreaked havoc, the guards at the southern heavenly gate would be dealt with mercilessly, like striking watermelons. How could I possibly feel happy? My heart was heavy with an impending sense of crisis. Chapter 2. The Theft of the Peaches. Ding. The attendance system of the heavenly court is loading. Ding. The attendance system has loaded successfully. Ding. The super novice gift package has been distributed. Ding. The main quest has been updated. Ding. The host is currently at work. Please clock in promptly. A cacophony of system notifications suddenly echoed in Li Yi's mind, causing him immense excitement. Is this the system? As a transmigrator, Li Yi was well aware of what a system entailed. It was undoubtedly the ideal companion for any traveler through realms, surpassing even the allure of fairies. Most individuals receive their systems upon their arrival in new worlds, yet here he was, having traversed close to 40 years before the system manifested, arriving at a snail's pace. His mind was in disarray, and he scarcely paid heed to Mo Leaching's words as he hastily immersed himself in the system within his consciousness. Name, Li Yi. Realm, Early Human Immortal. Cultivation Method, Yuan Yang Breathing Technique, Heavenly Might Strength Technique. Techniques, Illusionary technique, beginner. Water manipulation, beginner. Fire manipulation, beginner. Heavenly court spear technique, beginner. Divine powers, none. Magical artifacts. Heavenly court silver armor, medium grade spirit artifact. Heavenly court golden spear, medium grade spirit artifact. Workplace, Heavenly court responsibility limited company. Clock in count, 0. System friendly reminder. The host is currently on duty. Please clock in as soon as possible. What on earth is this? While others boast systems that can conquer heaven and earth in an instant, mine insists on making me clock in for work. Is the system malfunctioning? Did the security guard switch to mechanics? And Heavenly Court Responsibility Limited Company? Is this a joke? Do they also apply for bankruptcy? Can they even go public? Li Yi's lips twitched slightly as he continued to peruse the system, opening the task information. Task: Security duty at the Southern Heavenly Gate. Task information: As a low-level employee of Heavenly Court Responsibility Limited Company, your duty is to guard the Southern Heavenly Gate, preventing unauthorized personnel from entering. It is your responsibility to stop them. Am I being tasked with stopping a future Sun Wukong? Is this a mission or an invitation to death? Task rewards: 8-9 Arcane Skill, True Fire of Samadhi. Upon reading the task rewards, Li Yi felt his breath grow heavy. How could he not know the illustrious names of the 8-9 Arcane Skill and the True Fire of Samadhi? They were realms far beyond his current meager cultivation techniques. The True Fire of Samadhi was one thing, but the 8-9 Arcane Skill was a genuine divine technique leading to the Great Tao. For Li Yi, this was the fulfillment of his dreams. With such rewards, his talent would surely allow him to rise above. However, the mere thought of Sun Wukong's golden staff sent chills down his spine. These rewards were not easily acquired. They were treasures earned at the cost of one's life. If only the system had activated a little sooner, before Sun Wukong arrived. If Li Yi could have completed the task of preventing unauthorized individuals from entering, the rewards would be his. This wretched system must have been created by my own son. Li Yi found himself at a loss for words. He had an inkling that the system was deliberately thwarting his chances of obtaining such treasures easily. Nonetheless, the allure of the system was undeniable. After acquiring the system, Li Yi found himself perusing its features with glee. After all, even a frustrating system was still a system. It boasted a rewards page, enemy information inquiry page, and a myriad of functions that dazzled the mind. As he pondered Sun Wukong, the latter's name soon appeared before him. Would you like to view the data panel of another? Li Yi quickly confirmed. Name: Sun Wukong. Realm: Late Golden Immortal. Cultivation method: Great Divine Immortal Technique. Techniques: Earthly Transformation of 72 Changes, perfected. Martial Arts, perfected. Cloud Somersault, perfected. Binding Technique, perfected. Divine Powers: Form of Heaven and Earth, 3 heads and 6 arms. Magical Artifacts: Rui Jingu Bang, Postnatal Merit Spirit Treasure. Gazing at the data panel of the Monkey King, Li Yi felt drool threatened to spill forth. Disregarding the late golden immortal cultivation, just the sheer array of techniques and divine powers was staggering. Moreover, the postnatal merit spirit treasure was a rarity indeed. It was known that anything associated with merit was not easily possessed, even by a great Luo golden immortal. The great sage equal to heaven could possess such a treasure precisely because he was the protagonist of the journey to the west. Li Yi's envy was palpable, yet he felt powerless. He had the ambition but lacked the destiny. He quietly clocked in and received his reward, a 3,000-year-old peach. The system still had some semblance of conscience. His mood lifted slightly. The peach floated gently in his mind, visible yet not tangible, a cruel torment. A year, merely a year. Was this to take my life? In less than a year, Sun Wukong would wreak havoc in the heavens. Should he strike Li Yi down with a single blow, he might never savor the taste of that peach. No, he absolutely could not sit idly by. Li Yi began to turn the gears of his mind. He had to devise a plan to break this deadlock. However, after much contemplation, no solutions emerged. His only glimmer of hope resided within the system. Alas, the system's plethora of functions was overwhelming, and he could not hope to review them all at once. The allure of the peach was undeniable. He resolved to find a way to consume the celestial fruit first. Li Yi discreetly glanced at his diligent colleagues nearby, then suddenly exclaimed, "What manner of demon is this?" His shout sent everyone into a state of alert. Yet, upon surveying their surroundings, they saw nothing amiss. "Li Yi, are you seeing things?" one colleague asked incredulously. Li Yi, astonished, replied, "Just now, a monkey was hiding in the clouds. Did you not see it? Could it be that the demon was accompanied by allies?" One of the heavenly soldiers speculated about Sun Wukong. Li Yi praised this colleague, saying, "That is likely the case. I shall investigate. You follow my signal." With that, Li soared into the clouds. A group of heavenly soldiers admired him for his audacity, first daring to confront the Demon King, now brave enough to scout the enemy alone. At that moment, another heavenly soldier declared, "I shall take a look." This soldier scoffed inwardly. There was no reason for so many demons to appear at the southern heavenly gate. Sun Wukong was there solely due to the recommendation of the planet Venus. This boy was likely trying to slack off. If he reported Li Yi for shirking his duties, he could complete the task a year early and claim the rewards. What's not to enjoy? A sinister smile crept across the heavenly soldier's lips. Li moved swiftly, darting into the clouds, and without hesitation, took a bite of the peach. The celestial essence burst forth in his mouth, filling him with a divine flavor beyond compare. Not only that, the ethereal energy within the peach began to transform Li Yi's body, facilitating his rapid growth. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he barely had time to relish the exquisite treat, devouring the peach in a frenzy. Yet, before he could discard the pit, a mocking voice rang out from behind him. Well, a celestial soldier who dares to slack off during work hours, and even has the audacity to steal a celestial peach. Do you wish to be stripped of your celestial status and cast out from the heavens? Li Yi's face turned pale. He turned around and was met by a figure whose very presence sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 3. The 3,000-year-old peach. The figure bore a coat of monkey fur, with bright, piercing eyes radiating wisdom. Yet, it was the ears, 3 pairs of large, distinguishing ears, that marked his identity. They varied in shape, resembling gourds, plates, and flowers, the legendary 6-eared macaque. How could he possibly be here? Had he secretly followed Sun Wukong? From certain perspectives, the 6-eared macaque was indeed Sun Wukong's nemesis. The tale of the true and false Monkey King was deeply ingrained in the public consciousness. Ensuring that the 6-eared macaque was well remembered, Li felt an ominous premonition and inquired, "What do you want?" The 6-eared macaque, initially smiling, suddenly furrowed his brow and retorted, "How do you know my name? What is this tale of the true and false Monkey King? What is the journey to the west?" This was bad. The 6-eared macaque could indeed hear the thoughts of others. Li Yi dared not dwell on significant matters any longer. Instead, he pondered the arrival of the 6-eared macaque. Undoubtedly with a purpose. He stated, "First, tell me why you are here, and I shall answer your questions." The 6-eared macaque, oblivious to Li Yi's intention to deceive, replied, "Naturally, I seek to enter the southern heavenly gate." Li Yi was elated. It was indeed as he had suspected. He straightened his posture and declared with righteous fervor, "The southern heavenly gate is a sacred place. Without proper introduction, no unauthorized individuals may enter." Ding. Task completed. Rewards are being dispensed. Ding. 8-9 mystic arts and Samadhi true fire have been granted. Would you like to claim them now? Li chuckled inwardly, feeling as though heaven itself was aiding him. The 6-eared macaque said, "You may now divulge your peculiar secrets." However, Li Yi's expression shifted, and he retorted, "Bold demon, how dare you trespass upon the southern heavenly gate? Prepare to face the consequences." With that, he charged forward, spear in hand. The 6-eared macaque was taken aback, possessing the ability to hear thoughts. He had not detected this heavenly soldier's hidden intentions and was astonished by the sudden shift in demeanor. At that moment, reinforcements from the heavenly army arrived. Witnessing the confrontation and promptly joining the fray, the 6-eared macaque, still quite weak, recognized his disadvantage against Li Yi and his ally, seizing a fleeting opportunity to retreat swiftly. Li Yi watched the 6-eared macaque flee, his heart swelling with joy. Just then, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Wang Bin, who had always been at odds with him, now filled with admiration. "I thought you were slacking off. I underestimated your integrity. You are indeed a righteous heavenly soldier." Li Yi felt a pang in his heart, but maintained a calm facade, replying, "It is my duty." The two returned to the southern heavenly gate, where another momentous announcement awaited them. Previously, Mo Liqing had sent word, "By my decree, anyone who repels demons at the southern heavenly gate will receive a reward of 1 year's leave." This meant that by driving away the 6-eared macaque, both Li Yi and Wang Bin, having served diligently for 9 years, could retire early. Li Yi stifled the urge to rejoice, completed the necessary paperwork, and hurried back to the heavenly barracks. The celestial realm, divided into 36 heavens, each an independent world, housed the Jade Emperor in the magnificent palace of Lingxiao within the 33rd heaven. Li Yi resided in the heavenly barracks of the 9th heaven. Below the ninth heaven lay an expanse of void, filled with raging flames, fierce winds, heavenly thunder, and dark waters, a treacherous realm that every cultivator must traverse to ascend, commonly known as the heavenly tribulation. Contrary to popular belief, Li's ascent from there had not been as arduous, perhaps due to his exceptional innate talent. Sitting cross-legged, Li eagerly claimed the 8-9 mystic arts and Samadhi true fire, not as mere texts, but as a profound resonant sound of the Tao. As if the finest teacher were imparting wisdom, enlightening his thoughts and illuminating his heart. After a day of cultivation, he had just absorbed a pan Tao. The following day, however, he faced a vexing predicament. Ding. The host has not clocked in, cannot record attendance. Li was rendered speechless, his gaze landing on the silver-armored golden spear. An hour later, a silver-armored heavenly soldier approached the southern heavenly gate, filled with trepidation. Can I really do this? Is it possible? He pondered, noticing Li's unexpected presence. Wait, didn't Ti take leave early? Li, what brings you here? Do you intend to sneak down to the mortal realm? Li burst into laughter. I'm bored, so I've come to volunteer for an hour. The others exchanged bewildered glances, thinking perhaps Li had lost his mind. In the midst of their strange looks, Li stood beneath the southern heavenly gate, assuming the role of a guard. I clock in. Ding. The host has not clocked in. Li's lips twitched. This cunning tactic was indeed ineffective, prompting him to seek out Mo Leeching. After the incident at the southern heavenly gate, Mo Leeching had developed an affinity for the young man, saying, "Feel free to express any concerns. I shall assist as best as I can." Elated by Mo Leeching's generous disposition, Li replied, "Your Majesty, upon returning, I found myself idle and bored. So I wish to apply to stand guard at the southern heavenly gate for an hour each day. This way, he could clock in and evade Sun Wukong's chaos. A perfect plan." Mo Leeching was momentarily taken aback. Though divine, the task at the southern heavenly gate was notoriously monotonous. Most sought to evade it, yet here was someone actively requesting it. Truly, I did not misjudge you. Since you have such determination, I grant you permission. Li expressed his profound gratitude and promptly departed Mo Leeching's presence, heading straight for the southern heavenly gate. As a special case, after several turns, Li finally obtained Mo Leeching's insignia, allowing him to complete the necessary procedures successfully. With a sense of anticipation, he arrived at the southern heavenly gate once more. Clocking in. Ding. The host has successfully clocked in, receiving a 3,000-year pan Tao. His strategy had indeed proven effective. Li commended his own cleverness as yet another 3,000-year pan Tao came into his possession. For the following month, Li engaged in a repetitive cycle of clocking in and cultivating. After a month, having consumed 33,000-year pan Taos, he distinctly felt an elevation in his cultivation. Furthermore, his consistent attendance earned him a full attendance reward, a 6,000-year pan Tao. The richness of these rewards was truly tantalizing. Li hurriedly opened his status panel. Name, Li Realm, Peak Human Immortal Cultivation Methods, Yuan Yang Breathing Technique, Heavenly Force Technique, 8-9 Mystic Arts Techniques, Illusion Technique, Intermediate, Water Manipulation Technique, Intermediate, Fire Manipulation Technique, Intermediate, Heavenly Spear Technique, Intermediate, 8-9 Mystic Arts 72 Transformations, Beginner, Divine Abilities, None Magical Artifacts, Heavenly Silver Armor, Medium Quality Spirit Tool. Heavenly Golden Spear, Medium Quality Spirit Tool. Workplace, Heavenly Responsibility Company Clock and Count. 30 Chapter 4. Promotion. Li was astonished by the formidable efficacy of the Pan Tao and the might of the 8-9 Mystic Arts. Having digested a single Pan Tao, he had already reached the peak of the human immortal realm. However, he chose not to hastily pursue further breakthroughs, opting instead to solidify his current state. He continued to meditate, reinforcing his peak human immortal status. Subsequently, he consumed another 3,000-year pan Tao, experiencing a familiar surge of energy. The sensation of spiritual energy flooding his body was immensely pleasurable, prompting him to resume his cultivation. A month passed, and Li opened his eyes, this time devoid of the radiant brilliance that had characterized his earlier state. He had devoted half his time to solidifying his cultivation and decided to check his status panel. Name, Li Realm. Early Earth Immortal Cultivation Methods, Yuan Yang Breathing Technique, Heavenly Force Technique, 8-9 Mystic Arts Techniques, Illusion Technique, Beginner, Water Manipulation Technique, Beginner, Fire Manipulation Technique, Intermediate, Heavenly Spear Technique, Beginner, 89 Mystic Arts 72 Transformations, Beginner, Divine Abilities, None Magical Artifacts, Heavenly Standard Armor, Medium Quality Spirit Tool. Heavenly Standard Spear, Medium Quality Spirit Tool, Workplace, Heavenly Responsibility Company Clock and Count. 365 Li noticed that his techniques and divine abilities had weakened somewhat. Despite having reached the Earth Immortal realm, he found himself lacking in venues for further learning. The only task reward, the Samadhi True Fire, was beyond his current capabilities to master. Suddenly recalling that his superior, the Growth Heavenly King Imo Liching, had mentioned he could seek guidance on cultivation matters. Li resolved to take advantage of this opportunity and approached Imo Liching for instruction on techniques and divine abilities. Li soon arrived at the entrance of the Growth Heavenly King's palace, politely knocking on the grand door and calling out, "Your Majesty, I have come to seek your teachings." As the door slowly opened, Imo Liching's voice resonated from within, "Come in." Li entered the celestial palace, his gaze wandering as though he had stepped into a grand garden. The palace was adorned with exotic flowers and rare plants, accompanied by ethereal cranes and pristine beauty. Li couldn't help but marvel at the difference. Although merely a security captain, the treatment here contrasted starkly with his humble dormitory at the Heavenly Soldier University. Approaching Imo Liching, Li noticed him open his eyes and say, "If I recall correctly, you are Li, the guard of the Southern Heavenly Gate, correct?" Internally, Li scoffed, acknowledging the truth in the saying that those in high positions often forget the little people. Despite his inner thoughts, he maintained a beaming smile and replied, "Your Majesty, did you not mention when you last left the Southern Heavenly Gate that I could consult you if I had any questions about my cultivation?" Imo Liching nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed." Without hesitation, Li continued, "Might I implore you to impart a few spells to me, Your Majesty? I find myself lacking in places to learn the arcane arts." Imo Liching stroked his beard and mused, "Very well. I shall grant you a few minor spells. However," Li hesitated, and Imo Liching inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to understand?" Li asked, "Could you possibly bestow upon me 1 or 2 divine powers?" Imo Liching's expression darkened. The request was audacious. Divine powers were the hallmark of every celestial being, and to think one could simply request them was preposterous. Imo Liching's divine abilities were all encapsulated within his treasured Qinyan sword, which bore seals of earth, water, fire, and wind. Each element held formidable capabilities. The earth could quake, the water could ensnare souls, the fire concealed itself in dark smoke, and the wind concealed countless weapons that could shred flesh. Such powers were not to be shared lightly. With a stern countenance, Imo Liching declared, "That is out of the question. I may teach you spells, but divine powers are beyond your reach." Li pouted in disappointment, having been praised moments before. He now felt the sting of Imo Liching's frugality. Little did he know that the divine powers he sought were exceedingly rare treasures. Not one to be greedy. Li acquiesced and said, "Then I humbly request you to teach me spells." Imo Liching then gently tapped Li's forehead, transferring the spells directly into his mind. As Li closed his eyes, a notification echoed in his mind. Heavenly Palace Spear Technique has reached Advanced Level. Illusion Technique has reached Intermediate Level. Water Control Technique has reached Intermediate Level. The ease with which his spells upgraded filled him with exhilaration, knowing that his own practice would have taken at least a year to achieve such progress. Soon, Li emerged from his meditative state and checked his attributes panel. Name, Li Realm. Early Earth Immortal Cultivation Techniques. Yuan Yang Breathing Technique. Heavenly Ding Strength Decision. 89 Mystery Spells. Illusion Technique, Intermediate. Water Control Technique, Intermediate. Fire Control Technique, Intermediate. Heavenly Palace Spear Technique, Advanced. 89 Mysteries, 72 Transformations. Beginner, Divine Powers, None Magic Artifacts. Heavenly Palace Standard Armor, Medium Grade Spiritual Artifact. Heavenly Palace Standard Long Spear, Medium Grade Spiritual Artifact. Work Unit, Heavenly Palace Responsibility Corporation Clock and Count. 365. It was clear to him that he needed to curry favor with more influential figures. A mere gesture from them could propel his abilities to new heights. Gratefully, he expressed his thanks to Imo Liching. Imo Liching replied, "Your progress has been commendable. So I hereby promote you to the position of squad leader at the Southern Heavenly Gate." While Li internally lamented the modesty of his promotion, he wore a grateful smile and said, "Thank you for your support, Your Majesty." With a grand wave of his hand, Imo Liching dismissed him. Li left the palace, reflecting on the skills he had honed in society that allowed him to gain guidance from Imo Liching and secure a promotion. Yet, he remained aware of his limitations, determined to continue his cultivation. A year swiftly passed, and it was once again time for Li Yi to guard the southern heavenly gate. Clad in armor, he arrived to a chorus of greetings from the other celestial soldiers. "Good day, Captain." Nodding, he acknowledged his newfound status and shook hands with each soldier, thanking them for their hard work. Now a captain, Li Yi's role was significantly enhanced compared to when he was merely a guard. He was now a commanding officer, capable of moving freely and speaking openly. Yet, the soldiers remained silent, wary of drawing the ire of any powerful figures. Above the squad leaders were the gatekeepers of the 4 heavenly gates: Mo Liqing, the southern gatekeeper; Mo Li Hong, the northern gatekeeper; Mo Li Hai, the eastern gatekeeper; and Mo Li So, the western gatekeeper. These 4 were the formidable brothers of the Mo family and served as the chief guardians of the heavenly gates. Li Yi, now a subordinate of Mo Liqing, roamed near the southern heavenly gate, diligently cultivating his physical form, for the 8-9 mysteries required mastery of both inner and outer strength, and his physical training had yet to catch up. Amidst his practice, Mo Liqing's voice resonated in his ears. "Li Yi, come to my hall and deliver these 3 gift boxes to the other 3 kings." Complying, Li set off to visit the other gatekeepers, carrying the gift boxes. He approached the palace of Mo Li Hong, the northern gatekeeper, and gently knocked on the door. "Is Lord Li Hong in?" A muffled voice responded from within. "Enter." As the door opened, Li stepped inside and saw a robust man resembling Mo Liqing, undoubtedly Mo Li Hong himself. Bowing, Li said, "Greetings, Lord Li Hong. Lord Mo Liqing sent me to deliver these gifts to you." Ding. Quest. As a subordinate of the security captain Mo Liqing at the Heavenly Palace Responsibility Corporation, it is essential to cultivate friendly relations with peers, including Mo Li Hong, Mo Li Hai, and Mo Li So. Quest reward: Immortal Sword of Judicial Qingyun, Qinglian Sword Song. Li Yi was taken aback by the generous reward, recognizing this as a test of his ability to flatter. Adjusting his demeanor, he prepared to employ his years of social experience. Before Mo Li Hong could speak, Li Yi donned a sycophantic expression, saying, "It is truly a privilege to meet you in person, Lord Li Hong. I have heard countless praises from Lord Mo Liqing, who speaks of you as the strongest among your brothers, and I feel immensely fortunate to witness your formidable presence today." Mo Li Hong, taken aback by the flattery, felt a flush of embarrassment. His naturally red face deepened in hue. Unaccustomed to such compliments, he scratched his head and said, "Really? My elder brother speaks so highly of me?" Li Yi eagerly replied, "Indeed, though Lord Mo Liqing may not voice it in your presence. He often extols your virtues to outsiders, showcasing how extraordinary and accomplished you are. However, my dear brothers were skeptical. Yet today, upon meeting you, my heavens, the King of Growth humbly claimed to be modest. I shall now regard you as my exemplar and set my sights upon you as my goal, striving toward your greatness." Mo Li Hong had never encountered such flattery. He felt as if he had imbibed an elixir of immortality, floating in a euphoric haze. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, "You are quite impressive. I have great faith in your potential." Li Yi, observing that Mo Li Hong had been sufficiently flattered, swiftly seized the moment to say, "Alas, my humble abilities are rather meager. If the king could impart even a modicum of guidance, I would be eternally grateful." At this juncture, Mo Li Hong had no reason to refuse. Elated, he responded, "Of course, I shall teach you a few spells." Li Yi sighed, wishing for more than mere spells to be imparted. Would it not be splendid to receive divine powers? Though somewhat dissatisfied, he reasoned that having something was better than nothing. Without waiting for further words from Li Yi, Mo Li Hong pointed at his brow. Instantly, Li Yi was enveloped in a state of learning. System: the art of concealment has been upgraded to advanced. Water control has been upgraded to advanced. Fire control has reached the pinnacle level. Li Yi awakened, astonished to find that his fire control had achieved the highest level. Clearly, Mo Li Hong was a master of pyromancy. He promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, King, for your guidance." Mo Li Hong, increasingly fond of Li Yi, patted him on the shoulder and declared, "I believe you have immense potential. Come and join me." Li Yi was taken aback, thinking, "What? Are you suggesting a transfer? You see promise in me, but I perceive no future for you. After all this time, merely a captain of security? Despite having existed for millennia, you remain at such a level. If I follow you, when will I ever rise? I did not come to the celestial court to play the role of a mere guard." Quickly shaking his head, Li Yi replied, "Thank you for your kind consideration, but I must return to repay the King of Growth for his recognition. I must decline your generous offer." Upon hearing this, Mo Lihong regarded Li Yi with even greater esteem, saying, "Since you wish to return to my brother, I shall not contest that. Feel free to visit me whenever you have the chance." Li Yi internally scoffed at Mo Lihong, thinking, "You are merely waiting for me to come and flatter you, aren't you? It seems my words have ignited your rampant vanity." Naturally, Li nodded in agreement, knowing he would return not for the sake of a task, but for his own purposes. System achieved a friendly rapport with Mo Lihong. Task completion rate, 14. Next, Li Yi proceeded to the Eastern Heaven Gate. Without delay, he arrived at the Eastern Heaven Gate, heading towards the Celestial Palace for cultivation. It appeared that this time, Li Yi, while confronting the guard of the Eastern Heaven Gate, the king of Holding Country, Mo Lihai, employed a barrage of extravagant praise, instantly elevating his rapport with Mo Lihai to a friendly level. Then, he ventured to the Western Heaven Gate, where he faced the king of broad eyes, Mo Liso. He repeated the same flattery he had used on Mo Lihong and Mo Lihai, and unsurprisingly, his rapport once again ascended to a friendly degree. His greatest accomplishment lay in the advancement of his magical abilities. His attributes now stood as follows: Name, Li Yi Realm, Early Earth Immortal Cultivation Technique, Yuan Yang Breathing Technique, Tianding Great Strength Decision, 8-9 Profound Art Spells, Art of Concealment, Top Level, Water Control, Top Level, Fire Control, Top Level, Celestial Court Spear Technique, Top Level, 8-9 Profound Arts, 72 Variations, Beginner, Divine Powers, None Magic Weapons, Celestial Court Standard Armor, Medium Quality Spirit Tool, Celestial Court Standard Long Spear, Medium Quality Spirit Tool, Workplace, Celestial Court Responsibility Limited Company Clock-in Count, 365. Li Yi had honed his security skills to their utmost potential. Chapter 6. The Great Deity Neza. The most significant gain from this journey was the enhancement of his security skills, elevating him to the status of a king among guards, albeit limited to the rank of celestial soldiers. Upon returning to the Southern Heaven Gate, Li Yi informed Mo Liching that he had delivered the brocade box, instantly boosting his rapport with Mo Liching to a friendly level. System task completion rate, 44. Congratulations on completing the task. Rewards have been dispensed. Hiding within his cultivation cave, Li Yi prepared to receive his reward. Suddenly, a sword, entirely black and white, materialized before him, shimmering with ethereal light. Li Yi grasped the sword, caressing its blade and exclaiming, "What a magnificent sword!" Then, the Qinglian sword song appeared in his mind. The Qinglian sword song was created by Li Bai during the Tang dynasty, and Li Bai is renowned as a transcendent sword immortal in later generations. Thus, possessing a fine sword along with an immortal-level sword technique brought Li Yi immense joy. Yet, despite his elation, Li Yi knew he must return to duty. He resumed his post at the gate, repeating the same monotonous tasks day after day. After a brief respite to visit the restroom, he returned only to be startled by a youthful face suddenly appearing before him. The child curiously inquired, "Why have I never seen you before? Are you new here?" Li Yi was taken aback, instinctively reaching for his weapon in defense, but quickly realized the absurdity of the situation. The boy, adorned in 2 buns, wrapped in red silk, with a golden circle around his neck, standing upon fire wheels and wielding a fire-tipped spear, with red lips and white teeth, and a red dot on his forehead, was none other than the renowned deity Neza. Feigning ignorance, Li Yi asked, "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into the Southern Heaven Gate?" Neza, surprised to find someone who did not recognize him, became intrigued. "Are you new here?" he asked with curiosity. Li replied, "I have been guarding the Southern Heaven Gate for nearly 20 years. I am not new." Neza realized he had not misjudged. This individual was indeed a newcomer. Li Yi deliberately pretended to be unaware of the passage of time, knowing that one day in the Celestial Court equated to 1 year outside. Thus, although he had guarded for 20 years, only 20 days had elapsed within the Celestial Court. System, as a member of the Celestial Court Responsibility Limited Company, it is essential to recognize the relatives of the company leaders. As the son of the captain of the security team, Neza often brings headaches to the Celestial Court. Ensuring a good relationship with the leader's son is part of your responsibilities. Reward, Essence of the 3 Flames. The task was presented, indicating that it was time to utilize his social skills. He had successfully managed individuals ranging from the aged to toddlers. Neza grinned mischievously, saying, "Oh, I just ascended." Li Yi internally thought, "Do you think I am a fool?" Yet maintained a facade of ignorance, responding, "Oh, So you just ascended. With enthusiasm, Li said, brother, since you have just ascended, let me take you to the Ascension reporting station. He then guided Neza towards the registration office for Ascension. However, who was Neza? He was a notable figure in the celestial court, not one to be easily subdued. As Li escorted Neza, they attracted the attention of everyone along the way. Many celestial beings attempted to bow in respect, but were halted by Neza's fierce gaze. It seemed our great deity, Neza, had other intentions in mind for this newcomer. Li brought Neza to the registration office, where the official, seeing a celestial soldier accompanied by Neza, was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Neza fixed a penetrating gaze on the registration officer, clearly conveying, if you reveal my true identity, you shall face dire consequences. The registration officer, understanding the situation, feigned ignorance of Neza's identity and warmly welcomed both Li and Neza. Li addressed the officer, saying, this brother has just ascended and has yet to register. Please expedite the process, ideally assigning him to our southern heaven gate, where I can look after him. The registration officer, smiling under the intimidating glare of Neza, promptly completed the identity registration. Who did he think he was? Neza did not require any assistance from him. Li feigned ignorance as he led Neza to the southern heavenly gate, informing him that he would henceforth be a member of the celestial army stationed there. I may be but a humble officer, he said, but you can always seek me out if you need anything. Neza, pretending to be naive, replied, all right, big brother. Li continued, now that I am an officer, I have the privilege to patrol the southern heavenly gate. Since I find you quite agreeable, you shall accompany me on my rounds today. The experience of patrolling the southern heavenly gate was entirely new to Neza, and he found it exceedingly fascinating. However, as time passed, his initial excitement waned, and he soon became quite bored. Noticing Neza's growing impatience, Li, aware that this fellow lacked patience, sought to entertain him. Brother, I see you are becoming somewhat weary. Allow me to tell you a story. Upon hearing that a story was to be told, Neza instantly perked up and settled down beside Li. Li began recounting tales from Romance of the Three Kingdoms, a story well known to many, yet entirely unfamiliar to Neza, who became completely engrossed in Li's narration. The tale of Zhao Zilong's daring rescue of the young lord at Changban Slope captivated Neza's imagination. Even though it was merely a mortal story, he felt himself drawn into its depths. Before long, Li reached the part where Guan Yu faced defeat at Maiqing. Upon hearing of Guan Yu's demise, Neza nearly shed tears, reflecting on how such a godlike figure had perished due to his own pride. Yet, Li abruptly ceased his storytelling, much to Neza's dismay. Li, fully aware of the art of leaving one craving for more, said, all right, brother, we shall pause our tale here. If we linger too long, we might attract the attention of the heavenly king. Neza, eyes wide, exclaimed, he dares. Li quickly covered Neza's mouth, cautioning, though you are a newcomer, refrain from speaking recklessly, lest the heavenly king hears and you find yourself in trouble. Neza pounded his chest, insisting, he dares. Come, I will take you to confront that fellow Mo Liqing. Seizing Li's hand, Neza stormed to Mo Liqing's training ground, kicking open the doors of the celestial hall and shouting, Mo Liqing, where are you? Show yourself. Startled by Neza's arrival, Mo Liqing broke into a cold sweat, wondering what had prompted this esteemed figure to visit him. Approaching Neza, Mo Liqing bowed respectfully. Third young master, how may I assist you? Neza pointed at Li, declaring, I greatly enjoyed his story, so I intend to take him away from the southern heavenly gate for a while. Relieved that he was not in trouble, Mo Liqing inquired respectfully, may I ask, third young master, if this officer has offended you in any way? Li felt a flicker of gratitude, surprised that Mo Liqing would speak on his behalf. Mo Liqing continued, rest assured, regardless of the offense, I shall deal with him severely, sparing your hands from any mess. Li, feeling a mix of indignation and disbelief, thought to himself how he had misjudged Mo Liqing. If not for his budding friendship with Neza, he might have found himself betrayed. Neza, rolling his eyes at Mo Liqing, retorted, you speak too much. I am taking him with me, and he will return in due time. Without further ado, Neza bundled Li away using the magical cloth and flew back to his residence. Upon arrival, he set Li down, instructing him, you shall remain here and finish your story. Li, feeling helpless, realized he had been completely ensnared with no chance of resistance. While en route, he discreetly checked Neza's attributes through his system. Name, Neza Realm. Pinnacle of Golden Immortality Technique. Lotus Rebirth Method Skills. Martial Arts. Perfect. 3 heads and 8 arms with 9 eyes. Perfect. Celestial level spearmanship. Perfect. Cloud riding. Perfect. Divine powers. Lotus incarnation. 3 heads and 6 arms. True fire of Samadhi magical artifacts. Hung Tian Ling. Post-heaven spiritual treasure. Qian Kuan circle. Post-heaven spiritual treasure. Wind fire wheels. Post-heaven spiritual treasure. Fire tip spear. Post-heaven spiritual treasure. 9 dragon divine fire shield. Pre-heaven spiritual treasure. Immortal gold brick. Post-heaven spiritual treasure. Qian Kuan bow. Post-heaven spiritual treasure. Thunder arrow. Post-heaven spiritual treasure. Yin Yang sword. Post-heaven spiritual treasure. Soul devouring banner. Post-heaven spiritual treasure. Li Yi couldn't help but salivate at the list of artifacts, realizing that Neza was indeed fortunate to have such a remarkable master and father. With Neza's pinnacle cultivation, Li Yi felt no inclination to resist, as the disparity in power was far too great. Feigning ignorance, he asked, "Who exactly are you? Why have you brought me here?" Neza replied with pride, "Who am I? Listen well, humble officer. I am the celestial marshal of the Jade Emperor, appointed to quell demons and maintain order." Neza boasted a myriad of titles, leaving Li Yi bewildered and unable to remember them all. He simply gazed at Neza in confusion, saying, "I didn't catch all your titles, but you certainly seem impressive." Neza, puzzled, asked, "Impressive? We have no such thing at my home, though there is a green bull at the Taoist Master-S," Li Yi explained. "When I say you are impressive, I mean you are quite formidable." Neza's expression shifted to one of realization. "In that case, I indeed am formidable. Now that we are at my home, hurry and continue the story." Li Yi, knowing that a story would not come so easily without some negotiation, cleared his throat. "Since the esteemed one wishes to hear, I shall continue. However, I find myself rather parched." Neza immediately summoned, "Bring forth the celestial brew," then added, "Esteemed one, I am also a bit hungry. Bring forth some food." He continued, "Esteemed one, I wish to focus on my training. I would like to learn your 3 heads and 6 arms technique." Li Yi eagerly interjected. Neza, eager to hear the story, quickly agreed. "Very well, I shall teach you." With a nod, he touched Li Yi's forehead, imparting the training method for the 3 heads and 6 arms. Neza regarded Li Yi with a smug expression, clearly indicating that any further requests would be entertained at his discretion. Li Yi, smiling, began, "Esteemed one, listen closely. Guan Yu's defeat at Maicheng, and the manifestation of Guan Yu at Yuling Mountain." For 3 days and nights, Li Yi regaled Neza with tales, enjoying the celestial brew and food at his leisure, leading to a most pleasurable experience. Once the story of romance of the 3 kingdoms concluded, Neza insisted on further tales. Yet, Li Yi was now eager to return and practice the 3 heads and 6 arms, unwilling to continue narrating. In that moment, Li Yi had struck gold. Even without the reward of the true fire of Samadhi, he felt he had gained significantly, acquiring the training method for the 3 heads and 6 arms and finally becoming a being of divine powers himself, with no choice but to let Li Yi leave. Neza bid him farewell. As Li Yi stepped out of Neza's celestial abode, he received a prompt from the system. "System, congratulations on completing the task. Knowing how to accompany the family of a leader is indeed a profound art." Ding. Reward. Seed of true fire of Samadhi. Li Yi hurried to a secluded corner to collect the seed of true fire of Samadhi, placing it into the jade vial he had crafted before joyfully returning to the southern heavenly gate to resume his duties. Though 3 days had passed in Neza's residence, 3 years had gone by at the southern heavenly gate, with 7 more years of duty still ahead. The rewards of those 3 days had greatly benefited Li Yi, prompting him to check his attribute panel once more. Name, Li Yi Realm. Late stage Earth Immortal Cultivation Techniques. Yuan Yang Breathing Technique. Tian Ding Great Strength Method. 8-9 Mystic Art Skills. Illusion Technique. Top tier. Water Manipulation. Top tier. Fire Manipulation. Top tier. Celestial Spear Technique. Top tier. Green Lotus Sword Song Beginner. Divine Powers. 3 heads and 6 arms. Uncultivated. True Samadhi Fire. Uncultivated. Magic Treasures. Celestial Standard Armor. Medium Grade Spirit Tool. Celestial Standard Long Spear. Medium Grade Spirit Tool. Judicial Qing Yun. Postnatal Spirit Treasure. Affiliation. Celestial Responsibility Company, Limited. Attendance. 368 days in a mere 3 days of indulgence. Li astonishingly ascended a realm. It seemed he had struck a remarkable fortune this time. He continued his post guarding the southern heavenly gate. Time swiftly passed, and this year marked the final year of Li Yi's duty at the southern heavenly gate. Upon its completion, he would be granted another year of leave. However, Recently, the southern heavenly gate had been somewhat unsettled, frequently witnessing the capricious antics of Sun Wukong, which heightened Li Yi's vigilance. It appeared that the monkey was well aware of his position as a low-ranking officer and was causing a ruckus. Li Yi hoped that this monkey would refrain from creating any disturbances during his last year of duty. Any trouble stirred by the monkey would undoubtedly escalate, so he resolved to exercise utmost caution to avoid entanglement in the monkey's affairs. With his meager abilities, a single strike from the monkey could spell his demise. As if the heavens were playing a jest upon Li Yi, the more he thought about it, the more trouble seemed to approach. On the final day of his watch at the southern heavenly gate, his superior, Mo Liqing, arrived. Li Yi glanced at Mo Liqing, pondering, what significant figure has come now? Mo Liqing called Li Yi over directly, and as he approached, Li Yi's inner thoughts echoed, please, let there be no trouble. Yet, as is often the case, the more one wishes to avoid trouble, the more it finds them. Mo Liqing, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, Li Yi, you are no longer a mere novice. Li clasped his hands in gratitude, responding, thank you for your recognition, Your Majesty. However, internally he shouted, heavens, please don't say it, I wish not to hear. But I believe a talent such as yours is wasted merely guarding the southern heavenly gate. There is a task that requires your abilities. Are you willing to accept it? Damn it, he said it. Li knew that this was not a good omen, reminiscent of those tyrannical leaders from his past life, always preying on newcomers. Hesitantly, he replied, Your Majesty, may I refuse? Mo Liqing continued, the task is as follows. Sun Wukong has been appointed as the steward, yet he has been quite restless lately. Thus, we require a skilled and discreet immortal. You were the first to come to mind. Li wished to curse Mo Liqing with 4 words, but instead, he resignedly accepted the task. I shall obey. Mo Liqing, with an encouraging expression, patted Li Yi's back, to which Li Yi silently raised his middle finger. After changing out of his standard armor into casual attire, Li Yi made his way to the Horse Management Bureau. He was well aware of the current state of affairs there. Sun Wukong had established dominion over the bureau. If caught by the monkey, the outcome would be dire. As Sun Wukong was no gentle creature, Li Yi observed the entrance of the Horse Management Bureau for 3 days. Noting that Sun Wukong would leave to drink the moment he awoke, leaving the bureau unattended. His subordinate officials were too fearful to intervene, as doing so would invite punishment. Seizing the opportunity while Sun Wukong was out drinking, Li stealthily scaled the wall and entered the bureau. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The celestial steeds were left entirely uncared for, roaming freely. Li Yi recalled how Sun Wukong had been expelled from the celestial court. Thus, he quietly cast a spell over the vast pasture where the celestial steeds grazed, accelerating the growth and fragrance of the surrounding grass. Once the spell was completed, the celestial steeds began to consume the grass voraciously, unable to stop. Li Yi knew he had succeeded. In 2 days, these steeds would transform into robust mounts. Having completed his task, he slipped away and found a hiding spot nearby, ensuring everything was foolproof. He made daily visits to check on the situation. 3 days later, the celestial steeds had indeed fattened up, and Li Yi realized the time had come. He returned to the southern heavenly gate and promptly reported to Mo Liqing about the situation at the Horse Management Bureau. Your Majesty, the current state of the Horse Management Bureau is as follows. Upon hearing the report, Mo Liqing erupted in fury, declaring that Sun Wukong was wreaking havoc. He immediately rushed to the Lingxiao Hall to lodge a complaint, while Li Yi quietly murmured, Your Majesty, my reward these people, once the task is complete. Forget to mention the rewards. Yet I did not intend to undermine you, Sun Boss. I was merely following the system and the orders from above. I, too, am a pawn in this game. With the task accomplished, Li Yi was eager for a vacation, for he knew what was to unfold next. Everything was proceeding along the narrative he was familiar with. Mo Liqing, along with the Jade Emperor and other celestial officials, arrived at the Horse Management Bureau. Upon seeing his celestial steeds transformed into robust mounts, the Jade Emperor was furious. He immediately ordered the capture of Sun Wukong and his dismissal from the position. For Sun Wukong, serving as a steward had become unbearable. With his dismissal, he would return to the Flower Fruit Mountain, marking the failure of his first appointment. Meanwhile, Li Yi received his system reward. System, task completed. As a member of Celestial Responsibility Company, Limited, you have successfully eliminated the internal pest. Ding. Reward dispatched, Celestial Level Spear Technique. Having obtained the Celestial Level Spear Technique, he began his cultivation. During this period, Li Yi had acquired an abundance of knowledge and skills, necessitating a substantial time to solidify his newly gained techniques and divine powers. He returned to his cultivation cave to reinforce his abilities. First, he solidified the 3 heads and 6 arms technique he received from Neza, finally possessing his first divine power, moved to tears. Then, he took out the seed of true Samadhi fire and, using his top-tier fire manipulation, began to control the fire within himself. The true Samadhi fire gradually entered his body, slowly settling into his dantian. Following this, he refined the true Samadhi fire, which became an integral part of his being, thus granting him a second divine power. Next came the cultivation of the celestial level spear technique, which progressed rapidly, aided not only by the system but also by his remarkable talent. Before long, he had mastered the celestial level spear technique, consuming 3 peaches during the process, as the exertion required for cultivating these divine powers and techniques was substantial. Name: Li Yi Realm. Early Celestial Immortal Cultivation Techniques. Yuan Yang Breathing Technique. Heavenly Ding Great Strength Decision. 8-9 Mystical Skills. Illusion Technique. Top tier. Water Control Technique. Top tier. Fire Control Technique. Top tier. Heavenly Court Spear Technique. Top tier. Celestial Level Spear Technique. Intermediate. Green Lotus Sword Song. Beginner. Divine Abilities. 3 heads and 6 arms. Beginner. True Fire of Samadhi. Beginner. Treasures. Heavenly Court Standard Armor. Medium-grade Spirit Tool. Heavenly Court Standard Long Spear. Medium-grade Spirit Tool. Judicial Qingyun. Acquired Spiritual Treasure. Work Unit. Heavenly Court Responsibility Limited Company Attendance. 3,287 days. Li Yi's prowess surged, as if propelled by a small rocket, swiftly elevating him to the realm of early celestial immortal. It had only been 2 decades since his ascension to the Heavenly Court, during which he had transitioned from a human immortal to a celestial immortal, a feat attributed not only to the system's assistance, but also to his unparalleled innate talent. Ultimately, Mo Liqing fulfilled his promise to Li Yi by granting him a 10-year holiday. During this sabbatical, Li Yi devoted considerable time to cultivation. However, ever since Neza discovered his residence, he frequently visited, insisting that Li Yi regale him with tales. Li Yi, exasperated, found himself compelled to comply after a rather forceful encounter with Neza, who, in his stubbornness, compelled Li Yi to narrate stories. Chapter 9. Attending the banquet. Neza did not always demand that Li Yi narrate stories. Occasionally, they engaged in discussions, where Neza offered insights into Li Yi's techniques. Yet, each encounter left Li Yi thoroughly beaten, for Neza was no gentle mentor. After approximately a year, Neza approached Mo Liqing to request that Li Yi become his personal guard, a mere notification rather than a negotiation. Upon Li Yi's arrival, he was greeted by the sight of Neza, which instantly filled him with trepidation. What mischief had this mischievous child brought along? Nevertheless, Li Yi courteously bowed, addressing Neza as the 3rd prince and greeting the Heavenly King. Mo Liqing smiled and remarked, "Li Yi, you have arrived just in time. Today, the 3rd prince wishes for you to serve as his personal guard." Li Yi immediately protested, "Heavenly King, I believe I am unworthy of such a position. Please allow me to continue my cultivation." Before he could finish, Mo Liqing interjected, "I have already consented. Here is your transfer order." The phrase "I have already consented" echoed incessantly in Li Yi's mind. Mo Liqing, I shall remember this. I merely sought a moment to diligently cultivate, yet you compel me to accompany this mischievous child. You once claimed I was a talent, a trusted aid. How deceitful. Li Yi's mind was rife with complaints. He attempted to resist, stating, "Heavenly King, you granted me a 10-year holiday. I still have 9 years remaining." Mo Liqing waved his hand dismissively. "Serving the 3rd prince is a privilege. Your holiday has concluded. Now, hasten to accompany the 3rd prince." Li Yi felt a surge of frustration. Mo Liqing, how could you? I will remember this grievance. Ultimately, he succumbed to fate and followed Neza to serve as his personal guard. Upon arriving at Neza's residence, Li Yi was awestruck by the opulence. The palace was constructed from rare celestial materials, leaving him speechless at the extravagance. Neza led Li Yi to his personal guard camp, situated adjacent to the celestial palace, and declared, "From now on, you shall be my close guard. Wherever I go, you shall follow. Whatever I command, you shall fulfill." Li Yi sighed. The inevitable had arrived. Fortunately, he possessed a wealth of stories to share, enough to entertain for a century. After all, with 5,000 years of history at his disposal, Entertaining a mischievous child was hardly a challenge. That day, as usual, Li Yi began to tell stories to Neza, the topic being the incident at the Xuanwu Gate. With a somber tone, he began, "Once upon a time, Li Shiming learned that Prince Li Chengqian had conspired with Prince Li Yuanji to take action against him." Unfazed, Neza responded, "Li Shiming is so capable. Li Chengqian and Li Yuanji are no match for him. If it were I would have dispatched them with a single strike." Li Yi countered, "Your Highness, you are an immortal, while they are mortals. Perspectives differ greatly. Consider the story from a mortal's viewpoint, and you shall understand." This was a recurring theme. Neza's disdain for mortals was evident as he insisted on hearing stories. Neza urged, "Why have you stopped? Continue." As Li Yi prepared to resume, a maid entered to report, "Your Highness, a disciple from the Duoshui Palace has come to deliver an invitation." Neza replied, "Let them in." A disciple entered and saluted. "Third Prince, I am here on the orders of Brother Xuandu to deliver this invitation." With a wave of his hand, Neza summoned the invitation from the disciple. After glancing at it, he looked up and instructed, "Return and inform Brother Xuandu that I shall certainly attend." After the disciple bowed and exited, Neza placed the invitation on the table and said to Li Yi, "In 7 days, you shall accompany me to Brother Xuandu's Dan feast." Li Yi murmured, "Dan feast? There will be 9 turn golden pills to be acquired. Task: first attendance at a banquet. Task information: as an exemplary employee of Heavenly Court Responsibility Limited Company. Participating in a banquet among leaders for the first time is essential. Pleasing one's superiors is a duty of every subordinate. Reward: 9 turn golden pill." This task was exceedingly delightful. The prospect of acquiring a 9 turn golden pill was enticing. 7 days later, Neza and Li Yi soared through the clouds to the Duoshui Palace, a sanctuary nestled within the 36 heavens, a realm of chaos and serenity. Beyond the 36 heavens lay an expansive void, devoid of anything save for an intangible heart demon. The Duoshui Palace was flanked by 2 eternally burning palace lamps, with steps crafted from jade stone leading up to the entrance. The copper rings adorning the door, though ordinary, were imbued with profound Taoist essence. Disciples awaited at the palace entrance, and upon presenting the invitation, Neza led Li Yi into the Duoshui Palace. Though the Duoshui Palace lacked the grandeur of the Heavenly Court's main hall, every corner reflected the principles of Tao and non-action. Neza soon guided Li Yi to the side hall, where Master Xuandu awaited. Within the hall were 9 cushions. Master Xuandu occupied one, Neza another, while 6 others were already seated: El Dongbin, Han Xiangzi, Yang Jian, Zhang Guolao, Han Zhongli, and Marshal Tianyu. Master Xuandu surveyed the gathering and declared, "As some are absent, we shall not delay further. The Dan feast commences." He then gestured to the vacant cushions, stating, "Those with affinity may take their seats." Li Yi was momentarily taken aback until Neza nudged him, saying, "Brother Xuandu invites you to join us." Little did he know, he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck, securing a place at the Dan feast. Realizing this, Li Yi promptly settled onto the cushion. Once all were seated, Master Xuandu instructed a disciple to bring forth 9 gourds, distributing one in front of each attendee. He then announced, "Each gourd contains 9 golden pills. Find the genuine one." Li Yi was puzzled. Was this truly a Dan feast? Why were they engaging in a game of spot the difference? He found it difficult to comprehend the amusement of these esteemed figures. The excitement on the faces of Neza and the others suggested that the Heavenly Court had descended to such trivialities. Internally, Li Yi scoffed at their enthusiasm and then opened the gourd before him, pouring out the 9 golden pills to examine. It was time to showcase what it meant to be the king of Spot the Difference. Chapter 110. The master of discrimination. Li Yi began to discern the 9 golden pills in his hand. To the naked eye, distinguishing them was impossible. What was Li Yi's reliance? Naturally, it was the system. The system could access information about other immortals, so it should be able to unveil details about these items as well. Li Yi gazed at the golden pills, silently murmuring, "Check information." At that moment, an option to view information appeared above the 9 golden pills. Li Yi picked one up and held it before his eyes, activating the information check. 9 turn golden pill. Pseudo. This is a golden pill refined by the great master of Xian. Due upon seeing this information, Li Yi knew he was guaranteed victory. Indeed, the system was truly remarkable. Subsequently, Li Yi inspected the other 8 golden pills, discovering that only one was the genuine 9-turn golden pill crafted by the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. After completing his examination, Li Yi held the authentic 9-turn golden pill in his hand, and returned the remaining 8 pills to the gourd. Li Yi's actions caught the attention of everyone present, and Neza, astonished, approached him and said, Li Yi, have you found the real 9-turn golden pill? Li Yi calmly nodded and replied, naturally. What was there to say? If I hadn't found the real 9-turn golden pill, would I dare to act so confidently before these esteemed figures? Humph, I could easily crush you all. Neza, skeptical, remarked, you possess only the strength of a celestial, yet you can discern better than us golden immortals? At that moment, the great master of Xiandu calmly interjected. This friend has found it. His words astonished all in attendance. Who would have thought that Neza's attendant possessed such keen eyesight? Neza hurriedly approached Li Yi and handed him his gourd, saying, quickly help me identify which one is the real golden pill. They all look identical and I cannot tell them apart. Li took the gourd, poured the golden pills into his hand, and systematically checked each one with the system. Soon, he located the genuine 9-turn golden pill, placing it in Neza's hands while returning the other pills to the gourd and handing it back to him. Neza, holding the golden pill, turned to the great master of Xiandu and said, Brother Xiandu, the great master's expression revealed a hint of surprise as he nodded, indicating that the pill was indeed authentic. At this point, all the golden immortals present sought Li Yi's counsel, and the great master of Xiandu did not prevent them from approaching him. Li Yi assisted each golden immortal in identifying the genuine 9-turn golden pill from their gourds. The great master then declared, since everyone has discovered the genuine 9-turn golden pill, it shall be bestowed upon you all. With this proclamation, it was announced that everyone had guessed correctly and would receive a reward, much to the delight of the golden immortals. It is worth noting that each 9-turn golden pill was personally refined by the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, and such treasures were not easily obtained. The Supreme Lord opened his furnace once every 9 years, requiring a decade to gather materials, another decade for refining, a decade for the pills to coalesce, and finally, a decade of storage in the gourd, totaling 49 years. Each time, only 9 gourds were produced, each containing 9 golden pills. With so many in the heavenly court, how could the 9-turn golden pills be distributed fairly? Thus, when the great master of Xiandu hosted his pill distribution banquet, the immortals could not afford to miss it. However, he only invited 8 golden immortals each time, and only those who passed the 9-turn golden pill identification test would receive one. After obtaining their 9-turn golden pills, the immortals returned the remaining golden pills to the great master of Xiandu. Neza, excitedly patting Li Yi on the shoulder, exclaimed, you truly did well. You've brought me great honor. At this moment, the great master of Xiandu addressed Neza, saying, Third Prince, I am quite curious about this friend's discerning abilities and wish to engage in a discussion with him. What do you think? Neza, elated with the 9-turn golden pill in hand, had no intention of refusing. The system then announced, task completed. You have successfully accompanied a leader to a banquet for the first time, and your performance was exceptional. The leader is highly satisfied with such an employee. However, Li refrained from claiming his reward immediately, wary of drawing the great master's attention. The matter was decided without any consultation with Li Yi in essence. Whether he consented or not, he would remain in the Do Shui Palace to converse with the great master of Xian. Li Yi felt quite displeased with this situation. Realizing that among these heavenly dignitaries, he had no authority to decide his fate, his strength and status dictated his treatment. Neza remarked to the great master, Brother Xiandu, once the discussion is complete, please remember to return him to me. The great master nodded in agreement. After the pill distribution banquet concluded, all the golden immortals departed the Do Shui Palace, leaving Li Yi behind, feeling somewhat helpless. Li Yi couldn't help but reflect on whether he was too exceptional. First, he was noticed by Mo Liqing, then brought along by Neza to serve as an attendant, and now retained by the great master of Xiandu. The great master, the sole disciple of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, possessed a profound understanding of alchemy and was gifted with the innate treasure, the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, personally taught by the Lord himself. Now, Li found himself in the side hall, observing the great master of Xiandu, who was quietly observing him in return. Li felt quite uncomfortable. He lacked the patience of the great master, and these dignitaries enjoyed playing their cryptic games. Unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, Li finally asked, Great Master, may I inquire why you have summoned me? The great master of Xiandu, devoid of any visible emotion, inquired, How long has it been since your ascension? Li responded, It has been over 20 years since my ascension. This revelation left the great master somewhat astonished. To have achieved the celestial realm merely 20 years after ascending was indeed remarkable. showcasing exceptional talent. The great master continued, "Who is your master? Do you have any family members serving in the heavenly court?" He seemed to be probing into Li Yi's background, leaving Li Yi uncertain about the great master's intentions. Embarrassed, Li scratched his head and replied, "I have no master. I stumbled upon a method of cultivation while in the mortal realm and began practicing. I have no family. I ascended and became a minor soldier at the Southern Heaven Gate, eventually becoming the third prince's attendant by chance." A satisfied expression appeared in the great master's eyes. A human of such high talent was indeed a promising candidate. The great master continued his inquiry. "How did you acquire such an ability to identify golden pills?" Li feigned ignorance, saying, "I don't know how I acquired this ability. I just seem to be able to tell them apart at a glance. But I'm not sure why." The great master of Xiandu grew increasingly pleased with Li Yi, recognizing him as a worthy successor for the teachings of the human sect. Since the establishment of the Fengshen, the human sect had faced a decline in its population, and upon meeting Li Yi, the great master felt a strong desire for him to inherit the tradition of the human sect. Chapter 111. The pill-testing maniac. The great master of Xiandu regarded Li Yi with satisfaction and continued, "Now, you shall try the golden pills I have refined. With your current celestial cultivation, you may consume only one within a year. Do not exceed this limit, lest you risk bursting your body, for I will not be responsible." Without hesitation, Li seized a gourd, poured out a golden pill, and placed it into his mouth. As soon as the pill entered, it dissolved instantly, transforming into a highly pure spiritual energy that began to nourish every part of Li Yi's body. The abundance of spiritual energy overwhelmed him, and he sensed he would soon be unable to absorb any more. The great master gestured toward the outer side of the side hall, saying, "To your right outside the side hall is your prepared residence." With his stomach nearly bursting, Li hurriedly made his way to the residence the great master had arranged for him. Upon entering the room, he set up a barrier, not wishing for anyone to discover his connection with the system in the 8-9 mystical arts. Sitting cross-legged, Li Yi activated the 8-9 mystical arts to absorb the vast spiritual energy. While absorbing the energy, he simultaneously refined his physical body with it. Remarkably, within just 2 days, he had completely absorbed the effects of the golden pill. It must be said that Master Xuandu possesses remarkable skills in alchemy. If it weren't for my own proficiency in the 8-9 mystical arts, it would take me at least a year to fully assimilate a single pill. As Li stepped out of the house, he caught the attention of Master Xuandu, who was in the side hall. Master Xuandu did not expect Li Yi to have so quickly digested the elixir he had concocted. It seemed that this talent was indeed exceptional. Now, it was time to let Li Yi experiment further with his pills, given his rapid absorption rate. Li Yi arrived at the side hall and knocked on the door. Master Xuandu called out, "Come in." Li Yi replied, "Master, I have completely absorbed the elixir." Master Xuandu nodded and said, "Good, share your impressions." Li Yi clasped his hands and responded, "The elixir dissolves instantly upon entering the mouth, possessing a faint yet fragrant aroma, though it carries a slight bitterness. The influx of spiritual energy is rather abrupt and swift. If not absorbed in time, some of the elixir's potency may be wasted." Master Xuandu nodded and took out a gourd from his robe, handing it to Li Yi. "Here, try this elixir." Li Yi thought to himself, "Has Master Xuandu taken on the role of a test subject? Now I must continuously sample elixirs. However, consuming elixirs only benefits me, so I shall partake without hesitation." He accepted the gourd from Master Xuandu and shyly asked, "Master, could you provide me with those previous elixirs as well?" Li Yi believed in seizing opportunities, and since he was already testing elixirs, he might as well benefit from it. Master Xuandu looked at Li Yi with a half-smile and handed him 9 gourd-shaped golden elixirs that he had crafted during the divisional elixir banquet. Li returned to his dwelling and began consuming the new elixir provided by Master Xuandu. This elixir was distinct from the previous golden elixirs, exhibiting an overall bronze hue with a metallic scent. Li wondered if consuming this elixir would lead to metal poisoning, but quickly reminded himself that he was now a celestial being, and such concerns were unfounded. He swallowed the elixir in one gulp, and it dissolved in his mouth, flooding his palate with a robust metallic taste reminiscent of copper. Li Yi felt as though he had consumed a piece of copper itself. He pondered what sort of elixir this was and how it had been crafted in such a manner. In an instant, he felt his bones hardening, and his skin began to take on a bronze tint. He realized the effect of this elixir. It conferred a body of bronze and iron. Clearly, Master Xuandu was an innovative alchemist. After finishing the elixir, Li Yi sought out Master Xuandu to report his experiences. The sensation of the elixir dissolving in his mouth was quite unpleasant, with an overpowering copper flavor. However, its effects manifested swiftly, albeit with limited enhancement. "Let me try this one," he noted, finding the taste acceptable, yet the effects were somewhat slow to materialize. During this period, Li Yi diligently consumed elixirs each day, providing feedback and continuing his intake, steadily augmenting his strength. Master Xuandu grew increasingly fond of Li Yi and contemplated recommending him to his esteemed master, the Supreme Lord Laozi. Li did not squander the opportunity to sample these elixirs. He offered his insights for their improvement, which delighted Master Xuandu. As the new ideas were entirely novel to him, flavors such as chocolate, strawberry, and milk tea were among the extraordinary suggestions for elixirs. Once Master Xuandu distributed these elixirs, they garnered excellent feedback, prompting leaders from various factions to seek them out. After some time, Neza arrived at the Duoshui Palace to see Master Xuandu, his intent being to take Li Yi to battle. Master Xuandu believed that Li Yi should undergo more training, and if he returned successfully, he would recommend him to his master. Master Xuandu communicated to Li Yi to come to the side hall, and upon his arrival, he found Neza waiting. "Oh no," he thought, "this mischievous child is here for something troublesome." Master Xuandu addressed Li Yi. "Li Yi, the third prince has come to retrieve you, claiming he wishes to take you to battle." Li Yi's heart sank as he deduced the situation. Undoubtedly, it was Sun Wukong raising the banner of the great sage equal to heaven at Flower Fruit Mountain. The Heavenly Court could not tolerate such a creature's emergence, and thus, they dispatched their security team to subdue him. Li Yi was unwilling to go. Why should he be dragged into a conflict between powerful beings? If struck by the Monkey King, it could be fatal. Mission: uphold the dignity of the Heavenly Court. Mission information: the Demon King of the mortal realm dares to challenge the authority of the Heavenly Court Responsibility Company. As an exemplary employee of the company, participate in the security team's expedition and achieve victory to uphold the company's dignity and authority. Reward: cloud-piercing spear, postnatal spiritual treasure. Reluctantly, Li Yi conceded. "All right, I understand that refusing is futile." Without further ado, Neza took Li Yi and departed from the Duoshui Palace, heading to the Celestial Army's camp. Soon, the chief of security, the Heavenly King Li Jing, appeared to deliver a departure speech. Following his address, 100,000 celestial soldiers set forth toward Flower Fruit Mountain. Before long, they arrived at Flower Fruit Mountain, where a large banner could be seen atop the summit, emblazoned with the words "Great Sage equal to heaven." Li Jing gestured for someone to challenge the foe. A celestial soldier was dispatched to call out, "Monsters of Flower Fruit Mountain, the Heavenly Court is aware of your misdeeds. Surrender your weapons at once." Chapter 12. Capturing the Monkey. Li Yi, observing from the sidelines, scoffed, finding the call to arms rather uninspired, merely repeating the same two phrases. Neza noticed Li Yi's expression and, after the celestial soldier delivered his challenge, he turned to Li Jing and said, "Father, my loyal guard has his own interpretation of how to deliver the challenge. Allow him to take the lead." The chief of security, holding the pagoda in his right hand, nodded in agreement. Neza patted Li Yi on the shoulder, saying, "Go ahead." Li Yi, still in a daze, was unexpectedly pushed forward by Neza. His mind raced with frustration. This mischievous child was truly a handful. Since he was now at the forefront, Li Yi could not show any weakness. Clearing his throat, he invoked a spell to amplify his voice. "Monsters within, you are surrounded. Surrender your weapons now, and you may spare your lives. If you resist, none shall be spared." His novel proclamation captured the attention of the celestial soldiers, who had never heard such a unique challenge before. Li Jing urged, "Continue." Li Yi pressed on, "Monsters inside. You are encircled. Surrender your weapons and stand in the open ground of Flower Fruit Mountain. Should you continue to resist, when the mountain falls, none shall escape." Perhaps Li Yi's words had an effect, as a voice called out, "Who dares to disturb me? I shall cleave you in two." A massive blade swung down toward Li Yi. Li shouted, "You scoundrel, how dare you launch a surprise attack on me?" The enormous blade descended so suddenly that he could barely react. Yet, Neza would not let his guard be harmed. He instantly appeared before Li Yi, using his fiery spear to deflect the descending blade. Li Yi felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Although Neza was a mischievous child, he proved reliable in a critical moment. After the blade was deflected, no further attacks were launched, only a low grunt echoed, indicating that Neza's reputation was enough to intimidate these monsters. Li Yi promptly returned to the ranks, realizing that this job was far too perilous. The assailant was most likely the Bull Demon King, and once he gained strength, he would be sure to deal with him. Neza rescued Li Yi and returned to the group. At that moment, Sun Wukong soared into the air from Flower Fruit Mountain. Brandishing his golden staff and addressing the heavenly court, "Do you truly believe that my Flower Fruit Mountain is devoid of defenders?" Li Jing coldly gazed at Sun Wukong and retorted, "Impudent monkey, how dare you invoke the name of the great sage equal to heaven? You have violated heavenly laws. I am here under the decree of the Jade Emperor to capture you. Surrender at once." Li Yi rolled his eyes at this proclamation, wondering why such phrases were uttered repeatedly, as if surrendering was ever a simple task. Sun Wukong indignantly replied, "You heavenly beings are truly hypocritical. You invite me to join your ranks, only to offer me the insignificant position of horsekeeper. I won't tolerate this insult. If you wish to fight, then let us dispense with the idle chatter." With a wave of his hand, Li Jing commanded the heavenly soldiers to assault Sun Wukong. The latter enlarged his staff and swung it fiercely, sending waves of heavenly soldiers flying. Seeing that the heavenly soldiers could not harm Sun Wukong, Li Jing commanded the 4 heavenly kings to engage him. Yet, after a brief clash, the 4 heavenly kings were also forced to retreat, leaving Li Jing's countenance darkened with frustration. He glowered and called out, "Neza!" Neza brandished his fiery spear and charged at Sun Wukong, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. They clashed for 300 rounds, neither able to outmatch the other. A cruel smile crept onto Li Jing's face as he raised his hand, sending the heavenly soldiers rushing towards Flower Fruit Mountain. While Neza distracted Sun Wukong, the others made their way to the Monkey King's lair. As the heavenly soldiers stormed Flower Fruit Mountain, a horde of demons emerged. Li Yi recognized them as Sun Wukong's sworn brothers: the Great Sage of Heaven, Niao Mo Wang; the Great Sage of the Sea, Jiao Mo Wang; the Great Sage of the Sky, Peng Mo Wang; the Great Sage of Mountain Moving, Shi Tu Wang; the Great Sage of Wind, Miho Wang; and the Great Sage of Divine Drive, Yuran Wang. It appeared that these fellows were gathered for a reunion. Li Yi promptly assessed his own attributes: name, Li Yi Realm; Peak Celestial Immortal Cultivation Technique; Yuan Yang Breathing Technique; Heavenly Ding Strength Technique; 8-9 Profound Art Spells, Illusion Technique, Top Tier; Water Control Technique, Top Tier; Fire Control Technique, Top Tier; Heavenly Court Spear Technique, Top Tier; Celestial Level Spear Technique, Top Tier. Green Lotus Sword Song, Advanced, Abilities, 3 heads and 6 arms, Intermediate, True Fire of Samadhi, Intermediate, Magic Treasures, Heavenly Court Standard Armor, Medium Grade Spirit Tool. Heavenly Court Standard Long Spear, Medium Grade Spirit Tool, Judicial Qingyun, Postnatal Spirit Treasure, Affiliation, Heavenly Court Responsibility Company, Limited Days Logged, 3410. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yi had already elevated his cultivation to the peak of Celestial Immortal, and with the refinement from the 8-9 Profound Art, he could easily contend with a true immortal alone. The 6 great sages and the heavenly soldiers were embroiled in chaos, and Li Yi blended in, wielding his spear to poke and prod without exerting much effort. However, among the 6 great sages, the Great Sage of Wind, Miho Wang, was persistently advancing towards Li Yi, having distinctly remembered Li Yi's earlier taunts. This heavenly soldier had to be eliminated. Li Yi remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any potential threats and avoiding them. Yet he noted that the Great Sage of Wind continued to approach him. "Alas, despite my efforts to avoid trouble, it seems trouble is intent on seeking me out. What shall I do?" Li decided to examine the Great Sage of Wind's capabilities through the system. Name, Great Sage of Wind. Miho Wang Realm. Early True Immortal Cultivation Technique. Wind God Technique Spells. Combat Technique, Advanced. Abilities, Ultimate Speed, Advanced. Wind Manipulation Technique, Top Tier, Magic Treasure. Heartbreaking Staff, Spirit Treasure. Upon assessing Miho Wang's strength, Li Yi thought, "Is this fellow really bold enough to approach me?" The disparity in power among these great sages is quite evident. He feigned ignorance, waiting for the Miho Wang to draw near. Before the great sage could strike, Li Yi preemptively launched his attack. He drew his Judicial Qingyun and executed the lethal move from the Green Lotus Sword Song, unleashing a blooming green lotus. Miho Wang beheld a colossal green lotus before him, which then blossomed and withered, ensnaring him in its beauty. At that moment, the falling petals transformed into intangible sword energy, piercing through Miho Wang's body. with the heart of the lotus metamorphosing into sword energy that penetrated his heart. Blood mist erupted from Miho Wang, who collapsed to the ground. Li Yi's ferocity invigorated the surrounding heavenly soldiers, while the other great sages cried out in anguish. Fifth brother. They charged at Li Yi, seeking vengeance for Miho Wang's demise. Chapter 13. Incensed to death, Li Yi, being quite the clever one, was not about to place himself in peril. As the other 5 great sages approached, he stealthily slipped away amidst the throngs of heavenly soldiers. The 5 great sages reached Miho Wang's lifeless body, only to find the soldier responsible for his death had vanished. Enraged, they began to attack the surrounding heavenly soldiers, causing significant losses. Li Jing would not permit these demons to wreak havoc. He, along with the 4 heavenly kings, engaged in battle against the 5 great sages. Li Yi, meanwhile, quietly maneuvered through the ranks of heavenly soldiers toward Neo Mo Wang, intent on retaliating against the one who had previously sought his life. Li Yi took the opportunity to examine Neo Mo Wang's detailed attributes. Name: Great Sage of Heaven. Neo Mo Wang Realm. Peak True Immortal Cultivation Technique. Neo Mo's Great Strength Technique Spells. Combat Technique, Top Tier. Black Wind Technique, Top Tier. Mountain Moving and Sea Filling, Advanced. Giant Transformation Technique, Top Tier. Abilities, True Body of Law, Top Tier. Invincible Bull Flea, Top Tier. Magic Treasures. Water Splitting Knife, Spirit Treasure. Heavy Iron Staff, Spirit Treasure. Banana Leaf Fan, Postnatal Spirit Treasure. It turned out that Neo Mo Wang was indeed at the peak of true immortal. Yet he seemed to possess a fiercer combat prowess than the other great sages. As Li Jing clashed with Neo Mo Wang, Mo Li Qing faced off against Jiao Mo Wang, Mo Li Hong against Peng Mo Wang, Mo Li Hai against Shi Tua Wang, and Mo Li Shou against Yuran Wang, while Li Yi prepared to strike from the sidelines. What puzzled Li Yi most was that the security chief, Li Jing, was merely matching Neo Mo Wang blow for blow. Logically, one would expect Li Jing's cultivation to surpass Neze's. Yet he now found himself evenly matched with Neo Mo Wang. What Li Yi did not realize was that while Li Jing held the title of security chief, his cultivation did not necessarily exceed that of his son. In fact, being able to hold his own against Neo Mo Wang was quite commendable. Li Jing's greatest strength lay in his alliances. He had never misstepped in choosing sides within the heavenly court, ensuring his continuous good fortune. As Li Jing and Neo Mo Wang engaged in a fierce struggle, Li Yi stealthily maneuvered to Neo Mo Wang's rear. Observing that the surrounding heavenly soldiers were merely brandishing their spears ineffectually behind him, this left Li Yi incredulous. Determined to show the heavenly soldiers what true flanking looked like, he seized the opportunity and jabbed Neo Mo Wang from behind. A loud crack echoed as his heavenly spear snapped upon impact. What a tough hide this Neo Mo Wang possesses. No, it must be his skin that is remarkably resilient to have broken my spear, Li Yi thought, bemused. As Neo Mo Wang showed no reaction and continued to grapple with Li Jing, Li swiftly transitioned to wielding his celestial sword, Judicial Qingyun, and thrust it forcefully at Neo Mo Wang's backside. This time, Neo Mo Wang's hide was no match for the sword, and Li Yi pierced him, creating a gaping wound. Neo Mo Wang let out a thunderous bellow that startled Li Jing and the nearby heavenly soldiers. The suddenness and fury of the cry were overwhelming. Neo Mo Wang turned, his blood-red eyes fixed on Li Yi, who feigned innocence in the face of the enraged bull demon. What are you staring at? With so many people around, how could you possibly know it was me? At that moment, the battlefield turned eerily awkward. Li Yi, feeling annoyed, exclaimed, "Why are you looking at me? I didn't do it." The bull demon king, exhaling 2 heavy puffs of mist from his nostrils, replied, "I was just about to find you, and here you are, presenting yourself. Even if it wasn't you, your sword is still dripping with blood." Realizing he had forgotten to sheath his sword, Li Yi felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He hurriedly returned his celestial sword to his storage bag and awkwardly apologized. "My apologies, a mistake on my part." The bull demon king's eyes turned blood-red as he roared, "Dare to toy with me? I will end you." His body began to swell, growing to the size of a small hill, revealing his true form, a gigantic bull. Li Yi understood that the bull demon king's true form was indeed a colossal bull, and one had to witness it firsthand to appreciate its immense size. The bull demon king charged through the battlefield, scattering the celestial soldiers, who were no match for him. Li Jing and the four heavenly kings had already fled far away upon seeing the Bull Demon King reveal his true form. The Bull Demon King sought out Li Yi and commenced his charge. However, Li Yi was not one to be easily captured. He took off running. The chaos on the battlefield ensued as one chased the other. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, a victor had emerged. Erlang Shun had captured Sun Wukong. With the assistance of the Supreme Lord Laozi, who stealthily subdued the Monkey King with his diamond bracelet. As soon as Sun Wukong was captured, the news swiftly reached the Bull Demon King. Seizing the opportunity of the distraction, he fled. Li watched in bewilderment as the Bull Demon King, who had been pursuing him moments before, suddenly took off. The loyalty of these demons was indeed rather fragile. The other Demon Kings, Jiao Demon King, Peng Demon King, Lion Trojan King, and Yurang King followed suit, scattering like monkeys when the tree falls. The expedition had successfully completed its mission by capturing Sun Wukong. The signal to retreat was sounded. What followed was no longer within Li Yi's purview, and he found a sense of relief in that. After this battle, Li Yi recognized his shortcomings. His power was insufficient. The strength of even a moderately powerful Demon King was comparable to that of a true immortal, although he had effortlessly slain the Monkey King using the Qinglian sword song. The element of surprise had played a significant role in his advantage. In a direct confrontation, he was uncertain if he could defeat the Monkey King. The Bull Demon King had chased him relentlessly. It was clear he needed to devote time to his cultivation. Upon returning to the heavenly court, Neza promptly sent Li Yi to the 36th heaven. During the journey, Neza grumbled, "Why does Brother Xuandu always take you away from me? You are my personal guard." Observing Neza's displeasure, Li Yi felt a sense of warmth. Their prolonged companionship had fostered a bond. He expressed his gratitude. Third Prince, Neza, lost in his own thoughts, continued, "I find you quite amusing. Next time, I might just toss you into the North Julu continent to see how you manage to return." Li responded, "I truly appreciate your kindness. The impishness of youth, always mischievous, even when performing good deeds." Chapter 14, Lousy. After escorting Li Yi back to the Doshui Palace, Neza departed. Li Yi entered the side hall, where Master Xuandu was already waiting. Upon entering, Li Yi cupped his hands in greeting. "Master, I have returned." Master Xuandu nodded, inquiring, "What were the results of your expedition?" Li Yi sighed, "My power is lacking." Master Xuandu continued, "How can you enhance your strength?" Li Yi replied, "Time, I need time." Recognizing Li Yi's determination to improve, Master Xuandu decided to assist him. "I will grant you time. When your strength reaches that of a golden immortal, I shall take you to meet our master." Li Yi was ecstatic at the prospect of meeting the Supreme Lord Laozi, one of the three pure ones, a sage of great renown. Filled with renewed vigor, he dismissed Master Xuandu's words and retreated to his room to cultivate. However, he remained vigilant. The system was his greatest asset, and if discovered by these formidable beings, he would have no means to escape unscathed. Li Yi fortified his room with numerous barriers and then accepted the rewards from the system. Task completed. You have excellently upheld the dignity and reputation of the Heavenly Court Responsibility Limited Company. The construction of this company requires talents like you. Rewards are being dispatched. The cloud-piercing moon-shooting spear. A long spear with an exceptionally sharp design materialized before Li Yi. As he grasped the spear, he felt it was more suited for throwing. This postnatal spirit treasure was indeed satisfying. Yet, Li Yi prioritized enhancing his strength above all else. He swallowed the golden elixir crafted by Master Xuandu in one go, feeling an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flood his body. Immediately, he began to operate the 8-9 profound art to absorb the energy. Days passed, and the spiritual energy in Li Yi's body remained in a state of eruption. After a year, 2 years, the energy stabilized, and by the 5th year, the powerful spiritual energy was finally absorbed. Li Yi's strength had ascended to the true immortal realm. He then retrieved 2 9-turn golden pills he had obtained, knowing that consuming both would undoubtedly elevate him to the golden immortal realm. He consumed the first 9-turn golden pill, which melted in his mouth, releasing a refreshing fragrance that calmed the spirit. However, this pill was even more refined and potent than the one crafted by Master Xuandu. Li Yi utilized the 8-9 profound art to its fullest to absorb it. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Li Yi completed the absorption of the first 9-turn golden pill. He then swallowed the second, continuing his cultivation. He finished absorbing the second pill in just 10 years. Now, Li Yi's strength had reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. He checked his attribute panel. Name, Li Yi Realm. Pinnacle of Golden Immortal Cultivation Methods. Yuan Yang Breathing Technique. Tianding Great Strength Decision. 8-9 Profound Art Techniques. Illusion Technique. Top tier. Water Control Technique. Top tier. Fire Control Technique. Top tier. Heavenly Court Spear Technique. Top tier. Immortal Level Spear Technique. Advanced. Qinglian Sword Song. Advanced. Divine Abilities. 3 heads and 6 arms. Advanced. True Fire of Samadhi. Advanced. Treasures. Heavenly Court Standard Armor. Medium Grade Spirit Tool. Heavenly Court Standard Long Spear. Medium Grade Spirit Tool. Judicial Qingyun. Postnatal Spirit Treasure. Cloud Piercing Moon Shooting Spear. Postnatal Spirit Treasure. Workplace. Heavenly Court Responsibility Limited Company Days Clocked. 16,062 days in truth, considering the elixirs Li Yi had absorbed. They were more than sufficient to elevate an immortal strength to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. However, since Li Yi practiced the 8-9 profound art, half of the spiritual energy was utilized for body refinement. If faced with the Bull Demon King now, Li Yi would undoubtedly prevail, no longer needing to flee as he had before. As for Sun Wukong, Li Yi now harbored no fear. The trepidation he once felt at the prospect of being struck by a staff was a distant memory. Emerging from his room, Li Yi exhaled deeply, satisfied with the smoothness of his strength enhancement. Master Xuandu appeared before him, assessing his condition and expressing great approval. Li Yi, your performance has been commendable. Now, let us go meet the master. Master Xuandu led Li Yi to the main hall of the Doshui Palace to meet the Supreme Lord Laozi. On the road, Li inquired of the great Master Xuandu, Master, why do I feel as though only a few days have passed since I stepped out of my dwelling? The great Master Xuandu chuckled and replied, did you not inform me of your time constraints? Thus, I arranged a formation outside your abode to slow the flow of time. Li Yi clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, thank you for your assistance, Master. However, may I ask why you hold me in such high regard? I possess neither a noble lineage nor a formidable mentor. The great Master Xuandu smiled and said, precisely because you lack both a sect and a background. Just as Li Yi was about to inquire further, the great master interrupted him, saying, all will be revealed when we meet the master. Reluctantly, Li Yi resolved to await answers from the Supreme Old Lord. Before long, the two arrived at the tranquil chamber of the Doshui Palace. The great Master Xuandu opened the door and said, enter, the master awaits you within. Li Yi cautiously stepped inside and beheld an elderly man clad in simple robes, meditating in serenity. His white hair and beard framed a gaunt face, exuding an indescribable aura of Tao, as if he were merging with the cosmos itself. Surely, this was the Supreme Old Lord, one of the 3 pure ones. Li Yi bowed respectfully, saying, I pay my respects to the Supreme Old Lord. The Supreme Old Lord opened his eyes, glanced at Li Yi, and remarked, Xuandu often speaks of you before me. After careful observation, I believe you are worthy to inherit the teachings of humanity. Li Yi was taken aback. He could hardly fathom being chosen as an heir to such a prestigious legacy. The Supreme Old Lord, perceiving Li Yi's bewilderment, elucidated, your lack of affiliation makes you the most suitable candidate for our teachings. Realization dawned upon Li Yi. It was indeed his absence of background that afforded him this opportunity. Overcome with joy, he felt as though he had finally secured a sturdy pillar of support after enduring the trials of the celestial realm as a solitary wanderer. Initially relegated to a mere gatekeeper at the southern heavenly gate. Now, having caught the attention of the Supreme Old Lord, he felt a surge of hope. He immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you for your favor, Venerable Lord. The Supreme Old Lord nodded, acknowledging Li Yi's earnestness, and calmly stated, on an auspicious day, I shall formally accept you into the fold. Chapter 15. Undercurrents on a propitious day. The Supreme Old Lord formally inducted Li Yi as the second disciple of the sect of humanity. Those unfamiliar with Li Yi pondered the identity of this fortunate individual, while those who knew him, such as Neza and the 4 heavenly kings, could not help but marvel at his extraordinary fortune in being chosen by the Supreme Old Lord. Neza muttered, it seems I shall find it difficult to play with Li Yi now. Had Li Yi been present, he would have jested, I thank your entire family. Mischievous children will always be mischievous. With his new status as a disciple, mastery of alchemy became essential. The great Master Xuandu imparted foundational knowledge of alchemy to Li Yi, who proved to be a quick learner, swiftly producing commendable elixirs. One day, an ethereal light and the sound of sacred verses resonated throughout the 36 heavens, accompanied by the scent of sandalwood. The usually composed great Master Xuandu let out a heavy grunt. and Li Yi was puzzled as to why his typically steady elder brother was suddenly agitated. "Why are you upset today, brother? Have I erred in some way?" Li Yi asked. The great master Xuandu explained, "You have done well. My ire is directed at some unexpected guests." Curious, Li Yi inquired, "Who could provoke such a reaction from you?" The great master Xuandu replied, "Naturally, it is those individuals from the West." Realizing it referred to the Western Church, Li Yi understood the source of the great master's displeasure, as it involved the ongoing conflict between Buddhism and Taoism. The internal strife during the time of the investiture of the gods had severely depleted the ranks of Taoism, allowing the Western Church to rise unopposed and now seek to claim the fortunes of humanity. It was clear why the great master Xuandu, as the elder brother of the sect of humanity, harbored no affection for the Western Church. Nonetheless, out of courtesy, the great master Xuandu led Li Yi to receive the visitors. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Doshui Palace, they encountered the two saints of the Western Church, Xuanti and Jane, whose resplendent procession was blinding to Li Yi. The two saints emerged from their chariot, stepping onto the backs of the assembled arhats who formed a pathway for them. The great master Xuandu's expression darkened as he remarked, "To display such ostentation before my palace is a grave breach of etiquette." He then turned to Li Yi, saying, "Remember, when engaging with those from the Western Church, do not hold back." Li Yi recognized the perilous nature of this struggle for fortune. Otherwise, the typically affable great master Xuandu would not have issued such a warning. The great master Xuandu approached the two saints and performed a respectful bow, saying, "Esteemed saints, the master has been awaiting you in the main hall for quite some time." He ushered Xuanti and Jian into the main hall, where they stood beside the Supreme Old Lord, who remained silent, patiently awaiting the saints to speak first. After a moment, Xuanti smiled and said, "Since the Old Lord does not inquire, I shall take the liberty to speak." The Supreme Old Lord remained quiet as Xuanti continued. "The Western Church is destined to flourish." Jane, with a furrowed brow, added, "Indeed, it shall flourish." Li Yi observed the shamelessness of these two saints, boldly demanding concessions from the Supreme Old Lord. As the leader of the sect of humanity, the Supreme Old Lord's consent was essential for the Western Church to propagate its teachings among humankind. Over the years, internal strife within Taoism had led to considerable depletion of resources, allowing the Western Church to rise unnoticed and now come forth with overwhelming force, leaving the Supreme Old Lord somewhat unable to resist. As the silence lingered, two voices resonated from beyond the heavens. "The Western Church shall not prosper." A white-robed elder and a blue-robed elder descended gracefully from the outer realms. The great master Xuandu promptly led Li Yi in bowing, exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed uncles." Li Yi was taken aback. The newcomers were none other than the primordial supreme being and the master of the celestial teachings. Today, with the arrival of the two saints from the West, the three pure ones had gathered in the Doshui Palace. Xuanti and Jane bore no resentment and greeted, "We pay our respects to the celestial master and the teaching master." The primordial supreme being nodded, while the master of the celestial teachings, lacking such courtesy, coldly remarked, "When did it become your place to dictate who shall prosper?" The master of the celestial teachings harbored a grudge against these two for their involvement in the investiture of the gods, which had led to the near annihilation of his sect. Thus he could hardly muster kindness toward the Western saints. Xuanti, unfazed, chuckled, "The master's words are misguided. Saints are no longer permitted to meddle in earthly affairs." Jane added, "Indeed, it is a matter of strength." The master of the celestial teachings, his expression darkening, retorted, "Do you two wish to engage in a duel?" With that, a wave of murderous intent emanated from him. Li Yi found the situation exhilarating, particularly with the formidable master of the celestial teachings, who was quick to resort to combat, a thrill to his liking. The Supreme Old Lord interjected, "Master of the celestial teachings." With a disdainful snort, the master of the celestial teachings dissipated his murderous aura. Xuanti continued, "Today, we have come primarily to inform the Old Lord that the Western Church shall no longer remain in obscurity." The primordial supreme being scoffed, "Do you think us powerless?" Jane, with a pained expression, responded, "The facts speak for themselves." Clearly agitated, the primordial supreme being realized it was time for the Supreme Old Lord to intervene. Otherwise, the matter would remain unresolved. The Supreme Old Lord declared, "Let us cease this contention. All may propagate their teachings among humanity. It is merely a question of who shall gain the upper hand based on their abilities." The sage of Xuanti smiled and remarked, Old Lord's actions cannot delay the inevitable for long. The Western Church shall soon flourish. The sage of Jade concurred, indeed. With that, the sage of Zhuanti bid farewell, and the two holy beings departed from the Do Shui Palace with great momentum. Li Yi recognized that the current situation of Taoism was rather dire. The master of Tong Tian spoke coldly. What shall we do? Our sect is powerless to contend with the Western Church. His words revealed dissatisfaction with the events surrounding the Fengshen. The primordial heavenly venerable, with an impassive expression, stated, I still have some disciples. Naturally, we will fight for the fortunes at stake. After pondering for a moment, the Grand Supreme Elder shook his head. Acknowledging that the numbers of the Chuan Jiao were insufficient to compete with the Western Church. He then suggested, let us deliberate further on this matter. You two, my younger brothers, should stay in the Do Shui Palace for the night, and we shall discuss strategies tomorrow. Li observed the two saints of the Western Church, noting their expressions of triumph, and pondered how he could assist. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. The competition for the fortunes of humanity primarily revolved around people. The struggle in the heavens must inevitably take place on earth. In the quiet chamber of the Do Shui Palace, the three purities fell into silence as the Grand Master of Xian Du led Li Yi out. As a member of Taoism, all of Li Yi's interests aligned with the sect. After contemplating throughout the night, he resolved that it was time for him to take action. He approached the Grand Master of Xian Du's side hall, and, before the Grand Master could speak, declared, Elder brother, I have a plan to resolve this situation. The Grand Master, taken aback by Li Yi's confidence, inquired, what strategy do you propose? Li Yi responded earnestly, Elder brother, we must seek out our master. The Grand Master, moved by his younger brother's initiative, accompanied Li Yi to find the Grand Supreme Elder, observing his younger brother's talent, diligence, and respect for their teacher. The Grand Master felt a surge of pride. To propose a solution to their current predicament was indeed a delightful surprise. Upon reaching the Grand Supreme Elder's chamber, the Grand Master joyfully announced, Master, my younger brother claims to have a solution. The Grand Supreme Elder opened his eyes and regarded Li Yi with astonishment. Never expecting that his newly initiated disciple would possess a means to address the challenges facing their sect, the Grand Supreme Elder replied calmly, Speak. Li articulated his thoughts, Master, I believe the primary battleground lies not in the heavens, but on earth. It is the faith of humanity that we must cultivate. In essence, we need to spread our beliefs widely among humans. While you and my two esteemed uncles may feel that our sect should not pursue this course, I deem it essential to contend with the Western Church. Having cultivated among mortals for centuries before ascending to the heavenly realm, I am intimately familiar with the human world. Thus, I plan to descend and assist our sect in claiming the fortunes of humanity. The Grand Supreme Elder remained silent as the Master of Tong Tian spoke first. This approach is commendable. I believe it merits a trial. The primordial heavenly venerable nodded in agreement. It is worth trying. Li was taken aback, realizing that even these great beings were anxious about the situation. The Grand Supreme Elder deliberated and said, Let it be as you propose. He then looked at Li Yi and remarked, You have done well. I am pleased to have you as my disciple. Li smiled and replied, I merely wish to contribute to our sect. With the Master's consent for him to venture into the mortal realm to seize the fortunes, Li Yi prepared to depart. The Grand Supreme Elder raised his hand and said, There is no rush. My disciples and I will prepare supplies for you regarding earthly matters over the next 2 days. Li felt delighted at the prospect of receiving assistance for his mission. 3 days later, the three purities, along with the Grand Master of Xian Du, gathered in the plaza of the Do Shui Palace. The Grand Master approached Li Yi, adjusting his collar, and said, You are my brother, and I have prepared a plethora of various elixirs for you. From his robe, the Grand Master produced a storage pouch and handed it to Li Yi, genuinely cherishing his younger brother like family. Li, touched, embraced the Grand Master. Shortly after, the Master of Tong Tian strode over to Li Yi and declared, I find you agreeable. I shall lend you my treasured sword for the time being. With a wave of his hand, the Qingping sword appeared before Li Yi. Overjoyed, Li Yi exclaimed, Thank you, uncle. The Qingping sword, the Master of Tong Tian's personal weapon, was a tremendous boon. Then, the primordial heavenly venerable approached Li Yi and said, You are a promising youth, surpassing many of my less capable disciples. Since Tong Tian has lent you a sword, I shall lend you a defensive spiritual treasure. With a wave of his hand, a small yellow flag appeared before Li Yi, the renowned Central Wu Ji apricot yellow flag. Li Yi felt euphoric, nearly overwhelmed by the generosity of these esteemed figures. Finally, the Grand Supreme Elder said, "My disciple bears a significant responsibility. I shall entrust you with the Taiji diagram for your journey. Ensure your safety while on Earth." Li quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master. The Western Church shall not gain the upper hand against me." Li expressed his thanks to the three purities and the Grand Master of Xin Du before transforming into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the 36 heavens. The Grand Supreme Elder gazed at the receding light of Li, proclaiming, "My disciple shall undoubtedly become a variable." Li was filled with exhilaration at last. He was free from the constraints of the heavenly realm and could roam the mortal world. He checked his attribute panel. Name, Li Realm. Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Method. Yuan Yang Breathing Technique. Tian Ding Great Power Technique. 8-9 Profound Art Techniques. Illusion Technique, Top Tier. Water Manipulation, Top Tier. Fire Manipulation, Top Tier. Heavenly Court Spear Technique, Top Tier. Immortal Level Spear Technique, Top Tier. Qing Lian Sword Song, Top Tier. Divine Powers, 3 heads and 6 arms, Advanced. True Fire of Samadhi, Advanced. Treasures. Heavenly Court Standard Armor, Medium-Grade Spiritual Artifact. Heavenly Court Standard Spear, Medium-Grade Spiritual Artifact. Judicial Qingyun, Post-Heavenly Spiritual Treasure. Chuanyan Shiyu Spear, Post-Heavenly Spiritual Treasure. Qing Pink Sword, Innate Spiritual Treasure, Borrowed. Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag, Innate Spiritual Treasure, Borrowed. Taiji Diagram, Innate Spiritual Treasure. Borrowed. Workplace, Heavenly Court Responsibility Company. Attendance, 16-095 days mission. Seize the Fortune's mission information. You have chosen your faction within the Heavenly Court Responsibility Company. It is time to represent your faction. Go to the mortal realm to garner more faith for your faction. Good luck. Reward, Dong Huang Bell, Innate Spiritual Treasure. The prospect of the reward made Li gasp in awe. What? The Dong Huang Bell. The mention of the Dong Huang Bell, which had gone missing since the Fengshan War, left him astonished by the system's capabilities in offering such a reward. However, the difficulty of this task was evident, and the challenge only fueled Li Yi's excitement. Transforming into a beam of golden light, he traversed through the 36 heavens, passing through the southern heavenly gate. As the saying goes, return whence you came. Now, Li Yi easily navigated through thunder and fierce winds, arriving in the mortal realm. He descended into a wooded area, marking the official commencement of his mission. First, he needed to ascertain the current dynasty to proceed with his plans. Clad in a white robe, he approached the nearest grand city, where 2 ancient characters read Chong and at the city gate, guarded by soldiers. Li Yi employed a minor illusion technique to gain entry into the city, where the bustling sounds of merchants and the throng of people filled the air. I have returned. Chapter 17. Later Qin Li Yi yearned to proclaim loudly in the bustling streets, I, Hu Han-san, have returned. Yet, he hesitated, fearing the ridicule of passers-by. Soon, he noticed an elderly man selling baked cakes by the roadside. After purchasing 2 cakes, Li Yi inquired, Old sir, may I ask who currently reigns? The old man regarded him with a look of disbelief and quickly covered Li Yi's mouth, admonishing, Young master, have you lost your senses? Such words should not be spoken carelessly. He pulled Li Yi aside and whispered, You live in Chang'an and yet do not know who rules this land? Scratching his head, Li Yi replied, I have just returned from distant travels and am unaware of the current sovereign. The old man, realizing the situation, said, Let me enlighten you. It is the Wu Zhao Emperor of later Qin who reigns. As memories flooded back, Li Yi recalled that this era was the Wei Jin and Southern and Northern dynasties period, and the Wu Zhao Emperor was named Yao Chong. This figure, a rebel from Eastern Jin, was not a commendable character. And later Qin had only 3 emperors over a brief 34 years, none of whom were virtuous. It was a time of chaos known as the 16 Kingdoms, a period marked by the suffering of countless commoners. Determined to act against later Qin, Li Yi solemnly asked the old man, Are you content with your current life? Upon hearing the question, the old man's expression turned sorrowful as he replied, I have little left to cherish. Both my sons perished in battle, and my wife succumbed to starvation years ago. Now, I only wish for an end to warfare. I would be grateful for that. Li Yi, resolute, declared, Rest assured. Old sir, I shall fulfill your wish. The old man, perhaps dismissing Li Yi's words as mere comfort, repeatedly thanked him. Unbeknownst to him, as Li Yi descended from the celestial realms to this mortal world, he had already manifested the demeanor of an emperor. At that moment, a troop of cavalry thundered down the street, the leader cracking his whip and shouting, "Clear the way." The old man's modest stall was overturned by the galloping soldiers, prompting a cry of despair from the old man, "My stall." He hurried to retrieve the fallen cakes, only for another troop of cavalry to charge forth, similarly commanding, "Get out of the way." The old man, still occupied with his stall, was unprepared for the oncoming horses. The leading cavalryman raised his whip, poised to strike the old man, a blow that could cost him dearly. In a flash, Li Yi positioned himself behind the old man, seizing the whip and pulling the rider from his mount. Instantly, the cavalry surrounded Li Yi, drawing their swords and threatening, "Who are you to obstruct our path?" Li Yi, surveying the callous soldiers, coldly replied, "Do you not realize that a strike from your whip would end this old man's life?" The leader arrogantly retorted, "These peasants are expendable. Their deaths are inconsequential." Li Yi sneered, "If you regard common folk as less than human, then I need not regard you as such." With that, he unsheathed his celestial sword, Justice Qingyun, and with a single stroke, severed the heads of the cavalrymen. Chaos erupted in the street as people cried, "Murder! The imperial army has been slain." Many fled the scene to escape the turmoil. The old man, panicking, grasped Li Yi's arm, urging, "Young master, you must flee. You've committed murder. You cannot remain in Chang'an, especially after slaying soldiers of the court. Run now, or it will be too late." The old man had a kind heart. Yet Li Yi shook his head, asserting, "Old sir, do not concern yourself with me. Remember my earlier question about your satisfaction with life? I am here to fulfill your wish." Seeing Li Yi's unwavering determination, the old man ceased his pleas and stood resolutely by his side. Li Yi, astonished that the old man did not retreat, remarked, "Old sir, my presence here is sufficient." The old man shook his head, declaring, "Young master, this turmoil began with me. If you do not flee, neither shall I." Li Yi replied lightly, "Since you have chosen to stay, I shall ensure your safety." Although fear gripped the old man's heart, he could not abandon Li Yi in his time of need. Soon, Li Yi found himself encircled by imperial soldiers, the street blocked in all directions. A city guard commanded from the periphery, "Seize this bandit." Li Yi raised his hand slightly, warning, "I advise against this course of action, for I can kill swiftly." The soldiers charged at him, and Li Yi shook his head, "I have already warned you." Justice Qingyun unleashed its glinting blade, and soldiers fell in droves around him. The old man stood in shock, unable to fathom the young man's formidable prowess. The guard shouted, "Advance. We must capture him." The soldiers launched another assault. And Li Yi sighed, "Why do you not trust my words?" Justice Qingyun danced through the fray like a serpent, claiming the lives of soldiers with each graceful movement. Li Yi approached the now terrified guard and asked, "What now?" With all the soldiers vanquished, Justice Qingyun hovered at the guard's throat, who gulped nervously, fearing for his own life. The guard, astonished by the sword's might, knelt and bowed his head, exclaiming, "Forgive me, immortal. I was blind to your greatness and have wronged you. I beseech your mercy." Li responded coolly, "Take me to the palace." The guard immediately complied, rising and respectfully guiding Li Yi onward. As they approached the palace, Li Yi addressed the gatekeepers, "Considering your loyalty to your duty, I offer you a chance. Step aside and you may live." The gatekeepers lunged at Li Yi, prompting Justice Qingyun to spring into action, granting him access to the palace. Inside, Jade Emperor sat on his throne, visibly anxious, repeatedly asking his ministers, "Who is this person? Can someone tell me?" The ministers fell silent, paralyzed by fear, aware that they could not contend with such power. In a fit of rage, the emperor kicked one minister to the ground, demanding, "Who is he?" His fury masked a deep-seated fear of facing a true immortal, feeling utterly powerless. A minister suggested, "I have a revered immortal at home. Perhaps he can assist your majesty." The emperor quickly replied, "Summon the immortal. Capture this bandit." Soon, an elderly man dressed in a Taoist robe arrived at the palace, displaying no respect for the emperor. Arrogantly questioning, "You are the emperor? What do you seek from me?" Unperturbed by the elder's rudeness, the emperor implored, "Immortal, a skilled bandit has invaded the palace. I beg you to help me capture him. In return, the treasures of the imperial treasury shall be yours to choose from." The elder in the Taoist robe confidently declared, "No problem, I shall handle this with ease." At that moment, Li felt quite frustrated. Had he known, he would not have pretended to be someone of importance. The palace was indeed vast, and it took a considerable distance to reach the main hall. However, there was no alternative. To achieve the greatest intimidation effect, Li Yi chose to walk to the main hall of the palace and confront Emperor Wu Zhao. With his formidable strength, he instilled such fear in the palace guards that they dared not approach, merely observing from a distance. At that juncture, the Taoist elder appeared in the sky before Li Yi, but Li found it beneath him to acknowledge such a weak practitioner. They were not on the same level. Yet, the more he wished to ignore this pest, the more it buzzed around him. The Taoist elder bellowed, "Who dares to be so audacious in my presence?" Li Yi cast a glance at the elder. A mere golden core minion was hardly worth his attention, and he continued forward. The elder, taken aback by Li Yi's blatant disregard, was enraged, exclaiming, "How dare you be so disrespectful?" Drawing his whisk, the elder cast a spell, transforming it into a sharp projectile, which he hurled at Li Yi. Li Yi, bemused, simply waved his hand, deflecting the incoming spike effortlessly. Unyielding, the elder persisted with his attacks. Growing weary of the disturbance, Li Yi summoned the sword, Judicial Qingyun, which vanished from his side and materialized at the elder's throat, emanating a chilling aura. The elder froze, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Li Yi coldly warned, "Do not trouble me further. If you do, I shall end your life without hesitation." The elder, trembling, stammered, "I have offended a senior. May I inquire from whence you hail?" Li Yi, disinterested in his inquiries, curtly replied, "Begone," with a flick of his hand. The Taoist elder was sent flying out of Chang'an City. Inside the main hall, Emperor Wu Zhao anxiously awaited news when a guard reported, "Your Majesty, the immortal has been dispatched." Despair washed over Wu Zhao's heart. Was there truly no way out? Li Yi strode into the hall, gazing coldly at the trembling ministers and Emperor Wu Zhao, stating, "Today, I come to enact the will of heaven. The disloyal and unjust shall be punished. I now present you with a choice. Stand with me and preserve your lives, or oppose me and become my enemies." The outcome of that choice is abundantly clear. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice echoed in support. It was the Grand Tutor, one of the 8 ministers. To Li Yi's surprise, the Emperor's own teacher was the first to pledge allegiance. Following the Grand Tutor, the other ministers, Grand Chancellor, Grand Protector, Minister of Works, Minister of War, and Grand General, quickly aligned themselves with Li Yi. Li did not linger with Emperor Wu Zhao. Judicial Qingyun pierced through Wu Zhao's body. It was not that Li Yi wished to rush. He understood that time was of the essence in seizing power. A swift display of intimidation and execution was the most expedient method. The rapid turnover of dynasties in the 5 kingdoms necessitated a divine authority to maintain control, a method of persuasion as potent as that employed by the Buddhist kingdom of India. Retrieving Judicial Qingyun, Li Yi calmly proclaimed, "Since you have chosen, the new nation shall henceforth be known as Tang, and I am Tang's Emperor Wu." Instantly, the ministers knelt, exclaiming, "We pay our respects, Your Majesty." Li nodded, commanding, "Issue a decree. From this day forth, summon all generals back. In 3 days, I shall convene the first court session, where I will bestow upon you longevity elixirs." 3 days later, Li Yi donned a dragon robe and sat upon the imperial throne, observing as ministers and generals gathered. He declared with authority, "Today heralds a new era. Some may harbor dissent regarding my ascension, and others may feel discontent, but fear not. I am unafraid of challenges. However, the opportunity is singular. Failure means death. Choose wisely. Those who supported me from the outset shall be rewarded." Summoning the commander of Chang'an, the eunuchs brought him forth. Li addressed the ministers, "You have done well. I grant you longevity elixirs, each capable of extending your life by 50 years. With a wave of his hand, the elixirs he had meticulously crafted appeared in their hands. The Grand Tutor was the first to ingest one, instantly feeling rejuvenated, brimming with vitality. Observing the transformation, the other ministers promptly followed suit. The ministers and the commander of Chang'an, feeling the evident changes in their bodies, knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for your gracious gift, Your Majesty." Li Yi waved his hand, instructing, "Organize the national resources and arrange logistics. I intend to expand our territory, so present any viable strategies directly to me." Li Yi was now poised to orchestrate the struggle for fortune, unashamedly seizing the faith of the Western teachings without hesitation. In the 19th chapter, Establishing Authority, Li Yi summoned all border generals back to Chang'an. News of the regime change in later Qin had inexplicably leaked, causing unrest among neighboring states. Later Qin occupied a central position, with the northern Xia eyeing them covetously, while the western Liang and Tuhun persistently provoked along the borders. The northern Wei, too, sought to reclaim lost territories from the Eastern Jin. As intelligence reached the capital that all border generals had returned, the neighboring nations mobilized their armies to launch assaults on later Qin. Swiftly, Li Yi employed the longevity elixirs to win over the court ministers and generals. Suddenly, urgent reports arrived in Chang'an. While Li Yi was hosting a banquet with his ministers, mounted couriers rode up to the gates of Xuanwu Hall, shouting, "Your Majesty." An urgent report from the border, 800 miles away. This announcement disrupted the festive atmosphere, and Li Yi gestured for the couriers to enter. The couriers bowed before him, stating, "We bring an urgent report from the border, 800 miles away." Li Yi addressed the other 3 couriers, inquiring, "Are you all in agreement?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Yi calmly replied, "Present your reports." As he perused the 4 military dispatches, he noted the audacity of the enemies. He laid down the reports, stating, "The enemy invades our realm from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. How do you propose we address this, my lords?" The court fell silent, afraid to respond. While the 4 border generals knelt, bowing their heads, admitting, "We bear responsibility for leaving the borders undefended, allowing the enemy to exploit the opportunity. Please punish us, Your Majesty." Li Yi raised his hand, signaling them to rise. "It was I who summoned you back. You shall not be held accountable." He then stepped to the center of the hall, declaring, "Do you think I fear this 5-pronged assault? Let me show you my capabilities." With that, Li Yi produced a handful of soybeans from his robe and tossed them into the air. The beans transformed into golden light, which fell to the ground, morphing into a legion of armored warriors. The Grand Tutor gasped, the legendary art of turning beans into soldiers. Li Yi chuckled at the Grand Tutor's keen insight. The Grand Tutor was completely in awe of Li Yi. This technique was indeed the work of a transcendent being. Li Yi divided the beans into 4 portions, which he entrusted to 4 generals stationed at the border. He patted them on the shoulder and said, "Tomorrow, you shall take these enchanted beans to the battlefield." The method of use is simple. Scatter the beans towards the sky. The 4 generals, filled with excitement, carefully placed the beans into their bosoms and expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gift." Li Yi gazed at the sky outside the palace and declared, "Go forth, reclaim the territories of the Tang dynasty. I shall personally lead the campaign to the south, so that the Eastern Jin may witness the might of our Tang." The officials were stirred by Li Yi's words, their blood surging with fervor. Indeed, it had been long since they felt such a sensation. Although the establishment of the later Qin under Yao Chang had taken place, the officials were acutely aware of its limited strength. The sudden emergence of Li Yi had broadened their horizons. With such a sovereign, they believed that the Tang, not just the later Qin, could undoubtedly expand their dominion. Li returned to his dragon throne and commanded, "Let the music play on, and the dance continue." The banquet was filled with clinking cups and a vibrant atmosphere. As the 4 generals prepared to depart, Li said, "Repel the enemy and reclaim our lands. Thereafter, act as you see fit." Soon, the 4 generals hastened to the frontier, while Li Yi made his way to Liangzhou, where the Eastern Jin General Wang Dun had invaded. Leading 800 cavalry, Li Yi swiftly arrived at the city walls of Liangzhou and inquired, "Who leads the enemy?" General Chun Xiao replied, "It is Wang Dun of the Eastern Jin." Li continued, "How far is the enemy from Liangzhou now?" Chun Xiao responded, "Less than 80 miles. Li smirked. "It seems they are merely cavalry rushing forth." Chun Xiao suggested, "Your Majesty should rest first." Li waved his hand dismissively, "There is no need. 80 miles can be traversed in a day. Today, I shall await them atop the city walls and assess their strength. You may attend to your affairs. The Eastern Jin lacks the capability to harm me." Chun Xiao dared not leave and remained by Li Yi's side without uttering a word. Thus, they waited until the sun dipped below the horizon, and a thick plume of smoke appeared on the horizon, revealing many cavalrymen approaching. Li Yi felt intrigued, for the Eastern Jin cavalry had finally arrived. However, Liangzhou had fortified its defenses, and the charging Eastern Jin cavalry found no opportunity to attack, ultimately camping 10 miles away to await reinforcements. Li Yi stood up, changed out of his dragon robe, and donned battle armor. He calmly addressed Chun Xiao, "Are you willing to join me in a surprise attack with our 800 cavalry?" Chun Xiao, having witnessed Li Yi's prowess, replied excitedly, "It would be an honor to fight alongside Your Majesty." Li mounted his horse, donned a mask, and administered the copper skin iron bone elixir to all 800 cavalrymen. As the city gates opened, Li Yi shouted, "Charge!" and led the charge out of Liangzhou, followed closely by the other cavalrymen. A torrent of horsemen surged towards the Eastern Jin camp, intending to strike fear into the hearts of their adversaries before the Eastern Jin cavalry could secure their camp. Wang Dun was in the midst of organizing his soldiers to set up camp, initially planning to breach the city within 80 miles, but was taken aback by Liangzhou's defenses. This unexpected setback infuriated the usually arrogant Wang Dun, who vowed to break through Liangzhou's defenses and pillage it for 3 days once his main forces arrived. Just as Wang Dun rested in his tent, the ground trembled, startling him. He rushed outside and demanded, "What is happening?" A soldier reported, "General, we are under attack." Wang Dun cursed under his breath. Many soldiers were already cooking, and many horses were resting, leaving them unprepared for an assault. He barked, "Mount your horses and prepare to face the enemy." However, Wang Dun made a fundamental error. Cavalry possess no lethal capability until they charge. The speed of Li Yi's cavalry was remarkable, and soon they reached the Eastern Jin camp. Li Yi was the first to burst into the enemy's encampment, wielding his spear with lethal precision. The Tang cavalry, infused with the copper skin iron bone elixir, descended upon their foes like reapers of death. When the Eastern Jin soldiers realized that the charging cavalrymen were impervious to their attacks, panic set in, leading to their utter collapse. In the aftermath, only 200 of Wang Dun's 5,000 cavalry escaped, while Wang Dun himself met Li Yi's gaze and was struck down. Li Yi called out to Chen Xiao, who was in the midst of the fray, "Gather the brothers and continue our pursuit against the Eastern Jin army." Chen Xiao, filled with fervor, felt invincible alongside Li Yi, believing no force could halt their advance. He shouted, "Everyone, mount a horse immediately. We shall follow His Majesty and launch a direct assault on the Jin army's encampment." The cavalrymen responded in unison, "As you command. We follow His Majesty to achieve glory and vanquish our foes." Li Yi was thoroughly pleased with his soldiers' enthusiasm, calling out, "Follow me." The thunderous hooves of the Tang cavalry departed from the Eastern Jin camp, leaving behind a field strewn with corpses. Over the course of 2 days and nights, Li Yi and his cavalry discovered the marching Eastern Jin forces. He assigned a scout to observe the enemy's movements from afar, while the rest of the cavalry rested to regain their strength, poised to launch their attack at the opportune moment. As night fell and the Eastern Jin army set up camp, Li Yi observed from a distance. The guards at the camp entrance were lax, with no watchman stationed, indicative of the Jin's declining prowess. Li turned to Chen Xiao and asked, "Have we rested well?" Chen Xiao nodded. "We are ready." Li continued, "The moon is bright and the stars few. It is an ideal time for a surprise attack." With that, all soldiers mounted their horses. Li donned his mask and declared, "Charge with me." 800 cavalrymen surged forth like a swift black arrow towards the Eastern Jin encampment. When Li Yi and his cavalry appeared at the gates of the Jin camp, the soldiers finally realized the impending attack and shouted warnings. However, it was too late. Li Yi had already led his forces deep into the enemy camp. To the unprepared soldiers, Li Yi and his 800 cavalrymen were akin to harbingers of death, effortlessly claiming lives. Within half an hour, Li Yi had penetrated the Jin army's camp, only to return and launch another assault. As dawn approached, Li Yi stood amidst the carnage, with the ground littered with bodies. He ordered his soldiers to swiftly clear the battlefield and incinerate the corpses. Li Yi's 800 cavalry annihilated the 30,000-strong Eastern Jin army in one fell swoop. Fortunately, Li Yi had administered the elixir to his cavalry in advance. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to slay them all. Chen Xiao and the 800 cavalry were exhilarated, having achieved the unimaginable, defeating 30,000 Jin soldiers with their meager numbers. Chen Xiao raised his weapon and shouted, "Long live the Tang dynasty." The 800 cavalry echoed his cry, "Long live the Tang dynasty." Unbeknownst to them, an invisible aura of fortune began to envelop them. This was the destiny of the emperor. In the Lane Temple, the Sage of Guidance was reciting scriptures when the Sage of Proficiency appeared before him and said, "Brother, the Taoists have already begun to make moves." The Sage of Guidance frowned and replied, "Speak." The Sage of Proficiency stated, "It concerns the little disciple of the Supreme Lord." The Sage of Guidance remained calm. "It is of no consequence." The Sage of Proficiency then attempted to divine Li Yi's movements, but no matter how he tried, he could not discern them. Frowning, the Sage of Proficiency said, "The heavenly secrets have been obscured. I cannot predict." The Sage of Guidance also furrowed his brow and replied, "We shall proceed as planned." The Sage of Proficiency, with a grin, said, "I am preparing some additional gifts to present to the Supreme Lord's little disciple." In the western Yohajo, where many demons and spirits resided, The Sage of Proficiency appeared, causing the demons to retreat in fear. The Sage of Proficiency was not to be trifled with. In a desolate forest, the revered sage Yuan-Ti appeared, swiftly capturing a peculiar beast resembling a tiger with dual wings. Addressing the creature, he commanded, "Submit or perish." Trembling, the beast replied, "I submit." With an impassive expression, Yuan-Ti instructed, "Li Yi, find a way to slay him." The beast promptly nodded, affirming, "I shall obey your divine command." Yuan-Ti lightly tapped the beast, which instantly transformed into a human form, a bald man with a fierce visage, sharp fangs, and an enormous mouth. This individual was none other than the ancient ferocious beast Xiangqi, who soon dissipated into a flash of light and vanished. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, he had attracted the attention of the two saints from the Western Church and was engaged in battles across various territories. Within a year, he had led his forces to conquer the regions of Xiliang, the Xia dynasty, Northern Wei, Northern Yin, and Southern Yin. The Tang dynasty entered an unprecedented era of strength. However, it remained encircled by the Uyghurs, Tuyahan, and Eastern Jin, despite the Tang's formidable military prowess instilling fear in neighboring lands. The continuous warfare had left the national treasury depleted. Consequently, Li Yi resolved to foster a period of recovery, implementing lighter taxes and initiating his second plan to establish Taoism as the state religion. Li Yi announced nationwide that he was a devout follower of the Three Pure Ones and encouraged the populace to embrace their teachings. While attending to official documents, he stretched his neck, lamenting the burdensome nature of imperial responsibilities and the myriad affairs that demanded his attention. Suddenly, a messenger arrived at Li Yi's study to report, "Your Majesty, the Yellow River Basin has been struck by catastrophic flooding, displacing countless citizens." Shortly thereafter, a eunuch presented a memorial to Li Yi, who perused its contents and noted the onset of famine due to the deluge. Realizing it was time to demonstrate the Taoist faith's significance to the people, Li Yi declared, "Disseminate the news of my impending supplication to the heavens." In no time, a platform for prayer was erected, and Li Yi instructed the palace guards to allow citizens into the prayer square to witness the sacred ritual. Under the watchful gaze of the populace, Li Yi ascended the prayer platform, igniting 3 incense sticks, then knelt in reverence, intoning, "May the Three Pure Ones heed the prayers of the Tang dynasty. We beseech for favorable weather, seasonal peace, and bountiful harvests." The gathered citizens echoed his supplications, calling upon the Three Pure Ones. Meanwhile, Li Yi had conjured a doppelganger, who departed from Chang'an and arrived at the Yellow River. There, he called out, "River God, emerge before me." Moments later, a great splash heralded the appearance of a middle-aged man from the waters, who demanded, "Who dares to raise such a ruckus?" Li Yi, irritated by the man's arrogance, thought, "What a pompous figure. He emerges with such disdain." With a cold gaze, Li Yi retorted, "I had no idea that a mere minor deity could be so haughty." Upon closer inspection, the river god realized he could not discern Li Yi's true strength. However, having encountered many pretenders before, he remained unfazed. "I do not fear you, as I am a legitimate deity of the heavenly court," he proclaimed haughtily. "Today, I am in a good mood and shall spare your life." Li Yi contemplated silencing this insufferable river god, but refrained, recognizing him as a colleague. Reluctantly, he presented his heavenly insignia to the river god. Upon seeing it, the river god turned pale, realizing he had been disrespectful to a guardian of Neza. "What have I done? I cannot believe I treated Neza's guardian with such insolence," he thought, panic overtaking him. Immediately, the river god approached Li Yi, flattering him as he presented the insignia with both hands. "I did not know of your esteemed arrival. Forgive my lack of proper greeting." Li Yi, casting a disdainful glance, replied, "So now you seek to spare my life?" The river god hastily responded, "Esteemed one, I simply failed to recognize your greatness. Please, show mercy." Li Yi decided to let it go, acknowledging their shared affiliation with the heavenly court, though he was accustomed to office duties while the river god managed affairs on site. "Very well, I have some inquiries," Li Yi stated. The river god eagerly replied, "Ask away, and I shall answer without reservation." Li Yi inquired, "What caused this year's flooding of the Yellow River?" The river god sighed, "Esteemed one, the flooding is beyond my control. I have done my utmost to mitigate the damage to humanity. You must consult the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, for he governs the rainfall. This flood stems from his actions." Understanding the situation, Li Yi realized that the river god was indeed striving to manage the flood's impact on humanity and decided to seek out the Eastern Sea Dragon King. You have done well, he acknowledged. I will speak favorably of you when the opportunity arises. The river god expressed profound gratitude, promising to fulfill his duties diligently. Li Yi interrupted, soaring towards the eastern sea. Upon reaching the seafloor, he quickly located the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. As he approached the entrance, 2 shrimp soldiers brandishing weapons blocked his path, demanding, "State your name and purpose." Li Yi, disinterested in elaborating, tossed his heavenly insignia to them. "Deliver this to the Eastern Sea Dragon King." Trembling, the Dragon King clutched the insignia. Aware of the weight of Neza's guardian's name, an entity both feared and loathed by the Dragon clan. What brings Neza's guardian to my realm? He pondered, his emotions a complex tapestry of trepidation and curiosity. The Dragon King motioned to his advisor, "Please, escort the Celestial General into my palace." As a being from the Heavenly Court, the Dragon King felt compelled to extend the appropriate courtesies. Once inside, he asked with a measured tone, "What business brings you to my Dragon Palace?" Without preamble, Li stated, "I seek to understand the cause of this year's flooding of the Yellow River." The Dragon King's expression shifted, revealing a hint of anxiety. "I am merely following the prescribed rainfall quotas set by the Heavenly Court," he replied. Li sensed the Dragon King's discomfort, realizing there was more to the story. Pressing further, he queried, "Is this truly the case?" The Dragon King, taking a deep breath, affirmed, "Of course, it is true." Yet, Li detected the telltale signs of guilt in the Dragon King's demeanor. "If that is the case, I shall inquire with the Heavenly Court about the specifics of this year's rainfall quotas," he declared. The Dragon King, alarmed, quickly interjected, "Since you are already my esteemed guest, there is no need for such haste. I assure you, the Eastern Sea has its unique offerings that you have yet to experience." Li Yi, fully aware of the Dragon King's attempts to divert him, cut straight to the point. "If you refuse to share the truth, I shall seek answers from the Heavenly Court." With that, he turned to leave, prompting the Dragon King to block his exit, saying, "Is it truly necessary to escalate matters to the Heavenly Court?" Li Yi recognized that the Dragon King was withholding information, and without a bit of intimidation, he was unlikely to reveal the truth. Li Yi gazed at the Dragon King of the East Sea, awaiting his further explanation. The Dragon King, with a wry smile, remarked, "In truth, this matter is not so intricate. It is merely due to the poor memory of that young Wang, who miscalculated the rainfall." Upon hearing the reason behind the flooding of the Yellow River, Li felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, akin to 1,000 galloping horses in his heart. "Could you not be more meticulous? The common folk have been displaced by the flood and face famine, all because of your forgetfulness." Li Yi struggled to suppress his mounting anger and said, "Dragon King, I implore you to cease the rainfall immediately. As for other matters, the river god shall handle them." The Dragon King nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, and replied, "Understood, Celestial General, I shall attend to it forthwith." Li Yi's avatar returned to his true form, and the rain above the Yellow River ceased. In Chang'an, Li Yi completed his prayers to the heavens and promptly arranged for disaster relief in the Yellow River basin. His petition to the 3 purities to halt the rain over the Yellow River spread throughout the Tang Empire, leading to an overwhelming surge of faith directed towards Taoism, particularly towards the 3 purities, who were the most revered by the populace. Within the Doshui Palace of the 36 Heavens, the Supreme Old Lord and the Grand Master of Xuandu were engaged in a discussion regarding Li Yi. The Grand Master, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Master, I had not anticipated that our junior disciple possessed such remarkable abilities. I can distinctly perceive an increase in the faith directed towards our Taoist sect during this period." The Supreme Old Lord replied, "Li Yi is indeed a disciple I am quite pleased with. However, there are certain situations where you and I must refrain from intervening, and it is only natural that it falls to your junior brother to take action." Chapter 22. The first assault of Qiongqi after his petitions to the heavens. Li Yi received a divine response. As a result of his virtuous deeds, a golden light descended upon the imperial palace, lingering for an extended period, visible even to the citizens outside. Initially, the populace was perplexed by this golden radiance, but once news emerged from the Yellow River basin that the floodwaters had receded, they soon realized it was a divine response to the Emperor's prayers, leading to an unwavering trust in Taoism among the people. Qiongqi, having transformed into a bald-headed giant, infiltrated the Tuyuan army under the auspices of Buddhism, which had quietly extended its influence into Tuyuan. Tuyuan, inherently lacking in enlightenment, had become predominantly comprised of Buddhist adherents due to the religion's growth. Buddhism directly facilitated Qiongqi's ascension to the center of power in Tuyuan, allowing him to assume the title of Khan. Once in power, Qiongqi commanded an all-out effort to seek out Li Yi. Indulging in excess, he reveled in wine, meat, and women within his yurt when a soldier approached with news. Khan, we have ascertained the whereabouts of Li Yi. Clutching a woman in his left arm and a leg of lamb in his right, Qiongqi mumbled, "Speak." The soldier informed him. "The Li Yi you seek is now the sovereign of the Tang." Qiongqi pressed further. "What sort of nation is Tang?" The soldier elucidated. "The Tang is the successor to the former and latter Qin. The Li Yi you seek has recently emerged, launching an attack in Chang'an, swiftly vanquishing the latter Qin's Yaochang, and within a year, has consecutively annexed neighboring territories. Currently, the north is left with only us, the Tang, and the Wusun." Setting down the leg of lamb, Qiongqi stroked his bald head and mused. "It appears this Li Yi is quite formidable." The soldier hesitated but continued, "Khan, reports from the Central Plains indicate that Tang soldiers are clad in bronze skin and iron bones, impervious to blades, and are supported by golden-armored celestial warriors." Qiongqi laughed, a cruel grin distorting his already hideous visage. "Merely trivial tactics," he scoffed. "Fear not. Gather the men. Soon we shall march upon Chang'an, slaughtering and plundering their food and women." The soldiers echoed his fervor, shouting, "Slaughter and plunder their food and women." In a moment of excitement, Qiongqi inadvertently crushed the woman in his embrace, callously discarding her lifeless form on the ground. "Bring in another woman," he commanded cruelly. The soldiers signaled for subordinates to remove the body, responding respectfully, "As you command, Great Khan." Unbeknownst to Li Yi, he had already caught the attention of two Buddhist saints, who had arranged for Qiongqi, an ancient beast of terror, to target him. The Tuyuan soldiers gathered swiftly, driven by the allure of raiding the Central Plains. Before long, the tribes of Tuyuan had assembled their forces. Qiongqi swaggered onto a platform before the barbarian soldiers, proclaiming, "Today, I have gathered you here to inform you that the Central Plains abound with gold, grain, and women." As he spoke, the soldiers breathed heavily. Their eyes glazed with a crimson hue. Qiongqi's words dripped with temptation, rendering the barbarian warriors unable to resist. He continued, "Bring your curved blades. We shall raid the Central Plains for women and gold, burning, pillaging, and killing." The barbarian soldiers rallied, shouting, "Burn, plunder, and kill." Qiongqi led the charge on horseback, with the barbarian soldiers following in his wake, advancing towards the Tang territory. Li Yi, meanwhile, was in his study reviewing memorials when the Grand Commandant entered. Li Yi greeted him with a smile. "What brings you here, Grand Commandant?" The Grand Commandant, visibly anxious, replied, "Your Majesty, we have received reports from scouts at the border that Tuyuan is making unusual movements." Li Yi gestured for him to continue. The Grand Commandant steadied himself and continued. "The scouts report that Tuyuan has assembled approximately 80,000 troops and is advancing towards the border. This is the largest mobilization Tuyuan has undertaken in many years. Essentially an all-out effort, indicating that their target is us." Upon hearing all-out effort, Li inquired, "An all-out effort?" "It seems Tuyuan is preparing for a decisive battle with us. However, such a commitment also implies that if we were to annihilate Tuyuan, it would secure our borders for a century." The Grand Commandant immediately responded, "That would indeed ensure a century of peace at the border." Li Yi clapped his hands, declaring, "In that case, we shall crush Tuyuan." The Grand Commandant, excited, asked, "Does your Majesty have confidence in this?" Li calmly replied, "When have you ever doubted me? This time, I shall personally lead the charge, and we will surely vanquish these barbarians." He patted the Grand Commandant on the shoulder, saying, "Prepare the troops. We will set forth together." The Grand Commandant excitedly knelt, declaring, "I shall obey your command." Preparations for the expedition commenced in the Tang Empire. The Tuyuan cavalry advanced rapidly, reaching Liangzhou from the Khan's tent in just 5 days. Meanwhile, Li Yi donned his armor and convened an expeditionary assembly at the Three Purities Temple. In his words, it was essential to instill the right mindset in the soldiers before the campaign. After offering incense to the Three Purities, Li Yi addressed the cavalry. "The ancestors of the Three Purities shall ensure our invincibility in battle." The cavalry echoed, "May the ancestors of the Three Purities bless us." Li Yi signaled for all cavalry to mount their steeds, then invoked the golden armor charm and the swift movement charm before the cavalry from Chang'an set out. Once again, Li chose not to take infantry, relying solely on a cavalry charge to deal with the barbarians. The Tuyuhan cavalry took 5 days to breach the Tang border and arrived at the gates of Liangzhou, while Li Yi reached Liangzhou city in just 1 day. In the city's garrison, Li Yi inquired, "What is the current situation?" The garrison commander, Li Qingling, clasped his hands and reported, "Your Majesty, the area surrounding Liangzhou has been thoroughly cleared, preventing Tuyuhan's cavalry from obtaining supplies." Li smirked, as I suspected. "Those rascals from Tuyuhan only brought a week's worth of provisions. 5 days have already passed. They will likely launch their assault in a day or 2. Command was issued for the cavalry to don their battle armor and rest, ever ready to launch an assault against the Tuyuhan. The commander of the fortress and the cavalry leader responded in unison, "As you wish, Your Majesty." It was time to expand the territory of the Dao. And Tuyuhan represented a fertile ground for the propagation of faith. Converting these barbarians into believers was indeed a worthy endeavor. Chapter 23. The ferocious beast Qiongqi, seated upon his steed, caressed his bald head while gazing at the distant fortress of Liangzhou, a sanguine smile creeping across his face as he declared, "At dawn tomorrow, we shall besiege the city." He then produced a vial of blood from his bosom, tossing it to his subordinate with the instruction, "Apply this to your faces before the attack. It will ensure your invincibility." Li stood atop the city walls, peering into the distance. A vague sense of unease gnawing at him. Was his success too effortless? Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts, knowing that victory or defeat would soon reveal itself. The following morning, the Tuyuhan sounded the horn of attack, initiating their onslaught. Being predominantly cavalry, they lacked the means to breach the fortress directly but resorted to the most unscrupulous tactic of using captives to carve a path. A throng of Han captives was herded towards Liangzhou, their cries and wails intermingling in a dismal chorus. These individuals had been abducted along the border and were now forced to serve as human shields. The fortress commander and the cavalry leader seethed at the sight of Tuyuhan's actions. Although not the first instance of such barbarism, it incited their fury. The situation grew precarious. Li Yi knew that charging forth with the cavalry would inevitably endanger these innocents. Yet, the Tuyuhan continued to drive the captives, and after much deliberation, Li Yi resolved to attack. Opportunities like this must not be squandered. Regardless of the captives' fate, those who fell into Tuyuhan's hands would meet a dire end. Tuyuhan was acutely aware of the Han Emperor's concern for his subjects' lives, which made this tactic consistently effective. Li rallied his cavalry, all mounted and poised at the city gate, delivering an impassioned speech. "Warriors, our foes are ruthless savages, who have driven our people to serve as mere meat shields in their vile scheme to seize our fortress. We cannot yield to such coercion. I grieve for the captured souls, but they shall not serve as obstacles to our triumph. When we conquer Tuyuhan's lands, such atrocities will cease to exist." Li Yi's intent was unmistakable. They would charge through the captives, regardless of the casualties among them. The knights felt a heavy burden in their hearts, yet understood that victory sometimes necessitated sacrifice. As the gates of Liangzhou swung open, Li Yi led his 8,000 cavalry into the fray. Qiongqi, exhilarated, bellowed, "Slay them! Devour this cavalry force!" The Tuyuhan cavalry flanked the captives, preparing for a direct clash with the Han cavalry, who were vastly outnumbered. However, the Han cavalry did not adhere to the anticipated strategy of circumventing the captives, but rather charged straight into their midst. Li Yi averted his gaze from the captives' faces. As did his soldiers, they feared succumbing to compassion. Gaining speed, they surged past the captives. "Kill!" Li Yi shouted, and in an instant, the Han cavalry plunged into the heart of the Tuyuhan forces. Qiongqi, intrigued by the advancing Han cavalry, also spurred his steed into the fray. As he did so, Li Yi received a system alert. Warning: malicious ancient beast detected. Mission: confront the malevolent. Mission details: as a member of the Heavenly Court Responsibility Company, it is your duty to maintain order in the mortal realm. You have encountered the ancient beast Qiongqi. Defeat it. Reward: Eye of Clarity, a primordial spiritual artifact. Li Yi furrowed his brow upon realizing that the ancient beast Qiongqi had appeared, likely summoned by the two formidable figures of Buddhism. The Han cavalry, like a tempest, cut through the Tuyuhan ranks. Yet, Qiongqi would not permit this slaughter unchallenged and unleashed his secret arts. At the onset of battle, he had commanded his soldiers to smear their faces with his blood, which incited a frenzied bloodlust. Enhanced by Qiongqi's secret techniques, the Tuyuhan soldiers' eyes glowed crimson as they succumbed to madness. Li observed the thin veil of bloodlust enveloping the Tuyuhan soldiers, while a potent aura of blood surged towards him. He swiftly checked the system for more information on this entity. Name: Qiongqi, Ancient Beast, Realm. Initial stage of Tai Golden Immortal Skill. None techniques. Close Combat. Supreme. Blood Fiend Claws. Supreme. Plague Toxins. Supreme. Treasures. None. Li Yi was left speechless at the revelation of Qiongqi's meager possessions, yet acknowledged the beast's formidable strength. He steeled himself, awaiting the moment Qiongqi would draw near. Qiongqi, having caught the scent of Li Yi in the battlefield, frantically pursued him. Soon, he locked onto Li Yi's presence, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he had found his target. Rushing towards Li Yi, who feared for his soldiers' safety, he too advanced in Qiongqi's direction. One was driven by intent, the other by chance. Qiongqi was giddy with excitement, eager to fulfill the task bestowed upon him by the sage, craving his release from servitude. Li Yi remained vigilant. He understood that he could not underestimate the ancient beast Qiongqi. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, he was confident in his ability to contend with an ordinary Tai golden immortal, yet Qiongqi was far from ordinary. Thus, Li Yi prepared himself with utmost diligence. As they drew closer, Qiongqi feigned calm, while Li Yi maintained an air of nonchalance. Their meeting was inevitable. Qiongqi's bald head gleamed under the sun, and Li Yi could not help but feel bemused by the creature's appearance. Even without knowing Qiongqi was an ancient beast, his visage was hardly one of benevolence. Clearly, their aesthetic sensibilities diverged greatly. Raising his curved blade high, Qiongqi aimed to strike at Li Yi's head. Li Yi, however, was ready. He summoned the celestial sword. Jifa Qingyun encountered with a swift slash. Chapter 24. Repelling Qiongqi, the outcome was predictable. Li Yi's celestial sword cleaved through Qiongqi's mundane weapon. Before Qiongqi could register his astonishment, Li Yi delivered a powerful kick to his steed's abdomen, sending it crashing to the ground and unseating Qiongqi. The sequence of events unfolded rapidly, leaving Qiongqi stunned on the ground. Enraged, he could not fathom how an ancient beast of his stature could suffer such indignity before mortals. With fury ignited, Qiongqi lunged at Li Yi, who effortlessly dismounted and thrust his sword into Qiongqi's arm. To his surprise, the beast's skin proved remarkably resilient, leaving only a shallow wound. With an impressive display, Qiongqi manifested his formidable claws, rendering worldly weapons inferior to his natural appendages. He lunged at Li Yi with his sharp talons, leaving a deep scratch on the ground, tainted with a hint of corrosive venom. It was evident that Qiongqi's claws were exceptionally powerful, prompting Li Yi to exercise greater caution. Gripping his sword, the judicial Qingyun, Li Yi charged at Qiongqi once more, this time employing the Qinglian sword song. As the first hints of spring emerged, Li Yi deftly executed 4 thrusts, targeting the joints of Qiongqi's limbs with the intent to incapacitate the beast. However, despite the sword piercing through, the ferocity of Qiongqi's physique rendered Li Yi's efforts largely ineffective. Notably, Li Yi had also mastered the profound 8-9 mystical arts, placing him on par with formidable figures such as Sun Wukong and Yang Jian in terms of strength. Qiongqi, grinning maliciously, taunted, "Do not waste your efforts. Your sword poses little threat to me." Li Yi retorted sharply, "Do not grow too complacent. Arrogance can lead to ruin." In an instant, a torrential downpour fell silently, with the judicial Qingyun unleashing a tempest upon Qiongqi's form, finally breaching the defenses of his toughened hide. Li Yi unleashed a barrage of over 10 strikes upon every point of Qiongqi's body, embodying the adage that persistent effort can wear down even the hardest stone. Despite Qiongqi's resilient skin, he could not withstand such relentless assault from celestial swords. Soon, a cloud of blood mist erupted from Qiongqi's front, and with a thunderous roar, he unleashed a tremendous force, sending Li Yi and the surrounding soldiers sprawling. In that moment, Qiongqi appeared fearsome, blood streaming from his body, even from his eyes. With a hoarse voice, he seethed, "Mortal, you have truly angered me." Frustrated by Li Yi's agility, Qiongqi resolved to reveal his true form to eliminate him. He began to swell, his appearance transforming into that of a tiger, growing larger until he reached a height of 30 feet, his wings unfurling, creating a powerful whirlwind. As Qiongqi revealed his true form and swiped at Li Yi, the latter swiftly dodged, casting a cold glance at the beast. Clearly, if Li Yi did not showcase his true prowess, he risked being underestimated. Channeling the essence of heaven and earth, he transformed to match Qiongqi's stature, but with greater ferocity, further enhancing his form with the 3 heads and 6 arms technique. Qiongqi bellowed as he launched an assault, but Li Yi, with his many arms, seized Qiongqi, lifting him skyward. Engaging on the ground would spell disaster for the mortals present. In the air, Li Yi's advantage was palpable. he grasped Xiongqi's limbs and wings, delivering a powerful kick to the beast's abdomen. Despite Xiongqi's formidable physique, his belly remained a vulnerable point, and under Li Yi's relentless onslaught, he spat forth copious amounts of blood. Xiongqi, shaken, pondered why, despite his greater power, he could not overcome Li Yi. Even celestial generals could not possess such overwhelming strength. If Li Yi were aware of Xiongqi's thoughts, he might find it amusing, for only 3 individuals had mastered the 8-9 mystical arts: the Erlang god Yang Jian, the great sage Sun Wukong, and Li Yi himself. Ordinary celestial generals would naturally falter against Xiongqi, but Li Yi was far from ordinary, capable of delivering a crushing defeat. Realizing he could not escape, Xiongqi desperately struggled, fearing that continued resistance would lead to his demise. Both the Tang and Tuohan soldiers halted their attacks, transfixed by the spectacle of the 2 colossal figures in the sky. With gritted teeth, Xiongqi exerted himself, tearing off his own wings in a desperate bid for freedom. Howling in agony as blood sprayed forth, without a second thought, he fled, knowing that as long as life remained, there was hope. Li Yi, disinterested in pursuing, recognized the immense toll of maintaining such powerful techniques. As he descended, his form gradually shrank, and the 3 heads and 6 arms technique dissipated. He commanded, "Slay every last one of these brutes." As Li Yi forced Xiongqi to flee, the soldiers of the Tang erupted in cheers, celebrating their emperor's triumph over the fearsome beast. Conversely, the Tuohan troops seemed drained, gazing skyward in despair as their mightiest Khan had been vanquished. The Tang cavalry, emboldened, brandished their weapons and charged at the crumbling Tuohan forces, who began to flee in terror. The once formidable Tuohan had sent forth roughly 80,000 cavalry. Yet by the time they returned, scarcely 1,000 remained. Thus, Tuohan was left in disarray, ensuring a century of peace along the Tang borders. However, for Li Yi, mere tranquility would not suffice. Once he recuperated, he intended to penetrate Tuohan further. Yet, he was unaware of the immense challenges of promoting Taoism in Tuohan, where Buddhism had been deeply entrenched for years. Following the conclusion of the Liangzhou campaign, the tale of Li Yi's battle with Xiongqi became legendary, and Taoists gained newfound respect and admiration throughout the Tang. Naturally, faith flourished. The populace wholeheartedly embraced Taoism, venerating the 3 Pure Ones. Li Yi's exploits did not escape the notice of the 3 Pure Ones. The master of the celestial teachings expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Brother, your little disciple is truly to my liking, though he lacks decisiveness in his actions. Had I faced an injured Xiongqi, I would have pursued him to the ends of the earth." The primordial lord remarked, "If that is the case, he might as well wield your Qingping sword to swiftly vanquish Xiongqi without a trace." The master of the celestial teachings snorted, preparing to respond when the supreme elder interrupted. "Brothers, let us allow this young disciple to hone his skills. A fledgling eagle must learn to fly on its own to mature." The master of the celestial teachings refrained from further argument, merely snorting in response, while the primordial lord closed his eyes in contemplation. The supreme elder turned to the master of the glistening capital, instructing, "You should prepare another batch of elixirs. Your junior brother must have consumed his fill by now." The master of the glistening capital bowed, replying, "As you command, master." Upon his victorious return to Chang'an, Li Yi was met with an overwhelming reception. The streets were filled with citizens celebrating the victory and the alleviation of burdens. Riding along Zhuke Street, named after the Tang dynasty's illustrious roads, Li Yi spotted the old man who once sold pancakes. Dismounting, he approached the vendor, removing his helmet, and declared, "Old man, I have fulfilled my promise." Recognizing Li Yi as the young lord from before, the old man, aware of the emperor's presence, knelt down, grasping Li Yi's leg in gratitude, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I cannot thank you enough. My life has improved, and your words have come to pass." Li Yi, ever the promoter, encouraged, "You may now go to the 3 Pure Ones to express your gratitude. I believe in the Tao." He then helped the old man to his feet before remounting and departing from Zhuke Street. The old man, tears streaming down his face, bowed repeatedly, murmuring, "Thank you. Your Majesty, thank you." The army of the Tang dynasty is currently the most devoted to Taoism and cultivation. Predominantly composed of adherents of the Sanqing Temple or followers of Taoism, with a significant number of practitioners among them. In the realm of Buddhist teachings, the sage of Zhuangti, wearing a grim expression, addressed the sage of Jiayin, saying, "Xiongqi has failed." The sage of Jiayin, with a troubled visage, replied, Proceed. With that, the sage of Zhuan Ti vanished from sight. Qiongqi, hiding in a cave and licking its wounds, was engulfed in pain, an excruciating agony unlike anything it had ever experienced before. Fear and fury intertwined within Qiongqi. At that moment, a figure appeared in the cave, surrounded by a radiant aura. Qiongqi struggled to rise and bowed to the sage of Zhuan Ti, saying, "I pay my respects, sage." Observing Qiongqi's pitiable state, the sage placed a hand gently atop its head and declared, "May the Buddha show mercy. The Buddha guides those who are fated." Upon uttering these words, a luminous aura radiated from Qiongqi. Its wounds began to heal gradually, and its wings regrew, while its overall strength surged. If Li Yi were to witness this, he would undoubtedly be astonished. The sage of Zhuan Ti was employing a technique akin to forcing growth, artificially enhancing Qiongqi's power. However, for Qiongqi, this was akin to quenching thirst with poison. It had irrevocably diminished its own potential. In the future, Qiongqi would no longer be able to elevate its strength independently, but would rely solely on the sage of Zhuan Ti for such enhancement. In no time, the sage of Zhuan Ti elevated Qiongqi's strength to the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, then withdrew his hand. It was not that the sage of Zhuan Ti wished to refrain from further elevating Qiongqi's abilities, but rather that ascending to the great Luo golden immortal level required both opportunity and insight. Forceful methods could not achieve such a transcendent state. At that moment, Qiongqi resembled a divine beast, emanating a harmonious and dazzling aura of Buddhist light. The sage of Zhuan Ti, with a stoic demeanor, stated, "I have augmented your strength and imparted Buddhist teachings to you. Return, regroup, and re-emerge. In a few days, assistance shall arrive." The sage of Zhuan Ti had to admit that he had underestimated the apprentice of the Supreme Lord. He had initially believed that dispatching an ancient ferocious beast would suffice, only to be met with failure. Nevertheless, the rise of Buddhism was an inevitable trend, and no matter the cost, it was imperative to spread Buddhism throughout the Central Plains. The sage of Zhuan Ti prepared for a contingency plan, realizing that Qiongqi was indeed in a precarious situation, a circumstance he was reluctant to witness. He ventured into a chaotic realm, a land formed after the creation of the world through eons of evolution, where one of the four ancient ferocious beasts, Chaos, lay hidden. Chaos, resembling a dog with sharp fangs and gray fur, exuded a feral and malevolent aura. As the presence of the sage weighed heavily in the air, Chaos had no choice but to reveal itself. The sage of Zhuan Ti nodded in satisfaction and said, "Complete this task, and you may live." Chaos, wishing to protest, found itself powerless before the sage and could only nod in agreement. The sage gently touched Chaos's forehead, causing Buddhist light to illuminate its form, transforming it into a humanoid shape. This new form was that of a fearsome, bearded warrior, whose eyes glimmered with cruelty yet radiated an essence of Buddhism. The sage of Zhuan Ti sought to imbue Chaos with Buddhist qualities akin to those of Qiongqi, facilitating their efforts and the dissemination of Buddhist teachings. He understood that his focus could not solely be on Li Yi. The paramount objective of Buddhism was to spread its doctrines, a mission of utmost importance. Although Li Yi had nearly decimated the fighting capability of the Tuyuan, he had not eradicated the spread of Buddhism within it. The recent defeat had, ironically, amplified the need for faith among the Tuyuan. After the sage departed, Qiongqi and Chaos returned to Tuyuan, where the sage had dispatched several arhats to assist them. Relying solely on these two ferocious beasts, who were accustomed to violence, would not suffice. Soon, 8 arhats arrived in Tuyuan to commence the propagation of Buddhist teachings. The sage of Zhuan Ti intended to establish Tuyuan as a Buddhist kingdom from which to radiate outward. Despite Qiongqi and Chaos both being classified as ancient ferocious beasts, their relationship was strained, particularly after a recent confrontation that left Chaos thoroughly vexed. Although the 4 ancient beasts were expected to possess equal strength, Qiongqi's elevation through the sage's assistance had tilted the balance in its favor. Chaos, aware of the consequences of revealing its true form to the sage, refrained from doing so lest it face dire repercussions. Upon returning to Chang'an, Li Yi pondered the motives behind Qiongqi's opposition. It seemed too coincidental. After some contemplation, he concluded that, aside from the obstacles posed by Buddhism, no other force was at play against him. This revelation instilled a sense of urgency within Li Yi. If Qiongqi, an ancient ferocious beast, posed such a threat, what might come next? Although the sages themselves would not intervene directly, the audacity of the 2 Buddhist sages suggested that there were few limits to their capabilities. Upon returning to the palace, Li entrusted state affairs to the court officials, allowing military matters to be managed by the generals, intervening only in the face of significant crises. He insisted that civil policies be executed as prescribed. Any insubordination would be met with swift and lethal consequences. Li resolved to enter seclusion to enhance his own strength. He had amassed a considerable quantity of peaches from the Pantao tree and possessed treasures like the Zhenming Eye, which required refinement. He retrieved the Taiji diagram lent to him by the Supreme Lord, gently unfurling it before transforming into a stream of light that entered the diagram. The Taiji diagram was a gateway to another realm where time flowed 3 times faster than in the outside world. This was the limit of Li Yi's control over the diagram. Within the Taiji diagram, he found a mountain peak and began consuming the peaches, 100 of which had matured over 3,000 years. As each peach entered his mouth, it transformed into pure spiritual energy, prompting Li Yi to fully activate his 8-9 arcane skill. 3 years passed, and Li Yi's strength ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. He continued to consume peaches, refining his physical form. After finishing the 3,000-year peaches, he swiftly moved on to those aged 6,000 years, then 9,000. Hundreds of peaches were consumed, elevating his realm to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, while his physical form also reached that zenith. Now nearing the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Achieving the Great Luo Golden Immortal status required attaining a fruit position, a feat not easily accomplished. Li Yi entered a state of enlightenment, opening his mind and utilizing his spiritual power to commune with the universe. Since the sealing of the gods, the number of Great Luo Golden Immortal positions had been restricted, and only those recognized by the heavens could attain such a status. As Li Yi's spirit traversed the void, it wandered aimlessly, with no celestial bodies resonating with him, leaving him in a predicament, without a fateful star to connect with. Attaining the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm would remain elusive, despite his impressive Tai Golden Immortal strength in the mortal realm. The existence of higher realms such as Great Luo Golden Immortal, quasi-saints, and saints loomed above him, while the number of saints remained scarce over the years. The ranks of quasi-saints were filled with formidable beings like the Bloodsea Ancestor, the Peacock Great Ming King, and Jin Yuanzi, among others. In the grand scheme of things, Li Yi's strength was still insufficient, for who would not wish to seize control of their own destiny? In the span of 3 years, the Tuyuan kingdom has been completely overtaken by Buddhism, establishing a significant foothold for the faith. However, this is merely a stepping stone for the aspirations of the Bodhisattva Zhuanti. The divine will of Zhuanti has directly reached the ears of Chaos and Xiongqi, commanding them to expand the Buddhist realm, heralding the approach of war. Meanwhile, the Tang dynasty, having enjoyed a brief respite, promptly resumed its militaristic endeavors, setting its sights on devouring Eastern Jin. Despite the vast expanse of Eastern Jin's territory, its ruler is inept. The court is in disarray, and internal strife has severely depleted its resources, with numerous vassal kings disregarding imperial edicts. This presents an opportune moment for the Tang to strike. The Grand Commandant oversees the operations as Tang soldiers advance from Liangzhou, Silu, and Yinzhou, launching their assault on Eastern Jin's borders. The Tang forces, akin to a relentless force of nature, swiftly annex 3 provinces, while the Eastern Jin court remains oblivious to the unfolding catastrophe. Seizing the moment, the Tang does not hold back, hastening its advance into Jingzhou, Yuzhou, and Shuzhou. The Eastern Jin army, ill-equipped and poorly trained, crumbles before the might of the Tang, losing half its territory within merely 6 months of conflict. At this juncture, Tuyuan once again mobilizes its troops against the Tang. With no alternative, the Tang must withdraw its forces to secure the territory it has conquered. This time, Tuyuan's army is not composed of the same forces as in previous conflicts. Instead, it is comprised entirely of Buddhist warriors or monk soldiers. Logically, Tuyuan should have been unable to recover its strength so rapidly after suffering significant losses in the Liangzhou campaign, indicating that something is amiss. Indeed, the rapid increase in Tuyuan's numbers can be attributed to the plundering conducted by Chaos and Xiongqi over the past few years, coupled with the indoctrination tactics of Buddhism, which naturally swelled their ranks. Tuyuan not only boasts the ferocious Chaos and Xiongqi, but also 200 arhats led by the bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra. It is no wonder Tuyuan has managed to recover so swiftly. This is a revelation that Li Yi had not anticipated. One must acknowledge the substantial investment Buddhism has made, with Manjushri and Samantabhadra, alongside the 200 arhats, representing the core of Buddhist might. Under the leadership of Chaos and Xiongqi, Tuyuan's army of monk soldiers, is formidable, having captured 4 cities from the Tang, with Liangzhou effectively having fallen. The Grand Commandant, the Grand Tutor, and the Grand Chancellor arrive at Li Yi's secluded retreat, submitting their reports on the military situation. An invisible barrier surrounds Li Yi's chamber, preventing the trio from engaging in any actions beyond placing written correspondence inside. They anxiously await outside, as the invasion route of the monk soldiers is glaringly apparent. It leads to Chang'an. This causes great concern among the court ministers, and the 3 representatives have been chosen to communicate with Li Yi. Days pass without any response from Li Yi, who finds himself in a critical moment of introspection. In an ethereal realm, he wanders for what feels like an eternity until he senses a distant fate star resonating with his spirit. Immediately, he embarks on a quest to seek out this fateful star, which he ultimately identifies as the Star of Divine Mechanisms. This star is elusive, and Li Yi is uncertain how it has managed to connect with him. He begins to imprint his essence onto the star, initiating a communion that, once achieved, signifies his attainment of the golden immortal fruit position. The Grand Commandant repeatedly attempts to breach the barrier, but the Grand Tutor stops him, shaking his head and advising patience, as their sovereign is a being of celestial nature, currently engaged in a crucial moment of cultivation. The Grand Commandant, resigned, nods in agreement, uncertain how long they can maintain this delicate situation. Chapter 27. The Great Golden Immortal Chaos and Xiongqi act as the vanguard of the Tuyuan Buddhist realm, obliterating any soldiers or cultivators that dare to obstruct their path. Manjushri and Samantabhadra leisurely follow at the rear of the army, with Manjushri remarking to Samantabhadra that these 2 brainless brutes serve well as laborers. Samantabhadra chuckles in agreement, stating that the Taoist junior brother is nothing to be concerned about, as they are nearing Chang'an. Indeed, the journey has been remarkably effortless for them. Manjushri and Samantabhadra, both disciples of the primordial supreme being at Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, were known as the Heavenly Sovereign Manjushri and the realized Samantabhadra before the divine battle, where they defected from the Chan teaching to join Buddhism, attaining a status second only to the Buddha himself as one of the 3 holy Buddhas of Huazong. Their lack of shame in confronting Taoism is nothing short of impressive. Manjushri gently nudges his lion mount to keep pace with the main body of the army, while Samantabhadra urges his 6-tusked white elephant to follow suit. Li Yi has now achieved a remarkable synchronization of 90% with the Star of Divine Mechanisms. Chaos and Xiongqi have led their advance force to the outskirts of Chang'an, where the Grand Chancellor and Grand Commandant inform the Grand Tutor of their plan. They will guard the city while the 2 of them head to the walls to buy time for their sovereign. The Grand Tutor nods solemnly in agreement, and the Grand Chancellor and Grand Commandant ascend the walls of Chang'an. Chaos begins to taunt from below, demanding that Li Yi show himself, proclaiming that they have arrived at his doorstep. Xiongqi joins in, shouting for the coward to emerge, vowing to repay the grievances of the past. Silence prevails within Chang'an as the soldiers and citizens silently grip their weapons, prepared to fight to the death against the encroaching enemy. Frustrated by the lack of response, Xiongqi bellows that if they choose to cower like turtles, then when the city falls, not a single soul will remain. Moments later, Chaos and Xiongqi, accompanied by their monk soldiers, launch their assault on Chang'an, with Manjushri and Samantabhadra present. These monk soldiers are impervious to blades and fatigue. The Grand Commandant, witnessing the enemy's relentless advance, shouts for his men to confront them, demanding that they hold back these monks at the gates. The soldiers begin firing arrows at the monk soldiers, but the sound of arrows clinking off their bodies reveals no harm done. The Grand Commandant cries for boiling oil to be poured down, as the monk soldiers begin to scale the walls. Despite the soldiers pouring pot after pot of hot oil, the soldiers of the Buddhist realm remain unscathed. Desperately, the Grand Commandant throws a handful of soybeans, transforming them into golden armored soldiers who charge at the monk soldiers, only to be scattered by Chaos and Xiongqi in mere moments. With sinister grins, Chaos and Xiongqi forcefully ascend the city walls, leading the Grand Commandant to exclaim in despair that it is over. Xiongqi raises his long blade to strike down upon the Grand Commandant, who closes his eyes in hopeless resignation. At that moment, a brilliant golden light streaks from the Xuanwu Hall of Chang'an, colliding with Xiongqi and sending him flying. The golden light coalesces into the figure of Li Yi. Clad in a dragon robe, he coldly regards Chaos, inquiring who has given them the audacity to slaughter his subjects. Li Yi brandishes the cloud-piercing moon-shooting spear, hurling it towards Chaos, who is suddenly gripped by a sense of impending doom, feeling an inescapable fate closing in. With no options left, Chaos braces for impact. But the spear collides with him, producing a cacophony of clashing metal as he is sent hurtling away, his arms bloodied and mangled. Li lets out a cold snort, effortlessly retrieving the spear back into his grasp. Then, the judicial azure cloud bursts forth from Li Yi's sleeve, penetrating through the ranks of monk soldiers attempting to scale the walls at sonic speed. Chaos and Xiongqi order their forces to halt their advance. Sending more monk soldiers into the fray would merely serve to feed the enemy. This confrontation has now escalated to one between kings. The victor shall claim dominion over the war. The Grand Commandant, filled with emotion, kneels in reverence, exclaiming that their sovereign has finally returned, and that he has endured a grueling wait. Li Yi, filled with gratitude, assists the Grand Commandant to his feet, assuring him that he shall be richly rewarded once the conflict is resolved. Standing atop the city wall, Li Yi gazed coldly at the two ancient beasts, Xiongqi and Handan, below. I never imagined that the formidable two ancient ferocious beasts would become mere pawns of Buddhism, he remarked disdainfully. Xiongqi glared fiercely at Li Yi and declared, I must first reclaim my debts. With that, Xiongqi leaped high into the air, charging once more at Li Yi. Emotionless, Li Yi responded with a punch directed at Xiongqi's oncoming path. Mid-leap, Xiongqi seemed to suffer a catastrophic blow, hurtling backward as if struck by a great force. Li Yi couldn't help but scoff at Xiongqi's lack of resilience, wondering if it still believed itself to be at the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage. Let me show you the true might of the 8-9 mysteries. With a single blow, Li Yi sent Xiongqi crashing into the ground. Though Xiongqi had reached the level of a Tai golden immortal, the disparity between it and a great Luo golden immortal was akin to that between heaven and earth. In just one encounter, Xiongqi was gravely injured, unable to even reveal its true form. Handan, witnessing Xiongqi's plight in the deep pit, gasped in shock. Despite being stronger than him, Xiongqi had failed to withstand a single attack. Handan found himself in an awkward position, unable to act decisively. Li Yi assessed his own status. Name, Li Yi Realm. Great Luo Golden Immortal Cultivation Techniques. Primordial Yang Breathing Technique. Heavenly Force Technique. 8-9 Mysteries Skills. Illusion Technique. Top tier. Water Control Technique. Top tier. Fire Control Technique. Top tier. Heavenly Court Spear Technique. Top tier. Celestial Level Spear Technique. Top tier. Azure Lotus Sword Song. Top tier. Divine Abilities. 3 heads and 6 arms. Top tier. True Fire of Samadhi. Top tier. Magic Artifacts. Heavenly Court Standard Armor. Medium Grade Spirit Artifact. Heavenly Court Standard Long Spear. Medium Grade Spirit Artifact. Judicial Qingyun. Acquired Spirit Treasure. Cloud Piercing Moonshot Spear. Acquired Spirit Treasure. Azure Ping Sword. Innate Spirit Treasure. Borrowed. Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag. Innate Spirit Treasure. Borrowed. Taiji Diagram. Innate Spirit Treasure. Borrowed. Workplace. Heavenly Court Responsibility Company. Limited Workdays. 21,055 days at this moment. Li Yi had achieved the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Just then, a figure riding a green lion and another on a white elephant emerged from the Buddhist troops. I never expected my junior disciple from the Taoist sect to grow so rapidly, one of them remarked, his voice reminiscent of an unpleasant tone. Upon seeing the one on the white elephant, Li Yi recognized him as the traitor Puxian, adorned in garb befitting his betrayal. I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it is the traitor Puxian, Li Yi said with a cold smile. Puxian responded with a grin. To the victor belongs the spoils. I merely made the right choice. Chapter 28. Manjushri and Puxian. Seeing Puxian's smug demeanor made Li Yi feel nauseous. This man had no sense of shame or dignity left. Traitor of the Taoist sect, you deserve to be punished, Li Yi declared coldly. And to make matters worse, you resemble a half-dead creature, which is truly repulsive. Puxian chuckled, covering his mouth with one hand. The Buddha says all is illusion. This is merely a shell. If you dislike it, I can change. With a wave of his hand, Puxian transformed into a stunning beauty, asking, is this satisfactory, junior disciple? He then changed into a graceful young man, inquiring again, how about this, junior disciple? Li Yi, weary of Puxian's antics, pointed his sword at him and said, enough of your nonsense. Let us settle this. Puxian transformed back to his original form, still chuckling. Junior disciple, there's no need to hurry. Let us first debate the matter. Li Yi was on the verge of exploding. Debate? With you? You wretched creature. I shall debate with a watermelon. Li Yi's aura surged, and Puxian no longer spoke so casually. At this moment, Li Yi's power had reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, which caused a slight gravity to settle on Manjushri and Puxian's faces. Puxian asked Manjushri with a bitter smile, "How long has this junior disciple been cultivating?" Manjushri replied solemnly, "Merely a few decades." Puxian remarked, "To become a great Luo Golden Immortal in just a few decades is unheard of." Manjushri added, "We must be cautious in our approach." Li Yi charged at Puxian, who met him boldly atop his white elephant. Manjushri refrained from intervening, not wishing to gang up on an opponent of equal status. Li unleashed the Azure Lotus Sword Song, where countless azure lotuses manifested around him, each radiating formidable sword energy. The lotuses surrounded Puxian, who, undeterred, was enveloped in golden light as the azure lotuses collided with him, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Puxian swiftly broke through the barrier of sword energy, exhaling waves of Buddhist light toward Li Yi. Li twisted in midair, narrowly evading the assault. The two became entangled in battle, with Puxian relying on his Arhut golden body, while Li Yi drew strength from the 8-9 mysteries. Puxian's Arhut golden body had reached its pinnacle, unmatched in Buddhism, and Li Yi's close combat seemed foolish. However, Li Yi believed Puxian to be equally foolish. The 8-9 mysteries were not a technique that could be easily countered by Buddhist practices. They exchanged blows, their fists colliding with force, and Puxian wore a triumphant smile, thinking he had the upper hand. Yet, the reality was starkly different. It was Puxian who suffered injury, his Arhut golden body shattered under Li Yi's might, eliciting a cry of pain as he was sent flying. Puxian, in disbelief, gazed at Li Yi and questioned, "Why is your physical form so powerful?" Li Yi, uninterested in elaborating, continued his pursuit. Puxian summoned his white elephant to attack, while invoking the secret technique of Buddhism, the lion's roar, hoping to intimidate Li Yi's spirit. The elephant's trunk lunged at Li Yi, extending towards him. Li Yi deftly dodged the assault, seizing the trunk with both hands and yanking it forcefully, tearing it apart and showering the sky with blood. The white elephant wailed in agony, retreating, while Puxian unleashed his lion's roar, sending a massive sound wave toward Li Yi. The 8-9 mysteries allowed Li Yi to easily withstand the attack. Li Yi pressed on toward Puxian, at which point Manjushri could no longer contain himself. He tossed the purple gold bowl, which instantly enlarged to block Li Yi's path. Li halted, casting a cold gaze at Manjushri and remarked, "Is this the pride of your great Luo Golden Immortal?" This statement struck a nerve, yet Manjushri, having fully embraced the Buddhist philosophy, remained unaffected by the insult. Observing Puxian's retreat, he recalled the purple gold bowl and said, "You are mistaken. One should show mercy when possible. How could a junior disciple harm a senior brother's life?" Li Yi was at a loss for words at their audacity. "Enough. As traitors of the Taoist sect, do not attempt to bond with me. Your attempts will only fuel my rage, and the more enraged I become, the more I shall desire your demise." Seeing the rift widen between Li Yi and himself, Manjushri ceased further pleasantries and instructed Puxian, "Let us attack together." With that, they charged at Li Yi, employing a myriad of techniques. Manjushri wielded the purple gold bowl to fend off Li Yi's advances, while Puxian supported him with ranged Buddhist spells. Their seamless coordination indicated that this was not their first encounter, and the earlier claims of pride among the great Luo Golden Immortals were mere illusions to deceive Li Yi. Being simultaneously attacked by two formidable adversaries instilled a sense of pressure within Li Yi. In a one-on-one confrontation, he harbored no fear, confident in his ability to easily dispatch them. However, the synergy and coordination exhibited by these two opponents proved overwhelming, leading to Li Yi being effectively subdued. Observing his predicament, the duo seized the opportunity to taunt him. "Wasn't our junior disciple quite arrogant just a moment ago? Why the sudden silence?" inquired Manjushri. Samantabhadra, having shed his earlier state of retreat, gleefully remarked, "Junior disciple, that was quite a delightful skirmish. I crave another." Li Yi found himself perplexed, questioning whether these two were truly practitioners of Buddhism or merely eccentric individuals, reminiscent of wolves emboldened by success. In a moment of respite amidst their onslaught, Li Yi retrieved the Taiji diagram from his robe. Manjushri and Samantabhadra, recognizing its significance, immediately urged their mounts to flee. Yet, Li Yi would not grant them the luxury of escape. He cast the Taiji diagram into the air, where it unfurled, enveloping the sky. With a surge of power, he activated the Taiji diagram, which emitted a formidable gravitational pull, drawing both Manjusri and Samantabhadra within its grasp. Despite their vigorous attempts to resist, the innate power of the Taiji diagram was not easily countered, and soon they found themselves unable to withstand the force, succumbing to its pull. In the aftermath of capturing the two bodhisattvas, Li Yi swiftly stowed the Taiji diagram back into his robe, muttering, "You two rascals will pay for this later." He then turned his attention to Chaos and Xiongqi, but after searching the battlefield, he discovered that the two ancient beasts had long since fled, demonstrating a distinct lack of ferocity and honor. Outside the city, the Buddhist soldiers were decimated by the forces of the Tang dynasty in the absence of the magical support from Manjusri and Samantabhadra. The citizens of Chang'an erupted in jubilant cheers, exclaiming, "The Emperor has arrived. We have triumphed. Long live the Emperor." Upon returning to the palace, Li Yi's first order of business was to convene a court session, promptly organizing the soldiers to reclaim lost territories and initiate reconstruction efforts, followed by the allocation of rewards. Once the accolades were dispensed, Li Yi retreated to his secret chamber and opened the Taiji diagram. To his surprise, an elderly man clad in a robe appeared before him. With a warm smile, the robed elder requested, "Hand over the Taiji diagram to me." His words bore an irresistible allure, leaving Li Yi momentarily entranced. As he began to comply, another figure materialized beside him, stating, "Jinti, have you forgotten the agreement that saints shall not intervene?" This statement jolted Li Yi from his trance, and cold sweat broke out on his brow as he realized the extent of his vulnerability to the elder's words. The voice belonged to his master, who had appeared to offer a timely reminder. Thus, the robed elder was indeed Zhuan-Ti, a figure of renown within Buddhism. Li Yi was taken aback by the audacity of this saintly figure, reflecting on the shamelessness that seemed to permeate Buddhism, evident even among its most exalted members. At that moment, another saint, Jane, entered the chamber with a troubled expression, demanding, "Release them." The Supreme Lord Lao Jun calmly shook his head, and two additional figures emerged within the secret chamber. It is astounding that, after all these years, the Western teachings have not altered their disgraceful conduct, boasted Tong Tian. Yuan Shi Tianzun, with a stern demeanor, replied, "What? Do you intend to break the rules? We, the three purities, have never feared anyone." Li Yi was astonished to witness such powerful figures from both Buddhism and Taoism converging in his modest chamber. He was hesitant to move, slowly retracting the Taiji diagram into his robe. Zhuan-Ti pointed at Li Yi, asserting, "Old Jun, you have broken the rules. The Taiji diagram is not something a mere great Luo golden immortal, can wield." Lao Jun, maintaining his impassive expression, countered, "Have I ever intervened? Have I violated any agreements?" Zhuan-Ti and Jane were left speechless, while Tong Tian expressed his displeasure, stating, "If that is the case, what justification do you have for your interference? My disciple possesses the strength to capture two traitors from the Taoist sect. What concern is it of yours? If you contest my authority, I shall summon the extermination sword array for you to contend with." As he spoke, his aura radiated an unmistakable intensity. Caught in an awkward standoff, Zhuan-Ti and Jane found themselves unable to act, lacking the courage to engage under the watchful eyes of the three purities and the threat of the extermination sword array. Conversely, to refrain from acting would mean losing two significant figures of Buddhism, resulting in a tense stalemate. Breaking the impasse, Yuan Shi Tianzun grasped the Panga banner, signaling his intent to resolve the situation without further dialogue. Recognizing the futility of their position, Zhuan-Ti and Jane understood that they would not be able to reclaim Manjusri and Samantabhadra today. With a huff, they departed the secret chamber. Tong Tian patted Li Yi on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Do not fear, proceed boldly. The three purities stand behind you, and we shall keep a close watch on those shameless individuals." His words served as a potent morale booster, instilling Li Yi with newfound confidence. He nodded in agreement, responding, "Understood, Uncle Master." Lao Jun then instructed Li Yi, "Release Manjusri and Samantabhadra." Li Yi complied, promptly retrieving the Taiji diagram to liberate the two bodhisattvas. Upon their release, they found themselves before the three purities, exchanging rueful smiles as they remarked, "Now we would rather remain within the Taiji diagram." Manjusri and Samantabhadra trembled as they regarded Yuan Shi Tianzun, whose gaze radiated a predatory gleam. Yuan Shi Tianzun was deeply unsettled by the presence of these two traitors. The conflict of the Fengshen was initially an internal struggle within the Taoist community. Yet the covert machinations of Zhuan-Ti and Jane had led to their betrayal. Under the protection of Buddhism, Yuan Shi Tianzun had chosen to remain silent. But the fact that these two had been captured by Li Yi necessitated action. After securing Manjusri and Samantabhadra in his sleeve, Yuan Shi Tianzun stated, "I shall bear this grievance." The three purities then departed from Li Yi's secret chamber. Once they had left, Li Yi exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Feeling the immense pressure of their simultaneous presence, it became evident that even the strength of a great Luo golden immortal was not a guarantee of safety. Returning to Lane Temple, Zhuan Ti expressed his fury, stating, "The three purities have gone too far, humiliating us in such a manner." Jane, with a pained expression, advised, "Patience." "Brother." Zhuan Ti's mind began to whirl with ideas, and he soon proposed to Jane, "Let us convene a Buddhist assembly." Jane agreed. Thus, the Buddhist community gathered for a conference, leading to a new scheme, the debate of Jin Chanzi. This debate would address a crucial issue, the journey to the West. Its completion symbolized Buddhism's ascendance in the Central Plains, marking a transformation from the lesser vehicle to the greater vehicle of Buddhism. This initiative was orchestrated solely by Buddhism, leaving no room for Taoism to prepare. One day, while Li Yi was engaged in his cultivation, Master Xian Du entered his secret chamber. Upon seeing his brother, Li joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, it has been too long. I have missed you dearly." Master Xian Du embraced Li Yi, replying, "It has been quite a while." "I have missed you as well." Li Yi inquired, "Brother, what brings you here today?" Master Xian Du responded, "I have come not only to deliver elixirs, but also to convey a message from our master." Upon concluding his words, Master Xuandu presented a large gourd filled with elixirs to Li Yi. Chapter 30, Golden Cicada. After receiving the elixirs from Master Xuandu, Li Yi listened intently as the master continued, "My revered teacher instructed me to convey a message to you. The Buddhist sect is orchestrating a grand scheme, Golden Cicada." Upon hearing this, Li Yi realized that the reincarnation of the Golden Cicada signified that Buddhism had commenced its preparations for the journey to the West. He understood that this undertaking was of utmost importance to the Taoist sect, and he needed to devise a strategy to transform potential peril into opportunity. With a solemn expression, Li Yi assured Master Xuandu, "Rest assured, elder brother, I fully comprehend the significance of this matter. I shall promptly initiate our plans." Master Xuandu placed a reassuring hand on Li Yi's shoulder, saying, "You must exercise utmost caution, younger brother. The Taoist sect will provide unwavering support. You may proceed with confidence." Following this, Master Xuandu departed from the secret chamber, leaving Li Yi to ponder the gravity of the situation. The most critical element of this affair was, indeed, the Golden Cicada. However, it was evident that the debate at Ling Mountain had already commenced, and Sun Wukong was poised to create chaos in heaven. Two significant events were unfolding simultaneously: the reincarnation of the Golden Cicada and Sun Wukong's imprisonment beneath the Five-Finger Mountain for 5 centuries. Yet, the Buddhist sect could not prevent Li Yi, the emperor of the most powerful nation on earth, from taking action. The Eastern Jin had now been reduced to a mere fragment, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Li Yi resolved to swiftly assimilate the entirety of Eastern Jin and, upon its conquest, mobilize the entire nation to locate the Golden Cicada, ensuring its control rested firmly in his hands. Emerging from the secret chamber, he immediately summoned his ministers for a conference. During the assembly, the following resolutions were unanimously confirmed. 1. To uphold the court's long-standing principle of light taxation and minimal burdens. 2. To expand the territorial boundaries and swiftly reclaim all lands of Eastern Jin. 3. Subsequently, to locate the monk known as the Golden Cicada in accordance with His Majesty's decree. With the court's decisions firmly established, the vast machinery of the state began to operate. The principle of light taxation improved the lives of the populace, fostering a growing sense of unity among the citizens of the Tang. All Buddhist temples within the realm were spontaneously cleansed by the people, marking a complete failure of Buddhism's initial plan. Subsequently, the Tang army launched an offensive against the few remaining provinces of Eastern Jin, reaching the capital, Jiankong, within the span of a month. Sima Rue, indeed, was not a formidable sovereign. Upon the arrival of the Tang forces at the city's gates, he promptly surrendered along with the entire city. Thus, this campaign culminated in the unification of the Tang Empire. Emperor Xuanwu, Li Yi, issued orders to seek out the itinerant monk, unaware of the Golden Cicada's current name, as this was his first life post-reincarnation. The golden cicada had become the most pivotal piece in the elaborate scheme of the journey to the west. The fault did not lie with the golden cicada, who had confronted the saints Juanti and Jane with skepticism. Consequently, the two saints decreed that the golden cicada must turn inward to comprehend the Dharma. After organizing his thoughts, Li conceived a new plan. Under the full force of the state's efforts, within 3 months, they located the itinerant monk Lin Daily, placing him under Li's vigilant watch. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had begun his ruckus in the heavenly palace. Neza sent word to Li, inviting him to the celestial court to assist in capturing the monkey. As a member of the Heavenly Responsibility Limited Company, he felt obliged to cooperate. Soon, Li arrived at the heavenly court, but this time he would not serve as Neza's bodyguard. He was now a distinguished guest, a direct disciple of the Supreme Old Lord. Sun Wukong had already emerged from the Old Lord's cauldron, having overturned it with a single kick. With the Supreme Old Lord having entrusted his precious cauldron to Master Xuandu, the ordinary cauldron could not contain Sun Wukong. Bursting forth from the Doshui Palace, Sun Wukong encountered no resistance and stormed into the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, where the Jade Emperor feigned shock at the monkey's audacity. Everyone was complicit in this grand performance, be they from the Taoist sect, Buddhism, or the heavenly court. It remains uncertain how the saints Juanti and Jane managed to manipulate the heavenly Tao to grant Buddhism this opportunity. Nonetheless, the Taoist sect was compelled to play along. Thus, the Supreme Old Lord did not appear in the Doshui Palace after initially casting the monkey into the cauldron. He had left 2 attendants to oversee the furnace, and even Master Xuandu was absent. Consequently, Sun Wukong's escape from the cauldron and subsequent flight from the Doshui Palace went unimpeded. As the Old Lord wished to avoid embarrassment, the Heavenly Court launched a campaign against Sun Wukong, deploying the 4 heavenly kings, Li Jing and Neza, all of whom found themselves at a loss against the newly liberated monkey. Li observed from a distance, refraining from intervening and allowing the monkey to wreak havoc. Sun Wukong expelled the heavenly soldiers who had come to encircle him, leaving only Li standing in a corner of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. In a fit of rage, Sun Wukong swung the Rui Jingu Bang directly at Li. With a cold smirk, Li effortlessly blocked the blow with one hand, stating, "Continue your rampage. But do not disturb me, or you shall surely face the consequences." Sun Wukong, sensing the formidable presence before him, recalled that this individual had once thwarted him at the southern heavenly gate. He tugged at his Rui Jingu Bang, realizing he could not budge it. At that moment, Sun Wukong understood that Li was not to be trifled with and decided to let him be. "Fine, I'll ignore you then," Sun Wukong conceded. Clearly softening his stance, Li released the Rui Jingu Bang, and Sun Wukong promptly vacated the vicinity. He then resumed his destruction within the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, prompting the Jade Emperor to summon the Buddha of Enlightenment to intervene. As it happened, the Buddha was none other than the Saint Jane, and Sun Wukong could not escape the grasp of a saint. Thus, we witnessed a most familiar scene. Sun Wukong was unable to elude the grasp of the Buddha of Enlightenment, ultimately becoming trapped beneath the 5 Elements Mountain. Meanwhile, the golden cicada, under the vigilant surveillance of the Tang Empire, was reborn. Each reincarnation was swiftly detected by the Tang, for the golden cicada was extraordinary. Each birth was preceded by celestial phenomena, making it relatively easy for the state to locate the golden cicada's reincarnation. 5 centuries passed quickly, and the journey to the west was on the verge of commencing. Yin Wenjiao placed Chun Xuanzong in a wooden basin, setting it adrift. Shortly thereafter, a squad of soldiers appeared by the riverbank, retrieving the wooden basin and hastily transporting the infant over 800 miles to Chang'an. Li had reigned as emperor for over 500 years, surrounded by loyal ministers from his initial court. Utilizing elixirs, he had prolonged the lives of these ministers. Chapter 31, Destiny. Under Li's leadership, the Tang had flourished for approximately 5 centuries, evolving into an empire fully devoted to Taoism, which had become the state religion. The soldiers hurriedly delivered the still infant Chun Xuanzong into Li's hands. In his study, Li received the child, cradling the infant. He gestured for all present to withdraw. Gazing upon the rosy-cheeked, white-toothed baby Chun Xuanzong, he mused, "Tang Sung, oh Tang Sung, who would have thought you would be so exquisitely beautiful even as an infant? No wonder so many female demons sought to wed you on the journey westward. Are all those of the Buddhist faith so handsome?" As he reflected on the appearances of those in the Buddhist order, he concluded that only Tang Sung possessed such charm. The others were not worthy of his thoughts. Shaking off these distractions, Li recognized that the priority lay in the forthcoming strategies. Li gazed at Qin Xuanzang cradled in his arms and continued, "Some matters are beyond our control, and I suspect you feel the same. Each of us resides in different factions, and thus we each have our own methods." He commanded, "Bring this infant to the Sanqing Temple in the Imperial City for nurturing. Let us proceed according to the meticulously arranged plan." The guards entered Li Yi's study and took the infant away. This was a scheme Li Yi had long been orchestrating. Its success remained uncertain, yet it could potentially alter the course of certain events. Time swiftly passed, and Qin Xuanzang grew up within the Sanqing Temple in the Imperial City. From an early age, he was imbued with the teachings of Taoism, with its sacred texts thoroughly instilled in his mind. During Qin Xuanzang's childhood, Li Yi engaged with him, transforming himself into a child as well, and the two referred to each other as brothers. Li Yi accompanied Qin Xuanzang through his formative years, and soon it was time to celebrate Qin Xuanzang's 25th birthday. Li Yi visited the Sanqing Temple and found Qin Xuanzang diligently transcribing Taoist scriptures. With joy, Li Yi exclaimed, "Xuanzang, today marks your birthday, and I have a most extraordinary gift for you." Despite growing up in the temple, Qin Xuanzang, being young at heart, was immediately intrigued and set aside his brush to escape with Li Yi from the quiet study. The two fled to Zhuke Street, panting, where Li Yi asked, "Xuanzang, what has emboldened you today? Aren't you afraid of being caught by the temple master?" Qin Xuanzang, also breathless, replied, "I would never behave like this on a regular day. But today is my birthday. As you have said, it is my day, and I am the most important today." Li Yi gave Qin Xuanzang a thumbs up, saying, "Well done. I didn't expect you to learn so quickly. Come, let us see what special gift I have prepared for you." He then led Qin Xuanzang to the most renowned brothel in Chang'an, the Jingxian building. Upon entering, the madam greeted them with a smile. "Gentlemen, is this your first visit to the Jingxian building?" Li tossed a handful of silver coins to the madam, instructing, "We have reserved the Qifeng elegant suite. Please lead the way." The madam immediately summoned someone to escort Li Yi and Qin Xuanzang. Indeed, it was their first visit to such an establishment. Li Yi had been a frequent patron of bathhouses in his previous life, rendering these brothels mere trifles to him. However, for Qin Xuanzang, this was an authentic trial. Upon entering the enchanting environment, his cheeks flushed crimson. He tugged at Li Yi's sleeve, saying, "Li Yi, you brought me directly to a brothel?" Li Yi, unfazed, replied, "What is there to fear? I won't harm you. Today, I want you to experience the special gift I have prepared." Encouraged by Li Yi's nonchalance, Qin Xuanzang mustered his courage to follow him, thinking, "What is the big deal? It's just a brothel." The madam led them to the Qifeng elegant suite and inquired, "Do either of you gentlemen have a favored courtesan? If not, would you like me to recommend someone?" After settling into their seats, Li Yi glanced around before responding, "I have an appointment with Miss Qin Xiener." The madam, upon hearing this, quickly replied, "Oh, I apologize, but Miss Qin Xiener is already engaged today." Li Yi shot her a sidelong glance and said, "Go inform Miss Qin Xiener that Li Yi has come to visit. She will surely come to see me." He tossed another silver ingot to the madam, who promptly went to summon Qin Xiener. Qin Xuanzang nudged Li Yi, asking, "Who is this Qin Xiener? What have you arranged for me today?" Li Yi smiled mysteriously, "Just wait and see. Your anxiousness is quite amusing." Before long, Qin Xiener entered the Qifeng elegant suite. And indeed, she was exceptionally beautiful. Upon entering, she greeted Li Yi, "Young Master Li, you have arrived." Li Yi directly inquired, "Have you prepared the items as I requested?" Qin Xiener nodded, "Everything is ready, young Master Li, at your convenience." With a grand gesture, Li Yi commanded, "Bring it forth." Qin Xuanzang watched, bewildered, as 4 or 5 maidens wheeled in a small cart bearing a cream cake. Instantly captivated, Qin Xuanzang wondered what this delightful creation was that appeared so tempting. Li Yi raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you think? Have you never seen anything like it?" Qin Xuanzang shook his head, dazed. Li Yi approached the cake and lit a candle, saying, "Make a wish." Just as Qin Xuanzang prepared to make his wish under Li Yi's watchful gaze, an unexpected thunderclap resounded in his mind. In an instant, memories of his past 10 lives surged back to him. Qin Xuanzang's hair began to fall out in strands as he clasped his hands together and uttered, "Amitabha." Li Yi observed in silence, acknowledging that what was meant to happen would inevitably unfold. With a complex expression, Qin Xuanzang gazed at Li Yi and slowly remarked, "Benefactor Li, I have regained my memories." Li Yi, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "If you have remembered, then so be it. Chun Xuanzang expressed his gratitude. I am grateful for your care over these 10 lifetimes. But I must seek the Buddhist teachings suitable for this world. Li Yi responded serenely. You already harbor the Tao within your heart. Chun Xuanzang clasped his hands in reverence, declaring, It is all thanks to your kindness, benefactorly. Li Yi continued, Is it truly imperative that you go? Chun Xuanzang affirmed, It is indeed essential. Li Yi stated, Then I shall not hinder your path. The travel documents will be ready for you in the palace tomorrow. Qin Xuanzang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, benefactorly. I am deeply appreciative. Li Yi cautioned, The journey westward is fraught with peril. You must exercise caution. Chapter 32. A Journey Westward. Qin Xuanzang expressed his gratitude. I shall forever cherish our bond, but this matter is my wish across 10 lifetimes. I hope you can understand, benefactorly. Li Yi waved his hand, saying, Go forth. Go forth. The following day, Qin Xuanzang arrived at the palace as promised, donning a monk's robe. As he stepped into the palace, his robe stood out conspicuously. At this time, Taoism was the state religion of the Tang dynasty, and Buddhism struggled to survive. Li sat upon the dragon throne, observing as Qin Xuanzang entered the Su Nw hall and approached him. Without a word, he tossed the travel document into Qin Xuanzang's arms. Qin Xuanzang bowed to Li Yi and turned to leave, but Li Yi called out, Since you were to depart, do not use your birth name, henceforth. You shall be known as Tang Sanzang, the master of the 3 collections. Qin Xuanzang queried, Why must I change my name? Li Yi smiled. As matters have returned to propriety, you might as well adopt a name befitting the occasion. Qin Xuanzang nodded. If that is the case, I shall henceforth be known as Tang Sanzang. Tang Sanzang exited the palace, yet he did not immediately set off. Instead, he began to wander aimlessly through Chang'an. Suddenly, he witnessed government officials beating a ragged middle-aged man to the ground. Now restored to his Buddhist identity, Qin Xuanzang's compassion surged forth, and he hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. However, Buddhism held no regard in the Tang dynasty, and the officials swiftly killed the middle-aged man. Tang Sanzang found himself at a loss, pondering what he was truly seeking and what he had learned. He aimlessly drifted through the streets of Chang'an. Li Yi reappeared before Tang Sanzang, who cast a hollow gaze at him before continuing to wander. Li Yi halted him, saying, Is this truly the master Sanzang who strode out of my palace today, filled with vigor? Tang Sanzang snapped back to reality upon hearing Li Yi's words, offering a bitter smile as he replied, It is I, yet I am not myself. Li Yi patted Tang Sanzang's shoulder, saying, If Buddha cannot save you, then find another way to save yourself. Li Yi's words struck Tang Sanzang like a thunderbolt, illuminating the truth. If Buddha cannot save me, then I shall seek another path to salvation. Now, Tang Sanzang finds himself with only 2 paths. One is Buddhism, and the other is Taoism. It seems he has discovered a glimmer of enlightenment within his heart. Li Yi, upon observing Tang Sanzang's expression, realizes there is a breakthrough. Just as Li Yi prepares to intensify his efforts, the Bodhisattva Guanyin appears. Upon her entrance into Chang'an, she intends to reveal her true form, but feels a significant portion of her power has been sealed. Consequently, she can only reveal her true essence before Tang Sanzang. This suppressive formation is a masterpiece of Li Yi's. The previous silent appearance of the Saint of Probing greatly frightened him. The Master Xian Du imparted this technique to ensure Li Yi's self-protection, designed specifically to guard against such occurrences. While it may not affect the saints, it is quite effective against those below them, such as quasi-saints and great Luo golden immortals. Guanyin advises Tang Sanzang, stating that if he journeys westward, he will find the answers he seeks. For Buddhism, it is imperative that Tang Sanzang's journey begins swiftly. This is the very purpose of Guanyin's visit. Li Yi refrains from obstructing her, merely warning, Should you wish to reveal your true form within Chang'an again, I shall ensure you face dire consequences. Guanyin can only respond with a bitter smile, as she too wishes to avoid lingering in this place, given the decree from the Saint of Probing. Tang Sanzang understands that the answers he seeks lie at the end of his journey in the sacred mountain. He declares, I shall set forth for the west tomorrow, and I am grateful for your guidance. The following morning, Tang Sanzang embarks on his journey toward the western heavens. Li Yi, standing atop the walls of Chang'an, reflects profoundly on the departure of Tang Sanzang, realizing that they have entered the climax of the struggle between the Buddhist and Taoist faiths. Just a few days after Tang Sanzang's departure from Chang'an, a large ship emerges from the other side of the strait, its crew chattering in an unintelligible manner. If Li Yi were to see their attire, he would recognize them as Japanese. However, The expressions of these individuals betray no goodwill. It remains uncertain what their intentions are in the Central Plains. One thing is certain. They are neither here as villains nor as benevolent figures. Following Tang Sanzang's westward journey, the Buddhists have activated their contingency plans, igniting chaos throughout the Tang Empire. It is unclear when they embedded so many spies within the empire. But the current upheaval serves to prevent Li Yi from interfering in the affairs following Tang Sanzang's journey. The Buddhists have their own designs for Tang Sanzang's pilgrimage and wish to keep Li Yi at bay, for any disruption could lead to significant complications. Yet, how could Li Yi tolerate such provocation? He promptly arranges for his soldiers to retaliate. However, this time, the invading forces appear markedly different, and his troops suffer continuous defeats. Reports of battle after battle arrive at Li Yi's desk. These infiltrators are neither from the Buddhist nor Taoist sects. They belong to the demon race. The demon clans, having risen from the war of witches and demons, once ruled the ancient heavenly court under the dominion of the Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun. Although the ancient heavenly court faded from existence due to the war, many demons still linger in the mortal realm. Following the fall of Tai and Jun, the ancient heavenly court quickly disintegrated. Were it not for the emergence of the unparalleled figure, the Green Emperor, the remaining demons would have faced annihilation. The Green Emperor gathered these scattered demons, igniting a flicker of hope for their resurgence. Li Yi, upon reviewing the battle reports, declares, "Dispatch orders. I shall personally lead an expedition against these demons and let them taste my wrath." In a hidden chamber, he folds a piece of paper into the shape of a small figure and chants a spell. Upon completion, a portion of his soul enters the paper figure. Moments later, another identical Li Yi appears before him. He sends this doppelganger to accompany Tang Sanzang. Although Tang Sanzang has undergone 10 lifetimes, each one has been marked by simplicity, leaving him unable to discern the ugliness and malice of humanity. Additionally, Li Yi is genuinely curious to see what strategies the Buddhists might employ. Furthermore, having shared many years with Tang Sanzang, Li Yi feels compelled to send his avatar on this venture. Chapter 33. The Demon General with his avatar dispatched to Tang Sanzang. Li Yi begins to assemble his forces, preparing to confront the demons directly. You ancient demons should have kept a low profile, but now you dare to emerge. Don't blame me for disregarding the holy Nuwa. In the morning court session, Li Yi solemnly addresses his ministers, stating, "It has been over 5 centuries since the founding of our Tang Empire. We have weathered countless storms. Now, the enemy harbors intentions of our demise, and fires of conflict ignite across the empire. I shall lead a cavalry charge into the enemy's heart, while you shall handle the remaining foes. Soon, our Taoist allies will arrive to support us. Let us strive together. Your Majesty, victorious in every battle, our empire shall endure." Li Yi is greatly pleased with the loyalty displayed by his ministers, indicating a strong sense of belonging to the Tang Empire. At this moment, Yangzhou has fallen under the control of the demon race, yet these demons are unable to harm a single citizen within the city. The inhabitants worship the 3 pure ones, and the demons lack the audacity to slay their devotees. Moreover, the 3 pure ones temple, as per Li Yi's arrangement, serves as a focal point. When invaders approach, the temple activates to provide sanctuary. There are approximately 30 temples of the 3 pure ones throughout Yangzhou, with nearly all citizens seeking refuge within them, creating a protective barrier that leaves the demons powerless. At the city lord's mansion, the demon general Shui Bo Tianwu is deeply troubled by the current predicament. Shui Bo Tianwu, a creature with 8 heads and 8 tails, is a former champion of the ancient heavenly court, having narrowly escaped disaster when dispatched on a mission by the emperor. Upon receiving instructions from the Green Emperor to seize and slaughter the mortals, he launches an assault. Although he occupies the city, he has yet to slay a single human. The only injury among the populace is his own from a fall. As a major demon, Shui Bo Tianwu is immensely frustrated. How can it be that he, a bloodthirsty creature, encounters no humans to prey upon? One of his demon generals, the octopus demon, approaches him and says, "General, our brethren are relentlessly attacking the Temple's defensive formation, but we do not know when it will be breached. Please provide further orders." Shui Bo Tianwu, at a loss for what to do, has received similar reports from demon generals across the Tang Empire. The Green Emperor has only given him rudimentary instructions, and no one anticipated the current situation. With a sigh, Shui Bo Tianwu responds, "Let our brethren take a rest. The formation cannot be breached swiftly. They should search for food." The octopus demon, puzzled, asks, "General, The humans have taken refuge in the Three Pure Ones temple. We cannot consume them. Shui Bo Tianwu is tempted to strike the octopus demon. Exasperated, he replies, "Do you only feast on humans? Are there not pigs, cattle, sheep, and chickens to eat?" The octopus demon, confused by his general's ire, timidly inquires, "Where can we find them?" Shui Bo Tianwu's expression darkens, overwhelmed by the sheer foolishness of his subordinates. He bellows, "With so many empty houses around, are you idiots incapable of searching for food within them?" The octopus demon retreats, cowed, while Shui Bo Tianwu massages his temples, realizing that the quality of his demon troops varies greatly, making command an arduous task. Li Yi led his cavalry, traveling overnight, and reached Yangzhou in just 5 days. Although he could have easily arrived in an instant by riding the clouds, he was intent on deepening his influence. Despite having ruled the Tang dynasty for centuries, Li Yi understood that his reign would not last forever. Once the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism concluded, he would relinquish the dragon throne. For now, he aimed to enhance his prestige in the hearts of the people, hoping to prolong the existence of Taoism for a few more years. Soon, Li Yi and his cavalry arrived outside the city of Yangzhou, where they observed the city's calmness from a distance. Only the patrolling demons atop the city walls indicated that Yangzhou had been overtaken. Li Yi remained silent, slowly donning his mask. The power struggles among the elites always left the pawns wounded, and at the bottom of this hierarchy were the common folk. Li Yi and his cavalry charged towards Yangzhou without concealment. Meanwhile, Tianwu, the demon leader, was troubled, pondering what to do when the demon general, Octopus Spirit, entered. Reporting to the commander, he announced. Upon seeing the Octopus Spirit, Tianwu was instantly overwhelmed with frustration but had no choice but to ask, "What is it?" The Octopus Spirit hastily replied, "Commander, 5,000 human cavalry are approaching Yangzhou." Tianwu's countenance changed, and he shouted, "Men, grab your weapons. Let us capture these 5,000 humans for dinner." Instantly, the demons erupted in raucous cheers. Tianwu felt exhilarated. After waiting so long, a feast had finally arrived, and the humans were delivering themselves to him. He transformed into human form alongside his soldiers and stood on the city walls, watching as the 5,000 cavalry charged toward them. He opened the city gates, allowing them to rush in, ready to trap them like turtles in a jar. However, Tianwu was unaware that the outcome would see him becoming the very turtle he sought to ensnare. Li Yi observed the grotesque forms of the demons atop the walls and shook his head. Their transformations were too unsightly. Not only could Li Yi see through their disguises, but even the ordinary soldiers could recognize them as monsters. Li Yi was uncertain why they opened the city gates, yet since they had done so, he felt no reason to refrain from entering. Li Yi and his cavalry surged into Yangzhou, signaling for everyone to halt. The surrounding soldiers began to encircle Li Yi and his men with malice, prompting Li Yi to shout, "Kill these bastards." The cavalry swiftly drew their long blades and struck at the surrounding soldiers. Tianwu, who had been grinning maliciously, was suddenly dumbfounded. "What is happening? We haven't even attacked yet." Tianwu, refusing to back down, bellowed, "Capture all these humans. We'll steam them for dinner tonight." The demons tore off their disguises and lunged at the Tang cavalry. However, these were no ordinary human soldiers. They were Li Yi's elite guards, enhanced through extensive modifications, clad in specially forged armor and wielding unique weapons. The specially treated armor rendered them impervious to attacks, while their weapons inflicted tremendous damage upon the demons. As the demons realized they could not harm these humans, panic set in. When the humans' blades inflicted significant wounds, the demons began to crumble under the pressure. Tianwu, witnessing the chaos from the city walls, shouted, "You fools! What are you afraid of? Attack!" Li Yi pointed his celestial sword at Tianwu and declared, "You, demon leader, are quite unreasonable. Your subordinates are afraid, yet you still command them to their deaths. Why don't you face me yourself?" Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Tianwu was taken aback, fearing that his already shaky troops might revolt. Indeed, Tianwu's fears materialized, though the demons did not outright betray him. They simply hesitated to engage, standing aside and watching. The scene grew increasingly bizarre, with the demons no longer assaulting the Tang cavalry, who were equally bewildered. Tianwu, infuriated, shouted, "What are you doing? Are you planning a mutiny? Do you know what fate awaits you without the protection of a great demon?" Under Tianwu's threats, many demons wavered, but Li Yi intervened, stating, "I understand you do not wish to fight us. I offer you an opportunity. Leave this place now, and I will hold nothing against you. However, those who remain will meet a grim fate. Li's threatening words left the demons in a quandary, while Tian Wu, enraged, retorted, "You insolent human! Are you courting death?" Li nodded and replied, "Indeed, I seek death. I beg you to grant me that wish." The demons, emboldened, failed to recognize their own capabilities and dared to defy their leader. Tian Wu leapt from the city walls, proclaiming, "If you seek death, I shall oblige." In midair, Tian Wu revealed his true form, a creature with 8 heads and 8 tails, possessing a human torso and tiger limbs. Cautiously, Li assessed Tian Wu's attributes. Name: Shui Bo Tian Wu Realm. Tai Golden Immortal, Pinnacle, Technique. 8 Extreme Skill Magic. Water Manipulation, Top Tier. Wind Manipulation, Top Tier. Close Combat, Top Tier. Divine Ability, True Form of 8 Extremes, Top Tier. Corrosive Black Light, Top Tier. Artifact, Cold Moon Blade, Spirit Artifact. It seemed Tian Wu was now utilizing his true form of 8 Extremes. However, the power of ancient demons could not be measured solely by their realm. Once they revealed their true forms, their strength surged significantly. With Tian Wu charging forth, Li would not back down, rushing towards him without any artifacts. Li, recalling his battles with Manjushri and Samantabhadra, realized he too needed a mount upon witnessing Tian Wu's true form. Thus, he refrained from using other means and engaged Tian Wu in hand-to-hand combat. Tian Wu, believing celestial beings to possess fragile bodies, thought he could easily crush Li with a single claw. Yet, when they collided, the outcome was not as Tian Wu had anticipated. He felt as though he had struck an unyielding meteor, his claws unable to penetrate. Surprised, Tian Wu attempted to disengage, but Li clung to him relentlessly. Tian Wu was in for a rude awakening. Each punch Li threw seemed capable of shattering the very space around him, narrowly missing Tian Wu's head several times, the sound of rupturing air sending chills down Tian Wu's spine. Li deliberately avoided hitting Tian Wu. Although Tian Wu was also a top-tier close combatant, the disparity in their techniques was too vast, leaving Tian Wu continually suppressed. Growing frustrated, Tian Wu unleashed black light from all 8 heads, a signature move with formidable corrosive properties. Li swiftly dodged the onslaught of black light, which struck a nearby mountain, eroding it entirely. "I shall not kill you today," Li proclaimed, "for I desire you as my mount." Furious, Tian Wu retorted, "Human, do not be too arrogant. Do you think I am easy to deal with?" With that, he unleashed a barrage of black light at Li, who began to evade left and right. Yet, Tian Wu failed to notice that Li's movements gradually drew nearer. On that day, as Wu directed a jet of dark energy towards Li instantly vanished from his position, reappearing before Wu in a heartbeat. Lowering his stance, Li delivered a powerful punch to Wu's chin, causing the dark energy that Wu was about to unleash to be forcefully redirected back into his mouth. In a swift succession, Li unleashed 7 more punches upon Wu's other 7 heads, sending him hurtling backward. Li pursued the airborne Wu and delivered a kick to his abdomen. Simultaneously, all 8 of Wu's heads spewed forth blood, crashing to the ground like a meteor. This blow left Wu severely injured. Approaching the fallen Wu, who lay bleeding on the ground, Li declared, "You now face 2 choices. Either become my steed or face death." Despite his grievous wounds, Wu's consciousness remained intact, and in a weakened voice, he retorted, "Do not think I will become your mount." Before he could finish, Li's fist lunged towards Wu's heart, making him acutely aware of his proximity to death. With urgency, Wu amended his statement, "I submit, I submit." Li's fist halted just above Wu's heart. Had he delayed his response even a moment longer, Wu would have met his end. Withdrawing his fist, Li scoffed, "If you had complied willingly, we would not have needed to resort to this. You truly are a wretched creature. Quickly transform into your true form so that I may ride you." Wu, recognizing the strength of his predicament, reluctantly acquiesced. He transformed into his true beast form, a tiger with 8 heads and 8 tails, while Li triumphantly mounted him. When Wu was defeated, the demons of Yangzhou City saw their morale shatter and began to flee. The crisis of the demon invasion in Yangzhou City was thus resolved with ease. Riding Wu, Li commenced his journey back to Chang'an, while the military and civilians of Yangzhou City returned to their normal lives. Along the way, Li effortlessly dispatched several demon generals from various towns. Chapter 35. Five-Finger Mountain. Meanwhile, Tang Sung had already set off westward on his white horse. Li Yi, in his guise, followed closely behind. Though Tang Sung was aware of his true nature as the Golden Cicada, yet he was merely an ordinary man, easily vulnerable to anyone with even a modicum of martial prowess. Li Yi felt both paternal and maternal towards Tang Sung, fretting over his well-being, pondering whether it was he who was embarking on a quest for enlightenment or rather, the other way around. Approximately a month later, Tang Sung arrived near Five-Finger Mountain, as if guided by an unseen fate, coming upon the very spot where Sun Wukong was imprisoned. Having been trapped for 500 years, Sun Wukong was consumed by despair. Upon seeing Tang Sung, he cried out, "Master, save me." Tang Sung, puzzled, looked at Sun Wukong and asked, "Are you calling for me?" Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. Despite his predicament, Sun Wukong found it absurd to call a mortal his master. Yet, the Buddha had foretold that after 500 years, a monk on a pilgrimage to the west would be able to free him, provided he vowed to accompany the monk on his journey and ensure his safety. A rebellious spirit like Sun Wukong would never agree to such terms initially, but after 5 centuries of contemplation, he devised a plan to feign compliance. Waiting for the moment he could escape and assert his own will, ready to strike down anyone who dared to challenge him. "I have been instructed by the Buddha to wait for you at the foot of this mountain. I shall protect you on your journey to the west," he declared, revealing a sinister grin. Tang Sung sensed something amiss. However, since the Buddha had spoken, he chose to accept it. He inquired, "How can I release you?" Sun Wukong shook his head. "I do not know. Perhaps you should search the mountain." Tang Sung began his ascent up Five-Finger Mountain. At this moment, Li Yi had arrived beside Tang Sung. "Li, why are you here instead of managing the empire in Chang'an?" Tang Sung questioned. Li Yi sighed. "Do you think I wish to be here? Look at you. Defenseless. A mere passerby could end your life. How could I not come to protect you?" Tang Sung was touched by Li Yi's concern, murmuring a soft thank you. Li Yi replied, "Enough of that. We are like family. By the way, that monkey you just saw claims he will protect you on your journey, but once freed, he will certainly betray you." Tang Sung countered. "To save a life is more meritorious than constructing a pagoda. Not everyone in this world is malicious. Your thoughts are skewed." Li Yi, exasperated, retorted, "That monkey is a demon king. Do you think demon kings are virtuous?" Tang Sung remained steadfast, and Li Yi, resigned, said, "Go ahead, disbelieve me. Just wait until he turns against you. Then I shall deal with him." Just as Tang Sung was about to leave, Li Yi quickly asked, "Do you know how to release this monkey?" Tang Sung shook his head in confusion. Li sighed, "You must reach the mountain peak, find a yellow Buddhist inscription, recite the incantation upon it, and then remove the inscription." Tang Sung, enlightened, nodded and proceeded to the summit of Five-Finger Mountain. Upon reaching the peak, he spotted the Buddhist inscription affixed there. He hurried over, recited the words inscribed, and removed the plaque. As soon as the inscription was taken down, the entire mountain trembled. Tang Sung quickly descended, while Sun Wukong felt an unprecedented lightness in his body. 500 years had passed. "Master, hurry and leave Five-Finger Mountain. I am about to emerge," he shouted. Although he proclaimed this, he was already breaking free. Tang Sung, unable to outrun the chaos, found debris flying around him. Had it not been for Li Yi discreetly using a speed-enhancing spell on Tang Sung, he would have been buried beneath the rubble. That monkey harbored wicked intentions, seeking to eliminate Tang Sung in his moment of freedom. In a panic, Tang Sung reached the riverbank, where Li Yi stood beside him. "See, that monkey harbors ill intentions. He just attempted to end your life," Li Yi urged. Tang Sung replied calmly, "One cannot measure a noble heart by the actions of a petty person. I trust him." Li Yi was at a loss for words. If Tang Sung believed the monkey to be virtuous, they would soon see whether he was indeed a friend or foe. After 500 years of confinement, Sun Wukong floated down from the heavens and arrived at the riverbank where Tang Sung and Li Yi were located. Li Yi checked Sun Wukong's attributes in the system. Name, Sun Wukong Realm. Great Luo Golden Immortal, Late Stage, Cultivation Method, Supreme Celestial Method Techniques. Earthly Transformation 72 Changes, complete. Combat Skills, complete. Somersault Cloud, complete. Immobilization Technique, complete. Divine Powers, Transforming the Universe, 3 Heads and 6 Arms Treasures. Sea Calming Pearl, Acquired Merit Treasure, unexpectedly. This monkey had spent 500 years attaining the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal, showcasing remarkable talent in cultivation. With his strength, He ranked among the most formidable in the world. Tang Sung addressed the newly freed Sun Wukong. Might you now be willing to embark with me on our pilgrimage to the west? Having regained his true form, Sun Wukong casually replied, Pilgrimage? I shall not go. The monkeys of Flower and Fruit Mountain await my return. Tang Sung pressed on, but you promised the Buddha. At the mention of the Buddha, Sun Wukong erupted in anger. How dare you speak of the Tathagata before me? I have been imprisoned beneath this mountain for 500 years because of him. To ask me to aid you in seeking scriptures from the Tathagata is simply out of the question. Li Yi shrugged at Tang Sung. Have you managed to resolve this? With matters unresolved, a firmer approach seemed necessary. Tang Sanzang continued speaking to Sun Wukong. Are you truly willing to become a deceitful person? Sun Wukong, in an impatient tone, retorted loudly, not going. If you keep babbling, I shall devour you. Li Yi understood that Sun Wukong, in his obstinate nature, was unlikely to change his attitude. Although Sun Wukong possessed formidable strength, being a great Luo Golden Immortal, Li found it quite effortless to handle the monkey. Tang Sanzang, feeling helpless, turned to Li Yi for assistance. Li stepped in front of Sun Wukong and declared, You shall go, and go you must. Sun Wukong, baring his teeth, questioned, Who are you to dictate my affairs? Chapter 36, Subduing Sun Wukong. With a defiant expression, Sun Wukong thought, Now that I have emerged, you wish to confine me? Not a chance. The system announced, Task. The journey for scriptures is the monkey's destiny. Task information. Sun Wukong is reluctant to embark on the journey to the west. Yet time has arrived, leaving him no choice. He must accompany Tang Sanzang to the western paradise to fetch the scriptures. Reward. The divine ability of transforming into the three purities. Li Yi exclaimed in delight. Transforming into the three purities, such a supreme divine ability. I had not anticipated this task's reward would be so gratifying. Tang Sanzang continued to persuade. To violate the vow with the Buddha is unwise. Hasten to embark on the journey westward. Sun Wukong immediately drew his Rui Jingu Bang and swung it at Tang Sanzang, prompting Li Yi to rush towards Tang Sanzang. Having anticipated that this monkey would not easily submit, Li Yi remained cautious of Sun Wukong's antics. In an instant, Li Yi appeared before Tang Sanzang and seized the Rui Jingu Bang. Sun Wukong was astonished that someone could directly grasp his weapon. Holding the Rui Jingu Bang, Li coldly stated, You cannot disregard the agreement. This matter has already been ordained by heaven. You must go, whether you wish to or not. The rebellious Sun Wukong could hardly be swayed by mere words. He struggled to wrench the Rui Jingu Bang from Li Yi's grasp, only to find it immovable. He promptly shrank the staff, reclaimed it, and enlarged it once more to strike Li Yi. Li Yi turned to Tang Sanzang and remarked, You see, I told you this monkey is unruly. Without me, you would be in dire straits. With that, he pushed Tang Sanzang back, ensuring both their safety from Sun Wukong's onslaught. A gentle force propelled Tang Sanzang aside, preventing him from being inadvertently harmed in the skirmish. As Sun Wukong swung his staff again, Li Yi deftly evaded the attack and drew his celestial sword to engage in combat with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's style was bold and unrestrained, while Li Yi's Qinglian sword song was light and ethereal, causing Sun Wukong considerable frustration as he struggled to catch Li Yi's elusive figure. Li Yi, too, faced challenges. The Rui Jingu Bang, a treasure of postnatal merit, was superior to his sword in resilience, making the battle equally taxing for him. Li Yi unleashed the Qinglian sword song. In the daylight, sing freely and indulge in wine. The sword, like floating leaves, seemed to lack a predictable trajectory, appearing at various angles to pierce at Sun Wukong. Yet, Sun Wukong defended himself with the Rui Jingu Bang, creating an impenetrable barrier. Realizing this, Li Yi swiftly altered his tactics. With youthful companionship, I shall return home. The sword conjured countless illusions around Li Yi, which then converged and surged towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong quickly ducked and rolled away to evade Li Yi's assault, which provided Li Yi the opportunity to close the distance. Aware that he held no advantage with weaponry, he decided to test the might of their physical forms. Sun Wukong, rising with confidence in his physical prowess, was unafraid of Li Yi's approach. Thus, they discarded their weapons and engaged in a fierce melee, exchanging punches and kicks with fervor. Li Yi struck Sun Wukong's face, while Sun Wukong retaliated with a kick to Li Yi's midsection. Li Yi elbowed Sun Wukong in the chest, and Sun Wukong struck Li Yi's shoulder. In this visceral exchange, Only the participants could discern the extent of their injuries. Li felt relatively unscathed. Sun Wukong's blows merely registered as sensations rather than wounds. However, Sun Wukong found himself in distress. Each of Li Yi's punches felt like a heavy blow, and after a brief struggle, he sensed internal injuries. Sun Wukong attempted to break free from their entanglement, but Li Yi had no intention of allowing him to escape, as seizing the moment of weakness was his consistent strategy. As Sun Wukong prepared to take flight, Li Yi seized his arms and slammed him forcefully to the ground, causing a resounding impact. Li Yi then descended, grasped Sun Wukong's arms once more, and rhythmically slammed him into the earth. Sun Wukong, unable to break free, coughed up blood under Li Yi's relentless assault. Upon seeing that Sun Wukong had lost his fighting capacity, Li Yi ceased his attack and addressed him. Your strength is limited to this. Inwardly, Li Yi inquired of the system. This Sun Wukong is too unruly. Is there a method to subdue him? The system replied, please exchange for the Eye of Heavy Illumination. What a steep price. Li thought, exchanging the Eye of Heavy Illumination to suppress Sun Wukong is truly a rip-off. Yet, given his entanglement with the journey to the west, he gritted his teeth and said, exchange. Instantly, the Eye of Heavy Illumination vanished from Li Yi's storage pouch, replaced by the golden hoop. In the original tale, this had been bestowed upon Tang Sanzang by Guanyin Bodhisattva, but now it had become his to give. What a loss. However, having given it, there was no recourse. Li retrieved the golden hoop from his storage and handed it to Tang Sanzang, instructing, place this hoop upon Sun Wukong's head. I shall impart the method of control. Tang Sanzang placed the hoop upon Sun Wukong's head and began to chant, naturally invoking the most renowned tightening spell. Sun Wukong writhed on the ground in agony, crying out, Master, do not chant. Master, please stop. Tang Sanzang felt a sense of vindication. Who could be pleased at having their life threatened? With a solemn expression, Tang Sanzang proclaimed, will you now obey? Will you accompany me to the Western Paradise for scriptures? Lying on the ground, Sun Wukong obediently replied, I will obey. I will go to the Western Paradise for scriptures. Tang Sanzang waved his sleeve, stating, very well. You may rest for half an hour. After your rest, we shall depart. In that moment, Li Yi felt that Tang Sanzang had matured into the role of a team leader, prepared to lead his 4 subordinates on the quest for scriptures. Half an hour later, Tang Sanzang mounted his white horse, Li Yi mounted his black steed, while Sun Wukong led the horse, and the 3 set forth westward. Within the spiritual mountain, the Holy One of Purity and the Holy One of Guidance simultaneously opened their eyes. The Holy One of Purity remarked, the 3 purities seem to have some design, but they cannot thwart the journey to the west. Once the journey is completed, it shall herald the dawn of our Buddhism in the central plain. The Holy One of Guidance, with a tear-streaked face, replied, indeed. With that, he resumed meditative chanting. Chapter 37, The White Dragon Horse. System, task completed, rewards dispensed. Li Yi felt a surge of spiritual energy illuminating his mind, and in an instant, he mastered the ability of transforming into the 3 purities. Goodness! To have learned such a high-level divine ability as transforming into the 3 purities, it seems my prowess is indeed growing. Now, Li Yi contemplated his next position, specifically pondering the tribulations Tang Sanzang was destined to encounter. The forthcoming challenge should involve a horse exchange. It was time to procure a more formidable steed for Tang Sanzang. 2 individuals and a monkey ascended the treacherous Snake Coil Mountain, its steep terrain imposing and daunting. Around midday, they arrived at Eagle's Cry Gorge, where they dismounted to rest and partake in their midday meal. Suddenly, a colossal white dragon emerged from the gorge, swiftly swallowing the white horse in one gulp before retreating into the water. The entire incident transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the 2 men and the monkey utterly astounded, unable to react as the horse was devoured. They exchanged bewildered glances, and it was Li Yi who broke the silence, declaring, your master's horse has been consumed. We must retrieve it at once. Sun Wukong, munching on a wild fruit, remained silent, his refusal implicit. Li Yi exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Song, who immediately began reciting the tightening spell. In response to the pain, Sun Wukong writhed on the ground, pleading, Master, please cease, I shall go. Li Yi shot a glance at Sun Wukong, thinking, you think you can outsmart me? I shall not let you off so easily. Sun Wukong then began to shout from the riverbank, come out, come out. His demeanor suggested a lack of genuine effort. Suddenly, a massive dragon tail emerged from the water, striking Sun Wukong. Although the tail posed no real threat to him, The provocation was unmistakable. After the swipe, the tail swiftly retreated back into the depths. Initially intending to feign indifference, Sun Wukong's temper flared at the dragon's taunt. "Come out and face me," he bellowed, brandishing his golden staff and thrusting it into the water, stirring up a commotion. However, the clever white dragon remained hidden, indifferent to Sun Wukong's raucous antics. This left Sun Wukong exasperated, as he found himself ineffective against the creature's turtle-like evasiveness, particularly in the water where his combat prowess waned. Li, observing Sun Wukong's frustrated antics, found amusement in the scene, yet recognized the necessity of resolving the white dragon's cowardice. Otherwise, they would be stranded indefinitely, disappearing from sight. Li stealthily submerged into the water. After a diligent search, he discovered the white dragon peacefully slumbering on the riverbed. Approaching silently, he gently prodded the dragon, causing its body to stiffen. Utilizing a puppet spell, Li compelled the white dragon to ascend from the water's surface. "This is as far as I can assist you. Should you fail to subdue this little dragon, your reign as the Demon King will be for naught." Once above water, after a thorough beating, Sun Wukong tossed the white dragon before Tang Xing, who was meditating and reciting scriptures. The sudden appearance of the massive white dragon startled him. Sun Wukong approached Tang Xing, saying, "Master, wait, I shall extract the white horse from within it." Tang Xing's expression darkened. He suspected Sun Wukong was being deliberately foolish. "Do you think me a fool? The horse has already been consumed. How can you extract it? Even if you could, I cannot ride it." Tang Xing replied solemnly. "No need for that. Just release it." He added. Sun Wukong quickly retorted, "Then you shall walk to the west." Tang Xing gazed at Sun Wukong, stating, "How can a mere mortal such as I traverse such distance? Naturally, you must carry me." Sun Wukong was taken aback. He would not carry a mere mortal. Was he to be a steed for this human? Tang Xing raised an eyebrow, saying, "If you cannot help me recover the white horse, then it seems you will have to bear the burden." Sun Wukong began pacing before the white dragon, pondering his options. Unable to bear it any longer, Li discreetly communicated to Sun Wukong, "Why not make the white dragon your steed? It devoured your mount. Thus, let its punishment be to serve as one." Sun Wukong, ignoring Li's taunt, focused on the suggestion. Having consumed the white horse, the dragon should transform into one. Approaching the white dragon, he said, "Stop pretending to sleep. I know you are awake." The dragon opened its eyes, fixating on Sun Wukong. With a fierce glare, Sun Wukong declared, "You have two choices. Transform into a white horse and serve as a steed, or I shall end your existence immediately. Choose wisely. You have 5 breaths to decide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The dragon, in human speech, replied, "I choose to be a steed." Sun Wukong, elated, exclaimed, "That's the spirit. A win-win for all." He rushed to Tang Xing, announcing, "Master, it's settled. The white dragon is now a white horse." Tang Xing replied, "Then let us set forth." With the white dragon transformed into a horse, Tang Xing mounted, while Sun Wukong took the lead to scout ahead. With the white dragon now a steed, Sun Wukong no longer needed to lead it by the reins, for the white dragon horse understood its path. Meanwhile, a vessel laden with Japanese demons approached the shores of Suzhou. As they neared the human realm, the demons transformed into human forms to conceal their presence. These demons from Japan were more bloodthirsty than their local counterparts, having grown accustomed to terrorizing in their homeland. Upon arriving in Suzhou, they believed they could unleash havoc as they did in Japan, reverting to their true forms at night to hunt humans indiscriminately. However, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty were no pushovers. They had ample experience battling such creatures, and many lesser demons were being pursued and dispatched by the Tang soldiers. At that moment, the leaders of these Japanese demons appeared. The Great Tengu, the 8-headed serpent, Yu Zhao Qian, and Susanoo arrived in Suzhou. These notorious beasts, upon noticing the Tang soldiers pursuing their kin, revealed their true forms and began a rampant slaughter within Suzhou. Yu Zhao Qian cautioned the 8-headed serpent, "Do not go too far. After all, this is not our territory." The 8-headed serpent laughed heartily. "We have come to expand our domain. Let the people of Tang experience the terror of the 8-headed serpent." Yu Zhao Qian frowned, saying, "Did you not notice that some soldiers can inflict harm on our subordinates? We must proceed with caution." The 8-headed serpent scoffed, "What is there to fear? It is merely a handful of soldiers that can harm our kin. We shall consume them all." With that, the 8-headed serpent opened its multiple maws, voraciously attacking the soldiers, some of whom were swallowed whole. Ah, this is delightful. The souls and flesh of Tang people are truly delectable. The eight-headed serpent laughed boisterously. As Yu Zhao Qian attempted to offer further counsel, the great Tengu interjected. Let the eight-headed serpent have its fun. Yu Zhao Qian remained concerned. I sense this situation is not as simple as it appears. The great Tengu, confident, stated. I have already gathered intelligence. All over Tang, demons are causing chaos, and the rulers are too busy extinguishing fires to concern themselves with us. Yu Zhao Qian felt his words carried little weight and chose to remain silent. Upon returning to Chang'an, Li Yi received urgent military reports. Scanning the messages, he noted requests for assistance from various regions. Why had the reinforcements from his Taoist sect not yet arrived? This was unusual, according to his contacts. They should have reached him swiftly. Could there have been unforeseen delays on the journey? Li Yi immediately dispatched a message via crane to his current master, Guang Qingzi. His suspicions were confirmed. Guang Qingzi, the eldest disciple of the sect, along with fellow disciples Huang Longjinren, Tai Yi Jinren, Yuding Jinren, Dao Xing Tianzun, and Qing Su Dao de Jinjun, were descending from Kunlun Mountain en route to Chang'an. Meanwhile, Guanyin Bodhisattva and her Buddhist followers had launched a surprise attack. Caught off guard, Guang Qingzi was incensed by the audacity of this assault, especially under Guanyin's command. He drew forth his innate spiritual treasure, the Heaven-Turned Seal. Renowned for its formidable power and numerous lives, the earth trembled as an immensely hard strike created a vast pit. No matter how formidable one's strength, one could not withstand the impact of the heaven-toppling seal descending upon one's head. A golden-bodied Arhut, caught unawares, was struck upon the head by the heaven-toppling seal, resulting in a shattered skull, and it appeared he would not survive. Guan Chengzi wielded the heaven-toppling seal, expanding it to encompass all Arhats within a 10-mile radius before delivering a fierce blow. Sensing impending disaster, Guanyin swiftly produced the primordial spiritual treasure bestowed by the Saint of Guidance, the seven-treasure marvelous branch. This branch, reputed to have the ability to dispel all things, was uncertain if it could counter the heaven-toppling seal. Guanyin activated the seven-treasure marvelous branch, successfully dispersing the heaven-toppling seal that was about to crush him. Guan Chengzi then reduced the heaven-toppling seal to the size of a stamp, engaging in a fierce struggle with Guanyin. The two exchanged relentless attacks, spells swirling throughout the battlefield. Having noticed Guan Chengzi had not returned for several days, Li hastened towards Kunlun. Ultimately, Guanyin, utilizing the miraculous power of the seven-treasure marvelous branch, left Guan Chengzi in a state of distress. Both parties found themselves in a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand. As Li approached Kunlun Mountain, Guanyin sensed his arrival, promptly ceasing her assault and retreating with the Buddhist Arhats. Upon Li Yi's arrival, he found Guan Chengzi and his fellow disciples from the Chan religion bearing injuries. He inquired, brothers, why does everyone bear wounds? Guan Chengzi replied with irritation, the Buddhists sent Guanyin to ambush us, and even the Saint of Guidance lent her his weapon, the seven-treasure marvelous branch, making it impossible to resist. Li sighed inwardly, recognizing the shamelessness of the two Buddhist saints. Brother, since there is nothing more to be done, shall we head to Chang'an? Li said with a bow. Guan Chengzi nodded, certainly. I am curious to see how mortals live today. Li led Guan Chengzi, along with Huang Long Jinren, Tai Jinren, Yuding Jinren, Dao Xing Tianzuan, and Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, to Chang'an City. In Li Yi's study, he remarked to Guan Chengzi, brother, I have cleared the route from Chang'an to Yangzhou entirely. The remaining directions will be up to you. Guan Chengzi patted Li Yi on the shoulder, assuring him, rest easy. Junior brother, this matter pertains to the fate of our entire Taoist sect. If the opportunity arises, I shall inform you. Li Yi bowed in gratitude. I appreciate your assistance. Brother, just as he finished speaking, urgent military news arrived. Opening the report, Li Yi discovered that ships from the Wokou had invaded Shuzhou, committing heinous acts that incited public outrage. Li Yi slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, what audacious fiends! How dare they slaughter my people in front of me? They shall face the most severe retribution. Once again, Li Yi resolved to lead the charge personally. The small Wokou had become increasingly unruly and aggressive. It seemed only by thoroughly dealing with their menace could peace be restored. Meanwhile, Yu Zhao Qian felt an unsettling premonition and communicated this to the great Tengu. Why do I have a foreboding feeling? The great Tengu replied, do not frighten yourself. We have been slaughtering here in Shuzhou for several months without a response from the court, thus we shall proceed unimpeded. At that moment, the eight-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi swaggered in, boasting, even if someone arrives, what of it? I shall devour them all. One could not deny the sheer audacity of the Yamada no Orochi, mindlessly reveling in destruction. The great Tengu informed Yu Zhaoqian, I have dispatched some lesser demons to gather intelligence, after which we shall advance into other states. As long as the Tang dynasty remains engulfed in turmoil, our position is secure. Yu Zhaoqian expressed her concern, let us hope so. Li Yi, with his cavalry, raced towards Yangzhou city, finding the walls devoid of patrolling soldiers, and the city gates unguarded, easily pushed open. The Woka monsters had transformed the once prosperous Yangzhou into a desolate wasteland. Li felt an intense rage, but what good would it do? He needed to swiftly track down their whereabouts to prevent further suffering for the common folk. Just wait. Once I catch you, I will ensure you regret ever being alive, he vowed. The main force of the Woka monsters had already surged towards their next target. Meanwhile, Yu Zhaoqian alerted the Great Tengu. I sense we are being watched. The Great Tengu questioned, watched by whom? Yu Zhaoqian replied, I am still investigating. I hope everyone remains safe. As the Woka monsters began their advance toward Yangzhou and Yuzhou, the intelligence network of the Tang dynasty continuously relayed their movements to Li Yi. His frustration mounted as he wondered how they could move so swiftly and cause destruction along the way. The Woku had obliterated numerous public facilities that had required significant effort and resources to establish, leaving Li Yi furious. Finally, at the border of Yuzhou, he intercepted the contingent of Woka monsters led by the Yamada no Orochi. The eight-headed serpent, flicking its tongues, taunted, ha! At last, someone has come to meet their demise. You fools, hurry and die. From a distance, Li spotted the enormous creature, its 8 serpent heads darting about. Why had this beast come all the way from Woku to wreak havoc in my Tang dynasty? Li Yi and his cavalry quickly approached the Yamada no Orochi, now at the forest's edge. If the creature managed to escape into the woods, the real trouble would begin, as the smaller monsters would be far more difficult to capture. Raising his hand, Li Yi signaled for his cavalry to halt, creating a tense standoff. The Yamada no Orochi arrogantly declared, Human, you possess considerable courage to confront me. As a reward for your bravery, I shall personally devour you. Li Yi examined the attributes of the Yamada no Orochi. Name, Yamada no Orochi realm, Golden Immortal, Peak, Cultivation Technique, Serpent Evil Technique spells, Water Manipulation, Top tier, Wind Manipulation, Top tier, Close Combat, Top tier. Wind Manipulation, Top tier, Divine Abilities, Serpent Head Rebirth, Top tier. Evil Corruption, Top tier. Magic Treasures, none. How outrageous. Li Yi scoffed at the audacity of a mere golden immortal. What business do you, a trifling demon, have in my Tang dynasty? The Yamada no Orochi laughed heartily. Why should the Tang dynasty be off limits? I have conquered Woku. And next, I shall dominate the Tang. Li Yi coldly retorted, I will eliminate you. The Yamada no Orochi mocked. Feel free to try. Attack my minions. The Woka monsters surged towards Li Yi's cavalry. These Woka monsters were indeed peculiar, ranging from stone demons to umbrella demons, masked demons, and armored demons, among others. However, their odd appearances did not enhance their strength. In fact, Li Yi's cavalry found them surprisingly weak, almost embarrassingly so. The cavalry of the Tang dynasty swiftly eradicated the monsters from the land of Wa, leaving them utterly bewildered. They were astonished at how easily these creatures were dispatched, for they were accustomed to fierce battles against the Buddhist warriors and monsters, finding this victory disconcertingly effortless. The battlefield fell into an unusual silence, with no one daring to speak. To alleviate the awkwardness, Li Yi remarked, What has happened to the great Yamada no Orochi? How could you wretched beings be so easily slain? You were not so weak when you terrorized the land of Wa. Determined to reclaim the honor of Yamada no Orochi, the massive serpent charged at Li Yi, bellowing, Human, I shall devour you whole. The colossal serpent's movement uprooted trees and scarred the ground beneath. For Li Yi, this was a fortuitous opportunity. He raised a hand, signaling all cavalry to retreat, while he alone faced the monstrous serpent. The imposing size of Yamada no Orochi was indeed fearsome, as larger monsters were deemed more formidable in the land of Wa. As the serpent lunged towards him, one of its heads aimed to bite Li Yi, stirring a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, the serpent's eyes widened in disbelief as Li Yi effortlessly blocked the attack with one hand. He calmly stated, Do you truly believe you can consume me? With a powerful motion, he seized one of the serpent's heads and flung it away, sending the entire creature crashing against the mountainside, embedding it within the rock. Stunned, Yamada no Orochi gazed at Lee, questioning how this human possessed such formidable strength that even Abe no Saimai could not easily inflict harm upon him. Lee hovered before the serpent and inquired, "What is your perception now?" In response, the other 7 heads lunged forward, growling, "It changes nothing. You are far too arrogant." Human. Lee found no interest in toying with a creature of lesser stature, for a great celestial being facing a mere golden immortal stirred no excitement within him. Had it not been for the desire to teach Yamada no Orochi a lesson, he could have dispatched the serpent in a single encounter. Effortlessly, he evaded the serpent's attack, prompting it to emerge fully from the mountainside, emanating a dark aura. The surrounding trees withered and decayed upon contact with the dark mist, showcasing the serpent's formidable powers. Yet, for Lee, whose body was nearly impervious to all forms of harm, this was merely a trivial display. He retrieved his spear, the Cloud Piercer, and after weighing it in his hand, hurled it towards Yamada no Orochi. Just moments earlier, the serpent had been brimming with confidence, but now, it felt an impending doom as the spear pierced one of its heads, exploding it upon impact. The remaining heads erupted in laughter. "Do you think that can kill me?" Ha ha ha. Yet, as they laughed, the severed head grew back, and Lee acknowledged, this must be the serpent's ability for rebirth. The system chimed in, task, decapitate the serpent. As a member of the Heavenly Court Limited Liability Company, one cannot allow malevolent deities to rampage across the sacred land of Shinjo. Make him aware that his rebirth speed cannot keep up with your destruction. The rewards for this task included the serpent's scales, eyes, and gallbladder. Lee was left speechless. The reward seemed almost to strip Yamada no Orochi bare. He pondered how the system could be so dismissive, as he had already claimed the serpent's life, and all these rewards should rightfully belong to him. In the 40th chapter, before the Jade Bath, perhaps the system had grown weary of Li's complaints, for it responded in his mind, products of the system are always of premium quality. Lee was taken aback. He had not anticipated a response from the system. He continued to call out, but the system remained unresponsive, leaving him bemused by its prideful demeanor. Lee drew forth the celestial sword, Justice of the Azure Clouds, and with a surge in speed, charged towards Yamada no Orochi. The serpent, overwhelmed, could not track his movements. In a panic, its 8 heads searched frantically for him, unsure of how to proceed. Lee seized the opportunity. Appearing before one of the heads, teasing, "Are you looking for me?" He then reappeared before another head, repeating the question. As he toyed with the serpent, Yamada no Orochi's inner turmoil deepened. It felt as though it had encountered a true aberration. Lee, uninterested in further banter, swiftly utilized Justice of the Azure Clouds to sever all 8 heads in one motion. Dispatching Yamada no Orochi was astonishingly effortless. The massive form of the serpent crashed to the ground, writhing before its head slowly began to regrow. Boasting, Yamada no Orochi exclaimed, "It's futile. No matter how many times you sever my heads, I shall always regenerate. You cannot kill me." Lee, unfazed by the serpent's bravado, accelerated once more, slicing through the creature's body. This time, it was not merely the heads that fell, but the serpent was cleaved into dozens of segments. Then he heard the chime, "Please collect your task rewards." Completing the task with such ease presented no challenge at all. Without delay, Lee journeyed towards Yangzhou, where another group of monsters had been sighted. However, upon his departure, the segments of Yamada no Orochi transformed into golden light and vanished. 3 days later, Lee arrived at Yangzhou City, where intelligence indicated that a winged monster led this group from Wa. There were indeed many winged monsters in Wa, but none more notorious than the Great Tengu. These creatures were a nuisance, and they ought to confine their antics to their own territories. Shinjo was not a place for their mischief. Lee, along with his cavalry, positioned themselves in advance of the Tengu's route, awaiting their arrival. Soon, the Tengu's procession approached, and with furrowed brows, the Tengu leader questioned, "Why are there 5,000 human cavalry here?" Immediately, some monsters ventured forth to investigate, yet they did not return, clearly having met their demise. Yamada no Orochi felt a foreboding sensation, an inexplicable sense of dread. Turning to the Tengu, he cautioned, "I have a bad feeling about this. It may be connected to these human cavalry." The Tengu dismissed his concern, stating, "They are merely humans, do not overthink it." With that, he commanded, "Kill these cavalry." The Wa monsters charged at the Tang cavalry, but as before, they were swiftly cut down. The Tengu was taken aback. bewildered by how easily his subordinates had been dispatched. These humans were no ordinary foes. He soared to the location of the human cavalry, coldly observing the scene before him, and demanded, "Humans, did you do this?" Li Yi remained silent, instead unleashing justice of the azure clouds. Yamada no Orochi shouted from the side, "Get away." But it was too late. Li Yi wielded his sword, releasing a wave of energy that severed one of the Tengu's wings. Plummeting from the sky, the Tengu was engulfed in excruciating pain, never having sustained such an injury since its birth. It was inconceivable that a mere human in Shinjo could achieve such a feat. Yamada no Orochi hurried to support the Tengu, coldly inquiring, "Who are you, human?" Li Yi found the situation quite absurd. "You dare invade my Great Tang, and yet question my identity?" He said coldly. "I am the sovereign of the Great Tang, Li Yi." The celestial beings, De Tiango and Yu Zhaoqian, now understood his status. However, should a ruler not resemble the Emperor of Hua, who is inept yet excels at indulgence? Could mere mortals possess such formidable strength? This realization shattered De Tiango and Yu Zhaoqian's worldview. Yet, it was not surprising. They were akin to rural creatures, unfamiliar with such power. Li continued, "Instead of remaining in your diminutive Hua, you dare invade my divine land? This is sheer folly." Just as Yu Zhaoqian was about to speak, De Tiango interrupted, warning, "Just wait. Our master will come to deal with you." Yu Zhaoqian was taken aback, completely unaware that they were under someone else's orders. She grasped De Tiango's collar, demanding, "Who is this master you speak of?" De Tiango smirked. "Serving our master is your honor. Ha ha ha." With that, he crushed a talisman and vanished in a flash of golden light, fleeing before Li Yi and Yu Zhaoqian. Li Yi sensed a familiar aura emanating from this entity. It was the resonance of Buddhist light. Unexpectedly, this affair bore the hallmarks of Buddhism. There was no need to speculate. It was undoubtedly the work of the Holy Mother of Ultimate Wisdom and the Holy Guide. Yu Zhaoqian, with a complex expression, addressed Li Yi, Great Tang's sovereign. De Tiango and the eight-headed serpent claimed they came to Great Tang for cultural exchange, yet upon arrival, they engaged in pillaging. I was powerless to stop them. Li Yi gazed at the exquisitely beautiful Yu Zhaoqian and remarked, "I have deduced the general outline of this incident. If you are indeed a disciple of Buddhism, De Tiango would likely have whisked you away as well. The Holy Mother would not wish to lose anyone capable of causing me trouble." Yu Zhaoqian quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding, my lord." Li Yi continued, "Tomorrow, I shall personally lead an expedition to Hua to eliminate these two and eradicate Hua itself." Yu Zhaoqian gasped in shock. How could the sovereign of Great Tang contemplate invading Hua? Although she held disdain for many of Hua's creatures, it was, after all, the land that nurtured her. She stepped forward and implored, "Esteemed sovereign of Great Tang, I offer my eternal servitude in exchange for your mercy upon Hua." Chapter 41. Peace talks. Having witnessed Li Yi's prowess, Yu Zhaoqian believed she could not evade his earlier strike and thus sought only for Li Yi to forgive Hua and herself. Li Yi, intrigued, approached her, lifting her chin with his finger. Her sparkling green eyes, slightly flushed cheeks, and delicate red lips were enough to mesmerize him. Indeed, as a branch of the nine-tailed fox in Hua, her enchanting abilities were undeniable, even challenging his celestial might. It was not that she intentionally seduced Li Yi. Rather, the nine-tailed fox inherently possessed such alluring talents. Li Yi declared, "I offer you a chance. If Hua sends representatives to negotiate with me, I shall spare your land." Yu Zhaoqian nodded in agreement without further words and promptly returned to Hua, having arrived with a multitude of creatures, but now departing alone, save for the fleeing De Tiango. Within the Hua royal palace, Susanoo and Amaterasu were merrily drinking when a pile of dismembered flesh suddenly appeared before them, causing both to gasp in horror. Upon closer inspection, they found the head of the eight-headed serpent among the remains. What had transpired? The eight-headed serpent had suffered grievous injuries in the celestial realm. They hastily transported it to a gathering of malevolent energies to aid in its recovery, knowing it would take at least a century to heal. Not long after, De Tiango returned to Hua, missing an entire wing, which further alarmed Susanoo and Amaterasu. Their previously equal strengths now made the celestial realm seem like a den of dragons and tigers. Soon after, Yu Zhaoqian returned to Hua and immediately confronted the royal court. "I never imagined you would have a master behind you." Amaterasu awkwardly replied, "We merely followed the path of the strong." As the chief deity of Hua, Amaterasu was revered in every household. Yu Zhaoqian coldly remarked, "You must clean up the mess you created." I have painstakingly negotiated peace with the Tang's sovereign. If you refuse to cooperate, he will lead an expedition to annihilate Wa. Susanoo and Amaterasu were taken aback. They had indeed provoked an entity they should not have. They feared that even if they complied, their fate would mirror that of the eight-headed serpent and a Tiango, the latter being the most powerful among Wa's creatures. Susanoo hastily agreed, "We shall negotiate." Yu Zhaoqian observed the two, silently scoffing at their hidden agendas, hoping they would not jeopardize the peace talks. She instructed them, "Prepare yourselves. We shall depart shortly." Within a day, Yu Zhaoqian, Susanoo, and Amaterasu arrived in the celestial realm, sailing to Shuzhou. Li Yi awaited their arrival. He received them at the governor's mansion and then led them to the conference hall. Li scrutinized Susanoo and Amaterasu, making them uneasy. At that moment, he utilized his system to assess their strengths. Name, Susanoo Realm, Golden Immortal, Late Stage, Technique, Chakra Art Skills, Fire Control, Top Tier. Close Combat, Top Tier, Divine Powers, Armor Covering, Top Tier. Limb Regeneration, Top Tier, Treasures, 10 Sword of Punch, Acquired Spirit Treasure. Susanoo indeed bore resemblance to a character from Naruto. Name, Amaterasu Realm, Golden Immortal, Late Stage, Technique, Amaterasu Divine Art Skills, Fire Control, Top Tier, Wind Control, Top Tier. Close Combat, Top Tier, Divine Powers, Amaterasu's Great Fire, Top Tier. Earthquake, Top Tier, Treasures. None. Amaterasu appeared rather shabby, lacking even a decent treasure. A goddess without any artifacts was quite pitiful. Li Yi initiated the conversation. "Are you aware of the actions you have taken?" Susanoo and Amaterasu nodded like chicks pecking at grain. Li Yi continued, "Do you comprehend my strength?" They trembled as they replied, "We have a slight understanding." Li Yi taunted, "Do you still wish to send others against me?" They quickly shook their heads. "We dare not. We dare not." Li employed pressure as a negotiation tactic to extract greater concessions from them. Yu Zhaoqian remained silent, increasingly disgusted by their behavior. Li slowly stated, "In that case, this matter can be resolved easily. My conditions are not many, but they are as follows. Henceforth, Wa shall no longer be a nation, but merely a province of the Great Tang. You shall annually pay 80% of your revenue. Additionally, you must surrender to Tiango and the eight-headed serpent." Upon hearing this, Amaterasu and Susanoo's faces turned pale. Such demands were no different from the annihilation of Wa. Amaterasu forced herself to remain composed, stating, "Great Tang Sovereign, your demands seem excessive. They are akin to the destruction of Wa. We cannot agree." Ah, what audacity! They still dared to negotiate with him, truly courting death. Li Yi raised an eyebrow. "The difference is that one option allows you to survive, while the other does not. Consider your choices." Since the dawn of their divinity in the land of Yamato, Amaterasu and Susanoo have encountered a profound sense of powerlessness for the first time, feeling as if they were mere lambs to the slaughter. Their expressions fluctuated between pallor and rage, their eyes communicating an unspoken dialogue. Tamamonome, resolute in her stance, refused to involve herself in this matter. The duplicitous beings had secretly allied with humanity, luring her to this realm. Had it not been for the fact that she had never harmed the people of the Tang dynasty, her fate might have been dire. With no powerful backing to provide her with an escape talisman, she narrowly avoided being ensnared by these deceitful individuals. In that moment, the two seemed to arrive at a significant decision. Amaterasu declared, "We, the rulers of Yamato, reject your terms. From this point forward, we shall not set foot in the Tang dynasty." Having made what they believed to be their greatest concession, their words sounded like a death wish to Li Yi. With that, Amaterasu turned to Li Yi and said, "With this, we shall return to Yamato." She and Susanoo prepared to depart. Tamamo sighed, pondering their naivety. Did they truly believe the Tang monarch could be so easily swayed? Li Yi's voice, now laced with a menacing undertone, remarked, "Do you think this is a place where one can come and go at will? I have given you but two choices, and there is no third." In an instant, he appeared before the duo, delivering a powerful blow to each of their midsections. Chapter 42. You shall be the leader. Susanoo and Amaterasu were sent hurtling through the air by Li Yi's formidable strength, crashing through the wall and landing in the plaza in front of the city lord's residence. The force of his strike was so devastating that it shattered their ethereal cores, ensuring they would never again experience an increase in their powers and would instead regress. In a single encounter, they were gravely injured. Recognizing the precariousness of their situation, they hastily activated their talismans, transforming into golden beams of light and vanishing from the scene. Li Yi stroked his chin. Reflecting on the persistent specters of the saints Xuanti and Jiayin, it seemed that Yamato had been thoroughly ensnared by Buddhism. He turned to Tamamo, who shrugged her shoulders and said, "Do not look at me. Their actions are of no concern to me." Li Yi commanded, "Prepare a feast and clear this area." Under the luminous moonlight, by the lakeside in a charming pavilion, Li Yi and Tamamonome reveled in each other's company. Li Yi raised his cup and declared, "Let us drink to this moment." Tamamo echoed, "To your majesty." Li Yi smiled, saying, "The troubles of Yamato have been vanquished. I welcome beautiful ladies to the realm of the Tang." Tamamo gratefully replied, "Thank you for your consideration, your majesty. I shall certainly pay you a visit when the opportunity arises." After sharing another drink, Li Yi mused, "Upon your return, you may face retribution from Susanoo and Amaterasu. It is regrettable that I could not strike them down in one blow." Tamamo confidently responded, "Fear not, your majesty. They will find it difficult to take my life." Li added, "There is no need for excessive concern. Their ethereal cores have been shattered, and their strength will decline." Unaware of the extent of Li Yi's power, which allowed him to obliterate an ethereal core with a single punch, Tamamo found herself astonished by such prowess, which far surpassed that of Susanoo and Amaterasu. Li Yi calmly stated, "Our systems differ vastly. There exists a significant disparity in strength, as you have witnessed." Tamamo nodded in agreement with his assertion. Li Yi began to persuade Tamamo, "Why not align yourself with me? I shall elevate you to the leadership of Yamato." Tamamo smiled sweetly, "Your majesty. Are you aware that they have formidable allies?" Li Yi replied, "Formidable allies indeed. However, I too have my own, and in greater numbers." This piqued Tamamo's interest, for she had not anticipated that the Tang monarch possessed such powerful supporters. Despite being a woman, as a powerful yokai of Yamato, she could not deny her ambitions. Tamamo decisively stated, "I implore your majesty for assistance." Having already antagonized everyone, she preferred to pursue a singular path. A wise individual recognizes the times. And Tamamo was indeed astute. Li replied solemnly, "Then I shall assist you. Upon your return to Yamato, should you encounter difficulties, use this token to resolve your immediate peril." With that, he tossed a token to Tamamo. This token could unleash 3 of his full-strength strikes. Given the current strength of those in Yamato, it would suffice for her to dominate, and if she found herself in dire straits, she could seek refuge with him. Tamamo nodded solemnly, tucking the token securely away. Li Yi raised his cup once more, exclaiming, "Let us continue our revelry. Tonight we shall drink with beauty and the moon," returning only when intoxicated. Tamamo smiled radiantly, lifting her cup. "It is a great honor to share this drink with your majesty." The following day, Tamamo returned to Yamato, while Li Yi set forth to continue his campaign against the troublesome yokai in the Tang dynasty. His next destinations were Liangzhou and Izhou, where the yokai had been wreaking havoc, leaving the local garrison powerless against their rampage, forced to seek sanctuary within the 3 Pure Ones temple. Li Yi, accompanied by cavalry, hastened towards Liangzhou, a region likely influenced by the presence of Buddhism due to its proximity to the Tuyuan. After 5 days and nights, he arrived at Liangzhou, where intelligence indicated that the source of the turmoil was a powerful yokai named Philian. Philian, one of the ancient celestial realm's great yokai, possessed a bird's head, a deer's body, and a serpent's tail, with grotesquely twisted antlers adorning its head. It had narrowly escaped the calamity that befell the ancient celestial realm. Renowned for its unparalleled speed, few could rival it. Moreover, reports mentioned a vaguely ominous figure, even more destructive than Philian, yet thankfully, the robust defenses of the 3 Pure Ones temple had thus far prevented significant casualties. This piece of news was the most encouraging Li Yi had encountered thus far. Upon arriving outside the city now besieged by Philian, he noted the foolishness of the yokai, for a creature known for its speed. Engaging in battle within the confines of a city would only serve to disadvantage it. Li made no effort to conceal his presence as he approached the city with his cavalry. Philian was leading its yokai forces in an assault against the defenses of the 3 Pure Ones temple when a lesser yokai approached, reporting, "General, 5,000 human-like cavalry have appeared outside the city." Philian, irritated, replied, "Can't you see I'm busy? Deal with it yourself." With that, it continued commanding its fellow yokai to intensify their assault, exclaiming, "Haven't you all eaten? Put in some effort." The lesser yokai, left with no choice, took a handful of yokai soldiers to intercept Li Yi and his cavalry. The outcome was, of course, predictable. None returned. Not long after, another lesser yokai approached Philian, reporting, General. A contingent of human cavalry is now less than 5 miles away. Philean turned, exclaiming, "Did I not tell you to handle it yourselves? Can't you manage a few human cavalry?" Suddenly realizing that the previous report had come from a yokai named Xiaoxian, who had not returned, Philean barked at its subordinates. "You lot, keep up the pressure. If I catch anyone slacking when Xiaoxian returns, they will meet their end." Having entrusted Xiaoxian, a capable subordinate, with the task, Philean hurriedly followed the lesser yokai to the city wall, demanding, "What is the situation with this human cavalry? How have they come so close?" The lesser yokai nervously replied, "General, Xiaoxian just came to report to you." Philean, now visibly displeased, retorted, "Where has that Xiaoxian gotten himself into trouble?" The lesser yokai trembled as it responded. Xiaoxian took several brothers to intercept the human cavalry. Philean was enraged. "That bastard has fled?" Chapter 43. Philean, the little demon, weakly remarked, "General, it seems that the leader of the little whirlwind did not run away. He must have been eliminated by these humans." Philean continued in his fury, "This scoundrel has followed me for so long and cannot even defeat a few mere humans. He deserves to be eliminated. Prepare the troops. We shall annihilate these humans. How dare he force me to intervene personally?" Soon, all the demons under Philean gathered around him. He raised his scythe and shouted, "That rascal little whirlwind has been defeated by humans. If he were still alive, I would surely give him a good beating, but now he is dead. So, my comrades, avenge little whirlwind." The demon soldiers shouted in unison, "For revenge." Li Yi led his cavalry to the gates of the city as Philean, along with his soldiers, opened the city gates to confront the enemy. Philean remained confident. Even if they had managed to eliminate little whirlwind, they would have no chance against him. Thus, the two forces began to confront each other outside the city. System, mission, maintain the reputation of the rightful Heavenly Court. Mission information. The sudden emergence of remnants from the ancient Heavenly Court has tarnished the reputation of the current Heavenly Court. As a member of the Heavenly Court Limited Liability Company, it is your duty to eliminate Philean and uphold the court's prestige. Mission reward, Philean's feather. Why is the reward so meager this time? It feels as if it is being drawn from what should have been my own spoils. Philean swaggered to the front of his troops, pointing his scythe at Li Yi, declaring, "You humans have slain my trusted subordinate, Little Whirlwind. Therefore, you must perish here today. That useless Little Whirlwind can no longer heed my commands. All thanks to you humans," Philean continued, rambling to himself. Li Yi found Philean's behavior perplexing. Was he really talking to himself, merely because he lost one little demon? Li spoke in a deep voice, "State your reason for invading my tank city." Philean paused for a moment, pondering the question. Why invade your tank city? The phrase echoed in his mind as if enchanted. The soldiers on both sides were bewildered. The Tang soldiers stared at the demon leader, who appeared dazed, repeatedly muttering, "Why invade your Tang city?" The demon soldiers wished to sink into the ground, recognizing their general's old folly resurfacing. Suddenly, Philean recalled why he invaded the Tang city. He exclaimed joyfully, "I finally remember why I invaded your Tang city." Li Yi replied with interest, "Then pray tell." Philean gleefully responded, "It was an order from the Azure Emperor." Yes, it was an order from the Azure Emperor. He commanded me to occupy your city and slaughter you humans. It's that simple." Li Yi smiled, but the smile was icy. "I believe you no longer have that opportunity. Not even a chance for revenge for Little Whirlwind." Philean glared at Li Yi with a fierce expression. "I shall first sever the legs of your steed, then remove your limbs, and finally decapitate you." Li retorted with a cold laugh, "Come and try." With that, Philean lunged at Li Yi, his speed astonishing. In an instant, he appeared before Li Yi, savagely swinging his scythe at Li Yi's steed. Though Philean was fast, Li Yi caught a glimpse of the attack just in time. He drew his celestial sword, Justice Qin Yun, to intercept Philean's scythe. Philean's grin widened as he accelerated, and his scythe struck the legs of Li Yi's warhorse, causing it to collapse. Li Yi failed to stop the scythe. Quickly, Li Yi leapt away from his fallen steed and used a property check on Philean. Name: Philean Realm. Tai Golden Immortal. Late Stage. Technique: Flowing Wind Decision Skills. Flight Technique, Top Level. Sand Control Technique, Top Level. Close Combat, Top Level. Gale Blade, Top Level. Divine Powers, Rapid Flight, Top Level. Black Sandstorm, Top Level. Magic Weapon, Ghostly Scythe. Li Yi's side. The late-stage Tai Golden Immortal was indeed formidable. His speed was astonishing. There was no choice but to respond appropriately. Having successfully severed Li Yi's steed's legs, Fai returned to his ranks, sneering, "I told you I'd chop off your horse's legs." Li calmly replied, "You should focus on severing my head instead of chattering." Fai raised his scythe and bellowed, "Charge, my comrades." The demon soldiers roared and surged forward. Li calmly waved his hand, "Onward. Let them witness the might of the Tang people." The Tang cavalry charged as well, and chaos ensued. Fai once again attacked Li, his speed still remarkable. This time, he aimed to sever Li's limbs. Fai swiftly appeared before Li, raising his scythe to strike at him from all sides. Li raised just as Qingyun to defend. Just as the scythe was about to make contact with Li's body, it suddenly changed direction and aimed for his limbs instead. Li, not particularly fast, failed to react in time and felt the scythe slice through his lower leg. To his astonishment, Falian's scythe felt as though it had struck a celestial meteor. Li was not surprised. His 8-9 profound art was no trifling matter. He pressed forward toward Falian, who evaded him with speed. However, Falian seemed to be becoming overconfident. Even after realizing he could not inflict harm on Li, he continued his assault. For a time, the sounds of metal clashing echoed as Falian's attacks failed to reach their target. If Falian's soldiers witnessed his current state, they would understand his folly. He had once again lost his senses. Falian was determined to sever Li's limbs, yet his attacks were entirely ineffective. Li was keenly observing Falian's movements. Once he grasped Falian's trajectory, he could strike back. Falian grew increasingly alarmed, for with each close brush of Li's fist, he sensed a powerful force coalescing. If that fist connected, it would shatter bones. Li's fist drew closer to Falian, with each near miss intensifying Falian's anxiety. He prepared for a final assault. Chapter 44. Tao Tai. As Li continued to fight, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He kicked upward with his right foot. Li felt the impact as his kick connected, sending Falian flying from his rapid afterimage state. This kick caused Falian to spew blood uncontrollably. As anticipated, Li's kick had shattered Falian's bones. Falian crashed heavily against the city wall, leaving an imprint of his form. Li was furious. "You crashed into the wall and left a shape? Damn it, this will cost money to repair." He rushed to Falian, yanking him down from the wall, exclaiming, "Do you still think you can sever my limbs?" With gritted teeth, he continued, "Could you not avoid the wall when you flew out? Do you have any idea how much I spent constructing this wall? How much effort went into it? Damn it, repairing this will cost a fortune." Li was infuriated. These structures were built at great expense for the Tang dynasty, primarily for the defense against calamities and these monstrous fiends. Subsequently, in a fit of rage, Li forcefully hurled Falian aside onto the vacant ground, reluctant to damage the paved path before him. With a kick, he severely injured Falian, and then, with a swift throw, he sent him crashing into the earth, putting him on the brink of collapse. A mere thrust of his sword would suffice to claim this head. Li grasped his weapon, the judicial Qingyun, and swung it towards Falian's head. At that moment, he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger and immediately soared into the sky. A massive, gaping maw erupted from the ground, devouring Falian whole, leaving behind a gaping black hole that revealed a pair of enormous, blood-red eyes fixated on Li. The sight of those crimson orbs instilled a sense of peril within him. He quickly directed a property check towards the blood-red eyes. Name: Tao Tai, one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts. Realm: Cultivation technique: endless devouring abilities. Earth drill technique: top tier. Earth control technique: top tier. Close combat: top tier. Divine powers: great mouth devouring, top tier. Slow healing: top tier. Magic treasures. None. Upon seeing the question marks, Li was taken aback. What on earth was this? Why could he not ascertain its strength? Was it more formidable than a sage? Perhaps the system could no longer tolerate Li's ignorance and provided a direct explanation. Due to differing cultivation systems, the strength cannot be confirmed. Please assess your opponent's power based on your own perception. Just as Li was about to retort, the system promptly issued a task. Task: repel the ferocious beast. Task information: the 4 ancient ferocious beasts have long been a conundrum for the Heavenly Court. As a member of the organization, you are required to assist in resolving this issue. Exercise caution when confronting the ancient beast Tao Tai, and beware of its gaping maw. Task reward: Tao Tai Cauldron. The task was issued with great urgency, prompting Li to inquire, "What about the reward for Falian?" Ding. Task reward dispensed: Falian's feather. Humph. If I hadn't asked the system, I might have been deprived of the reward. Fei Lian was on the verge of being dispatched by him when he was suddenly consumed by Tao Dai, an epitome of seizing food from the tiger's mouth. Hence, whose reward was this? Regardless of the reward's magnitude, one must assert their claim. The system, unwilling to engage in further discourse, directly granted the reward to Li Yi. Fei Lian's feather possessed a rather intriguing name, and Li Yi immediately inspected its attributes. Fei Lian's feather enhances the wearer's speed, whether for crafting or direct use. Now, facing the colossal Tao Tai, this speed would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Li Yi quickly donned Fei Lian's feather, feeling his body grow lighter. He swiftly raised his hand and commanded, "All cavalry retreat. This situation exceeds your capabilities." The cavalry of the Great Tang promptly vacated the area. Tao Tai, one of the four ancient ferocious beasts alongside Chaos, Qiongqi, and Tao Wu, exhibited considerable differences in power among them. For instance, Chaos and Qiongqi were notably weaker, while Tao Tai and Tao Wu were of a different caliber altogether. Now, Li Yi stood witness to the threat posed by Tao Tai, which made him feel endangered. How could Tao Tai allow its potential prey to escape? It immediately pursued Li Yi underground as the Great Tang cavalry fled. Observing Tao Ye's movements, Li Yi followed suit. Armed with the Chuan Yunshiyu spear, he appeared behind the Great Tang cavalry and forcefully plunged the spear into the ground, shouting, "Get out of here, quickly!" The utilization of Fei Lian's feather proved advantageous, as his speed was significantly enhanced. Once Tao Tai was dealt with, he could refine Fei Lian's feather anew. Li anchored the Chuan Yunshiyu spear into the earth to obstruct Tao Ye's advance. Tao Ye's massive form was evident in its movements, as it wreaked havoc on the ground with every step. Before long, Li Yi felt something collide with his spear, the immense force nearly causing him to lose grip. Straining to lift the spear, he exclaimed, "Rise." Suddenly, a colossal figure was pried from the earth, unleashing a thunderous roar. Tao Tai, with a human body and a lion's head, sported razor-sharp fangs, while its eyes were located beneath its armpits. Upon emerging, Tao Tai gaped its maw and roared at Li Yi, the sonic wave ruffling his hair. Infuriated by the disruption of its feeding, Tao Tai roared, intent on devouring this adversary. Li Yi adeptly dodged Tao Ye's attempts to consume him, as each bite resulted in the loss of a significant portion of land. With every assault, Li Yi struck at Tao Ye's body with his judicial Qingyun. However, his blows had little effect. Tao Ye's thick scales and hide rendered him nearly impervious. What could he do now? It seemed impossible to contend with Tao Tai directly. Li Yi persistently attempted various strategies to attack Tao Tai, yet the results were dismal. Suddenly, he recalled his mastery of the three flames of true fire. Unsure of its efficacy, but determined to try. Dodging Tao Ye's assault, he opened his mouth and unleashed the flames upon Tao Tai. A small stream of true fire drifted towards Tao Tai, igniting it in anguish. Chapter 45, Tao Wu. Despite its diminutive size, the flames contained explosive power drawn from the essence of heaven, earth, and humanity. The flames inflicted profound pain upon Tao Tai, driving it into a frenzy. Tao Tai began to attack indiscriminately, its mouth wide open, voraciously consuming everything in its vicinity. Li Yi could not allow Tao Tai to continue its consumption. After all, they were perilously close to the city. Should Tao Tai reach the city and commence its devouring, the consequences for the populace would be dire. Li Yi relentlessly expelled the three flames of true fire, igniting several patches of it on Tao Ye's form before diving underground. In the air, Li Yi searched for Tao Ye's whereabouts, but the beast had burrowed deep into the earth, rendering it temporarily invisible to him. Furrowing his brow, he employed his divine sense to locate Tao Tai, though the subterranean obstacles greatly hindered his search. The ground trembled violently, and a pitch-black chasm materialized directly beneath him. Suddenly, Tao Tai burst forth from within, its cavernous maw filled with crimson mist, lunging towards Li Yi. He swiftly evaded Tao Ye's attack, but the beast relentlessly pursued him. Li Yi wielded his celestial sword against Tao Tai, though his efforts yielded little success, merely staving off its assaults. Raising his speed to its zenith, he ascended to a higher altitude, where Tao Tai, lacking the ability to fly, could not pursue. Continuing this way would not lead to Tao Ye's defeat, and the damage inflicted by the three flames of true fire had already begun to heal. Li Yi rummaged through his storage bag, retrieving materials collected by the Heavenly Court over many years. He resolved to temporarily seal Tao Tai in place, awaiting the opportunity to devise a method to slay it. He arranged the celestial meteorite gold into 8 positions, corresponding to the 8 trigrams of Taiji: Qian, Kuan, Zhan, Kan, Dui, Li, Jin, and Sun. The 8 trigrams also represented the 8 gates: life, death, stagnation, sight, alarm, rest, opening, and injury. This formation is specifically designed to ensnare individuals. Li Yi intends to first trap the monstrous Tao Dai within the Taiji diagram and subsequently seek a method to eliminate it. Fortunately, the creature possesses a rather low intelligence, with its mind consumed by a singular thought: to devour. Tao Tai charged straight into the formation set by Li Yi, inadvertently trapping itself. Li Yi promptly summoned the Taiji diagram, which began to rotate slowly over the formation, drawing in Tao Dai. The innate spiritual treasure of the Taiji diagram proved irresistible to Tao Tai, and it was soon absorbed within the diagram. With the Taiji diagram secured close to his chest, Li Yi contemplated who could assist him with his predicament. Naturally, the first person who came to mind was his master, the Supreme Laozi. Li Yi resolved to ascend to the 36 heavens and visit the Duoshui Palace to consult his master about this issue. Just as he was about to depart, he received a paper crane, which upon unfolding revealed a message from his senior brother Xindu, consisting of merely 3 words: Fire Cloud Cave. It appeared that the answer he sought lay within the Fire Cloud Cave. The Fire Cloud Cave is the dwelling of the 3 sovereigns, renowned for their prowess against ferocious beasts during ancient times. Thus, seeking their counsel seemed prudent. Li Yi immediately set off for the Fire Cloud Cave, located atop the clouds, perpetually shrouded in mist. Following the guidance of the Grand Master Xindu, he arrived at the entrance of the cave and respectfully announced, "Li Yi of the human race has come to pay his respects to the 3 sovereigns." A calm voice resonated from within, "Enter." Upon entering the cave, Li Yi beheld 3 venerable elders, unmistakably the 3 sovereigns of humanity: Fuxi, Shenong, and Shenyuan. Li Yi bowed respectfully and said, "The younger generation, Li Yi, pays homage to the 3 sovereigns." Emperor Shenyuan chuckled and inquired, "What brings you to our Fire Cloud Cave, young man?" Li Yi replied earnestly, "Due to the ancient beast Tao Tai rampaging across the human realm, I find myself at a loss against its formidable defenses. Aware of the unparalleled experience of the 3 sovereigns in combating such beasts, I have come seeking guidance." Shenong smiled and remarked, "You have come to the wrong place. This matter is not for us to advise on." Li Yi immediately asked, "Then who should I consult?" Sovereign Fuxi, with a mysterious smile, replied, "The Heavenly Court." Li Yi, somewhat enlightened yet still perplexed, took his leave from the sovereigns and proceeded to the Heavenly Court. Arriving at the familiar South Heaven Gate, he encountered an old acquaintance on duty. Just as he prepared to enter, he was stopped. "Halt! Who goes there?" A guard recognized Li Yi and exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Put down your weapon." The guard then smiled and said, "Brother Yi, what brings you to visit us at the South Heaven Gate?" Li patted him on the back and replied, "Not bad. You've been promoted to captain. I have some matters to report to the Lingxiao Palace today." The guard, not daring to be negligent, said, "Please wait a moment, Brother Yi. I will seek permission from the Lingxiao Palace." Li waved him off. "Go ahead." Before long, the captain returned and said, "Brother Yi, His Majesty requests your presence." Li followed the captain to the Lingxiao Palace. Inside, only a handful of individuals were present, totaling 10, including civil officials. Li Yi immediately knelt and declared, "I pay my respects to your Majesty." The Jade Emperor nodded and asked, "What brings you to see me today?" Li responded solemnly, "Due to the ancient beast Tao Tai rampaging across the human realm, I have managed to capture it. Yet I am utterly incapable of slaying it. I beseech your Majesty for assistance." The Jade Emperor nodded and said, "Tai Bai, you shall accompany Li Yi on this endeavor." Tai Bai Jinxing stepped forward and declared, "As you command, your Majesty." Li felt somewhat bewildered, uncertain why the Jade Emperor would send a civil official to assist him in slaying Tao Tai, and he regretted his request. With no choice but to proceed, Li Yi clasped his hands and said to Tai Bai Jinxing, "I appreciate your company on this journey." Tai Bai Jinxing, a prominent figure in the Heavenly Court and favored by the Jade Emperor, accompanied Li Yi to the Taiji diagram. Upon observing the ancient beast, Tai Bai Jinxing's face twisted into a menacing grin, intent on eliminating Tao Tai. This unexpected expression startled Li Yi, for Tai Bai Jinxing was known for his amiable demeanor. Li Yi quietly inquired, "What troubles you, Jinxing? What is it about Tao Tai that incites such fury?" Tai Bai Jinxing, with a fierce countenance, replied, "The ancient beast must be eradicated by all means." Li Yi, noticing Tai Bai Jinxing's almost frenzied demeanor, sensed that the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. He cautiously asked, "How might we defeat Tao Tai? My current methods are insufficient to breach its defenses." Tai Bai Jinxing took a deep breath and said, regrettably, "The ancient beast cannot be truly killed." Li Yi gasped, "Why can this ancient beast not be slain? Is even the sage powerless against it?" Tai Bai Jinxing's expression regained its calmness as he explained, "Are you familiar with Panga's creation of the heavens and the earth?" Li Yi nodded, "I have heard of it." Tai Bai Jinxing settled down within the Taiji diagram and began, "This matter traces back to Panga's creation. After Pangu separated the heavens and the earth, everything he was transformed into the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers, while his essence became the three pure ones. Pangu was not without emotions, and thus, alongside his immense spirit of sacrifice, he also bore a dark side. These negative emotions manifested as the 12 ancestors of sorcery and the 4 great beasts. The 12 ancestors suffered great losses during the war of sorcery and demons, leaving only Ho-Tu, who became the 6 paths of reincarnation. Consequently, all negative emotions and energies in this world coalesced within the 4 great beasts: Chaos, Qiong-Qi, Tao Tai, and Tao Tai. These formidable beasts leave desolation in their wake, their names synonymous with disaster. Li Yi began to grasp the origins of these ancient beasts and continued, "But I have encountered Chaos and Qiong-Qi, and they were not particularly strong, easily defeated by me." Tai Bai Jinxing patted Li Yi's shoulder and said, "Young brother, you are still too inexperienced. What you faced were merely avatars. The true beasts are like Tao Tai ensnared within this Taiji diagram." Realization dawned on Li Yi. So, that is why Chaos and Qiong-Qi were so easily vanquished. They were not their true forms. Tai Bai Jinxing elaborated, "The 4 great beasts are not a monolith. They consume one another. The ones you encountered were avatars that had succumbed to slumber, clearly having lost in a conflict with Tao Tai and Tao Tai. They do not truly die. As long as negative emotions and energies exist within the world, they remain their embodiment. Even if a sage were to slay these beasts now, they would eventually be reborn. There is nothing that can be done." At last, Li Yi understood the origins of the 4 great beasts and why they could not be killed. He asked, "Jinxing, how then shall we confront Tao Tai?" Tai Bai Jinxing, brimming with resolve, declared, "Of course, we must strike. We shall kill it whenever we encounter it." Li sighed, "Jinxing, I am unable to inflict harm upon it. I hope you possess a more effective strategy." To which Tai Bai Jinxing reassured him, "Fear not. I have ample experience dealing with these beasts." Taking advantage of the moment, Li Yi curiously inquired, "Jinxing, what is the source of your aversion towards the ferocious beasts?" After a brief pause for contemplation, Tai Bai Jinxing explained, "This tale is rather lengthy. My celestial companion perished amidst the battle with those beasts. Hence, whenever I encounter them, I feel compelled to slay them." Tai Bai Jinxing intended to divulge no more, and Li Yi refrained from pressing further. It appeared that Tai Bai Jinxing had succumbed to a wave of sorrowful memories. However, shortly thereafter, he regained his composure and jested, for he was indeed the preeminent scholar of the heavenly court. Steeling himself, Tai Bai Jinxing remarked, "Little brother, since you are a disciple of the old lord and share my goal of vanquishing the ferocious beasts, let us proceed. I shall treat you to a drink." The two emerged from the Taiji diagram and made their way to Tai Bai Jinxing's residence to partake in libations. Upon arrival at a quaint space he had arranged in his courtyard, which could manifest any seasonal atmosphere desired, Li Yi, seizing the opportunity, decided to inquire about the heavenly court's stance on the journey to the west. As they began to drink, noticing that Tai Bai Jinxing was becoming slightly inebriated, Li Yi took the chance to ask, "Jinxing, may I inquire about the heavenly court's perspective on the journey to the west?" Tai Bai Jinxing glanced at Li Yi and replied, "Our heavenly court tends to lean more towards Taoism. However, you must understand that Buddhism is burgeoning in influence, placing considerable pressure on the Jade Emperor. Thus, certain demands from the Buddhist sect cannot be denied." He continued, "The journey to the west has been meticulously arranged with 81 tribulations. And while some of the initial trials may involve assistance from the heavenly court, the subsequent challenges are predominantly managed by the Buddhist practitioners." Li Yi nodded in agreement, realizing that the path of the journey to the west was indeed sound, and his involvement would not disrupt the grand scheme as long as he remained inconspicuous. The heavenly way would not interfere with him. As Tai Bai Jinxing consumed more alcohol, he began to sway, clearly intoxicated. Li Yi prepared to take his leave. But Tai Bai Jinxing suddenly threw an arm around his neck and, in a drunken slur, declared, Li Yi, I must tell you. I have discerned that you are no ordinary mortal. Li Yi chuckled, replying, Jinxing, I am no longer a mere mortal. I have ascended to a celestial form. Tai Bai Jinxing, still inebriated, insisted, What I mean is, you are not from this world, as if you have descended from the heavens. Upon hearing this, Li Yi was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Could it be that Tai Bai Jinxing had uncovered his identity as a time traveler? If that were the case, it would mean the entire heavenly court would soon be aware of his true nature. Panic surged within him. His identity as a time traveler had granted him immense advantages, yet he had to conceal it at all costs. With beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, Li Yi cautiously queried, Jinxing, what comes next? Is there any response from the heavenly court? Tai Bai Jinxing erupted into laughter, exclaiming, What response? There is no response whatsoever. Li Yi was taken aback. No response? That seemed illogical. How could they be aware of his origins, yet remain unprepared? Just as he was about to press further, Tai Bai Jinxing's snores filled the air. He had fallen asleep. Li couldn't help but reflect that his previous inquiries had evidently dredged up painful memories for Tai Bai Jinxing. It was implausible to assert that it had no effect. Tai Bai Jinxing was seeking solace in intoxication. Deciding to leave, Li discovered he was unable to exit. The confines of Tai Bai Jinxing's enchanted space barred his way without the latter's permission. After numerous attempts to escape, all in vain, Li resigned himself to remain by Tai Bai Jinxing's side. Throughout the night, his emotions were tumultuous and complex. At dawn, Tai Bai Jinxing awoke to find Li waiting patiently. He greeted him with a smile. Little brother, you are up quite early. Li forced a smile in return. Indeed, I woke up rather early. In truth, he had not slept a wink, as the previous night's revelations had been rather alarming. Tentatively, Li probed, Jinxing, do you recall what you said last night? After some contemplation, Tai Bai Jinxing replied, What did I say? I truly cannot recall. You saw me. I was quite inebriated. Whenever I drink too much, I tend to forget what transpired. If I misspoke last night, I sincerely apologize. Li Yi's eyes brightened. Tai Bai Jinxing had indeed blacked out from drinking. How fortunate. He chuckled. No worries, Jinxing. It is for the best that you do not remember what was said. I have nothing pressing to discuss. Tai Bai Jinxing released the enchantment on his space and said, Little brother, we must not delay. Let us directly open the Taiji diagram and confront the Taodai. Li temporarily set aside his concerns about being discovered and retrieved the Taiji diagram, leading them into its realm. This Taiji diagram was a fabricated world where everything was governed by the will of its possessor. Tai Bai Jinxing instructed Li to conjure an expansive terrain conducive to their battle. Li, manipulating the diagram, transformed it into an endless grassland. Trapped within the Bagua array in the Taiji diagram, Taodai soon felt the constraints binding it dissipate, only to find itself in an expansive prairie. With a furious roar, Taodai yearned to consume, driven solely by its insatiable hunger. Tai Bai Jinxing and Li cautiously advanced into Taotia's awareness. The beast glared menacingly at them. Slowly, Tai Bai Jinxing began to shed his garments, casting a minor spell that caused them to float in the air. As he walked, he said, Little brother, allow me to teach you how to defeat this Taodai. As Tai Bai Jinxing revealed his muscular physique, Li was taken aback. What a stark contrast to the scholarly appearance he had always presented. Tai Bai Jinxing flexed his arms, twisted his neck, and stretched his legs, stating, Observe closely, little brother. In an instant, Tai Bai Jinxing charged at Taotai, who reciprocated the assault. The movement of Tai Bai Jinxing conjured a powerful gust, tousling Li Yi's hair. Within Li Yi swelled a tide of awe. The denizens of the heavenly court were indeed formidable, possessing such hidden strength. Tai Bai Jinxing engaged Taotai in a fierce melee, demonstrating overwhelming prowess, leaving the beast utterly defenseless. Li Yi was left in astonishment. Was it truly the case that the scholarly officials of the heavenly court were this powerful? Soon, Tai Bai Jinxing had Taotai on the brink of defeat. Approaching Li Yi, Tai Bai Jinxing explained, It is through absolute strength that we prevent Taotai from unleashing its devouring powers and slow regeneration. This renders it nearly defenseless. Li acknowledged that he was far from mastering the combat abilities displayed by Tai Bai Jinxing. While his physical strength surpassed that of Tai Bai Jinxing, he recognized that the latter's martial prowess was far more refined. Inspired by Tai Bai Jinxing's display, Li resolved to dedicate time to hone his own combat skills. He gave Tai Bai Jinxing a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Jinxing, you are amazing." Tai Bai Jinxing, puzzled, asked, "What does amazing mean?" Li Yi clarified, "It means you are incredibly impressive." Tai Bai Jinxing humbly responded, "You flatter me." With a flourish, Tai Bai Jinxing conjured a celestial sword into his right hand, approaching Tao Dai with a commanding presence. This sword was imbued with the authority of the Heavenly Court, exuding a menacing aura. With a swift strike, the Tai Bai Jinxing severed the neck of the Tao Dai, extinguishing its life force. Tai Bai Jinxing elucidated that the formidable aura of slaughter could breach the defenses of the Tao Dai and inflict immense damage upon it. Li Yi grasped the means to harm the Tao Dai. Given his current physical prowess, he could unleash devastation surpassing that of Tai Bai Jinxing. The Tao Yi's massive form crashed heavily to the ground, gradually dissipating into nothingness. Tai Bai Jinxing remarked, "Observe, it is vanquished, yet not even a corpse remains. These entities will re-emerge into the world, accumulating with negative emotions and energies." Li Yi nodded in gratitude, expressing his appreciation for Jinxing's assistance in slaying the Tao Dai. Tai Bai Jinxing replied, "No need for such formality, young brother. It was but a trifling effort, and I too yearn to rid the world of these vile beasts." After expressing his thanks once more, Li Yi was informed by Tai Bai Jinxing that he should return to the Do Shui Palace when time permitted, as the old lord had matters to discuss with him. Li Yi acknowledged this and subsequently returned to the mortal realm. Upon his return, he ensured that the Tang dynasty was stabilized, for with the Tao Dai's demise, the demon clans within had scattered in fear. The Tang experienced a temporary tranquility. Yet one of the four fierce beasts remained elusive, indicating that the ordeal was far from over. Judging by previous incidents, the key figures in this matter appeared to be the two saints, Kunni and Jane, along with the Azure Emperor. After attending to his responsibilities, Li made his way to the Do Shui Palace. The old lord merely stated, the matters of the journey to the west must not falter. With that, he gently tapped Li Yi's forehead, and a wealth of detailed knowledge regarding the cultivation of the One Qi transforming three purities and the old lord's alchemical insights flooded Li Yi's mind. Chapter 48. The Azure Robe. The technique of One Qi transforming three purities imparted by the old lord elevated Li Yi's own mastery to an advanced level, and with further practice, he could attain the pinnacle of this art. However, the most invaluable gift within this impartation was the old lord's alchemical wisdom, which transformed Li Yi from a novice into a master alchemist, placing his skills on par with those of the Grand Master Xuandu. Li Yi's avatar, reassured that his intervention would not alter the course of the journey to the west, found solace beside Tang Sanzang. Together with Tang Sanzang and Sun Wukong, Li Yi arrived at the Guanyin Zen Monastery. Reflecting on the monastery, Li Yi recalled the bear's spirit fond of wearing robes. He pondered the peculiarities of its tastes. The venerable head of the monastery received the trio with the utmost courtesy upon learning that they were on a mission from the emperor to retrieve scriptures from the west. Tang Sanzang reciprocated with the highest honors, bathing and donning the azure robe bestowed by Li Yi, proceeding to expound the teachings to the monks of the monastery. During this discourse, the head monk was momentarily blinded by the brilliance of the azure robe, and a seed of greed took root within his heart. After Tang Sanzang concluded his teachings, the head monk approached him, saying, "Master Sanzang, your profound understanding of the Buddhist teachings humbles me greatly. I wish to borrow your robe for a night to contemplate, as your explanations have deepened my insights into the Dharma." Li struggled to suppress his laughter at the head monk's audacity in fabricating such an implausible excuse to retain the azure robe. Yet, even more astonishing was Tang Sanzang's acquiescence in lending the robe to the head monk. Once in their quarters, Li Yi questioned Tang Sanzang, "Why did you lend the robe to the head monk? His eyes are filled with avarice." Tang Sanzang replied calmly, "I am aware, if he wishes to borrow it, let him. In the end, the robe shall return to me." Li nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the robe would indeed find its way back. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, growing increasingly restless and bewildered, had no understanding of their conversation. Feigning analysis, Li Yi mused, "I suspect the head monk will be entranced by the azure robe tonight and may engage in unsavory actions." Tang Sanzang inquired, "What sort of unsavory actions?" Li Yi stretched and replied, "A night of darkness and peril." Tang Sanzang nodded in comprehension, "I see. Given the current conditions, I suspect arson may ensue." Li Yi remarked, "Indeed, we should remain vigilant tonight." Yet, he realized that Tang Sanzang was fully aware of the unfolding events but remained powerless to intervene. as these trials were essential for Sanzang's journey to transcend his tribulations. Li Yi approached Sun Wukong and playfully nudged him to the ground, prompting the monkey to leap up and feign aggression. Li Yi regarded him with disdain as Sun Wukong retreated to his chair. "Did you not hear me? Tonight, they will set our quarters ablaze. Hurry and procure a safeguard for your master." Sun Wukong, unable to overcome Li Yi and constrained by Tang Sanzang's spell, begrudgingly ascended to the heavenly realm to borrow a protective artifact. Shortly thereafter, he returned, visibly irate. Li Yi discerned that Sun Wukong had likely been denied the artifact. "Alas, with your headstrong nature, it is no wonder you have offended so many. How could you possibly secure a protective item?" Li Yi tossed a token to Sun Wukong, instructing, "Take this token to the South Heavenly Gate and seek out Mo Liqing. He will lend you what you need." Sun Wukong retorted, "I refuse to go." Li glared. "Stop sulking and be off with you." Tang Sanzang cast a disapproving glance at Sun Wukong, who, with no choice left, trudged back to the heavenly realm to request the artifact once more. Soon after, Sun Wukong returned, presenting Li Yi with the fireproof shield obtained from Mo Liqing, before retreating to a tree in the courtyard to rest. As night fell, the trio opened their eyes simultaneously. The fire was upon them. They hurried to the courtyard, and Li Yi deployed the fireproof shield, enveloping himself, Tang Sanzang, Sun Wukong, the white dragon horse, and their belongings in its translucent protection. Tang Sanzang sat cross-legged, continuing his recitation of scriptures, while Li Yi savored the wine gifted by Tai Bai Jinxing, and Sun Wukong munched on peaches of dubious origin. The inferno raged, consuming their quarters. And after a hearty sip of wine, Li Yi blew forcefully, sending the flames leaping towards other areas of the Guanyin Zen monastery. The conflagration caught the attention of a bear spirit residing nearby in the Heifeng Mountain, a peculiar creature enamored with Buddhist teachings. Upon witnessing the blaze, it rushed to extinguish the flames. Having formed a bond with the head monk, the bear spirit sought him out in his chamber for rescue. But when he found no trace of the monk, it stumbled upon the azure robe within. Captivated by the sight of the azure robe, the bear spirit was unable to depart, for it believed that possessing the robe would bring it closer to enlightenment. "The old head monk can hardly fault me for this," it mused, clutching the azure robe before retreating to Heifeng Mountain. The following morning, the Guanyin Zen monastery lay in ruins, reduced to ashes. Li Yi, Tang Sanzang, and Sun Wukong arrived at the head monk's chamber, seeking the azure robe. Yet, the head monk, in a fit of shame and despair, could not produce it, ultimately meeting his demise by colliding with a pillar. However, Li Yi and his companions would not let this matter rest easily. They pressed the Guanyin Zen monastery for the return of the azure robe, leading to the conclusion that it had likely been taken by the bear spirit from Heifeng Mountain, as it had been on amicable terms with the head monk. Thus, the true drama began to unfold. Li Yi smiled and said to Tang Sanzang, "Shall we embark on an excursion to Blackwind Mountain?" Tang Sanzang joined his hands in a gesture of reverence and replied, "The cassock must naturally be returned to its rightful owner." Sun Wukong interjected, "I too wish to witness this black bear spirit's unwavering devotion to Buddhism." The three of them, along with a horse, proceeded towards Blackwind Mountain. Upon acquiring the splendid blue cassock, the black bear spirit summoned his good friends, a Taoist priest and a gentleman in white, to discuss the organization of a Buddhist robe assembly. Clearly, possessing such a robe warranted a display. Chapter 49. The bear in the robe. The Taoist and the gentleman in white hurriedly praised the black bear spirit, stating, "Indeed, the king of Black Wind lives up to his reputation. We shall invite our friends to witness the occasion." Flattered by their compliments, the black bear spirit eagerly nodded and said, "Go ahead, I shall prepare in the meantime." Li Yi instructed the white dragon horse to watch over Tang Sanzang, while he and Sun Wukong made their way to Blackwind Cave. Upon their arrival, they observed the Taoist and the gentleman in white parting ways at the entrance. Li Yi pointed at the Taoist and then at the gentleman, indicating that he would accompany the Taoist while Sun Wukong should follow the gentleman. Sun Wukong nodded and transformed into a mosquito to trail the gentleman, while Li Yi discreetly followed the Taoist, curious about his affiliations with the snake demon and the bear spirit, who seemed inclined towards Buddhism. The Taoist departed from Blackwind Mountain, arriving at a picturesque valley where stood a solitary Taoist temple. As he reached the entrance, a young boy opened the door to welcome him inside. Li Yi approached the temple's entrance, where 4 large characters reading Baiyun Taoist Temple were inscribed. He sneered, "The Baiyun Temple and the King of Black Wind are indeed a fitting pair." Knocking on the temple door, the young boy peered out and inquired, "Whom do you seek?" With a blank expression, Li replied, "The abbot." The boy immediately responded, "The abbot." But before he could finish, Li kicked him, sending him crashing into a pillar inside the temple, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, clearly on the brink of death. The boy quickly shut the door, but Li placed a finger against it, preventing him from closing it entirely. With a swift kick, Li shattered the door into splinters, sending the boy flying like a ball. Li, now appalled by the boy's appearance, thought to himself that this was no ordinary child, but rather a diminutive creature, his Adam's apple larger than Li's own. The returning Taoist was about to write a letter to notify his friends when he heard a commotion at the door. With a grim expression, he stepped out to scold whoever was causing trouble, only to find the boy lifeless beside the pillar. His eyes filled with rage, the Taoist exclaimed, "Who has killed my young attendant?" After searching for a time, he spotted Li standing at the temple entrance, still in a kicking stance. Furiously, the Taoist declared, "You have killed my young attendant. I shall see you pay for this." Li, uninterested in explanations, coldly retorted, "As a disciple of the Tao, how can you consort with Buddhism while harboring such heavy resentment? You must have been up to no good." The Taoist was taken aback, wondering if his deeds had been uncovered. No, it couldn't be. He forced a smile, though it was clearly insincere, and his eyes darted nervously, revealing his deception. Li chose not to engage further, instead beginning a thorough search of the temple. The Taoist, realizing that Li Yi's mention of being a member of the Taoist order indicated Li Yi's high standing, felt a surge of panic. He quickly forgot his attendant's tragic fate and protested, "Messenger, I truly have done nothing wrong." Li scoured the entire temple, but found nothing amiss. The Taoist sighed in relief, saying, "See, there is truly nothing here." However, Li pondered what might be awry and suddenly rushed to the Taoist's quarters. The Taoist, sweating profusely, insisted, "There is really nothing at all." Li noticed the unusual construction of the bed. It should have been wooden, yet it was made of bricks. This was clearly suspicious. With a cold smile, he approached the bed, causing the Taoist to grow increasingly anxious. Li pulled back the covers and examined the bed, casting a piercing gaze at the Taoist. The Taoist's face turned pale, and he began to tremble. Li smashed the bed, revealing an entrance below. Realizing he had to escape, the Taoist attempted to flee, but Li would not grant him that opportunity. "Freeze," he commanded, casting a spell that immobilized the Taoist before descending into the opening. Inside, he discovered a vast dungeon filled with various young women, some imprisoned, while others lay lifeless. Li had suspected the Taoist was not merely a benign figure. Associating with demons could hardly denote a virtuous character. Emerging from the dungeon, he confronted the Taoist, saying, "Is this what you call nothing? You truly believe yourself to be a good person, living beneath a fabricated mask. How exhausting that must be for you." With that, Li waved his hand at the immobilized Taoist, and the latter disintegrated into dust. Li then freed the captive young women and demolished the entire dungeon. Remembering the Black Bear Spirit's Buddhist robe assembly, he transformed into the guise of the Taoist. Although the Taoist's appearance was rather unappealing, Li endured it for the sake of witnessing the assembly. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong awaited the gentleman in white to finish contacting his friends before swiftly dispatching him with a single strike. The gentleman revealed his true form as a serpent demon, prompting Sun Wukong to scoff before transforming into his likeness to attend the Black Bear Spirit's assembly as well. Soon, Black Wind Cave became lively as attendees arrived for the assembly. The Black Bear Spirit, donned in the cassock, greeted the guest with glee, reveling in his success. Li, disguised as the Taoist, and Sun Wukong, as the gentleman in white, arrived at Black Wind Cave. Li noticed the monkey hair peeking from the gentleman's robe, confirming Sun Wukong's disguise. Telepathically, Li communicated with Sun Wukong. "Monkey, have you transformed to join in the festivities?" Sun Wukong, recognizing Li Yi's presence, replied, "Naturally. I wish to witness this Black Bear Spirit's assembly." What an amusing turn of events, with two mischievous souls attending the Black Bear Spirit's gathering, sparking a sense of pity for the bear spirit. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang waited at the periphery of Black Wind Mountain with the white dragon horse, who had assumed human form, dutifully attending to him. Chapter 50. The Black Bear's submission. Seeing that enough guests had arrived, the disguised Li announced, "King of Black Wind, the attendees have gathered. We may commence the assembly." The Black Bear's spirit beamed, "Excellent," and ascended the platform to prepare for his speech. System announcement. Task: Monster Assembly. Task information: Who would have thought that mere monsters would hold an assembly? As a member of the Heavenly Court's Responsibility Corporation, it is unacceptable for these diminutive creatures to disrupt the Buddhist robe assembly. Subdue the Black Bear Spirit. Task reward, the Black Bear Spirit's palm. Li Yi felt somewhat exasperated. The recent rewards had been rather lackluster. The system, indifferent to his complaints, maintained its stance. The rewards were as they were. Take them or leave them. The Black Bear Spirit cleared his throat and commenced his speech. Ahem, I would like to express my gratitude to all fellow practitioners for attending my Buddhist robe gathering. Observing the somewhat awkward silence below, Li Yi took the lead in applauding, prompting the other creatures to follow suit. The Black Bear Spirit, feeling quite pleased, clasped his fists in appreciation. He continued, a few days ago, I acquired this robe, the exquisite brocade robe I wear now. Behold, this robe is evidence of my unwavering devotion to Buddha. If you, too, dedicate yourselves wholeheartedly to Buddha, you may share in such extraordinary fortunes. The creatures below erupted in cheers, indicating that the Black Bear Spirit was quite popular among them. Li Yi, struck by inspiration, suggested to the Black Bear Spirit, Great King, since you have donned this robe, why not recite a sutra to demonstrate your sincerity? It would surely be an enlightening experience for us all. The Black Bear Spirit recognized the merit in this idea and promptly sat cross-legged on stage to recite the sutra. Li discreetly transmitted a message to Sun Wukong, saying, This bear is thick-skinned and dim-witted. Transform into a golden elixir and persuade him to consume you. Then you can cause a ruckus within him. Sun Wukong found the idea amusing and agreed. With no further reluctance regarding their journey to the west, Sun Wukong sought to find some amusement along the way. Disguised as a refined scholar, he quietly slipped away from the Black Wind Cave and transformed into a golden elixir, swiftly landing in Li Yi's hands. The lights, script, props, and characters were all prepared. Thus, the performance could commence. Half an hour later, the Black Bear Spirit completed his recitation, wearing a benevolent expression. While the creatures below were captivated, Li Yi, bemused, thought to himself, Can you even comprehend what you're hearing? These newly transformed creatures, including the Black Bear Spirit, are hardly credible when they profess compassion. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi remarked, Great King, I happened to acquire a golden elixir yesterday. Consuming it will undoubtedly enhance your cultivation. The Black Bear Spirit, without suspicion, took the elixir and swallowed it, unknowingly ingesting Sun Wukong. Li Yi's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he said to the Black Bear Spirit, Now, why not continue your discourse? The creatures chimed in, urging, Great King, please share another tale. We wish to hear more. The Black Bear Spirit, filled with pride, replied, Very well, I shall recount another story. At that moment, Li Yi cast a spell upon the brocade robe, which began to constrict as the Black Bear Spirit recited. Initially, the Black Bear Spirit felt no discomfort, as robes are typically loose-fitting. However, he soon noticed something amiss. The robe was tightening, making it difficult for him to breathe. The more he struggled, the tighter the robe became, and he realized he could not escape its grasp. In a panic, the Black Bear Spirit cried out, Someone save me. Please, someone help. As chaos ensued, the smaller creatures fled in fear, unwilling to involve themselves in the unfolding drama. Left alone with Li Yi, who was disguised as a Taoist priest, the Black Bear Spirit pleaded, Taoist, please help me. Li Yi, feigning indifference, retorted, I cannot assist you. The Black Bear Spirit, enraged, demanded, What do you mean? Hurry and save me. Li Yi leisurely settled down, replying, What does it mean? Simply that I have no desire to help you. The Black Bear Spirit, fuming, exclaimed, I have known you for many years. Why would you treat me this way? You've ruined the Buddhist robe gathering. Finally, the Black Bear Spirit realized who was behind this mischief, prompting Li Yi to stifle applause. Li Yi then exposed the truth. You took our robe. And you think we wouldn't come looking for it? With a flick of his hand, he reclaimed the brocade robe, preventing the Black Bear Spirit from damaging it in his struggle. As the restraints were lifted, the Black Bear Spirit roared in fury. Who are you? Li shed his disguise, revealing his true self. Dismissing the bear's inquiry, he declared, Your curiosity is irrelevant. You only need to know that I came for the robe. The Black Bear Spirit, unwilling to let Li Yi depart with the robe so easily, brandished his ring blade and struck at Li Yi. With a casual wave of his hand, Li Yi deflected the attack, then calmly stated, Monkey, this is your task to handle. With that, he left the Black Wind Cave. The Black Bear Spirit, intent on pursuit, shouted, Don't you dare leave. I will slay you. However, just as he prepared to give chase, he was seized by a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if something was tumultuously churning inside him. Upon hearing Li Yi's command, Sun Wukong began to wreak havoc within the black bear spirit's belly, causing the creature immense discomfort. The black bear spirit writhed on the ground, powerless against Sun Wukong's antics. Eventually, unable to bear the pain any longer, he fell to his knees, begging for mercy. "Great One, I implore you to spare me." Ignoring the black bear spirit's pleas, Sun Wukong continued his mischief until the bear was nearly at the brink of collapse. Finally, he swaggered out from the black bear spirit's mouth, reverting to his original form, and admonished, "Bear, you ought to be more discerning. Not everyone is someone you can provoke." As Sun Wukong departed, a radiant light appeared within the Black Wind Cave. The compassionate Avalokiteshvara descended, observing the nearly defeated black bear spirit. Without hesitation, she drew forth her precious bottle and absorbed him within. Originally intending to assist Tang Sung in subduing the black bear spirit, Avalokiteshvara was surprised to find him in such a weakened state and decided to take him along instead. Chapter 51. Gao Laozhuang Li Yi returned to Tang Seng's side, presenting the robe as he said, "It's done. You can take care of the robe." As Tang Seng busied himself with the garment, he inquired, "Where is the monkey?" Li Yi chuckled, "He will return once he has had his fill of fun." Shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong reappeared. Tang Sung mounted the white dragon horse, commanding, "Let us depart." The group of three and their steed continued their journey westward. They arrived at a sprawling estate, and as twilight descended, Li Yi proposed, "Perfect timing. Let us rest at this estate for the night." Tang Sung nodded in agreement, and Sun Wukong led the horse toward the estate. Upon entering, Sun Wukong's appearance stirred a commotion. This estate was a large complex, comprised of a central manor surrounded by farmland. The group reached the heart of the estate, as common farmers were too fearful to accommodate them. Soon, they arrived at the opulent manor, which bore the name Gao Laozhuang. Li recognized it instantly, exclaiming, "Isn't this Gao Laozhuang? That rascal Zhubeiji must be around." Sun Wukong knocked on the door and called out, "Is anyone home? We seek a place to stay for the night." Moments later, a servant opened the door, and upon seeing Sun Wukong's face, he recoiled in terror, shouting, "A monster!" Tang Seng shot an admonishing glare at Sun Wukong before dismounting and approaching the door, assuring, "Do not be afraid. This is my disciple. We are monks sent by the Tang Emperor to the Western Paradise in search of the true scriptures and wish to stay here for the night." The servant, finally seeing a semblance of normalcy, suppressed his fear and said, "Please wait a moment. I will report to the master." Tang Seng smiled, "Thank you." The servant hurried to inform the master of the manor. Tang Sung would rather not handle this himself, but considering the other three, one a monkey, another a drunkard, and the last a horse, he realized the necessity. Without his intervention, they might very well spend the night in the open. Before long, a magnificently dressed elder, supported by his servants, arrived at the entrance and, with a benevolent expression, greeted Tang Sanzang, saying, "I did not expect a high monk to visit. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. My servants are not well versed in etiquette, and I hope you will forgive them." Tang Sanzang politely replied, "You are too kind, elder. It is we who have intruded upon your peace." The elder introduced himself. "I am surnamed Gao. This is Gao Village, and the surrounding lands are tended by our tenants. Please, esteemed monk, come inside. I have already arranged accommodations for you." Tang Sanzang graciously responded, "You are too courteous. Elder Gao, I am grateful for your hospitality." Elder Gao led the group into the village, first showing them to their rooms before instructing his servants to summon everyone for a meal. The elder hosted a lavish banquet, and under his guidance, the atmosphere was lively and harmonious. During the festivities, Li Yi, while drinking, remarked to Tang Sanzang, "I tell you, Elder Gao's warm demeanor must be driven by some ulterior motive." Tang Sanzang replied, "You are too quick to judge others harshly." Li raised his head, signaling for him to observe. After the meal, Elder Gao feigned a headache. Remembering Li Yi's words, Tang Sanzang chose to remain silent. Noticing the monk's reticence, Elder Gao's expression turned serious as he implored, "Master Sanzang, I beseech you to save us." Li shot Tang Sanzang a knowing look, as if to say, "I knew this would happen." Tang Sanzang, feeling helpless, thought it was futile to engage in further conversation when the elder had already abandoned his dignity. However, having partaken of their food and drink, he felt compelled to respond. "What troubles you, Elder Gao?" Tang Sanzang inquired. With trepidation, Elder Gao confessed, "Monsters have invaded our village. I implore you, master, Help us rid ourselves of this creature. Tang Sanzang sighed and said, Elder Gao, please elaborate. My disciple possesses no other skill but the ability to vanquish demons. Elder Gao began to reminisce. In the past, we often hired strong men from neighboring areas to assist with our autumn harvest. Once, we hired a particularly robust fellow who was exceptionally hardworking. He completed a month's worth of tasks in just half a month. Seeing his honesty and diligence, I invited him to marry my daughter. Li Yi interjected. You mean you took him as a son-in-law, a quintessential leech? Realizing everyone was staring at him, he raised his hands and said, Please, continue. Elder Gao continued his tale. But little did I know, this was the beginning of a nightmare. At the wedding banquet, after drinking too much, he revealed his true form. He was a pig demon. At that moment, how could I possibly allow my daughter to marry him? Elder Gao, still shaken, took a sip of tea to steady himself before continuing. However, this demon has since plagued us, threatening to raze Gao village to the ground if I do not hand over my daughter. Tomorrow night is the final deadline for his demand. Master, I beg you, save my daughter and our village. With that, Elder Gao fell to his knees. Tang Sanzang quickly helped him to his feet, assuring, Do not worry, Elder, we shall assist you. He then turned to Sun Wukong, saying, You will handle this matter. Sun Wukong, resigned, responded, Very well. Elder Gao repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. Thank you. Li Yi, meanwhile, found himself bemused by Zhu Beiji, who had once been the esteemed Marshal of Heaven but had now devolved into a gluttonous fiend on earth. He mused. The celestial maidens are hardly less numerous than those in the mortal realm. System notification, quest, reputation of heaven. Quest information, the former Marshal of Heaven, once a vital employee of the Celestial Bureau, has tarnished its reputation since descending to the mortal realm. It is imperative to teach him the severe consequences of sullying the Celestial Bureau's name. Quest reward, a shard of a glazed lamp. Another quest had arrived, but the reward seemed rather meager. On the following night, Li Yi discussed his plan with Sun Wukong. It was simple. Sun Wukong would disguise himself as Gao Zuolan, confront Zhu Beiji, and then Li Yi would appear to deal with him, culminating in Tang Sanzang's grand entrance to subdue Zhu Beiji. Sun Wukong arrived at Gao Zuolan's chamber, transformed into her likeness, and awaited Zhu Beiji's arrival. Not long after, a gust of wind heralded Zhu Beiji's approach, and Li Yi, hidden nearby, could tell the pig demon was near. With a cacophony of laughter, Zhu Beiji arrived, exclaiming, Salon, I have come, dressed in a red groom's outfit. The pig-headed demon pushed open the door to Gao Zuolan's chamber. There sat a beauty adorned with a red veil by the bedside. Zhu Beiji approached her, unaware that this Gao Zuolan was Sun Wukong in disguise. Gao Zuolan let out a melodious laugh and said, My lord, you have arrived. If Li Yi had been present, he would have surely found this scene repulsive, wondering how Sun Wukong could partake in such farce. Zhu Beiji, elated, declared, Zuolan, you finally accept me. He was nearly in tears. Gao Zuolan giggled, Of course I accept you. Now let us return. Zhu Beiji, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, Rest assured, Zuolan. I will treat you well. He reached to take Gao Zuolan's hand, but she countered, I prefer not to walk. Zhu Beiji, grinning foolishly, replied, Then I shall carry you. He squatted beside her as she climbed onto his back. Onward, Zuolan, he shouted, pushing open the door and heading toward his lair. As he trod the path of Gao village, he felt a surge of joy, never expecting to have a bride after descending from heaven. Yet Gao Zuolan had no intention of allowing Zhu Beiji to carry her so blissfully. She began to cast spells upon herself, and as Zhu Beiji walked, he noticed her weight increasing. Initially, he thought it was merely his excitement that was exhausting him, but soon it became apparent that she was growing heavier, breathing heavily. He exclaimed, Zuolan, why are you becoming heavier? Gao Zuolan cheerfully replied, Nonsense, my lord. It is you who lack strength. Zhu Beiji dismissed the thought and continued onward. But the situation only worsened. Struggling, he said, Wife, this weight is quite unusual. I can barely carry you now. He paused to look back at Gao Zuolan, who had now revealed her true form, a monkey face staring back at him. Zhu Beiji screamed, trying to dislodge Sun Wukong. But the monkey clung to him as though glued to his back, no matter how he twisted and turned. You, Sun Monkey! Zhu Beiji shouted in terror. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Indeed, it is your grandpa's son. Enraged, Zhu Beiji demanded, Where have you hidden my Zuolan? Sun Wukong mockingly replied, Isn't the Zuolan you seek right here? With that, he transformed back into Gao Zuolan's likeness, causing Zhu Beiji to panic and soar into the air, rolling about desperately but unable to shake off Sun Wukong. The latter's weight increased, and Zhu Beiji, unable to bear it any longer, plummeted to the ground, with Sun Wukong naturally landing atop him. Afterward, he bound Zhu Beiji tightly and returned to Gao Village. Li Yi, Tang Sanzang, Elder Gao, Gao Zuolan, and the villagers awaited Sun Wukong's return in the village square. Sun Wukong, bearing the weight of Zhu Ganglai, arrived at the square of Gaojia village. Descending from the sky, he unceremoniously dropped Zhu Ganglai before the village chief, Gao Laozhuang, and stated, "This is the one." The village chief immediately pointed at Zhu Ganglai, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is he." Filled with gratitude, Gao Laozhuang addressed Tang Sanzang and Sun Wukong, saying, "I am thankful to Elder Tang and Elder Sun for assisting our Gaojia village." With a smile, Tang Sanzang replied, "You are too kind, Gao Laozhuang. Exorcising evil and safeguarding the righteous is our duty as practitioners." For the first time, Sun Wukong experienced the complexity of gratitude, though joy predominated in his heart, and he echoed, "No need for such formality." Lying on the ground, Zhu Ganglai glanced around, noticing that no one paid him heed, and thus began to quietly struggle. He muttered under his breath, "Damn that Sun Wukong. Just you wait. I will seek revenge once I return to the heavens." In a short while, Zhu Ganglai managed to free himself from the ropes and began to assess his surroundings. Noticing that Sun Wukong was too close to engage with, and that Gao Laozhuang was accompanied by Gao Zuolan and several mortals, he feared that harming them would exacerbate his already dire situation. Scanning the area, he spotted a young man drinking alone, concluding that he was the easiest target. Taking advantage of the distraction, Zhu Ganglai sprang up and swiftly seized Li Yi, brandishing his nine-toothed rake at Li Yi's throat, demanding, "Release me at once, or this man will pay with his life." Desperate to escape, Zhu Ganglai resorted to this drastic measure, lamenting the fall from grace of the once respected marshal of the Heavenly River. Gao Laozhuang gasped in alarm, "Elder Tang." However, Tang Sanzang waved his hand, saying, "Do not panic. Gao Laozhuang, everything is under control." Both Tang Sanzang and Sun Wukong regarded Zhu Ganglai with bemusement, puzzled as to why he would take Li Yi hostage, a man capable of overpowering even Sun Wukong himself. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere yet unsure of its significance, Zhu Ganglai anxiously demanded, "What are you all looking at?" "I have captured one of yours." Feigning terror, Tang Sanzang implored, "Please, release him." Zhu Ganglai, enraged, retorted, "Why do you wear such a false expression?" Sun Wukong, indifferent, remarked, "Do as you please, it matters not to us." Meanwhile, Li Yi continued to drink, seemingly unfazed by the hostage situation. Zhu Ganglai nudged him, saying, "At least show me some respect. Your life is in my hands." Li Yi took another sip of his drink and replied, "Zhu Ganglai, once the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly River, fell from grace for defiling the celestial laws and has since endured the suffering of reincarnation. Yet here you are, attempting to take me hostage." Zhu Ganglai, now terrified, stammered, "Who are you?" Li Yi, still sipping his drink, replied, "We all serve in the heavens. Your past is hardly a secret. I had no intention of exposing you, yet here you are, attempting to seize me." Chapter 53. Master Wu Chao. Li Yi leaned back into Zhu Ganglai's grasp, using a technique from the mortal realm to deliver a powerful blow to Zhu Ganglai's chest. This strike made Zhu Ganglai acutely aware of Li Yi's formidable strength, sending him flying. Zhu Ganglai, not one to back down, retaliated with his rake, swinging it towards Li Yi. Tang Sanzang averted his gaze, unable to watch, while Sun Wukong turned away, knowing Zhu Ganglai's fate would be grim. With a single hand, Li Yi effortlessly blocked Zhu Ganglai's attack, momentarily surprising him. However, Zhu Ganglai's ferocity soon regained control, and he continued to swing his rake at Li Yi. Li Yi parried each strike, the sounds of metal clashing echoing in the air. Realizing he had provoked a formidable opponent, Zhu Ganglai decided he could not show weakness, especially not against someone from the heavens. As Li Yi skillfully deflected Zhu Ganglai's relentless assaults, he seized an opportunity during a brief lapse in Zhu Ganglai's offense, landing a punch squarely in his abdomen. Sun Wukong, observing, noted the significant dent formed in Zhu Ganglai's belly as he collided with the wall, leaving a large impression. Fortunately, Li Yi had moderated his strength. Otherwise, this formidable being would have been left gravely injured. Li approached and pulled Zhu Ganglai down from the wall, delivering a series of blows to his face while admonishing him, "You are nothing more than a pig." What gives you the right to abduct innocent women? Your actions are a disgrace. He whispered to Zhu Ganglai. Most importantly, you are bringing shame upon the heavens. The Jade Emperor will not tolerate such behavior. You must choose. Will you remain the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly River, or will you be nothing but a pig demon? Understand the choice before you. Zhu Ganglai's face swelled from the beating, and upon hearing Li Yi mention the heavens and the Jade Emperor, he trembled, clearly intimidated by the weight of the celestial authority. Trembling, he declared, I choose to be the Grand Marshal. Li Yi nodded, saying, It seems you have chosen wisely. Go forth and fulfill your duty. Protect Tang Sanzang on his pilgrimage to the west for scriptures. Only upon completion of this task may you hope to return to the heavens. Hope ignited in Zhu Ganglai's gray eyes as he stammered, I shall obey your command. He hesitantly inquired, May I ask where you serve in the heavens? Li Yi replied, In the Doshui Palace. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ganglai felt reassured. Realizing that this young man was indeed someone of importance in the celestial hierarchy, he would not dare doubt Li Yi's identity. For not just anyone could claim association with the Doshui Palace. Seeing Zhu Ganglai's newfound compliance, Li Yi patted his swollen head, pleased. Very well. Now go and meet your master. By the way, I am aware that Guanyin has sought you out. At the mention of Guanyin, Zhu Ganglai trembled again. And Li Yi continued, proceed with the plan as intended. Zhu Ganglai, unsteady on his feet, approached Tang Sanzang and knelt, saying, Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Tang Sanzang was taken aback, wondering, what is this? A demon seeking to be my disciple? I do not accept just any creature. He instinctively moved to assist Zhu Ganglai back up. Zhu Ganglai persisted. It was Guanyin Bodhisattva who instructed me to await the destined pilgrim and protect him on his journey to the west. At this moment, Tang Sanzang uttered a rather audacious statement. What Guanyin says has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong chuckled, while Li Yi resumed his drinking. Leaving Zhu Ganglai utterly flabbergasted, Li Yi nudged Tang Sanzang, who, resigned, said, all right, if you must bow, then do so. You and Wukong will make quite the pair. As for your name, you shall no longer be Zhu Ganglai. From now on, you shall be known as Beiji. Zhu Ganglai gratefully responded, thank you, master, for the name. Having accepted this new disciple, Tang Sanzang did not linger in Gaojia village and soon set off with his companions. After a month of travel, they beheld a towering mountain. Prompting Tang Sanzang to inquire, who among you knows the name of this mountain? Zhu Beiji promptly responded, Master, I know. Tang Sung cast a glance at Zhu Beiji, who then remarked, this place is Mount Puto, where Master Wu Chao has been cultivating. I have encountered him before. Tang Sing inquired, who is this Master Wu Chao? Zhu Beiji responded, he possesses considerable skills and once urged me to cultivate alongside him, but I declined. Upon hearing the name Wu Chao, Li Yi felt a sense of familiarity and soon recalled who he was. Master Wu Chao is one of the 3 corpses severed from the last golden crow in the world, with the other 2 being the great son Tathagata of Buddhism and the Taoist hermit Luya. This golden crow holds the cultivation of a quasi-saint. And those unaware of the intricacies would certainly not grasp the connection among the 3, except, of course, the saints. A slight calculation regarding Master Wu Chao's identity would reveal much. It seems that the appearance of Mount Puto and Master Wu Chao here is far from coincidental. The mountain conveniently lies along the path to the west, suggesting significant matters at hand. To journey westward, one must traverse this mountain, and thus the group ascended. Upon reaching the summit, they discovered the mountain's beauty, with evergreen pines, blooming flowers, and a clear stream flowing through the ravine, while clouds danced at the cliff's edges. At the peak stood a fragrant camphor tree, beneath which a person was meditating in a nest of twigs. As the group approached, the figure emerged from the nest. And Zhu Beiji announced, this man is Master Wu Chao. Master Wu Chao promptly approached Tang Seng's group, saying, I presume you are the holy monk I have long admired. However, Tang Seng responded with a casual indifference. Oh, is that so? I did not realize I was so renowned. Master Wu Chao then asked, and these 3 are? Zhu Beiji replied, I am Zhu Ganglai of Mount Feline, while Sun Wukong dismissively introduced himself. I am Sun Wukong from Flower Fruit Mountain. Li Yi added, I am Li Yi from the Heavenly Court. Chapter 54. The confrontation with Wu Chao's son Wukong's identity was anticipated by Master Wu Chao. But Li Yi's presence exceeded his expectations, especially since Li Yi had not finished his introduction, having only mentioned the Heavenly Court. Master Wu Chao politely responded, my apologies. Tang Song, however, was not inclined to engage in lengthy discussions, being well aware of the nature of Buddhist practitioners. He asked, "How far remains to the great Thunder Sound Temple in the west?" Master Wu Chao replied, "It is still quite distant, with treacherous paths and demons lurking." Tang Xing simply responded with a nonchalant "Oh," and beckoned the group to turn and leave. Master Wu Chao sensed something amiss. How could they leave without him having spoken or provided what he intended? "Is this the end?" he queried. Tang Xing coldly replied, "Since you have stated it is far, what more is there to discuss?" Master Wu Chao immediately stated, "Though the journey is long, one day you shall arrive. However, the inner demons are difficult to dispel. I have a copy of the Heart Sutra to offer you, containing 54 verses and a total of 270 characters. Should you encounter any demonic obstacles, reciting this sutra will ensure no harm comes to you." Yet Tang Xing did not require it, and continued past Master Wu Chao, leaving him standing there in confusion. Zhu Beiji, puzzled, asked, "Master, why do you not accept the Heart Sutra he offers?" Tang Xing, with an expressionless gaze, replied, "Do I need it? I do not. It is merely a sutra for dispelling mental demons, and I am well aware of too much." Zhu Beiji nodded, somewhat understanding. Master Wu Chao stood there, unable to comprehend why Tang Xing would refuse the Moksha Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra, a text surpassing many scriptures. In that brief moment, the group had already traversed Mount Puto and reached its midsection. Master Wu Chao rushed down to intercept them. Zubeiji spoke first, "Master, why do you block our path?" Master Wu Chao repeatedly inquired, "Do you truly not wish to accept my Heart Sutra?" Sun Wukong, growing impatient, retorted, "My master has already stated he does not want your sutra. What are you doing?" Tang Xing remained silent, while Li Yi continued to sip his wine. Master Wu Chao, now visibly agitated, declared, "You will take my Heart Sutra, whether you want it or not." Li Yi interjected, "What is this? Is there a compulsion in scripture? Do not mislead yourself today." With a cold smile, Master Wu Chao replied, "Having cultivated for over 1,000 years, I have encountered a demonic obstacle in you all. Today, I shall break this obstacle." With that, he struck his staff upon the ground, instantly forming a barrier that enveloped everyone within. Li Yi, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that to reach the level of severing 3 corpses, one must be a quasi-saint. He promptly assessed Master Wu Chao's attributes. Name: Master Wu Chao, Golden Crow Incarnation. Realm: Great Luo Golden Immortal. Peak: Cultivation Method: Puto Zen Techniques. Flight: Top level. Fire Control: Top level. Close Combat: Top level. Formation: Top level. Bird Control: Top level. 5 Elements Magic Wood: Top level. Divine Powers: Rapid Flight: Top level. Black Crow Manifestation: Top level. Treasures: Golden Crow Zen Staff, acquired spiritual treasure. Iron Bowl, acquired spiritual treasure. Master Wu Chao is one of the 3 corpses severed from the Golden Crow, having cultivated a unique Buddhist technique. His strength remained at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, as the severed corpses could only maintain this power unless the Golden Crow itself attained the quasi-saint realm. Fortunately, being merely at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level meant that allowing the monkey to engage first would be prudent, as Sun Wukong needed the experience. Li Yi instructed Sun Wukong, "You go first. I will support you from the rear." Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff and charged at Master Wu Chao, who met him with his own staff. In an instant, the barrier was filled with the clash of staffs and the dance of rods. Unfortunately, Sun Wukong, being relatively new to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, could not match the seasoned Master Wu Chao. Li Yi called Sun Wukong back and took his place, taking a sip of wine before stepping forward. Li spoke slowly, "I have always believed myself to be the foremost among the Great Luo Golden Immortals. Yet I have never battled one as seasoned as you. Today, I wish to witness your prowess." Master Wu Chao smirked, "Young man, do be cautious. It seems I must teach you a lesson." Li launched an offensive, summoning the immortal sword, the Justice of the Azure Cloud, which unleashed a barrage of sword intent and images throughout the space. Master Wu Chao, having survived for many years through caution, despite claiming superiority, remained vigilant at all times. Seeing the fierce onslaught of the immortal sword, Master Wu Chao quickly tossed the iron bowl into the air, which enlarged and enveloped him within. The sword intent clashed against the iron bowl, producing a cacophony of sounds. Once the myriad sword images dissipated, he emerged from the bowl, wielding his staff against Li Yi. Each swing of the staff was accompanied by a dense cloud of black smoke, and Master Wu Chao summoned black crows to join in the assault against Li Yi. Li Yi, employing his sword skills to fend off the relentless attacks, occasionally unleashed sword energy to fell the crows. Utilizing such a shameless tactic, Master Wu Chao managed to hold his ground against Li Yi. Disliking the prolonged confrontation, Li Yi sheathed his sword and charged directly at Master Wu Chao. Upon observing Li Yi, Master Wu Chao discerned that his physical prowess was formidable. However, he remained unperturbed, waiting for the moment when Li Yi would turn to drive away the crows, seizing the opportunity to strike him with his staff. To his surprise, the force of the blow reverberated back, startling him, prompting him to retreat into his iron bowl. Li Yi, having never encountered such a setback, charged at the iron bowl with all his might, delivering a punch that left a gaping hole in it, causing a wail of anguish to emanate from the vessel. Master Wu Chao was now filled with trepidation. Who was this individual? When had a figure of such caliber emerged from the heavenly realm, capable of shattering his iron bowl so effortlessly? Chapter 55. True Identity. Although his iron bowl was not a primordial spiritual treasure, it was nonetheless a formidable artifact among postnatal treasures. The ease with which it was broken left Master Wu Chao disquieted. As Li Yi shattered the iron bowl, he lunged forward to seize the master within. Master Wu Chao promptly emerged from the bowl to evade Li Yi's assault. Seizing the moment, he struck at Li Yi with his staff, targeting vulnerable areas such as the eyes, ears, throat, and groin, employing tactics that were decidedly underhanded. Furious, Li Yi exclaimed, "How lowly of you, Master Wu Chao, to resort to such base tactics. I shall not share the same realm as you, a great Luo Jingxian." With that, Li Yi continued his pursuit, while Master Wu Chao transformed into a crow and took flight towards the mountaintop. Li Yi swiftly followed, sensing that Master Wu Chao was beginning to relent. With determined strides, Li Yi reached the summit of Puto Mountain, and just as he was about to capture the crow, it transformed back into Master Wu Chao. Facing Li Yi's approaching hand, the master deftly blocked with his staff. Li Yi seized the opportunity to grasp the staff, pulling it forcefully into his possession. Master Wu Chao swiftly distanced himself from Li Yi. Li Yi, holding the staff, snapped it with a vigorous twist, shattering it. This action incited a cacophony of rage from Master Wu Chao, who lamented the destruction of both his cherished staff and iron bowl, which he had treasured for years. Realizing the extent of Li Yi's formidable strength, Master Wu Chao dared not confront him directly, opting instead to voice his grievances from a distance. "You have gone too far, Li. You have destroyed my only two spiritual treasures." Li Yi, coldly discarding the broken staff, retorted, "You initiated this conflict, yet now you decry my actions as excessive? I'm afraid your words carry no weight now." He charged once more at Master Wu Chao, who, while evading, warned, "Li, do you wish to incite a war between Buddhism and the heavenly realm?" Li Yi, striking as he spoke, replied, "Is it not premature to reveal your identity so soon?" Master Wu Chao, startled, continued to flee, insisting, "I merely find your actions excessive. I do not represent Buddhism. I am but a solitary practitioner." Seizing the moment, Li struck Master Wu Chao in the abdomen, choosing not to unleash his full might but instead grasping the master by his collar. "Did you truly believe I was unaware of your affiliations?" Enduring the sharp pain, Master Wu Chao replied, "I am but a wandering cultivator." Li Yi, enunciating each word, stated, "Am I not correct, great son Tathagata?" The mention of this name caused Master Wu Chao to tremble. He had not anticipated that his Buddhist identity would be unveiled. Despite the revelation, Master Wu Chao thought to resist, believing that even if his Buddhist identity were exposed, it posed no significant issue. "Even if I am the great son Tathagata, what of it? Am I barred from joining Buddhism?" Li landed another punch on the master's stomach and inquired, "And what of Li a Taoist?" At this moment, Master Wu Chao felt a tumultuous shock within. How had this identity also been uncovered? He had thought he had concealed it well. Li Yi continued, "Perhaps I should refer to you as Jin Wu." The mere utterance of Jin Wu nearly propelled Master Wu Chao into a frenzy. Yet the intense pain in his abdomen rendered him speechless. Li Yi, gripping Master Wu Chao fiercely, hurled him to the ground. The master struggled to rise, lamenting, "I never imagined my true affiliations would be revealed. I had thought I hid them well." Li Yi smirked. "Being a triple agent seems rather comfortable, does it not?" Master Wu Chao, resigned, replied, "I merely sought to survive. What choice does a remnant of a demon clan have?" Li Yi responded coldly, "You could have chosen differently. Had you not chosen to provoke me, now you must face the consequences of your actions. As the Buddhists say, karma." Master Wu Chao, despondent, conceded, "Indeed, karma. But you cannot kill me. Li nodded in agreement. True, I cannot kill you. I do not know if Zhuanti and Jane will protect you, nor your remarkable speed. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Master Wu Chao asserted, it is precisely to better conceal my identity that I do not reveal my true talents. Now that you are aware, I shall no longer hide. With that, his speed surged, and he vanished from the summit of Puto Mountain in the blink of an eye. Li marveled, such a racial talent is truly formidable. His speed is simply imperceptible. Soon, Li returned to Tang Seng's side, who inquired, is it resolved? Li nodded. It is resolved, though it was somewhat challenging. Tang Song, with a heart of discernment, remarked, such as Buddhism, often shrouded in veils of obscurity. Li took a sip of wine and declared, let us depart. In his heart, Li felt immense satisfaction, having gradually shifted Tang Seng's perception of Buddhism. In the world Li knew, Tang Sung held unwavering respect for Buddhism, yet this journey, under Li Yi's early scheming, had instilled a natural aversion in him. The group continued westward, and after several days, they sensed the surrounding weather growing increasingly warm. After a short while, the sky darkened, and Tang Sung pointed ahead to a dwelling, saying, there is a house. Let us seek accommodation for the night. Zhu Beiji immediately chimed in, Master, I shall knock on the door. After days of hardship, I can no longer endure it, and perhaps we can also beg for some vegetarian fare. Sun Wukong playfully scolded Zhu Beiji. You glutton, must you always think of food? Can you not consider other matters? Zhu Beiji quickly defended himself. How can you say that? Monkey brother? I am called Beiji, not one who has sworn off food. Li Yi, uninterested in Zhu Beiji's banter, kicked him in the rear, urging, hurry up. Stop the chatter. If we wait for you to finish, we may not find shelter tonight. Zhu Beiji, still fearful of Li Yi, promptly went to knock on the door. Chapter 56. King of the Yellow Wind Zhu Beiji transformed into human form and hurried to knock on the door, aware that his true appearance could be quite intimidating. An old man opened the door, inquiring, what brings you here? Zhu Beiji, with a dignified demeanor, replied, we come from the Eastern Tang dynasty, journeying to the Western paradise to seek the Buddhist teachings. As night has fallen, we humbly request lodging for the night. We hope you will accommodate us. The old man, upon realizing they were esteemed monks from the Tang dynasty, welcomed them warmly, saying, ah, esteemed monks from the Tang dynasty. Please, come in, come in. He ushered Tang Sung and his companions inside, to which Tang Sung expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your hospitality. The old man suddenly recalled something and inquired, esteemed monks. You just mentioned where you come from and where you are headed? Tang Sung replied, we hail from the eastern lands of the Tang dynasty, journeying westward to the Great Thunder Monastery to obtain the sacred scriptures. The old man, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, you mustn't venture westward. Sun Wukong asked, what makes the west so perilous? The old man responded, it is indeed forbidden, for the journey to acquire the scriptures is fraught with danger. Just 30 miles from here lies a mountain known as the 800-ly Yellowwind Ridge, teeming with malevolent creatures, hence the difficulty in obtaining the scriptures. Tang Seng, smiling, reassured him, fear not, for my 2 disciples possess considerable skills in vanquishing demons. The old man nodded, saying, if they possess such abilities, then this place should not hinder your passage. The group rested at the old man's home for the night, with Zhu Beiji indulging in a hearty meal. The next day, they bid farewell and continued westward, soon arriving at the 800-ly Yellowwind Ridge as described by the old man. Upon ascending the mountain, a fierce wind swept through, prompting Tang Sung to remark, this place has a rather sinister wind. Li Yi chuckled, it's not so bad, even if there are demons here. What is there to fear? One of your disciples is the great sage equal to heaven, and the other is the marshal of the heavenly PN. You need not worry about a lack of assistance in slaying demons. Reflecting on this, Tang Sung considered that if Li Yi himself could be captured, then the demon must be extraordinarily formidable. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind heralded the appearance of a tiger before them, and as they stood gazing at one another, the tiger rose and demanded, who dares to trespass upon my yellow wind ridge? Zhu Beiji shouted defiantly, how dare you speak so arrogantly, little demon? Take this from your grandpa pig. Without hesitation, he charged at the tiger with his rake. The tiger, agilely evading the attack, retorted, I, the tiger general, serve under the Yellow Wind King. You have intruded upon my territory, and I shall capture you. The tiger drew its twin blades and engaged Zhu Beiji in combat. But it had ulterior motives, intending to seek reinforcements. In a cunning maneuver, the tiger shed its skin, allowing it to battle Zhu Beiji while its true form stealthily retreated to the Yellow Wind Cave. Li Yi, seeing this skirmish as trivial, accompanied Sun Wukong in search of food, leaving Zhu Beiji to guard Tang Song, confident that even a minor demon would not pose a challenge for him. The Tiger General returned to the cave and reported, "My lord, I have discovered the whereabouts of Tang Sing and his companions." A booming laughter resonated from the darkness. "Capture Tang Song without any effort. Bring me the man." The surrounding minions immediately replied, "As you command, my lord." When Sun Wukong and Li Yi returned, they discovered Tang Song was missing, while Zhu Beiji was still engaged in combat with the Tiger General nearby. Frustrated, Li Yi swiftly drew his sword and severed the tiger skin that Zhu Beiji was grappling with, exclaiming, "You fool, do you not realize that this is a mere disguise?" Zhu Beiji, finally comprehending, responded, "Oh, I see now. It was merely a tiger skin. How careless of me." Li slapped Zhu Beiji's head. "Where is your master?" Zhu Beiji turned in alarm, asking, "Monkey brother, where is master?" Sun Wukong rolled his eyes. "How should I know? I entrusted you with his safety." Zhu Beiji, discarding his rake and crying out, "Master is gone. Woe is me." Li Yi, exasperated, retorted, "He is not lost. It is the work of these demons. Now, find their lair." Zhu Beiji sprang into action, and Sun Wukong set off in search of the cave as well. After some time, Sun Wukong returned with news of the cave's location. Soon, Li Yi and Zhu Beiji arrived at the entrance. Li instructed Zhu Beiji, "Knock on the door. You have made a grave mistake. Rectify it quickly." Zhu Beiji nodded and approached the cave, shouting, "You vile demon, release my master at once." At that moment, the Tiger General, who had previously fought Zhu Beiji, emerged with a group of minions, mocking, "Oh, is this not the esteemed marshal of the Heavenly P.N. who threatened to tear me to shreds?" Zhu Beiji charged at the Tiger General, leaping high and bringing his rake down with force, while the surrounding minions closed in on him. Zhu Beiji displayed impressive strength, dispatching the lesser demons with ease. As the nine-toothed rake summoned a rain of blood, the Tiger General, drawing his blades in fury, shouted, "You pig-headed demon dare to slay my kin? Prepare to meet your end." Unfortunately, the Tiger General overestimated his own prowess. Within 2 exchanges, he was knocked to the ground by Zhu Beiji's rake, ultimately meeting his demise. Zhu Beiji, having vanquished the one who had mocked him, spat upon the Tiger General's corpse. "Let that teach you to be arrogant." Zhu Beiji's strength was evident, and it was clear he had been toying with the Tiger General during their battle. At that moment, a voice resonated from within the cave. "Who dares to slay my Tiger General?" Li Yi scoffed. "What a farce." With a wave of his hand, he shattered the voice emanating from the Yellow Wind Cave. He then instructed Zhu Beiji, "Peel the skin from the Tiger General." Zhu Beiji complied, removing the skin and presenting it to Li Yi, who cast it at the cave's entrance. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the cave, clad in yellow robes and golden armor, with a purple-gold pheasant tail atop his head, wearing deer-hide boots, and a breastplate shining with golden light. He donned a yellow scarf and wielded a trident, his crimson cape fluttering in the wind. Chapter 57. The Three Mystical Winds. The ancient creature, with a voice akin to a drake, proclaimed, "You dare to slay my Tiger General? I shall not let this transgression go unpunished." Zhu Beiji, emboldened by his recent victory, boldly pointed at the creature. "You demon, are you not afraid the wind will twist your tongue as you speak to your grandpa pig? Release my master at once, or I shall strip your skin from your bones." The ancient creature laughed heartily. "Today, I shall feast upon your master. Consuming Tang Sung's flesh grants immortality. I eagerly await the feast." Zhu Beiji swung his rake at the ancient creature, who did not flinch but unleashed a foul wind in return. The malevolent gust struck Zhu Beiji, causing him to plummet from the air, rolling on the ground in agony. "It hurts, it hurts." Sun Wukong, witnessing Zhu Beiji's battered state, rushed over. Pulling out his golden staff, he charged at the ancient creature. "Your grandson is here to settle the score." The ancient creature, unfazed, unleashed another foul wind towards Sun Wukong. Confident in his superiority over Zhu Beiji, Sun Wukong believed he could withstand the attack. However, he gravely misjudged his own strength. The foul wind engulfed him, and he too fell from the sky. The ancient creature cackled, "You two bald asses dare to underestimate my might? Now you shall taste the wrath of my 3 mystical winds." Li Yi, hearing the creature mention the 3 mystical winds, realized the nature of this threat. The ancient creature gestured toward Li Yi, indicating it was his turn. Yet, Li Yi was reluctant to step forward to face the three mystical winds, for he lacked a suitable artifact to counter this formidable force. With a swift wave of his hand, Li Yi whisked away Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, vowing to return once he had discovered a method to subdue the old monster. The mere mention of the term Samadhi Divine Wind brought to Li Yi's mind the Yellow Wind Great Sage, originally a yellow-furred marten that had attained enlightenment at the foot of the Spirit Mountain. After stealing oil from the glazed lamp and fearing retribution from the Buddhist order, it had taken refuge atop the Yellow Wind Ridge, declaring itself king. The malevolent winds conjured by the Yellow Wind Great Sage were indeed the Samadhi Divine Wind, possessing a terrifying power capable of altering the very color of the heavens and earth, shattering rocks, and causing instant demise to those caught in its grasp. Li Yi settled Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji at a spot not far from the Yellow Wind Cave, where Zhu Beiji lay drooling and swollen, while Sun Wukong, though less severely affected, found his vision impaired by the fierce winds. Addressing them, Li Yi instructed, "Wait here, I shall procure an antidote from the heavenly court." With that, he departed swiftly, soon reaching the southern heavenly gate. Upon arrival, Li Yi greeted the celestial guards with a smile, for they were once his colleagues. Even after his elevation, he remained humble, often sharing elixirs with his comrades. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Yi proceeded to the Wind Master Palace, where familiarity with the winds lay with the Wind Master himself. The Wind Master welcomed Li Yi warmly, jesting about his esteemed position as a direct disciple of the Supreme Lord of the Doshui Palace. Without delay, Li Yi inquired, "Have you heard of the Samadhi Divine Wind?" The Wind Master replied affirmatively. "Pray tell, how can one resolve the issue of the Samadhi Divine Wind?" Li Yi pressed. The Wind Master elucidated, "Dear apprentice, a single item will suffice to quell this matter." Li Yi asked, "What item?" The Wind Master responded, "The stabilizing wind pill. With it, the Samadhi Divine Wind shall hold no power over you." Li Yi, extending his hand, requested, "Please grant me the stabilizing wind pill." The Wind Master hesitated, "I regret, dear apprentice, that I currently lack it." Li Yi shot him a look of disbelief and inquired, "Where might I procure the stabilizing wind pill?" The Wind Master advised, "You might inquire with your senior brother." Gratefully, Li clasped his fists in thanks and sought out the Grand Master Xuandu. He made his way to a side hall of the Doshui Palace, where upon entering, he found a finely crafted box before the Grand Master. "Junior brother," the Grand Master said, "I am aware of your purpose. The item you seek is here. Take it." Li Yi respectfully bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother," before departing with the box in hand. Soon, Li Yi returned to Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, unveiling the contents of the box, a stabilizing wind pill and 2 small jade vials, the latter containing the antidote for the Samadhi Divine Wind. After administering the antidote, both Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji swiftly regained their vitality. As soon as Sun Wukong was back to his senses, he declared, "I, old Sun, shall seek vengeance." Zhu Beiji echoed, "Vengeance, vengeance." The trio, Li Yi, Sun Wukong, and Zhu Beiji, returned to the Yellow Wind Cave, where Zhu Beiji boldly called out, "Come forth, Yellow Wind creature. Your Grandpa Pig has returned." The Yellow Wind Great Sage emerged slowly, mocking, "Who dares approach? Ah, it's you, the pig-headed monster. I did not expect you to have cured the affliction of my Samadhi Divine Wind, but it matters not. You cannot withstand the Samadhi Divine Wind. Ha ha ha." Zhu Beiji retorted defiantly, "This time, it is not I who shall fight you. Someone else will teach you a lesson." Li Yi took a sip of wine and stepped forward, drawing his celestial sword and pointing it at the Yellow Wind Great Sage. "Hand over Tang Sung at once." The Yellow Wind Great Sage laughed heartily. "That human left you two to perish last time, escaping while he could. Now he returns to court death. If you wish to die, I shall oblige." With a powerful leap, Li charged at the Yellow Wind Great Sage, who opened his mouth wide, unleashing a gust of foul wind toward Li Yi. Placing the stabilizing wind pill under his tongue, Li Yi stood unyielding as the dark wind struck him, leaving him unharmed. Undeterred, the Yellow Wind Great Sage continued to spew forth malevolent winds, which calmed to a gentle breeze upon reaching Li Yi. The efficacy of the stabilizing wind pill was indeed formidable. The once fearsome Samadhi Divine Wind was rendered inconsequential in its presence. Li Yi calmly remarked, "Do you possess any other abilities?" Enraged, the Yellow Wind Great Sage shouted in frustration, finding himself at a loss against Li Yi. Chapter 58, A Violent Beating of Lingji. The Yellow Wind Great Sage summoned all his might to unleash the Samadhi Divine Wind, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, having stealthily infiltrated the Yellow Wind Cave, felt the ground shake violently. Zhu Beiji asked, "Monkey brother, what do you think our leader is doing to cause such chaos?" Sun Wukong replied, "Do not concern yourself with that. You cannot withstand the Samadhi Divine Wind. We must focus on rescuing our master." Having entered the Yellow Wind Cave while Li Yi battled the Yellow Wind Great Sage, the small demons within posed no challenge to Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji. Even as the Yellow Wind Great Sage exerted his full strength to conjure a powerful gale, it dissipated into tranquility upon reaching Li Yi, resembling a gentle breeze. Enraged, the Yellow Wind Great Sage realized he could no longer summon the Samadhi Divine Wind and resorted to attacking Li Yi with 3 steel forks. Li Yi brandished his celestial sword, effortlessly parrying the forks. He deftly maneuvered his sword along the forks, pressing its tip against the Yellow Wind Great Sage's wrist, causing him to drop the weapons to the ground. With a powerful punch to the Yellow Wind Great Sage's abdomen, he curled in pain, and Li Yi followed through with a downward kick to his back. The Yellow Wind Great Sage was slammed to the ground, groaning in agony, his fighting spirit extinguished. Li Yi's prowess was no mere jest. One strike could mean life or death. However, he exercised restraint, for had he unleashed his full strength, the Yellow Wind Great Sage would have perished. Lifting the Yellow Wind Great Sage from the ground, Li Yi declared, "You now have 2 choices, submit or perish." Even the lowliest of creatures cling to life. How much more so a yellow-furred marten? The Yellow Wind Great Sage quickly replied, "I choose to submit." Li Yi nodded, instructing, "Transform into your original form and accompany me." The Yellow Wind Great Sage immediately reverted to his true form as a yellow-furred marten, perching on Li Yi's shoulder. Li Yi regarded the creature and proclaimed, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Huang Diaoer." The marten nodded in agreement. In their journeys, they had often sought assistance from various bodhisattvas, who, rather than vanquishing these demons, would capture them to bolster the Buddhist forces. This led Li Yi to ponder, why should they not do the same? Thus, the Yellow Wind Great Sage became Li Yi's first acquisition. After all, did not they embrace all manner of beings? Many of them were fiercely resilient and united. Li aspired to recreate the grandeur of that sect, for he harbored no goodwill toward Buddhism. His actions disrupted their plans. The Lingji Bodhisattva was meant to appear and subdue the Yellow Wind Great Sage. Yet now it was Li Yi who had claimed him. The Buddhist order would surely be incensed. Just as Li Yi intended to lead Huang Diaoer back to the Yellow Wind Cave to check on Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, a beam of golden light appeared not far from his right hand. "Ba, my friend, please do not hasten your departure." Li Yi focused his gaze and recognized the visitor as the Buddhist Bodhisattva Lingji, one of the 8 great bodhisattvas who was supposed to subdue the yellow-haired marten. Li Yi, displeased, looked at Lingji and said, "Speak your mind, or let it out quickly." He certainly would not offer any kindness to a person of the Buddhist faith, especially at such an inconvenient time, indicating that no good would come of this encounter. Lingji smiled and said, "Benefactor, the object upon your shoulder is fated to be with our Buddha. Simply leave it, and you may depart." Li thought he must have misheard. What nonsense was this? Why should he hand over his spoils to Buddhism? Furthermore, to demand something from him upon arrival was audacious. Disinterested, Li Yi turned to leave, dismissing Lingji's demands. However, Lingji blocked his path and insisted, "Benefactor, just leave the yellow-haired marten, and you may leave in peace." Li Yi's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, "What do you mean? Is this how Buddhism operates? To come and demand what I possess? Do you truly believe that Taoism is a soft target?" Lingji maintained his stance, stating, "Simply relinquish the yellow-haired marten, and you shall be free to go." His words were direct and devoid of pretense. "Very well, if this is how you wish to proceed, then I shall reveal my hand. As long as the events of the journey to the west remain unchanged, the saints will not intervene, and you will find yourselves unable to touch me." Li Yi replied coldly, "Since you wish to play this game, I shall not indulge you further. My spoils are none of your concern. Continue your prattle, and I shall end you. This time, there will be no divine list to collect true spirits." Li Yi's aura began to escalate, and he prepared to strike at any moment. Lingji, no longer feigning politeness, demanded, "Hand over the yellow-haired marten." Li erupted, throwing a punch at Lingji while shouting, "You think too highly of yourself. Mission, teach Lingji a lesson." Mission information, Lingji attempts to coerce you into surrendering your spoils using Buddhism's authority. As an employee of the Heavenly Court Responsibility Company, you must protect what you have earned and teach Lingji a lesson to demonstrate your strength. Mission reward, Stabilizing Pearl. As he attacked, Li used an attribute check on Lingji. Name, Lingji Bodhisattva Realm. Great Luo Golden Immortal Pinnacle. Technique, Great Suntathagata Skill Art. Wine Control Technique, Top Tier. Chanting, Top Tier. Close Combat, Top Tier. Eloquence, Top Tier. Staff Technique, Top Tier. Divine Powers, Arhit Golden Body, Top Tier. Vajra Dharma Form, Top Tier. Treasures, Stabilizing Wine Pill, Post-Heaven Spirit Treasure. Flying Dragon Staff, Post-Heaven Spirit Treasure. The power of one of the 8 Bodhisattvas was indeed formidable, at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, Li Yi was unafraid. He unleashed a punch towards Lingji, who quickly raised his flying dragon staff to block the blow. Li Yi had exerted all his strength, causing Lingji's staff to shatter upon impact. Lingji, enraged, exclaimed, "My flying dragon staff!" The power of the 8-9 mysterious art had long surpassed the limits of these post-heaven treasures. Even some innate treasures would think twice about their durability. Li Yi's momentum did not wane as he followed through with a punch to Lingji's chest, sending him flying. However, the flying dragon staff absorbed most of the force, and Lingji only sustained minor injuries. But Lingji had now provoked Li Yi's wrath, who would not afford him any further opportunity to react. Chapter 59. Tathagata of Many Treasures. Li Yi immediately pursued the airborne figure of Lingji, who was alarmed and quickly activated his Arhit golden body, enveloping himself in a golden light. Li smirked and threw another punch, thinking that if Lingji believed he could withstand his attack with the Arhut golden body, he should prepare for death. Lingji crossed his arms over his chest to block Li Yi's strike, but he distinctly heard the sound of cracking from his Arhut golden body. Lingji had underestimated the ferocity of Li Yi's physical strength. In a contest where realms were evenly matched, physical prowess became the deciding factor. Realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew, Lingji resorted to using the Vajra Dharma form. After enduring another punch from Li Yi, he was sent flying once more. Behind him, a gigantic, golden-eyed Vajra appeared, reaching out towards Li Yi. Li Yi retaliated with a punch aimed at the approaching hand, producing a sound akin to shattering glass as he smashed through the Vajra's grasp. Lingji was now in a state of panic. Even his divine form had been destroyed, and he feared he would truly be defeated. After shattering the Vajra's hand, Li Yi relentlessly pursued, dismantling every part of the golden figure. In an instant, the Vajra Dharma form was obliterated, and Li Yi continued his assault on Lingji. With no other option, Lingji repeatedly activated his Arhut golden body to withstand Li Yi's relentless attacks, who had entered a frenzied mode of offense. One punch after another struck Lingji, shattering his Arhit golden body time and again. Before long, Lingji lay motionless on the ground, breathing shallowly. Li Yi cracked his neck, preparing to deliver the final blow to eliminate Lingji, when a pristine white lotus platform enveloped him and sank into the ground. Turning to see a figure clad in radiant golden robes nearby, Li Yi inquired, "Which esteemed member of Buddhism dares to intervene in my affairs?" The figure replied, "I did not expect a figure as remarkable as yourself to emerge from Taoism." Li Yi responded, "I appreciate your praise, but who might you be?" The golden-robed figure shone even brighter as he intoned a Buddhist chant, asking, "Have you ever heard of Duo Bao?" Li Yi's heart sank. Could this be Duo Bao, once the foremost figure of Taoism and now the vice leader of Buddhism? Duo Bao nodded, affirming, "Indeed, you are correct. I am Duo Bao Tathagata." Li Yi felt a swirl of complex emotions upon hearing his acknowledgement. Once the most esteemed disciple of the Celestial Master, he had ultimately betrayed his sect and Taoism. Li spoke in a low voice, "What gives you the audacity to appear before me?" Duo Bao Tathagata replied calmly, "Why should I not come? Just because I was once a part of the Taoism, now I belong to Buddhism, and thus I must contribute to its cause." Li Yi clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Duo Bao. "How can you still show your face? Are you certain you wish to engage in the struggle between Taoism and Buddhism? There will be no divine list this time. Where is Lingji?" he demanded. "If you wish to seize my possessions, you must be prepared for the consequences." Duo Bao raised his right hand, delicately holding the unconscious Lingji Bodhisattva before him, and smiled. "If you intend to harm a member of my Buddhist community, I shall naturally intervene." Li Yi then conducted an attribute check on Duo Bao Tathagata. Name, Duo Bao Rulai Realm. Quasi-Saint, Pinnacle, Cultivation Techniques, Mahayana Buddhist Techniques, Celestial Severing Technique Skills, Water Control, Top Tier. Fire Control, Top Tier. Close Combat, Top Tier. Formation Techniques, Top Tier. 5 elements sorcery, top tier. Treasure refinement, top tier. Divine abilities. Rulai's precious image, top tier. Arhut golden body, top tier. Vajra dharma form, top tier. 1 chi transforming into 3 pure ones, top tier. 1,000 hands transformation, top tier. True fire of samadhi, top tier. Treasures. 9 grade lotus platform, postnatal spiritual treasure. 7 treasures wonderful tree branch, postnatal spiritual treasure. Dongwang bell, postnatal spiritual treasure. Vajra beak, postnatal spiritual treasure. Heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong pagoda, postnatal spiritual treasure. Reverse heaven seal, postnatal spiritual treasure. Panga banner, postnatal spiritual treasure. 5 directions flag, postnatal spiritual treasure. This left Li Yi feeling both envious and overwhelmed. Envious due to the multitude of skills possessed by Duo Bao Rulai, and overwhelmed for the same reason. It was one thing to possess such an array of magical techniques, but to also have an extensive repertoire of divine abilities and treasures, albeit all postnatal spiritual treasures, was indicative of Duo Bao Rulai's grandiose presence. Was it truly necessary to be so excessive? What was a pauper like him to do? Li Yi's heart was tumultuous. Li Yi cast a cold glance at Duo Bao Rulai and said, "Are you planning to bully the small with the large today?" Duo Bao Rulai smiled and replied, "It is not a matter of bullying. Rather, the youth must not be overly arrogant in their cultivation journey. I have cultivated far longer than you, so it is only natural for me to step in as a mentor on behalf of your elders." Li Yi fixed his gaze on Duo Bao Rulai and stated, "Vice leader of Buddhism, you are not in a position to lecture me." Li Yi was tense all over. After all, he was facing a quasi-saint, a realm far beyond that of mere great Luo golden immortals. Duo Bao Rulai smiled and said, "I am indeed in a position to do so." With that, he swiftly made his move, a pristine white finger appearing before Li Yi's eyes. To Li Yi's astonishment, he found himself unable to move. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Was the gap between great Luo golden immortals and quasi-saints truly this vast? As the white finger was poised to touch his brow, Li Yi forcibly broke free from the binding sensation and promptly retrieved the central Wuji apricot yellow banner from his robe. A faint yellow mist enveloped Li Yi as the white finger made contact with the protective barrier of the central Wuji apricot yellow banner. Duo Bao Rulai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Yi could escape from his overwhelming control and to utilize the central Wuji apricot yellow banner at that. Duo Bao Rulai smiled, saying, "I did not expect that your second master would bestow the central Wuji apricot yellow banner upon you. You seem to be quite favored in the Taoist community." Li Yi, drenched in sweat, retorted, "Silence. You have no right to invoke the title of second master." Duo Bao Rulai began relentlessly attacking the yellow mist barrier, commenting as he did so, "Even if your second master granted you the apricot yellow banner, how long can you sustain it?" Chapter 60. Repelling the enemy. Duo Bao Rulai believed that the apricot yellow banner was sustained by Li Yi's strength, unaware that it was, in fact, the power of the primordial heavenly venerable that upheld it. The strength of a saint is not something a quasi-saint can deplete, regardless of the latter's prowess. The disparity in their fundamental powers remains insurmountable. Even a single character's difference denotes a chasm between heaven and earth. As Duo Bao Rulai continued to assault the barrier of the apricot yellow banner, Li Yi contemplated a strategy to repel his foe. He still had one final trump card to reveal. The more Duo Bao Rulai attacked, the more he sensed something was amiss. The yellow mist barrier showed no signs of waning, which was peculiar, for a great Luo golden immortal should not be able to sustain the apricot yellow banner against his assaults for such an extended duration. At that moment, Li Yi produced the Qingping sword gifted by Tongtian Jiao Master. As the sword emerged, the killing intent of Tongtian Jiao Master permeated the surroundings. Duo Bao Rulai jumped back as if stepped on the tail of a cat, well acquainted with the murderous aura of Tongtian Jiao Master. "Why would my master bestow his personal sword upon you?" Duo Bao Rulai exclaimed in shock, a twinge of jealousy creeping into his heart, as this was a privilege even the Duo Bao Daoist had not received in the past. As Li Yi brandished the Qingping sword, it awakened and began to glide within the protective barrier of the apricot yellow banner. It soon detected Duo Bao Rulai, and like a sharp blade, it pierced through the barrier, pursuing him relentlessly. Duo Bao Rulai immediately ceased his attacks on the apricot yellow banner's barrier to evade, but evasion from the sword's targeted strikes was no simple task. Now, Duo Bao Rulai felt as though he could be pierced by the Qingping sword at any moment. Fortunately, the sword was currently in an autonomous state. Had it been under the control of Tongtian Jiao Master, Duo Bao Rulai would have long since perished beneath its edge. Yet, no matter how Duo Bao Rulai tried to escape, he could not evade the relentless pursuit of the Qingping sword. Before long, Duo Bao Rulai was covered in wounds inflicted by the Qingping sword, and the injuries caused by a saint's power were not easily recoverable. Duo Bao Rulai found himself at a loss against Li Yi. On one side stood the invulnerable central Wuji apricot yellow banner, and on the other, the Qingping sword continuously attacking him. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Duo Bao Rulai could only snort coldly and retreat with the unconscious Lingji Bodhisattva. After Duo Bao Rulai departed, Li Yi let out a long sigh of relief, retracting the apricot yellow banner and reclaiming the Qingping sword. The pressure exerted on him by a peak quasi-saint was simply overwhelming. Indeed, a great Luo Golden Immortal was no match for a quasi-saint. The disparity in realms was undeniable. This encounter with Duo Bao Rulai allowed Li Yi to truly grasp the gulf in their strengths, the feeling of helplessness instilling in him a sense of despair for the first time. What would happen if he faced a saint? First and foremost, he needed to retrieve Tang Sung. The yellow-haired weasel was already tucked away in his sleeve since Duo Bao Rulai's appearance. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji emerged with Tang Sung. The two had also witnessed the scene of Duo Bao Rulai's arrival and Li Yi's subsequent repulsion of him. The trio was indeed astonished by Li Yi's power. Repelling the vice leader of Buddhism was no trivial feat. Li Yi, seeing Tang Sung brought out by Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, inquired, "Are you all right?" Tang Sung replied nonchalantly, "I'm fine. I haven't sustained any significant injuries." Li nodded. "As long as you are unharmed." Tang Sung asked, "Was Duo Bao Rulai difficult to deal with?" Li wiped his sweat and said, "Quite challenging, but I managed to drive them away." Tang Sung replied, "Very well, let us proceed." Li said, "You go ahead. I need to return to the Heavenly Court for a moment." With that, Li returned to the Heavenly Court. Upon his arrival, he bypassed the usual pleasantries at the Southern Heaven Gate and headed straight for the Duoshui Palace. The Xiandu Grand Master was already waiting for him at the entrance. Seeing his senior brother awaiting him, Li hurried forward and said, "Brother." Xiandu Grand Master raised a hand to interrupt, saying, "Master is already aware of your intentions and has specifically sent me to escort you." Li Yi felt deeply touched. It seemed his master had been keeping a watchful eye on him. Xiandu Grand Master led Li Yi to the quiet chamber, where the Supreme Old Lord awaited his arrival. Upon entering, Li Yi immediately bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Master." The Supreme Old Lord nodded, saying, "I am aware of your experiences in the mortal realm." Li Yi quickly reported, "Duo Bao Rulai has appeared. Their actions are somewhat excessive." The Supreme Old Lord replied, "I understand. Currently, there are few quasi-saints left in the Tao, and they are all in critical positions, unable to act unless absolutely necessary. In the present day, the Taoist figure known as the remaining saint is none other than the Southern Polar Immortal, one of the 4 celestial guardians of the Heavenly Court, tasked with overseeing the domain of the Southern Polar Emperor of Longevity. Following him is the revered Erlang, the manifested true monarch of the glorious decree. And then the only remaining entity of the sacred mother of the tortoise spirit, along with the Grand Master of the mystical path of humanity. However, the Grand Master of humanity is not adept in combat, and thus cannot provide significant assistance to Li Yi in martial matters. The Supreme Old Lord continued, stating that Taoism is currently facing a decline, and he must entrust the heavy responsibility to Li Yi, understanding the difficulties he will encounter in the next generation. Today, he has summoned 2 of Li Yi's masters to assist him in overcoming these challenges. Deeply moved, Li Yi expressed his gratitude to his master. At that moment, the primordial Heavenly Venerable and the Master of the Heavenly Teachings arrived at the quiet chamber of the Duoshui Palace. The primordial Heavenly Venerable, seldom one to praise, remarked on Li Yi's commendable performance. The Master of the Heavenly Teachings amiably patted Li Yi on the shoulder, adding that while his performance was satisfactory, his decisiveness in combat was somewhat lacking. Were he present, he would have ensured that the traitor Duo Bao was utterly annihilated. Li Yi smiled wryly, acknowledging that while their words sounded easy, he lacked the strength to wield such celestial treasures. Had it not been for the remnants of power left by the masters, he doubted he could have withstood Duo Bao's might. Moreover, Duo Bao's most formidable technique, a ruthless and overwhelming aura, had yet to be unleashed. And should a barrage of magical artifacts descend upon him, Li Yi would truly be unable to resist. The Supreme Old Lord addressed Li Yi, instructing him to send his true self while his incarnation continues to partake in the journey to the west. He expressed his awareness of Li Yi's arrangements, assuring him that Taoism was not as dire as initially predicted, attributing some credit to Li Yi's efforts. The Supreme Old Lord further proclaimed that today, he and Li Yi's two masters would assist him in attaining the rank of. He reassured Li Yi of his innate talent, stating that it was merely the brevity of his practice that held him back. A temporal formation had been established, and together they would help him break through to the realm. Gratefully, Li Yi nodded, thanking his master and his two uncles for their assistance. The Supreme Old Lord patted Li Yi on the shoulder, emphasizing that this endeavor was for both him and the Taoist sect, urging him to strive diligently. With a wave of his hand, the quiet chamber transformed into a vast starry expanse. The three pure ones began to impart teachings to Li Yi, each sharing their respective essence. The Supreme Old Lord conveyed the quintessence of humanity's teachings. The primordial Heavenly Venerable imparted the essence of Taoism, and the Master of the Heavenly Teachings shared the core of. Li Yi endeavored to synthesize the three teachings into a singular path, utilizing his own essence to communicate with the cosmos. By borrowing and intercepting the forces of nature in conjunction with his own, he aimed to amplify his power. Within the formation, time flowed swiftly, and in a mere 500 years, Li Yi had experienced the passage of time, while only 5 hours had elapsed externally. Such a supernal manipulation of time could only be orchestrated by a sage. During this 500-year period, Li Yi repeatedly engaged in the act of severing his three corpses. In the 236th year, he vanquished his benevolent corpse, known as the Jinming True Person. Subsequently, in the 493rd year, he eliminated his malevolent corpse, referred to as the Jietian Taoist. After spending 7 years solidifying his realm and stabilizing his early stage, the Supreme Old Lord lifted the temporal formation. Throughout this period, the Supreme Old Lord imparted crucial insights into the techniques, followed by the primordial Heavenly Venerable and the Master of the Heavenly Teachings, offering their own essential teachings. The remaining time was left for Li Yi to contemplate. Should he fail to sever his three corpses, no sage could assist him, for his innate talent would have reached its limit. In terms of comprehension, Li Yi demonstrated remarkable prowess, severing 2 of his corpses over a span of several centuries. Once he conquers his final self, he would ascend to the status of a sage. However, this step is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth, as only 6 individuals have achieved such a rank. Upon awakening from his meditation, Li Yi performed a deep bow to his master and his 2 uncles, acknowledging that without their support, attaining the realm in such a short time would have been impossible. The Supreme Old Lord expressed his satisfaction with his diligent disciple, whose talent was undeniable. He encouraged Li Yi to remain attentive to the matters of the journey to the west, for the fate of Taoism rested upon his shoulders, while the other affairs would be managed by his uncles. Li Yi nodded affirmatively, pledging his obedience. The Supreme Old Lord then produced the 8 scenic palace lamp from his robe, presenting it to Li Yi. He explained that it contained numerous extraordinary flames of the cosmos, which would unleash upon the removal of the lamp's cover to assail enemies. Once more, the Supreme Old Lord lent another piece of innate treasure to Li Yi, and the primordial Heavenly Venerable nodded in approval, remarking that Li Yi surpassed many of his less capable disciples. He gifted Li Yi the 5 directions flag and the 3 treasures Jade Rui, stating that since he had borrowed the central yellow flag for him, he would lend the remaining 4 flags as well, alongside his 3 treasures Jade Rui. Li Yi was elated, as yet another prominent figure had bestowed upon him an innate treasure. The Master of the Heavenly Teachings smirked, quipping that he was not so stingy, producing the 4 swords of the extermination of immortals along with the extermination formation diagram. The Master's grand gesture astonished the other 2 and left Li Yi in awe. Li felt overwhelmed with joy, yearning to bask forever in the favor of these great beings, particularly the Master of the Heavenly Teachings, who was even more generous than his own master. The 4 swords of the extermination of immortals and the extermination formation diagram were formidable weapons, requiring the intervention of the 4 saints to dismantle them, thus equipping Li Yi with the confidence to confront the formidable adversaries. The greatest concern was the potential for a treacherous ambush by the 2 saints of the West. However, the extermination formation could serve as a buffer, providing sufficient time for the 3 pure ones to arrive for support. The Supreme Old Lord and the primordial Heavenly Venerable were astonished, exclaiming at the Master of the Heavenly Teachings' decision to lend such powerful artifacts to Li Yi. The Master of the Heavenly Teachings, brimming with pride, asserted that one must empower others to act effectively, emphasizing that while they focused on mere, he aimed to instill courage in Li Yi to confront the likes of the 2 saints. Li, moved by the Master's thoughtfulness, resolved to assist in restoring the glory of the which had suffered greatly. He assured his master and uncles that he would exert every effort to mitigate the influence of Buddhism during their journey to the West. The Supreme Old Lord waved him off, reminding him to remain cautious of the Buddhist sect. Li Yi departed from the Do Shui Palace and returned to the side of Tang's son. At this juncture, Li Yi left his incarnation to manage the daily affairs of the Tang Empire, while his true self engaged directly in the journey to the West. As for the previously subdued yellow-haired weasel, Li Yi discreetly gifted it to the master of the heavenly teachings, claiming it would serve as a source of amusement for his uncle. By the time Li Yi arrived at the Yellow Wind Ridge, night had already fallen. Tang Xing and his companions awaited his return, and after resting for the night, the four set off once more. After approximately 2 months of travel, they reached the banks of a great river. Tang Xing suggested seeking a ferryman to cross. Sun Wukong ventured forth to locate a boatman, yet after a lengthy search, he found nothing. Furthermore, he discovered that the river stretched endlessly, its width measuring roughly 800 miles, with no visible shores in sight. Sun Wukong returned to report to Tang Sanzang, "Master, there are no boatmen to be found on this great river, and the currents are too swift to attempt a crossing." Li inquired, "How wide is this river?" Sun Wukong replied, "It spans 800 li." Li pondered, recognizing the significance of this location. Yet he understood that he must guide these individuals to discover it for themselves. According to the celestial order, the 81 trials must be personally endured and unveiled by Tang Sanzang. Otherwise, a mere flick of Li Yi's magic would enable Tang Sanzang to reach the Grand Thunder Monastery instantaneously. Chapter 62. The River of Flowing Sand. Though the previous tasks issued by the system were fraught with challenges, Li Yi successfully claimed his rewards. His overall attributes were as follows: Name, Li Yi Realm, Semi-Saint, Early Stage, Cultivation Techniques, Yuan-Yang Breathing Technique, Heavenly Strength Art, 8-9 Mystical Art Spellcraft, Illusion Technique, Top Tier. Water Control Technique, Top Tier. Fire Control Technique, Top Tier. Celestial Spear Technique, Top Tier. Immortal Level Spear Technique, Top Tier. Azure Lotus Sword Song, Top Tier. Divine Powers, 3 heads and 6 arms, Top Tier. True Fire of Samadhi, Top Tier. Transformation of 1 into 3 Pure Ones, Top Tier. Perception of Illusions, Top Tier. Treasures, Celestial Standard Armor, Medium Grade Spirit Artifact. Celestial Standard Long Spear, Medium Grade Spirit Artifact. Judicial Azure Cloud, Post-Heaven Spirit Treasure. Cloud Piercing Moon Shooting Spear, Post-Heaven Spirit Treasure. Azure Leaf Sword, Innate Spirit Treasure, Borrowed. Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag, Innate Spirit Treasure, Borrowed. Taiji Diagram, Innate Spirit Treasure, Borrowed. 8 Scenery Palace Lantern, Innate Spirit Treasure, Borrowed. Eastern Azure Lotus Treasure Color Flag, Innate Spirit Treasure, Borrowed. Southern Ground Leaving Flame Light Flag, Innate Spirit Treasure, Borrowed. Western Plain Cloud Realm Flag, Innate Spirit Treasure, Borrowed. Northern True Martial Black Sculpture Flag, Innate Spirit Treasure, Borrowed. 3 Treasures Jade Rui, Innate Spirit Treasure, Borrowed. Extermination Sword, Innate Spirit Treasure, Borrowed. Trap Immortal Sword, Innate Spirit Treasure, Borrowed. Absolute Immortal Sword, Innate Spirit Treasure, Borrowed. Slaughter Immortal Sword, Innate Spirit Treasure, Borrowed. Extermination Diagram, Innate Spirit Treasure, Borrowed. Work Unit, Heavenly Court Responsibility Company, Limited. Attendance, 21, 156 days. Gazing at his collection of innate spirit treasures, Li Yi felt a rush of desire. How exhilarating it would be if these treasures were his own. Yet they belonged to formidable beings, and he could merely make use of them. Fortunately, these superior entities had invested a portion of their power within the innate treasures. Fearing that Li Yi's own strength might be insufficient to wield them, these treasures had long been in the presence of saints, far surpassing ordinary innate treasures. Li Yi instructed, "Everyone, search the surroundings for any clues." Soon, they discovered a stone tablet by the riverbank, inscribed in small seal script with the words, "River of Flowing Sand." Beneath these characters were 4 lines of truth: 800 flows of sand, 3,000 depths of weak water, goose feathers cannot float, reed flowers must sink. Tang Sanzang's expression grew solemn as he remarked, "So this place is called the River of Flowing Sand. Indeed, the inability to cross it poses quite a challenge." Just then, the river's currents surged even more violently, sending colossal splashes into the air, from which a man emerged. This individual was grotesquely ugly, with hair like flames, eyes like lanterns, a bluish complexion, clad in a pale yellow robe, a waist adorned with white vines, and a necklace of 9 skulls, wielding a crescent moon staff. Upon reaching the bank, he lunged directly at Tang Sanzang. Li Yi and Sun Wukong swiftly pulled Tang Sanzang behind them, while Zhu Beiji brandished his rake and charged at the man. The man, undeterred, engaged in combat with Zhu Beiji. The crescent moon staff he wielded stirred the waters into a frenzy, and Zhu Beiji's attacks were equally fierce, resulting in a fierce standoff. Seeing the two still entangled in battle, Sun Wukong rushed in, brandishing his golden staff against the man. The man, however, was astute, sensing the ambush. He feigned an attack and dove into the water. Zhu Beiji, infuriated, shouted, "Monkey brother, what are you doing? He's already exhausted. Give me 3 to 5 more rounds, and I will surely capture him." Sun Wukong, scratching his head in embarrassment, replied, "It's just that I haven't fought in a while. I felt a bit restless and wanted to assist you since you were evenly matched." Zhu Beiji, fuming, retorted, "What now? With him in the water, we cannot cross." Li Yi kicked Zhu Beiji's rear and commanded, "Go into the river and force him out." Zhu Beiji protested, "I might not even be his match in the water." Li Yi, exasperated, responded, "You are the marshal of the Heavenly River, commanding 100,000 water troops. Are you jesting that you might not defeat him in the water?" Zhu Beiji continued to voice his grievances. "Though I am adept in swimming, I have no idea if he has relatives lurking in the water. What if I end up drowning?" Li Yi, impatient, insisted, "If you cannot defeat him, lure him up. Sun Wukong will assist you from above." Zhu Beiji reluctantly nodded, stripped off his clothes and boots, brandished his rake, and parted the waters of the river of flowing sand as he waded in. Li Yi, not in a hurry to intervene, awaited the arrival of the river guardian. Once he dealt with the guardian, Guanyin would surely come, and he needed to conserve his strength to confront her, for she was also a semi-saint of Buddhism. Beneath the water, Zhu Beiji soon located the man. "You monster! Why do you obstruct our path?" he bellowed. The man replied, "I am no monster. I have a name." Zhu Beiji demanded, "Then tell me your name." The man introduced himself. "I was once the Heavenly Court's curtain-lifting general. I accidentally shattered the Queen Mother's glass lamp, and in the Emperor of Heaven's wrath, I was cast into the heavenly prison. The barefoot immortal pleaded for me, allowing me to escape death, yet I was still punished to descend to the mortal realm. With nowhere to go, I settled in the river of flowing sand. When I am hungry, I capture people to eat. Anyone who dares to pass this river, I shall devour. Today, it seems I am fortunate, for you, pighead, have delivered yourself to me as a meal." Zhu Beiji, incensed, declared, "You deserve a lesson." He swung his rake at the curtain-lifting general, who retaliated with his crescent moon staff, causing the waters to churn and mud to swirl. Before long, Zhu Beiji feigned weakness and began to swim towards the surface, with the curtain-lifting general in pursuit. Just as the general emerged, Sun Wukong struck him with a staff. Realizing the danger, the general dove back into the water. Zhu Beiji, exasperated, turned to Sun Wukong and said, "Brother monkey, why the rush? At least let me lure him higher before you strike." Sun Wukong, sheepishly chuckling, replied, "I was a bit hasty." Zhu Beiji, ignoring him, approached Li Yi, saying, "Boss, look. This monkey only causes trouble. I truly cannot manage this." Li Yi, equally frustrated with their coordination, instructed Sun Wukong, "Go to the Duoshui Palace and borrow the purple gold calabash from my senior brother." After all, Zhu Beiji has exerted considerable effort. Sun Wukong, feeling slightly sheepish, nodded and ascended to the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 63. Subduing the curtain-lifting general. Upon reaching the Duoshui Palace, Sun Wukong knocked on the door. A young acolyte opened it, glared at Sun Wukong, and said, "What do you want, you rascally monkey?" Sun Wukong, grinning, replied, young lad, that was all in the past, wasn't it? Why hold grudges? Let me in to find Master Xuandu." Having faced tribulations and learned from his experiences, Sun Wukong was now somewhat knowledgeable. When he discovered that Taishang Laojun was a saint, he was awestruck, thankful he had not confronted him. Had he done so, he would have long been subdued. The matter that perplexed Sun Wukong was the fact that during his ruckus at the Duoshui Palace, no one paid him any mind. The Taoist boy scoffed. "What business do you, this rascally monkey, have with Master Xuandu? Cease your antics here, lest you provoke his ire, which you certainly cannot withstand." Sun Wukong, with a forced grin, replied, "It was Li Yi who summoned me." Upon hearing this, the Taoist exclaimed, "It was the young mage who called for you?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Young mage?" The Taoist clarified, The young mage is none other than Li Yi. Realization dawned upon Sun Wukong as he affirmed, "Yes, indeed, it is he." The Taoist promptly stated, "Wait here, I shall inform the master." Soon after, he returned, presenting a gourd to Sun Wukong, saying, "This is what the young mage requested. Simply deliver it to him. As for your reception at Doshui Palace, it is less than welcoming." Awkwardness enveloped Sun Wukong, as it seemed the commotion he had caused at the palace had left considerable repercussions. Taking the gourd, he promptly departed the 36 heavens and returned to the River of Sand. Upon arriving at the River of Sand, Sun Wukong handed the purple gold gourd to Li Yi. Li Yi, taking the gourd to the riverbank, opened its lid and called out loudly, "Wu Jing! Wu Jing!" The general of the curtain, hearing his name, responded immediately, "Who calls for me?" After his response, he felt an immense force pulling him toward the riverbank. Li Yi sneered, "Is struggling of any use? Once you acquiesce to the gourd, there will be no escape for you." In a short while, the purple gold gourd swallowed the general of the curtain. Helpless, the general found the force irresistible. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. Once he was drawn into the gourd, Li swiftly closed its lid. Not long after the general's capture, the traveler of Huiyin arrived at the River of Sand, bearing a red gourd. As per protocol, since Sun Wukong had not sought assistance from Guanyin Bodhisattva at Mount Luojia in the South Sea, the Buddhist order had to send the traveler of Huiyin to aid Sun Wukong. Tang Sung, observing the traveler's arrival from the shore, wore a bemused smile. The Buddhist order had resorted to direct intervention. The traveler of Huiyin approached Tang Sung, bowing respectfully, "I greet the holy monk." Meanwhile, Li Yi had already completed his task and was leisurely drinking nearby, while Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji idly watched the traveler. Aware that the three of them likely wished to avoid extensive dialogue with the Buddhist figure, Tang Sung inquired, "What brings you here, traveler?" The traveler of Huiyin smiled. "Knowing that the holy monk is in distress, I have come at the behest of the Bodhisattva to offer assistance." Tang Sung replied calmly, "I appreciate the Bodhisattvas and your concern, but this predicament has been resolved, and we are preparing to continue our journey westward." The traveler of Huiyin stood there, dumbfounded. What calamity has been resolved? I have yet to take action, he thought, bewildered that the general of the curtain had not heeded the Bodhisattva's instructions. Holding the red gourd, the traveler remained stationary as the group began to cross the River of Sand. Squinting at the retreating figures, the traveler observed that Tang Sung, being merely immortal, and Sun Wukong, a monkey not adept in water combat, along with Zhu Beiji, who could at best match the general, lacked the capacity to deal with him. Thus, only he could intervene. The Taoist had indeed played a clever game, skillfully positioning this piece. The traveler reached the opposite bank of the River of Sand, awaiting the arrival of the group, which soon disembarked after crossing the 800 miles of sandy river. Upon reaching the shore, they noticed the traveler of Huiyin, who was met with indifference from Li Yi and the others. Tang Sung, with no alternative, approached and asked, "What other matters do you wish to discuss, traveler?" This time, the traveler's demeanor had shifted to one of seriousness as he stated, "I wish to have a word with Li Yi." As the group began to cross the river, the traveler descended to the riverbed to search for the general of the curtain, but regardless of his efforts, he could not locate him. The only explanation was that the general had been dealt with by someone else. Among this group, only Li Yi possessed the capability to capture the general, indicating that it must have been he who took him away. Tang Sung, Sun Wukong, and Zhu Beiji turned their gazes toward Li Yi, who nodded, "You all proceed first. I shall engage in a discussion with the traveler of Huiyin." Tang Sung led Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji onward, while Li Yi opened his personal wine gourd and began to drink. The traveler of Huiyin fixed his gaze intently on Li Yi, and for a moment, neither spoke. System, task, trouble at the door. Task information. Due to your subjugation of the general of the curtain, the Buddhist figures have come seeking you. However, as the general is still an employee of the Heavenly Court Responsibility Company and has not been dismissed, other companies cannot poach him. As a member of the Heavenly Court Responsibility Company, such occurrences are intolerable. Teach those from other companies a lesson and ensure the general of the curtain returns to his rightful place. Task reward. Fragments of the glazed lamp. Li remained unperturbed, emboldened by his newfound strength. Even when facing the likes of Tathagata, he felt a sense of confidence. During this interval, he took the opportunity to examine the attributes of the Traveler of Huiyin. Name: Traveler of Huiyin Realm. Great Luo Golden Immortal. Peak: Cultivation, Mahayana Buddhist Skill Techniques. Close Combat, Top Tier. 5 Elements Spell Wood, Top Tier. Eloquence of the Lotus, Divine Powers. Arhut, Golden Body, top tier. Diamond Dharma Form, top tier. Marvelous Freedom Lotus, top tier. Magic Artifacts. Wu Hook Sword, postnatal spiritual treasure. Mixed Iron Rod, postnatal spiritual treasure. After reviewing the traveler's attributes, Li Yi was astonished by the abundance of great Luo golden immortals within the Buddhist order. It was no wonder they sought to dominate the central plains and spread their teachings among mortals. Their strength had indeed reached a formidable level. The traveler of Huiyan broke the silence. Are the Taoist methods not overly despicable? Li Yi, taken aback, retorted, "What do you mean by saying the Taoist methods are despicable? Is your reasoning not flawed?" Taking a sip of his wine, Li Yi continued, "Do those of the Buddhist order speak without thought? Why is it that your side is always deemed the righteous one? Do you truly believe this world has become a domain solely for your Buddhism?" With no intention of holding back, he boldly challenged the Buddhist order. As a staunch supporter of Buddhism, the traveler of Huiyan could not tolerate Li Yi's disparagement. He thunderously rebuked, "How dare you, a Taoist fanatic, insult our doctrine?" Li Yi scoffed, "You dare to utter slander against my Taoist teachings, yet expect me to remain silent?" The exchange of words had ignited a spark of contention between the two. However, the traveler of Huiyan did not lose sight of his objective, demanding, "Where have you hidden the General of the Curtain?" Li calmly replied, "Once the General of the Curtain has atoned for his misdeeds, he will naturally return to the heavenly court. There is no need for the Buddhist order to concern itself." The traveler of Huiyan retorted, "The General of the Curtain has already taken refuge with my Buddha, adopting the name Sha Wujing. I implore you to release Wujing." Li Yi, growing impatient, reiterated, "The General of the Curtain belongs to the heavenly court and has nothing to do with your Buddhist order." With a grim expression, the traveler of Huiyan warned, "Li Yi, think carefully about the consequences of opposing us." Li Yi spread his hands. "Have I not already been in opposition to you? This is merely the formal commencement of our conflict. Ha ha ha." The traveler of Huiyan, infuriated by Li Yi's words, ceased any further pleasantries and immediately attacked. A pair of Wu Hook swords materialized in his hands, and he swung them toward Li Yi with intent to strike. Li Yi drew his celestial sword and deftly sidestepped to block the sweep of the Wu Hook sword, effortlessly deflecting it. The force of the deflection propelled the traveler into a subsequent assault, as he aimed the Wu Hook sword toward Li Yi's right hand. Li swiftly transferred the celestial sword from his right hand to his left, evading the attempt to strangle him. He immediately lunged forward, aiming to strike the traveler, Huiyan. With his sword, Huiyan, wielding the Wu Hook sword, retreated to block the attack. The celestial sword clashed against the Wu Hook sword, producing a resonant sound. However, the immense power behind Li Yi's strike forced Huiyan to stagger backward. After successfully deflecting Li Yi's sword, Huiyan retracted his Wu Hook sword and brandished the mixed iron rod to sweep at Li Yi, who deftly dodged the blow. The disparity in their realms allowed Li Yi to effortlessly counter Huiyan's assaults, rendering Huiyan's movements sluggish in Li Yi's discerning eyes. At that moment, Li Yi was eager to conclude the confrontation swiftly and accelerated his sword strikes. As Li Yi quickened his pace, Huiyan found himself struggling to keep up. Li consistently targeted Huiyan at the precise moments he initiated his attacks, compelling Huiyan to adopt a defensive posture. The battle was becoming increasingly uncomfortable for Huiyan, who recognized Li Yi's formidable prowess. Li Yi then discarded his sword and began to attack Huiyan with his fists. He swiftly closed the gap, delivering a heavy punch to Huiyan's chest, prompting Huiyan to raise his hand in defense. A sharp crack echoed as Huiyan's arm broke under the impact, leaving him momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Huiyan, who was unable to escape and could only feebly attempt to block with his arms. Each of Li Yi's strikes shattered Huiyan's defenses until, with one final blow, he struck Huiyan squarely in the chest. Li Yi was no longer the helpless Deluo golden immortal he once was, having ascended to a state of quasi-saintship, making it easy for him to confront a Deluo golden immortal. Huiyan's chest caved in under Li Yi's might, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Li Yi stepped forward, placing his foot upon Huiyan's body, and declared, "I regret to inform you, but you and your fellow Deluo golden immortals are no match for me. You were not before, and you certainly are not now." Huiyan, in agony, retorted, "You dare not kill me. The Buddhist and Taoist sects cannot afford to sever ties." Li Yi dismissively replied, "What do you think we are doing? We are engaged in a battle of magic, a perilous endeavor where casualties are inevitable. Your Li family was originally part of the Taoist sect. Yet you and Jin Jia have defected to Buddhism. Do not expect me to show any mercy." With that, Li Yi struck Huiyan's head with a punch, causing it to burst like a watermelon, resulting in Huiyan's demise. A wisp of true spirit began its ascent towards the Western paradise, but this time, Li refrained from exterminating it entirely, allowing it to escape. After all, his relationship with Neza was rather amicable, and he preferred not to act too ruthlessly. At the moment when Li Yi's fist shattered Huiyan's head, the Bodhisattva Guanyin appeared, exclaiming, "Spare him." Yet, how could Li Yi heed Guanyin's plea? He continued his assault, obliterating Huiyan's head. Guanyin's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze upon Li Yi, questioning, "Do you seek to incite a war between Buddhism and Taoism?" Li Yi scoffed. "The war has been ongoing since the journey to the West began. Your sect has laid numerous traps. Now you dare to speak to me of this?" Enraged by the death of her protector, Huiyan, Guanyin could hardly contain her fury. She immediately retaliated, summoning water from her jade bottle, directing it towards Li Yi. Li Yi, an adept water manipulator himself, effortlessly parted the rushing waters, allowing them to flow around him as he simultaneously employed an attribute inspection on Guanyin. Name: Wonderful Freedom Guanyin Realm, Quasi-Saint Pinnacle, Technique: Great Vehicle Buddhist Art Magic, Close Combat, Top Tier, 5 Elements Water Magic, Top Tier, Eloquence of Lotus, Divine Powers, Arhut Golden Body, Top Tier, Diamond Dharma Body, Top Tier, Wonderful Freedom Lotus, Top Tier, Treasures, Jade Pure Bottle, Innate Spirit Treasure, Jade Pure Divine Water, Acquired Spirit Treasure, Willow Branch, Acquired Spirit Treasure. Seeing that Li Yi had separated the Jade Pure Divine Water, Guanyin brandished her willow branch, causing the leaves to flutter down and ensnare Li Yi. As the leaves wrapped around him, Guanyin coldly proclaimed, "These willow leaves possess great resilience. Once entangled, you shall be prepared for capture." Li Yi, unimpressed, retorted, "Do you truly believe these trifling tactics can restrain me?" With a forceful shake, he scattered all the entangling leaves. Guanyin recognized the strength of Li Yi, yet remained unaware that he had ascended to quasi-saint status. The failure of her attempt to subdue him left her astonished. "To think you have already reached the realm of quasi-saint," Guanyin exclaimed, her surprise evident. Li Yi, however, wasted no time, swiftly shifting behind her and delivering a punch. Chapter 65. The Trial of Lao Jun of Lishan. Guanyin, discerning the sound of Li Yi's punch slicing through the air, evaded his strike with a nimble sidestep. Li Yi was relentless, following up with another punch, but Guanyin conjured a lotus behind her that enveloped his fist. Li Yi unleashed his punch's force, shattering the lotus into petals that scattered like confetti. With the petals raining down, Guanyin had already vanished from sight, having fled the scene. Li Yi scoffed. "Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped. Otherwise, you would have tasted the ferocity of my fists." Though currently in the early stages of quasi-saintship, Li Yi, enhanced by the 8-9 mystical arts, stood undaunted against even the most formidable quasi-saints, with physical strength that rendered them helpless. The practice of Taoism was now divided into two paths, one aimed at severing the 3 corpses to attain sainthood, and the other focused on achieving sainthood through physical means. The latter had not been accomplished by anyone since Pangu, and even the illustrious Erling Shun remained merely at the pinnacle of quasi-saintship after many years. Li Yi quickly caught up with Tang Sanzang and the others. He addressed Tang Sanzang. "Let us first resolve the matter concerning this individual." With that, he extracted the general of the rolling curtain from the purple gold gourd and cast a binding spell upon him, rendering him immobilized. Li Yi approached the general and gave him a kick, saying, "Wake up." Zhu Beiji stepped forward and delivered several hearty slaps, rousing the general from his stupor. The general, bewildered, inquired, "Where am I? What has transpired? Am I dead?" Li Yi replied nonchalantly, "You are not dead. Now, tell me, why did you attack Sanzang?" Tang Sanzang curiously regarded the general, who, in shock, exclaimed, "Is this the Tang Sanzang?" Tang Sanzang nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is." The general immediately knelt before Tang Sanzang. Bowing deeply, "Master, please accept your disciple's reverence." Tang Sanzang, feeling somewhat helpless, glanced at Li Yi, who nodded in acknowledgement. Li Yi then leaned closer to the general, whispering, "General, do you wish to return to the heavenly court?" The general's eyes lit up with excitement. "I have longed for that dream." Li Yi continued, "If that is the case, you must follow the Buddhist decree and assist Tang Sanzang in ensuring his safety on the journey westward. In return, I shall guarantee your return to the heavenly court. The general's hope flickered momentarily, but quickly dimmed as he lamented. But who are you? You cannot alter the Jade Emperor's decision. Li Yi smiled. I am a direct disciple of the old lord from the Doshui Palace. The general remained skeptical. How can you prove your identity? Li Yi, exasperated, responded. Do you believe I captured you with some treasure? I used the purple gold gourd to subdue you. I trust you know whose treasure it is. The general immediately resumed his bowing. Could it be that you are the renowned little master of recent years? I have heard of you. Thank you for your compassion, little master. Li Yi was uncertain when he acquired the title of little mage. Yet it seemed quite fitting alongside that of great mage. He remarked with a hint of nonchalance, Do you now believe what I have said? The general of the rolling curtains responded eagerly. Indeed, I believe. Li Yi inquired. So, will you align yourself with the Buddhist side or with my Taoist faction? The general replied respectfully, naturally, I stand with the little mage. Li nodded. You are quite perceptive. After our journey to the west concludes, I shall ensure your return to the heavenly court. The general expressed profound gratitude. Thank you, little mage. Thank you. Li waved him off. Go now. Meet your new master. The general immediately knelt before Tang Song, saying, Wu Jing pays his respects to master. Li Yi assured Tang Song, It's all settled. You need not worry. Tang Song nodded. From now on, you shall call him Sha Wu Jing. With that, the group set off once more, now a complete ensemble of 5 and a horse. Journeying westward. Within the great Thunder Sound Temple, the Bodhisattva Guanyin bore injuries, and the expressions of the saints Xuanti and Jane were darkened as they contemplated her state. Their hearts filled with discontent. The lotus of Guanyin had endured a blow from Li Yi and narrowly escaped, yet it bore the full brunt of that strike's power. Saint Xuanti opened his palm, revealing a flickering essence that was unmistakably that of the true spirit of the traveler Huayan, while Lingji Bodhisattva remained recuperating in the pool of sentient beings. Fuming, Saint Xuanti exclaimed, This insolent child goes too far too far. When has our Buddhist sect ever suffered such disgrace? I shall capture him and subject him to 1,000 tortures. Saint Jane, with a pained expression, urged, Xuanti, remain calm. Saint Xuanti, teetering on the edge of fury, retorted, This journey to the west is of utmost importance to our sect, yet Taoism repeatedly obstructs us. Our sect has already sustained numerous injuries, with the traveler Huayan barely escaping with a fragment of his essence. This is truly intolerable. Saint Jane replied, The journey to the west is a paramount matter for our Buddhist order. All else must be secondary. In battle, if one general fails, we can always deploy another. The 3 purities are certainly monitoring us, so let us allow them to contest within the same realm. Saint Xuanti questioned, How can Li Yi achieve such feats in this matter? Saint Jane, seemingly seeing through it all, stated, Under reasonable rules, it is indeed possible. Saint Xuanti could only scoff in response. Despite the impact of Li Yi's actions on Buddhism, they had not yet lost a single member, the most grievous loss being merely the traveler Huayan's essence. By reincarnating that essence within his own Buddhist realm, Saint Xuanti could reclaim the traveler Huayan in a few centuries. Coldly, he declared, Just wait, I will ensure that Taoism pays dearly for this. Though he spoke fiercely, the reality would soon reverse, as Li Yi would deliver yet another blow to Buddhism. The group continued westward, and as autumn approached over the next couple of months, they arrived at an opulent estate. Li Yi sensed something amiss upon glancing at the manor, yet he felt no fear. After all, Tang Sung was destined to face tribulations here, and it seemed this trial would involve the 4 saints inquiring into their hearts. The 4 saints were likely to include Laojun of Lishan, Guanyin, and the Bodhisattvas Wanshu and Puxian, yet with Guanyin injured by Li Yi, she would naturally be absent. And Wanshu and Puxian had fallen into the hands of the primordial heavenly sovereign. In essence, the 4 saints of inquiry had dwindled to a singular inquiry, leaving one to ponder how Buddhism would respond to this. Chapter 66. Inquiry regardless. Buddhism had suffered a significant setback, and it was unlikely they would simply let it go. Li Yi suggested, As night has fallen, let us take lodging here for the night. Tang Sung nodded, while Zhu Beiji had already transformed into human form and was knocking on the door. Knock, 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 Zhu Beiji called out. Shortly, a servant opened the door and asked, May I inquire who you are? Zhu Beiji cheerfully replied, We are monks sent by the Tang Emperor from the eastern land, traveling westward in search of true scriptures. We humbly seek a place to rest for the night and apologize for any disturbance. The servant chanted a Buddhist invocation and said, Please wait a moment while I inform our master. Before long, the servant returned, opening the door wide. Esteemed monks, please come in. The group entered the luxurious estate, which was filled with women, and at the helm was the matron, Lady Li. With a warm smile, she greeted them. Welcome, esteemed monks. Please come in and rest. Tang Sung bowed in gratitude. Thank you, lady, for your hospitality. We are sorry for the trouble. Lady Li invited them to the main hall, where she eagerly announced, your journey westward is fraught with challenges, and I have 12 daughters. Today, upon seeing your handsome appearances, I wish to invite you to become my sons-in-law, inheriting my wealth in the future. Zhu Beiji, upon hearing this, was filled with delight, while Sun Wukong, Sha Wujing, and Li Yi dismissed her words. Tang Sung responded, Lady, there is no need. My resolve is firm, and this journey is solely westward. Lady Li, despite her attempts to persuade him, could not alter Tang Sung's determination. But Zhu Beiji was another matter, already entranced by the allure of the maidens. Tang Sung chuckled. It seems my disciple is quite eager to stay here. Lady Li, grinning, replied, Then I shall not be polite. I shall offer your second disciple as a son-in-law of this estate. Zhu Beiji, utterly dazed, stammered, That sounds wonderful. Li Yi, observing Zhu Beiji's foolishness, could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed this pig would never overcome his carnal desires. Meanwhile, Li Yi continued sipping his wine. Sun Wukong indulged in fruits, and Sha Wujing busied himself with their luggage. In the dead of night, Li Yi suddenly appeared on the rooftop, where he encountered another figure, the matron. Li Yi smiled. I did not expect you to enjoy the evening breeze atop the roof, lady. She chuckled. And you, little mage, seem to share my taste for the night air. Li Yi took a sip of his wine, commenting, It is rumored that Lao Jun of Lishan has always remained aloof from both Taoism and Buddhism. I did not anticipate her involvement in the conflict between the two. I must say, it is quite unwise of her. Lady Li laughed lightly. This time, the conditions offered by Buddhism are simply irresistible. As the incarnation of Nuwa, her identity was widely known among celestial beings. Unexpectedly, the demon clan had aligned themselves with Buddhism, leaving Taoism isolated in this moment. Li Yi sneered. Does your appearance here signify a desire to duel with me? With a calm demeanor etched upon her wrinkled face, Lady Li replied, At my age, I have no inclination to bully the young. I merely wish to witness the legendary figure known as the Little Mage. Now that I have seen you, it is indeed as the tales describe. My health is waning. I shall take my leave to rest. Li Yi chose to ignore Lady Li and continued to enjoy his drink. The following day, Li Yi, Tang Sung, Sun Wukong, Sha Wujing, and the white dragon horse departed from the opulent estate, leaving Zhu Beiji behind. After traveling for half a day, they heard a familiar voice calling for help from a nearby grove. Sun Wukong recognized the voice and hurried over. Soon, he returned, urging, Come quickly, come quickly. You must see this. The group followed Sun Wukong and discovered a figure bound to a tree deep within the woods, none other than Zhu Beiji. With his rotund face and large ears, he was shouting, Help! Help! The group burst into laughter, finding amusement in the sight of Zhu Beiji being outsmarted. Even the white dragon horse joining in their mirth. Zhu Beiji, upon spotting a group of people, immediately called out loudly, Master, Monkey King, Teacher, Old Sha, save me. Sun Wukong chuckled and replied, You foolish glutton for beauty, why are you not living in someone else's home now? With a face flushed with embarrassment, Zhu Beiji responded, Monkey King, please do not jest. I beg for your assistance. After having his fill of laughter, Tang Sung remarked, Wukong, release Beiji. Sun Wukong clasped his hands in acknowledgement and let Zhu Beiji down, delivering a kick to him while saying, You fool. Continue your infatuation with beauty and see where it leads you. As Zhu Beiji busily untied himself, he protested, How was I to know this was a trap? I am innocent. Li Yi interjected, Enough of this nonsense. We must depart swiftly. The group then resumed their journey westward. After an indeterminate time, they arrived before a verdant mountain, where white cranes soared and monkeys frolicked amongst the ripe fruits, the aura of spiritual energy swirling around, evidently a paradise. Within the mountain stood a purple pavilion, exuding an ethereal ambience. Upon reaching this pavilion, they noticed a stone tablet beside the mountain gate, inscribed with the words, Mount Wanshou. Blessed Land, Five Zhuang Temple, Cave Heaven. Upon realizing they had arrived at the Five Zhuang Temple, Li Yi resolved to indulge in a few ginseng fruits, as anything that could satisfy the discerning palate of Sun Wukong must surely be exquisite. Crossing through the mountain gate, they approached the temple entrance. flanked by a couplet, the abode of immortals, where one attains eternal life, a household that shares longevity with the heavens. Zhu Beiji remarked, the tone here is quite arrogant. Li replied directly, this is the domain of Jin Yuanzi, whose power far exceeds your imagination. Zhu Beiji inquired eagerly, Master, just how formidable is this Jin Yuanzi? Li explained, Jin Yuanzi is hailed as the ancestor of Earth immortals. Would you not agree that is impressive? Zhu Beiji silently marveled, indeed. He is not to be trifled with. Li led the group into the Five Zhuang Temple, where they were soon greeted by two exquisitely handsome young acolytes who bowed and said, we have the honor of meeting the Little Master and Master Tang. We are Qing Feng and Mingwei of the Five Zhuang Temple. Li Yi nodded in acknowledgement, while Tang Sung returned the gesture, saying, it is a pleasure to meet you. Qi Feng and Mingwei. Chapter 67. Five Zhuang Temple. Qi Feng and Mingwei spoke in unison. The Master has given instructions, Little Master and Master Tang. Please rest within the temple for the night, and each may partake of a ginseng fruit, except for the Little Master. Li Yi understood their meaning and refrained from further comment. They then escorted the group to their guest quarters for repose. However, Li Yi was separately invited by Qing Feng and Mingwei to a luxurious guest room, where they respectfully said to him, Little Master, we hope you will stay a few more days. The Master has matters to discuss with you. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to instruct us. Li nodded and gifted each of them a 9-transformation golden pill, which they gratefully accepted as they departed. Subsequently, Qing Feng and Mingwei gathered 5 ginseng fruits from the ginseng tree, 4 of which they delivered to Tang Seng's party, and 1 they presented to Li Yi. Holding the ginseng fruit, Li Yi admired its exquisite appearance, then took a bite. A wave of clear, sweet fragrance erupted in his mouth, instantly transforming into pure energy that surged into his being, leaving him feeling rejuvenated. This ginseng fruit was indeed a remarkable treasure. Having experienced such revitalization from just one, Li Yi requested 2 more. Within the Five Zhuang Temple, there were no restrictions on ginseng fruits for him, as Jin Yuanzi had instructed that all of Li Yi's requests be honored, recognizing their shared connection within the Taoist community. As events unfolded as scripted, Sun Wukong and the others were wrongfully accused by Qi Feng and Mingwei, and the ginseng tree was subsequently uprooted. When Jin Yuanzi returned, he did not immediately inspect the ginseng tree, having anticipated its impending calamity, and instead sought out Li Yi first. Jin Yuanzi asked, how fares the situation within our Taoist community? Li Yi smiled and replied, much better than anticipated. I am now engaged in the journey westward, doing my utmost to thwart the Buddhist influence. Jin Yuanzi bowed in gratitude, saying, thank you, Little Master. Li Yi responded, no need for such formalities. As a member of the Taoist sect, it is my duty to contribute wholeheartedly. Jin Yuanzi, resigned, remarked, this calamity has indeed burdened my ginseng tree. Li Yi patted Jin Yuanzi on the shoulder, assuring him, rest assured, the ginseng tree will ultimately be saved. It may simply require some time. Jin Yuanzi, somewhat disgruntled, replied, it is the favor that the Buddhist sect seeks from me that I find distasteful. Li Yi chuckled, you will adapt, should it truly discomfort you. I can intervene to alter the course, as long as the outcome is achieved by Sun Wukong. Jin Yuanzi nodded, it is best if you take action, for I wish to avoid any association with the Buddhist sect. Li Yi agreed. Then you should proceed with the next step and retrieve Tang Seng's party. At dawn, Tang Seng's group managed to flee, oblivious to the events that had transpired. They took off with Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Sha Wujing, and the White Dragon Horse. Along the way, Tang Seng questioned why they did not wait for Li Yi, to which Sun Wukong nervously explained that Li Yi was discussing matters with Jin Yuanzi, and they would undoubtedly catch up once their discussions concluded. Jin Yuanzi, smiling, remarked, let them run for a month. Capturing them will be effortless. He then set off to retrieve Tang Seng's party, while Li Yi continued to indulge in sustenance and merriment at the Five Zhuang Temple. Jin Yuanzi swiftly caught up with Tang Seng's group, feigning anger as he exclaimed, I kindly hosted you, and this is how you repay me. Attempting to flee without waiting for your host, Tang Song, bewildered, responded, what have we done to provoke such wrath from you? Jin Yuanzi. Sun Wukong sheepishly replied, Master, it is nothing. Jin Yuanzi feigned fury. You have stolen my ginseng fruit and destroyed my ginseng tree. What more do you wish to do? Sun Wukong retorted, old fellow. It was merely a fallen tree. I shall compensate you. There is no need for such fury. Jin Yuanzi huffed, you cannot afford to pay. With that, he immediately employed his sleeve of the universe, causing Tang Seng's group to be enveloped within an expanding sleeve. They were then brought back to the Five Zhuang Temple, where Tang Seng and his companions were tied up in the temple's courtyard. Jin Yuanzi began to whip Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, choosing Sun Wukong for his resilience and Zhu Beiji for his tough skin, while Tang Seng was spared, as a strike upon him could be fatal. In the end, Sun Wukong struck a deal with Jin Yuanzi. If he could not restore the ginseng tree within 7 days, Tang Seng's group would serve as fertilizer for the ginseng tree. Li discreetly handed Sun Wukong the 3 treasures Jade Rui and advised, "Do not flounder aimlessly. Take this Rui to the Heavenly Court and seek the aid of the Emperor of Longevity, Nanji. He will surely assist you." Sun Wukong nodded and made his way to the Heavenly Court, while Jin Yuanzi instructed Qi Feng and Mingwei to untie Tang Seng's group. Knowing full well that this was merely a pretense, as everyone understood the true nature of events, Sun Wukong arrived at the southern Heavenly Gate, where he sought the palace of the Emperor of Longevity, Nanji. The guard at the gate stopped him, asking, "Who goes there?" The soldiers stationed at the gates exuded an aura of menace that even Sun Wukong found somewhat intimidating. These heavenly soldiers were not to be compared with the mere gatekeepers. They lived in the throes of warfare daily, and the 4 mighty emperors guarding the realms were seasoned warriors. Thus, it was not surprising that the soldiers radiated such a palpable killing intent, leaving Sun Wukong quite astonished. In haste, Sun Wukong declared, "Li instructed me to seek out the Emperor of the South Pole, the Longevity Emperor." Upon finishing his words, he presented the 3 treasures Rui to the soldiers. One of the soldiers took the Rui and said, "Please wait. I shall go in and deliver your message." After entering the palace to make his report, he soon emerged, stating, "The Emperor has commanded you to proceed directly to the main hall to meet him. You may enter." He returned the 3 treasures Rui to Sun Wukong, who tucked it into his bosom and followed the soldier into the palace. Before long, they arrived at the main hall of the Longevity Emperor's palace. Sun Wukong bowed respectfully. Addressing him, "I pay my respects to the Longevity Emperor." The Longevity Emperor, with a stoic expression, regarded Sun Wukong and said, "Impudent monkey, what brings you to my palace?" Sun Wukong, somewhat daunted by the atmosphere within the palace, steadied himself and replied, "Your Majesty, Li Yi sent me to request the method to revive the ginseng fruit tree." Upon hearing that his junior disciple sought assistance, the Longevity Emperor promptly handed Sun Wukong a vial of mysterious celestial essence, saying, "This is the celestial essence of Xiantian, which can restore the roots of spiritual plants to their original state." Gratefully accepting the essence, Sun Wukong bowed and expressed his thanks. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall return at once." The Longevity Emperor gestured for him to withdraw, and Sun Wukong turned to leave the palace. Within the palace, the Longevity Emperor fell into contemplation, realizing that his junior disciple had performed admirably. Recently, their master, the primordial heavenly sovereign, had given instructions that whenever Li Yi required assistance, the Chan school must offer their utmost support. Failure to comply would result in expulsion from the sect and the loss of one's cultivation, condemning them to endure the cycle of reincarnation. The same mandate had been issued to the, emphasizing that Li Yi's matters required their full backing, with dire consequences for any dissent. As a quasi-saint, the Longevity Emperor was acutely aware of the challenges faced by the Taoist community. The solutions to these predicaments lay with his junior disciple. In truth, the teachings and techniques from the human teachings, Chan school, and had all been imparted to Li Yi, making him a shared successor of the 3 sections. Coupled with the events of the journey to the west, all disciples of the 3 teachings were bound to assist Li Yi with unwavering commitment. Sun Wukong swiftly returned to the 5 Pine View, where Jin Yuanzi led a group towards the deceased ginseng fruit tree. Sun Wukong poured the celestial essence over the tree, and instantly, it rejuvenated as if time itself had reversed. This development resulted in a jubilant conclusion, yet the most disheartened were the Buddhists, who had already arranged for Guanyin Bodhisattva to restore the ginseng fruit, thereby reinforcing the influence of Buddhism in the mortal realm. However, Li Yi had disrupted their most opportune moment for promotion, leaving the Holy One of the Virtue with a sullen expression as he paced restlessly in his quiet chamber, feeling the sting of thwarted plans. With the ginseng fruit tree restored and thriving spectacularly, Jin Yuanzi was naturally pleased and discreetly gave Li Yi a thumbs up, saying, "Impressive indeed." His satisfaction stemmed not merely from the restoration of the ginseng fruit tree by Sun Wukong, but from the fact that it had been accomplished internally without seeking assistance from the Buddhist sect. Jin Yuanzi hosted a banquet for Tang Sanzang and his companions, and the gathering was lively, essentially enjoying the benefits derived from Li Yi's small mastery. After departing from the Five Pine View, the group continued their journey westward, traversing a rugged, steep mountain for nearly a month. Upon entering the mountain, they found the path exceedingly treacherous, managing to cover only a third of the distance in half a day. Tang Sanzang then suggested, "Let us rest here for a while. Yukong, go find us some food." Sun Yukong replied with a respectful gesture, "Yes, master. You two guard the master well. I shall return shortly." Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing simultaneously responded, "Understood, senior brother." Meanwhile, Li Yi leisurely sipped his wine, recognizing this as the likely site of the encounter with the white-bone demon. The demon was presumably a formidable weapon arranged by Buddhism to eliminate the mightiest among Tang Sanzang's group, Sun Wukong. However, Li Yi chose not to intervene at this juncture, understanding that these experiences were essential for Tang Sanzang and his companions. The white-bone demon, aware of their approach, began her preordained scheme. She transformed into a beautiful woman, descending the mountain with a food box in hand. The woman's beauty elicited an unmistakable reaction from Zhu Beiji, while Sha Wujing remained focused on packing their belongings. And Li Yi continued to drink at a large stone nearby. The alluring woman approached Tang Sanzang and his companions, exclaiming, "To encounter such esteemed monks in this desolate wilderness is unexpected. I have just delivered food to my parents and happen to have a few buns left in my box. If you esteemed monks are not averse, please partake." The woman dared not meet Li Yi's gaze, almost revealing her true nature upon a fleeting glance, quickly redirecting her attention to Zhu Beiji and Tang Sanzang. Zhu Beiji, unabashedly captivated by the woman, exclaimed, "Bodhisattva, you are truly kind-hearted. Master, come quickly. The Bodhisattva has brought us some food." Tang Sanzang hesitated for a moment, but then approached Zhu Beiji's side, joining his hands in gratitude. "We thank the benefactor for your generosity." Zhu Beiji, in his eagerness, reached for a bun to eat when suddenly, a booming voice echoed, "Do not eat." Startled by the thunderous command, Zhu Beiji dropped the bun, bewildered. "What is happening?" Tang Sanzang quietly discarded his bun, while Sha Wujing remained motionless. Sun Wukong swiftly returned, having tossed a cluster of bananas aside, and scolded Zhu Beiji, "You fool! Are you seeking death? Do you dare consume such dubious food?" He then squinted at the beautiful woman, demanding, "From whence do you come? What is your purpose in approaching us?" The woman, appearing pitiful, replied, "I just delivered food to my parents and was on my way down when I noticed several esteemed monks who seemed to have not yet eaten. I simply wish to offer you a few buns." Sun Wukong, in a swift motion, knocked the woman's food box to the ground and shouted, "What are your true intentions? You disguise yourself so well. Do you think I cannot see through your facade? Demon, prepare to face my wrath." With that, he struck the beautiful woman with his staff, instantly ending her life. Zhu Beiji gasped in shock, "Brother Monkey, why have you killed this bodhisattva?" Sun Wukong disdainfully retorted, "Why spare a demon? What use is there in allowing it to live?" Zhu Beiji raised to the woman's lifeless body, inspecting her closely before reproaching Sun Wukong, "Brother Monkey, you see no transformation. This bodhisattva is assuredly not a demon." Sun Wukong pointed at the food, asserting, "Look at those buns." To their astonishment, the buns had all turned to stone. Despite this, Zhu Beiji remained unconvinced of the woman's true nature, blaming Sun Wukong for the incident. He leaned towards Tang Sanzang to whisper, clearly intending to report Sun Wukong's actions. Fortunately, the current Tang Sanzang was not the same as before and chose not to voice any objections. Chapter 69. The Three Encounters with the White-Bone Demon in His Past Life. Zhu Beiji was undoubtedly a notorious gossip, rushing to report even the slightest matters to his superiors. Such behavior is quite troublesome. Fortunately, Tang Sanzang, unlike his predecessors, possesses a discernible judgment. In the past, Sun Wukong would have faced punishment for such trivialities, but now, Tang Sanzang is well aware of the myriad of tricks employed by the demons. The group continued their ascent up the mountain when suddenly, an old woman appeared before them, weeping and crying out, "Have you seen my daughter? Have you seen my daughter?" Zhu Beiji, feeling disgruntled, remarked, "Look, look, her family has come looking for her. Monkey brother, you've stirred up trouble." Sun Wukong, unfazed, responded, "Trouble? That old woman doesn't seem virtuous to me." Tang Sanzang, maintaining his composure, cautioned, "Wukong, observe carefully and do not harm the innocent." Sun Wukong nodded, "Rest assured, master, no demon can escape my fiery eyes." He peered at the old woman with his keen vision and quickly discerned that she was no good. Approaching Tang Sanzang and his companions, the old woman inquired, "Esteemed monks, have you seen my daughter?" The group fell silent, but Li Yi spoke up, "I have seen her." The old woman, seizing the opportunity as if it were a lifeline, excitedly asked, "Young sir, please tell me where my daughter is." A cold smile crept onto Li Yi's lips as he replied, "If you proceed down that path for about 200 meters, you will find your daughter." He then commanded, "Let us go." As the group prepared to leave, the white-boned demon, disguised as the old woman, could not let such a chance slip away. Grasping Li Yi's sleeve tightly, she insisted, "You cannot leave. You must know where my daughter is and have harmed her." Such reasoning was flimsy, but the white-boned demon was desperate. Unable to concoct a more plausible excuse to retain Tang Sanzang and his entourage. If she were to venture in search of her daughter, Li Yi's group would certainly depart. Even Zhu Beiji, the fool, recognized that the old woman was attempting to detain them. However, Li Yi was not easily intimidated. He regarded the old woman and stated, "I see through your guise, so it would be wise not to cling to me." Upon hearing this, the white-boned demon felt a chill run through her. Yet, she mustered her courage and declared, "You must have harmed my daughter." Li Yi, growing irritated, retorted, "Enough of this nonsense." With a swift motion, he severed the old woman's head and led the group forward. Tang Sanzang and the others followed suit. While Zhu Beiji looked at the corpse, exclaiming, "Why provoke my master? Your misfortune is your own doing, yet your daughter was indeed quite beautiful." Not long after, they came upon a rustic dwelling, where an old man anxiously awaited outside. Upon seeing the group, he rushed over, asking, "Esteemed monks, have you seen my wife and daughter?" Sun Wukong activated his discerning eyes to scan the old man, and, after assessing him, could only sneer. Li Yi turned to Sun Wukong and said, "You handle this matter." With a cold smirk, Sun Wukong stepped forward and addressed the old man. "How many times must you masquerade as a demon? Do you truly think us blind?" The old man, stubbornly, replied, "I understand not what you speak. You must have harmed my wife and daughter. Return them to me." He then grasped Sun Wukong's clothing. Sun Wukong, not one to tolerate such insolence, shook off the old man's grip and swiftly struck him on the head with his golden staff, causing the old man to perish instantly. At that moment, the white-boned demon flew forth from the old man's body, but Li Yi was quick to intercept her, seizing her and crushing her into dust. The group continued on as if nothing had occurred, traversing the mountain. In the western paradise, the bodhisattva, furious, cast aside the beads in his hand. The other bodhisattva calmly advised, "Calm yourself, brother." The first retorted, "How can I remain calm? This rare white-boned demon has been eliminated without achieving our objective. Cursed be the Taoist sect." The other replied, "Release the monkey again." He then closed his eyes and resumed reciting the Heart Sutra. Li Yi was aware of a lingering mystery within the journey to the west. The incident of the true and false Monkey King arising from the 3 encounters with the white-boned demon. No one knew whether the Buddha or the Bodhisattva had captured the genuine Monkey King or the impostor, one monkey having been slain by another, leaving the truth shrouded in ambiguity known only to the Bodhisattva. Sun Wukong, the stone monkey, and the fake Monkey King, the 6-eared macaque, were difficult to distinguish due to the latter's exceptional talent for imitation. Sun Wukong harbored deep resentment towards Buddhism, particularly towards the Bodhisattva, as the plot orchestrated by Buddhism to swap the true Monkey King was quite plausible. Thus, Li resolved to prevent such an occurrence. If the genuine Sun Wukong were indeed replaced, the returning monkey would inevitably become a tool of Buddhism. Li would never allow the Buddhist sect to exert control over these events. After a short distance, Sun Wukong suddenly became agitated. Li inquired, "What troubles you, monkey?" Sun Wukong bared his teeth in frustration. "A presence I detest is swiftly approaching." As he spoke, the odious aura manifested before them. A monkey identical to Sun Wukong appeared. Everyone was taken aback, uncertain of the situation. Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, pointing at the monkey. "Who are you?" The doppelganger mirrored his every move, retorting, "Who are you?" Furious, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "You vile creature, daring to mimic your grandfather's son, prepare to fight." The other monkey echoed, "You vile creature, daring to mimic your grandfather's son, prepare to fight." Thus, the 2 monkeys engaged in a fierce battle. It must be said, the 6-eared macaque was indeed formidable, and even Li Yi could not discern who the true Sun Wukong was with mere sight. However, Li Yi possessed a powerful tool, his system, which could reveal attributes and distinguish truth from deception. Chapter 70. The True and False Monkey King. The two monkeys fought from the ground to the sky, then plunged into the water, eventually making their way to the heavenly palace. Zhu Beiji nudged Xiao Wujing, saying, "Can you tell them apart?" Xiao Wujing shook his head. "I truly cannot." The two monkeys had ascended to the heavenly palace, seeking the Jade Emperor to determine their true identities. Yet the heavenly palace's mirror could not distinguish between the two. The monkeys returned to Tang Sanzang, proposing, "Master, please discern who is true and who is false." Tang Sanzang, faced with two identical monkeys, felt exasperated. Even their subtle gestures were indistinguishable. He asked, "How can I tell you apart?" Both Sun Wukong simultaneously replied, "Master, simply recite the tightening spell. Whoever feels pain is the true one." Tang Sanzang deemed this a reasonable approach and began reciting the incantation. Instantly, both monkeys collapsed to the ground, crying out, "Master, stop. Master, please don't." Everyone was left dumbfounded. The incantation caused both monkeys to feel pain, rendering their identities impossible to discern. Tang Sanzang ceased the chant, and the two monkeys stood poised in confrontation. One of the monkeys immediately exclaimed, "Surely there is someone who can discern our true identities. Let us seek the Buddha at the Great Thunder Sound Monastery in the west for clarification." Another monkey promptly concurred. Indeed. Thus, the two monkeys prepared to journey to the Great Thunder Sound Monastery. At that moment, Li stepped forward, declaring, "There is no need to go to the Buddha. I can discern who is genuine and who is false." Naturally, Li Yi would not allow the six-eared macaque to lead Sun Wukong to the monastery, fearing the implications of such an encounter. A fleeting hint of panic crossed the eyes of one monkey, yet it was skillfully concealed. The two monkeys simultaneously addressed Li Yi. "Is what you say true, little master?" With unwavering confidence, Li Yi replied, "Indeed." The monkeys echoed, "Please, little master, distinguish the true from the false. Once we capture that impostor, I shall surely eliminate him." Li Yi immediately employed an attribute examination on the two monkeys. Name, Six-Eared Macaque Realm, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Peak, Cultivation, Supreme Buddhist Arts Techniques, Close Combat, Top Tier. Eloquence of the Lotus, Divine Powers, Arhut Golden Body, Top Tier, Diamond Dharma Form, Top Tier, Mimicry, Top Tier, Magical Artifact, Sea Calming Needle, Fake, Meritorious Spiritual Treasure. Through this examination, it became evident who the six-eared macaque was. No matter how formidable one's innate abilities might be, they could not escape the gaze of the system. Observing the techniques and divine powers of the six-eared macaque, it was clear that this individual was already aligned with Buddhism. It seemed this was indeed a ploy orchestrated by the Buddhist sect. Li Yi pointed directly at the monkey on his right, declaring, "You are the fake." The six-eared macaque vehemently protested, "Little master, how can you speak such nonsense?" Li Yi sneered, "Did you think I was unaware of who orchestrated this? It could be none other than the Buddhist sect." Sun Wukong bared his teeth, saying, "This Buddha is truly malevolent." Tang Xing sighed, as expected. Zhu Beiji scoffed, "I knew this journey for scriptures would lead to no good." Xiao Wujing muttered, "Those who obstruct my return to heaven deserve death." The six-eared macaque loudly defended himself, "Master, I am your disciple. Beiji and Wujing, I am your elder brother." Li Yi continued to sneer, "I understand the intentions of Buddhism. If you wish to carry out such schemes, you ought to consult our Taoist sect first." Seeing that no one would listen to his explanations, the six-eared macaque ceased to argue and promptly fled westward. Allowing the six-eared macaque to escape was out of the question, as it was evident he was sent by the Buddhist sect to replace Sun Wukong. Li Yi exerted his quasi-saint realm pressure upon the six-eared macaque, who could not withstand it, and fell from the sky. Sun Wukong swiftly followed, striking down with his golden staff, but at that moment, he felt as if he had struck air, as a large yellow lotus platform caught his staff. Li shouted, "Monkey, come back quickly." Sun Wukong, sensing something was amiss, retreated to Li Yi's side, eyeing the lotus platform warily. Li Yi, his face dark, remarked, "Since when did the Buddha become such a cowardly figure, lurking in the shadows?" Suddenly, the Tathagata of treasures appeared in the sky, smiling as he held a Buddhist mantra, saying, "Little junior brother, you are mistaken. I merely seized the opportunity to rescue this six-eared macaque." Facing the Tathagata of treasures, Li felt no longer powerless. He coldly replied, "Tathagata of treasures, you have no business here. It would be wise for you to refrain from intervening." The Tathagata of treasures smiled. "I have come at the behest of the Buddha to escort the six-eared macaque back to the Great Thunder Sound Monastery." Li retorted angrily, Do you truly believe I am oblivious to the fact that the six-eared macaque is one of your own? I am well aware of your scheme. It is utterly insidious. The Tathagata of Treasures replied with a smile. This is merely a small stratagem to achieve our objectives. It is hardly worth mentioning. The Tathagata indirectly acknowledged the scheme to replace the true Sun Wukong with the false one. How shameless the Buddhist sect truly was. Li coldly declared. It seems we must engage in battle, Tathagata of Treasures. With his celestial sword in hand, Li advanced into the void to confront the Tathagata of Treasures. However, before departing, Li discreetly handed the purple gold gourd to Sun Wukong, saying, This 9-grade lotus platform is not the Buddha's, but a counterfeit crafted by the Tathagata of Treasures. When I engage in battle with him, take the opportunity to capture the six-eared macaque. I have already taught you the method. Act according to the situation. Sun Wukong nodded. The thought of the six-eared macaque mimicking him incensed him. From Li's dialogue with the Tathagata of Treasures, Sun Wukong could deduce certain truths. It seemed likely that Buddhism intended for the six-eared macaque to replace him. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine, mingled with fury. Soon, the two engaged in combat within the void. The destructive power of a battle between quasi-saints was astounding, making it unsuitable for the mortal realm, lest it be left in ruin. The Tathagata of Treasures smiled and remarked, I never imagined, little junior brother, that you would progress so rapidly. It has hardly been long since we last met, and you have already reached the quasi-saint realm. However, allow your elder brother to inform you that there is still a significant gap between quasi-saints. With that, the Tathagata launched a palm strike at Li. In Chapter 71, yet another victory, a hand appeared, growing larger before Li. He fought back against the palm with his celestial arts, but it shattered just before reaching him. Li charged forward with his celestial sword, engaging in close combat with the Tathagata, who continuously summoned postnatal treasures to battle Li, such as the Taiji diagram, the revolving heaven seal, and the extermination sword, leaving Li in a state of disarray. The Tathagata smiled, little junior brother, it seems your cultivation is still lacking. After being pushed back by the Tathagata, Li coldly responded, do not call me little junior brother. You have no right to do so. Do not think that your treasures alone can intimidate me. With that, Li summoned the Taiji diagram, which expanded to over 30 feet. The Tathagata's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his master uncle would utilize the Taiji diagram, igniting a flame of jealousy within him. Li controlled the Taiji diagram, unleashing a powerful suction that drew in the treasures the Tathagata was unable to retract in time. Li swiftly retrieved the 4 extermination swords, the extermination sword, the captivation sword, the absolute sword, and the slaughter sword, positioning them on either side of him. The killing intent emanating from the 4 extermination swords caused the Tathagata to break into a cold sweat. He was genuinely fearful now, realizing that this was not merely a confrontation between quasi-saints, but rather a clash akin to a saint facing off against a quasi-saint. At that moment, a voice echoed from another part of the void. The 4 extermination swords cannot be controlled by a mere quasi-saint. A golden hand descended from the sky, reaching for Li and the 4 extermination swords. As the voice emerged, Li understood the gravity of the situation. The Saint of Purity was indeed vengeful. The saintly aura of the Saint of Purity directly suppressed Li, rendering him immobile as he helplessly watched the great hand approach. Fortunately, the 4 extermination swords, having frequently encountered saints, were not overly intimidated by the Saint of Purity's grasp. The 4 extermination swords united, unleashing a formidable killing intent to counter the saint's hand. The Saint of Purity, taken aback, remarked, the 4 extermination swords are indeed memorable. However, without the control of the Celestial Lord, a mere quasi-saint cannot impede me. The saintly hand continued its descent, and the killing intent of the 4 extermination swords could only hold back the Saint of Purity for a moment. Despair enveloped Li as he closed his eyes, thinking, if the great beings do not come to aid me, I shall surely perish. As the mighty hand of Zhuan-Ti was about to seize Li and the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, a furious roar echoed, remove your filthy hands. In an instant, a swift sword energy shattered Zhuan-Ti's grasp. This familiar voice, imbued with a recognizable sword intent, belonged to Tong Tian, the master of the celestial teachings. Clad in a blue robe, Tong Tian materialized before Li, who immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him, granting him the ability to move. Li clasped his hands in greeting and said, I pay my respects, Uncle Master. Tong Tian nodded reassuringly. Do not fear. Today, I shall take charge on your behalf. Duo Bao Rolai, upon witnessing Tong Tian's arrival, bitterly remarked, I pay my respects to Tong Tian. Yet, Tong Tian paid him no heed. For their relationship had grown distant since Duo Bao's betrayal of the teachings. It was a testament to Tong Tian's lingering affection that he did not seek vengeance upon Duo Bao. With a cold sneer, Tong Tian addressed Zhuan Ti. Have you not yet learned your lesson? Are you now disregarding your status to strike at the younger generation? Zhuan Ti's countenance darkened as he replied, Tong Tian, you truly know how to ruin my affairs. A quasi-saint wielding the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, do you not think this is excessive? Tong Tian chuckled, if you are dissatisfied, why not bestow the innate spiritual treasures upon your bodhisattvas? Is it not beneath my Taoist lineage's profound heritage to seek your approval? Zhuan Ti huffed, enough of your prattle. This child has repeatedly thwarted the good deeds of my Buddhist teachings. Today, we shall undoubtedly engage in a confrontation. With a wave of his hand, Tong Tian summoned the Qingping sword from Li Yi's grasp, his expression turning stern. Zhuan Ti, prepared to relive the hardships of a millennium ago. The 2 saints then vanished from sight, their battlefield transcending the confines of the 36 heavens into the void. The outcome of this encounter rested solely on which of the 2 saints would emerge victorious, while Li Yi and Duo Bao awaited the result beneath the 36 heavens. When Tong Tian and Zhuan Ti reappeared, it was evident that Zhuan Ti's attire was disheveled, while Tong Tian remained calm and composed. Zhuan Ti, with a grim expression, conceded. Tong Tian, you have won this round, but you cannot halt the spread of Buddhism. With that, Zhuan Ti departed, taking Duo Bao Rolai with him. Tong Tian placed a reassuring hand on Li Yi's shoulder and said, keep striving. The Taoist path will always stand behind you. Afterward, Tong Tian too took his leave. Upon returning to the company of Tang Sung and his companions, Sun Wukong presented the purple gold gourd to Li Yi, stating, it has been taken care of. Li Yi nodded in satisfaction. Sun Wukong was indeed reliable. Meanwhile, at the Western Thunder Sound Temple, Zhuan Ti and Duo Bao Rolai had returned. Zhuan Ti, with a dark expression, inquired, have we rescued the 6-eared macaque? As long as the 6-eared macaque lived, the plan to substitute the real Monkey King was viable. If he perished, the scheme would be rendered futile. Duo Bao Rolai confidently replied, rest assured, Master, I had already saved the 6-eared macaque. However, upon summoning the 9-petal lotus platform, he found it utterly devoid of anything, leaving him stunned. He quickly exclaimed, when was the 6-eared macaque taken again? Zhuan Ti, irritated, interrupted, enough, we have lost this round. Why had they lost? Because the role of the 6-eared macaque was irreplaceable. Among the 4 divine monkeys born at the dawn of creation were the spirit brightstone monkey, the red-butt monkey, the long-armed monkey, and the 6-eared macaque. Each divine monkey was unique and indispensable. The death of one meant the loss of another. Each possessed their own innate abilities, and the 6-eared macaque's greatest talent was mimicry. Not only could he imitate the appearance of his opponents, but he could also replicate their spells, techniques, and innate powers flawlessly. With the 6-eared macaque captured, the plan to replace Sun Wukong was irrevocably doomed. Chapter 72. The Yellow Robe Monster with no alternative. Buddhism had to endure this setback, for Zhuan Ti was no match for Tong Tian. Zhuan Ti resentfully stated, we must wait for another opportunity. Duo Bao Rolai nodded and withdrew. Thus, Li Yi altered the outcome of the true and false Monkey King, eliminating the scene where Sun Wukong would leave in a huff. Consequently, the Yellow Robe Monster would not exist to frame Tang's son. The group arrived at Bull Mountain, and while traversing the mountain, a fierce wind arose, revealing a yellow-robed monster before them. This creature, distinguishable by its yellow robe and a massive wolf's head, wielded a gleaming steel blade. Li Yi and the others halted, observing the yellow-robed monster to discern its intentions. Tang Sung, now a seasoned traveler, remained composed. Unlike his initial encounters with monsters, and regarded the yellow-robed creature with indifference. The yellow-robed monster was taken aback by the calmness of the group, but quickly recovered and snarled. Are you the travelers accompanying Tang Sing? Tang Sing, mounted on the white dragon horse, replied, indeed, I am the humble monk. What brings you here, esteemed one? The yellow-robed monster, noticing Sun Wukong and Li Yi among the group, pointed his steel blade at Zhu Beiji and Shao Wujing, declaring, I have come to take revenge on these 2. Tang Sing nodded, very well. You 2 shall remain here to settle your old grievances with this esteemed one. With that, Tang Sung rode away, followed by Sun Wukong and Li Yi, leaving Zhu Beiji and Shao Wujing to confront the yellow-robed monster. The yellow-robed monster hesitated to block Tang Sung, knowing that Li Yi and Sun Wukong were present, which deterred him from acting rashly. The yellow-robed monster was none other than Kuei Mulang, one of the 28 lunar mansions of the Heavenly Court, and as a disciple of the Cut sect, he was bound by Tong Tian's decree to assist Li Yi. Faced with Li Yi, the yellow-robed monster dared not challenge him, while Sun Wukong, recognizing that he might not be a match for the creature, refrained from engaging. Kuei Mulang's inability to compete with Sun Wukong was a lament. Had he not been stalled in his cultivation, the outcome would have been uncertain. Moreover, Kuei Mulang bore a grudge against Tian Peng Yuan Shui and Sha Wujing. Originally, Kuei Mulang had an affair with the Jade Maiden serving in the Fragrant Hall, but due to the strict celestial laws, both were cast down to the mortal realm. Taking advantage of a lapse in the guards of the heavenly prison, Kuei Mulang escaped and became a demon. After years of searching, he finally located the Jade Maiden reborn as Princess Bai Hua of the Baoxiang Kingdom. They married and had a son and daughter, living joyfully together. However, the Heavenly Court, unwilling to let them go, dispatched Tian Ping Yuan Shui and the Rolling Curtain General to capture them. Yet, upon failing to apprehend them, they were commanded by the Jade Emperor to kill Kuei Mulang's son and daughter. With no power to exact revenge upon the Jade Emperor, Kuei Mulang sought vengeance against Tian Peng Yuan Shui and the Rolling Curtain General. After extensive inquiries, he learned that they had joined the pilgrimage, thus positioning himself along the route to confront them. As Kuei Mulang glared at Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, who trembled in fear, he growled, "After so many years, I have finally found you too." Zhu Beiji brandished his nine-toothed rake and shouted, "How dare you, monster, obstruct the path of your grandpa pig?" Sha Wujing, gripping his crescent staff, focused intently on Kuei Mulang. With gritted teeth, Kuei Mulang declared, "You may have forgotten, but I have not. You too killed my children. This grudge cannot go unavenged." At this revelation, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing recognized the yellow-robed monster as Kuei Mulang, one of the 28 lunar mansions, and realized that they had indeed caused the death of Kuei Mulang's children long ago. Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing's expressions changed dramatically upon realizing that Kuei Mulang had come seeking vengeance. Without hesitation, Kuei Mulang brandished his steel blade and charged at the two, bellowing, "Prepare to meet your demise." However, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing were not ones to submit easily. They immediately armed themselves and retaliated. After an intense exchange of blows lasting 2 or 3 dozen rounds, Kuei Mulang landed a powerful kick on Sha Wujing's chest, subsequently casting a spell that ensnared him in a yellow robe. After another 20 rounds, Kuei Mulang struck Zhu Beiji's face with his steel blade, binding him tightly with the yellow robe as well. He then forced both Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing to kneel in a row, placing the blade against Zhu Beiji's neck. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Today, I avenge you, my children." Just as he was about to strike, a voice from Li Yi pierced through the tension, urging him to spare their lives, for their presence was essential for the grand mission ahead. With the blade hovering perilously close to Zhu Beiji's throat, Kuei Mulang hesitated, ultimately relinquishing the weapon. Zhu Beiji, relieved, felt his life was spared. Kuei Mulang then kicked Zhu Beiji to the ground, unleashing a torrent of blows upon both him and Sha Wujing, who, though spared their lives, endured a severe beating. Once the assault concluded, Kuei Mulang seized the two and sought out Li Yi. Upon arriving in the kingdom of Baoxiang, the king warmly welcomed Tang Xing and his companions, while Kuei Mulang also sought an audience with the king. Later that night, as Li Yi meditated in his chamber, Kuei Mulang knocked on his door. Li Yi opened his eyes and invited him in. Kuei Mulang entered with Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing in tow, kneeling respectfully before Li Yi. Li Yi gestured for him to rise and said, "I understand you spared their lives, but I see you could not resist delivering a beating." Kuei Mulang replied, "It was difficult, but as a disciple of thee, I felt it was my duty." Li Yi solemnly stated, "I know you have come to this mortal realm to escape the heavenly edicts. I can vouch for your return to the heavenly court, though you will not regain your place among the 28 constellations. Instead, you will serve in the Do Shui Palace as a fire attendant." Kuei Mulang expressed his gratitude, explaining that returning to the constellations would only bind him further by the list of deities, hindering his cultivation. Chapter 73. Mount Pingding. Li Yi then realized that the heavenly positions had such stipulations, as Kuei Mulang elaborated on the plight of those who had been forced onto the list during the Heavenly War. Inspired by this, Li Yi devised a plan. If Kuei Mulang were to serve in the Do Shui Palace, he would no longer be constrained by the heavenly edicts, allowing him to cultivate freely and subtly strengthen the Taoist forces. "Then you may take your leave," Li Yi instructed. I shall soon ascend to the Heavenly Court to request this favor from the Jade Emperor. Kuei Malong bowed deeply in gratitude before departing. Once he was gone, Li remarked, I am aware that you two have already awakened. Do not pretend otherwise. With a wave of his hand, the bindings around Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing dissolved. Zhu Beiji, swollen and weary, rose from the ground, chuckling. It seems nothing escapes your keen eyes, my leader. Sha Wujing, equally disheveled, expressed his thanks for Li Yi's intervention. Li Yi teased, I never imagined you two had once caused the demise of a child. Quite the accomplishment. Understanding the sarcasm, Zhu Beiji sheepishly replied, You know, we are but pawns in the game of the world, bound by orders we dare not defy. Li Yi coldly retorted, Had it been your own volition, I would not have allowed Kuei Malong to spare your lives. Rest well, we must continue our journey tomorrow. After expressing their thanks, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing took their leave. The following morning, equipped with the necessary documents, the group resumed their westward journey. After approximately half a month, they arrived at the foot of a steep and treacherous mountain. As they prepared to enter, a strangely dressed woodcutter shouted, Elders, do not enter the mountain. His attire was peculiar, a blue hat atop his head, a wool vest draped over his body, and a nearly worn-down axe in hand. With bundles of firewood secured behind him, Sun Wukong, curious, inquired, Why shouldn't we enter? The woodcutter warned, This mountain, known as Pingding Mountain, is home to two vicious monsters that devour humans. Sun Wukong scoffed, Merely man-eating monsters? They shall be no match for us. The woodcutter insisted, These two are exceptionally powerful, possessing great skills. They have even marked a monk named Tang for consumption. If any of you bear that surname, I advise against entering. Unfazed, Sun Wukong declared, Fear not. I have encountered such minor demons before. Should they dare show themselves, I will subdue them. The woodcutter, exasperated by Sun Wukong's dismissal of his warning, turned and left. Sun Wukong then explained to Tang Seng what had transpired, prompting Tang Seng to ask, What about that woodcutter? Upon looking back, Sun Wukong noticed the woodcutter had vanished. Utilizing his fiery eyes, he scanned the surrounding woods and ravines, finding no trace. However, glancing skyward, he spotted the figure of the celestial duty officer and pursued him, scolding, You, spirit, why not speak plainly instead of disguising yourself as my old self? The celestial officer apologized profusely, I arrived late to deliver my warning, please forgive me. The two monsters on Pingding Mountain are formidable, I cannot confront them. It is prudent for you to protect your master well. If you fail, your journey westward may end here. The officer continued, Take care, I must depart now. Sun Wukong waved him off. Returning to Tang Seng's side, Sun Wukong relayed, That man has left, merely to caution us. Tang Seng replied, Let us press on. As they ascended the mountainside, Tang Seng felt a pang of hunger and halted, saying, I am somewhat famished. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong delivered a swift kick to Zhu Beiji's rear, commanding, In the past, I was the one to beg for alms. Today you, foolish one, shall run the errand. Zhu Beiji attempted to protest, but Li Yi followed suit with a kick, leaving him no choice but to obediently seek provisions. However, in his quest for food, Zhu Beiji encountered the Golden Horned Demon and was promptly captured. Sun Wukong, incensed, exclaimed, This lazy bum must have wandered off to slacken. He then instructed Sha Wujing, Go find this idle fool. Sha Wujing complied, only to meet the same fate as Zhu Beiji. Now, Sun Wukong felt a sense of urgency. Realizing both of his companions had not returned, Sun Wukong addressed Tang Sanzang, saying, Master, I shall go and see why my two junior brothers have yet to return. Tang Sanzang replied calmly, Go ahead. He was unperturbed, for as long as Li Yi remained by his side, he felt no fear. Sun Wukong set out to find Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, only to be captured himself. This left Li Yi and Tang Sanzang alone. Whereupon Li Yi took a sip of wine and remarked, All three of your disciples have gone missing. Tang Sanzang responded serenely, It is fortuitous that these three chatterboxes have departed. Let us set off immediately. Li Yi was taken aback by Tang Sanzang's indifference toward his disciples. Yet he appreciated Tang Sanzang's current demeanor. Just as Li Yi and Tang Sanzang prepared to leave, a horde of minor demons surrounded them, proclaiming loudly, You too are encircled. Hasten and follow us to our lair. Li Yi remained unfazed, continuing to sip his wine, while Tang Sanzang observed the unfolding scene with remarkable calmness. As the little demons attempted to advance, Li Yi lightly tapped the ground, causing a radiant barrier to rise around himself and Tang Sanzang, preventing the demons from approaching. Immediately, one of the little demons rushed off to summon the two great kings, reporting their inability to subdue these two humans. When King Jin Jiao and King Yin Jiao arrived, they boisterously exclaimed, "What is the matter? You cannot even handle two mere humans? Is Tang Sanzang not a practitioner of no renown?" Upon their arrival, they were left dumbfounded not by Tang Sanzang, but by Li Yi. Chapter 74. The Golden and Silver Horns. As King Jin Jiao and King Yin Jiao beheld Li Yi, they began to tremble uncontrollably. Li Yi raised his wine gourd in greeting, to which the kings immediately knelt, declaring, "We pay our respects to the young master." Their actions astonished the surrounding little demons, who were utterly bewildered by the sudden reverence shown by their leaders. Li greeted them with a smile, saying, "It seems you two have been living quite well here on Mount Pingding." The kings, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Oh no, young master, we live quite modestly." Li Yi inquired, "How did you both come down here?" King Jin Jiao quickly responded with a sheepish grin, "We slipped away while the old lord was not paying attention." Li said, "Very well, take me to your lair as a guest. I have not slept well for some days." King Yin Jiao eagerly urged, "Young master, please, right this way. Why are you rascals still lingering here? Hurry and bring the palanquin." The little demons immediately scurried to fetch the palanquin to escort Li Yi and Tang Sanzang to the Lotus Cave. Upon arriving, Li Yi surveyed the decorations and remarked, "You two live rather splendidly." Yet soon, his expression turned grave as he inquired, "How many lives have you consumed?" King Jin Jiao and King Yin Jiao promptly knelt at Li Yi's feet, pleading, "Young master, please believe us. We have not harmed a single soul. We were merely searching for Tang Sanzang." Li Yi's expression softened into a smile once more as he queried, "Then why did you capture Tang Sanzang?" Cold sweat began to bead on the foreheads of the kings as they hastily apologized. "Young master, we were momentarily bewitched. Please spare us." Li Yi fixed them with a steely gaze and demanded, "Explain yourselves." King Jin Jiao explained, "Young master, when my brother and I first arrived at Mount Pingding, we heard a voice in our minds commanding us to capture Tang Sanzang. We do not know how we were compelled to act." Li Yi scrutinized them for a long moment before stating, "This time, I shall let you off easy. After all, you are from my Duoshui palace. Your mischief shall not incur my wrath, especially as you were misled." The kings immediately expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, young master, for your mercy." However, Li Yi's tone shifted, causing their hearts to sink. He continued, "But while your lives may be spared, your punishment shall not be. You are to spend 100 years facing the wall in Duoshui Palace. Do you have any objections?" The kings quickly replied, "No objections." Li nodded. "Now let us address the interpersonal relationships you have forged here." The kings nodded in agreement, and Li Yi remarked, "I have heard that you have taken a foster mother." They affirmed, and Li Yi queried, "Do you know what lineage your foster mother belongs to?" They shook their heads in confusion. Li elaborated, "She is the nine-tailed fox from Mount Yalong, a ferocious creature known for devouring countless lives." Surprised by the revelation of their foster mother's true nature, the kings listened as Li Yi warned, "Remember your identities. You belong to my Duoshui palace. Do not engage in heinous acts, or I shall personally cleanse the ranks." The kings nodded eagerly, knowing full well not to defy Li Yi's commands. Li Yi instructed, "Now, you two must eliminate this foster mother of yours. And remember to bring back the treasures of Duoshui Palace. Not a single piece should be missing." The kings nodded and promptly set off to fulfill their task. Meanwhile, Li Yi and Tang Sanzang remained in the Lotus Cave, where Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing were soon released. Li made a brief visit to Duoshui Palace, where Master Xuandu remarked, "Little junior brother, the punishment you proposed has met with no objections from the master. Once they complete the tasks you assigned, they shall return to face their penalties. As for the matters with the Jade Emperor, my elder brother will discuss them." After expressing his gratitude to Master Xuandu, Li Yi departed from Duoshui Palace. King Jin Jiao and King Yin Jiao effortlessly managed to navigate their situation due to Li Yi's reputation, as the Buddhist sect was unable to intervene. Upon returning to Mount Pingding, the kings had completed Li Yi's tasks and disbanded the lesser demons. Kuei Mulang had also arrived at Mount Pingding. Li Yi then encouraged them to pursue their own endeavors, while the trio of Jin Jiao, Yin Jiao, and Kuei Mu returned to Duoshui Palace, and the group continued their journey westward. However, the morale of Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing was notably low, for they had all been bested by the brothers Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Zhu Beiji lamented, "In this desolate place, how much longer must we travel?" Sun Wukong, equally dispirited, replied, Not far ahead lies a Taoist temple. Soon, the group arrived at the temple, where Sha Wujing weakly knocked on the door. After a brief moment, an elderly Taoist opened it. Sha Wujing explained, "We come from the east land of Tang, seeking the true scriptures, and we stopped here to request shelter for the night." The elder Taoist replied, "I am sorry, but this temple does not accommodate any monks." Tang Sanzang stepped forward to inquire, "Is it not customary for all temples to welcome all visitors? Why can we not find refuge here?" The elder Taoist sighed, "I cannot help it. You may wish to look ahead." With no other option, the group continued onward. After a short distance, they came upon a stone tablet by the roadside, inscribed with 3 bold characters, Wuji Country. Upon entering Wuji Country, they observed that every household had a cage hanging at their door, covered with a black cloth, which left the travelers perplexed. Sun Wukong casually knocked on the door of one house, but upon seeing that they were dressed as monks, the inhabitants immediately shut the door, leaving the group bewildered. After knocking on the 8th house, a kind couple welcomed them inside. Tang Sanzang, curious, asked, "May I inquire why no one in Wuji Country dares to shelter us monks?" The middle-aged man replied, "Elder, you may not be aware, but in our country, monks are not permitted to stay." Tang Sanzang pressed further, "Why is that?" The middle-aged man remarked, "This matter is rather lengthy and must begin with our queen." At this point, he became lost in thought, reminiscing about events from 3 years prior. Chapter 75, The Kingdom of Wujiguo. 3 years ago, the king was known for his benevolence, treating monks with great kindness. However, after experiencing a dreadful nightmare, he expelled all monks from the realm. The king fell ill, and a Taoist priest, whose origins were unknown, miraculously cured him. Subsequently, the king appointed this priest as the national master, who then imposed restrictions upon all monks throughout the kingdom. Consequently, no family dared to harbor them. Tang Sung curiously inquired, "What then is the significance of the cages draped in black cloth at the entrances?" Upon hearing this question, the middle-aged man's expression became one of profound sorrow. He took a deep breath and explained, "This is due to the queen being afflicted by a peculiar illness. The national master decreed that only by consuming the organs of young boys and girls at regular intervals could the ailment be suppressed. Thus, the king ordered that all families with children place their offspring in iron cages outside, awaiting the soldiers to take them away." Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, was left speechless and seething with anger. How could anyone resort to such barbarity, consuming the hearts of children to cure an illness? Tang Sung turned to Sun Wukong and asked, "Have you ever heard of using the hearts of children for healing?" Sun Wukong shook his head in response, declaring he had not. Tang Sung then glanced at Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, who similarly shook their heads. As a creature of the supernatural, Sun Wukong was well aware of the gruesome nature of such acts. He resolved to confront the king of Wujiguo, determined to make him understand that consuming the hearts of children would not bring about healing. Tang Sung nodded in agreement, saying, "Go forth and resolve this matter." Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing also nodded, recognizing that this situation had crossed a moral boundary. The next day, the group arrived at the royal palace of Wujiguo to obtain travel permits. Upon entering, they were met with an unexpected warmth. The king himself came forth to greet them at the palace entrance. The king of Wujiguo warmly grasped Tang Seng's hand, exclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed monks from afar. Please, allow us to escort our honored guests to rest." The group exchanged bewildered glances, with Sun Wukong shaking his head, entirely perplexed by the king's behavior. Did he not previously express disdain for monks? Zhu Beiji whispered, "What is the king's true intent? He drove away the monks, but now welcomes us so warmly." Li Yi responded solemnly, "Let us proceed with grace. We are here now, so we must make the best of it." The king continued to extend his hospitality. Yet just as they were about to exchange travel permits, he revealed his true intentions. The king addressed Tang Song, saying, "Great monk of the Tang dynasty, I have a request for your assistance." Tang Sing, aware of the king's dubious nature, realized that the main event had arrived. With hands clasped, he replied, "Please, speak." "Your Majesty." The king, wearing a mask of sorrow, lamented, "My queen has fallen ill, and the national master has informed me that only you, esteemed monk, can save her." Tang Sung understood that the king sought his aid for ulterior motives, yet feigned ignorance, asking, "What can I do to assist the queen?" The king's eyes widened with hope. "Do you truly wish to help us?" Tang Sung, with a sense of resignation, nodded, "Of course." The king, filled with excitement, declared, "The national master said that if I could borrow your heart, Using it as a medicinal catalyst in conjunction with his treatment, she could be healed. At this revelation, everyone except Li Yi, who was drinking, displayed shock. The king's request was utterly ludicrous and outrageous. Nevertheless, Tang Sung, maintaining his composure, replied, "Your Majesty, I cannot comply with such a request." Furious, the king retorted, "Did you not already agree? How can you now retract your promise?" Tang Sung smiled gently, saying, "Your Majesty, I possess but one life. To lend you my heart would mean my demise, and such a request exceeds my capabilities. The Buddha teaches us to consider others. Yet my cultivation is still far from complete." Enraged, the king bellowed, "For the sake of my queen, I will not allow you to refuse." Guards, seize Tang Sung and his companions. Sun Wukong immediately leaped to Tang Sung's side to protect him as soldiers surrounded them, weapons drawn, prepared to apprehend the group. However, these mere mortals posed no threat to Tang Sung and his companions. With a disdainful puff, Sun Wukong sent the soldiers flying. With his golden staff in hand, he made short work of the soldiers, while Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing also defended the innocents, exercising restraint to avoid causing unnecessary harm. Seeing that he could not overpower Tang Sung and his companions, the king attempted to flee, but Sun Wukong would not allow it. With a binding spell, the king was immobilized. After incapacitating the surrounding soldiers, Zhu Beiji eagerly brought the king before Tang Sung. Tang Sung smiled, saying, "Your Majesty, I regret to inform you that your scheme is destined for failure, and I am unable to cooperate." Sun Wukong chuckled, "Master, this fellow is nothing more than a monster. Let me deal with him swiftly." Li Yi interjected, "We cannot act so irresponsibly. If the king dies, chaos will surely ensue in Wujiguo. We must ensure that everything is arranged before taking further action. Otherwise, this will not be a virtuous deed, but rather a calamity." Tang Sung nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of Li Yi's words. Li Yi then approached the king, employing a soul-searching technique. After its completion, the king was rendered a fool. He collapsed to the ground, prompting Zhu Beiji to exclaim, "Did you not say we would not harm him until a new king was found?" Li Yi clapped his hands, saying, "I only acted with complete assurance." He then led the group to a well within the palace grounds, pointing into its depths, instructing, "Retrieve the old king from within." Sun Wukong protested, "I am not a strong swimmer." Sha Wujing walked away to tend to his belongings, leaving Zhu Beiji as the only one remaining. With a sigh, Zhu Beiji lamented, "You all conspire against me." He then jumped into the well, searching for an extended period until he discovered the old king's corpse, along with his spirit. Chapter 76, The Fire Cloud Cave. Upon retrieving the old king's body and spirit, the latter began to weep. Tang Sung gently reassured the king's spirit, "Do not grieve excessively. We have rescued you to inquire about any unfulfilled wishes you may have. Wujiguo cannot be without a ruler." The old king ceased his weeping and expressed, "I wish to see my son and queen. My kingdom shall be entrusted to my child." Li Yi turned to Zhu Beiji, stating, "In that case, you should escort him to the west, allowing him to reunite with his wife and child, while also granting him a peaceful dream." Zhu Beiji immediately protested, "Could you not summon someone else for this task?" Li shot him a stern look, saying, "Enough of your objections, go swiftly." With no other choice, Zhu Beiji complied with Li Yi's command. Li Yi then informed Tang Sung, "Once Zhu Beiji completes this task, we shall resume our journey." Tang Sung inquired, "Is there a Buddhist aspect to this situation?" Li nodded. "This stems from an incident initiated by Manjusri." Tang Sung queried, "Manjusri?" Li remarked, "It is indeed him. Many years ago, he disguised himself as a monk to test the king of Wuji, who perceived him as a fraud and imprisoned him in a well. Subsequently, the 6 guardians rescued Wenshu, thus adhering to the Buddhist principle that every cause bears fruit. The king of Wuji suffered for 3 years as a consequence. Tang Sanzang, hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation, recognizing the unyielding nature of Buddhist doctrine, which prompted his desire for change. Before long, Zhu Beiji returned. Having resolved the matter, the group then exchanged their travel documents and continued their journey westward. After approximately 3 months, they arrived at a seemingly withered mountain, at the foot of which stood a stone tablet inscribed with 2 prominent characters, "How Mountain." Li immediately recognized that they had entered the narrative involving the Red Boy. However, according to the original design, the Red Boy was subdued by Guanyin Bodhisattva, thereby silently augmenting the strength of Buddhism. Any interference from Li Yi would ensure that Buddhism did not achieve a favorable outcome. Sun Wukong surveyed the mountain and cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. The steepness of this mountain exudes a sense of desolation. Surely, it harbors demons and malevolent spirits." Tang Sanzang nodded in agreement, urging caution. As the group ascended to the mountainside, they heard a child's voice calling for help. "Help! Help!" Tang Sanzang immediately instructed, "Wukong, go see if someone is in distress." Sun Wukong complied, and upon investigation, he discovered a boy bound to a tree not far away. Returning to report, he said, "Master, there is a boy tied to a tree ahead, pleading for assistance." Tang Sanzang, moved by compassion, replied, "Let us go and see." Upon reaching the boy, he cried out, "Save me! Save me!" However, Tang Sanzang, being familiar with the supernatural, merely glanced at him and remarked, "This is unusual. It is not normal for a child to be found in such a desolate place." Li Yi silently admired Tang Sanzang's growth, noting that he had matured significantly compared to the figure he had known from the journey to the west. Turning away, the group left, leaving the red boy in astonishment. Why did these individuals not come to his aid? Were monks not supposed to be the kindest of souls? Yet, an opportunity like this could not be missed. The boy transformed into a gust of wind and abducted Tang Sanzang. Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing were left dumbfounded as they witnessed the demon seize their master before their very eyes. They exchanged glances, then turned to Li Yi. Li Yi raised his wine gourd and declared, "What are you staring at? This is your master, and it is your duty to protect him. Do not look to me for assistance." The sight of their master being taken right in front of them was a disgrace. Embarrassed, the three felt their faces flush. Sun Wukong, unable to contain his indignation, exclaimed, "This demon has gone too far, abducting our master right before us. Let us, as brothers, rescue him." Zhu Beiji echoed, "Let us go save our master." Meanwhile, Sha Wujing gripped his crescent staff tightly. Li Yi, disinterested in the trio's antics, felt it sufficient to ensure Tang Sanzang's safety without intervening directly. Soon, the three brothers arrived at the desolate gorge known as Huiyun Cave, the only cavern within the mountain. Zhu Beiji shouted, "Demon, release my master. If you do not set him free in the next moment, my brothers and I shall raise your lair." Just then, the stone gate of Huiyun Cave slowly opened, revealing a boy clad in a red belly band, wielding a long red spear. The boy scoffed, "Who dares to be so audacious before the lair of the Holy Infant King?" Upon seeing Zhu Beiji's raucous challenge, the red boy laughed heartily. "So it is you, the pighead. You're so brazen. Do you possess the strength to back it up?" This taunt incensed Zhu Beiji, who swung his nine-toothed rake at the red boy. The red boy called out, "Come on," as he met the attack with his spear. Zhu Beiji's rake cast a heavy shadow over the red boy. But with a flick of his spear, the boy deftly deflected the rake, sending it flying and struck Zhu Beiji in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. Seeing Zhu Beiji down, Sha Wujing charged at the red boy with his crescent staff. After a fierce exchange of blows, the red boy delivered a kick to Sha Wujing's abdomen. In retaliation, Sha Wujing unleashed a torrent of icy mist towards the red boy, who countered with a blast of true fire. The clash of ice and flame created a thick fog, obscuring Sha Wujing's vision, allowing the red boy to strike him on the face with his spear, rendering him unconscious. Observing his two ineffective disciples being dispatched so easily, Sun Wukong sighed in resignation. "You two are truly useless. I must intervene." He brandished his golden staff and charged at the red boy, who nimble dodged the attack. Once clear, the red boy relentlessly thrust his spear at Sun Wukong, who expertly parried the strikes with his staff. In a swift movement, Sun Wukong sidestepped to the right and swung his staff, but the red boy met the attack with his spear. Sun Wukong feigned an attack, then swiftly repositioned to the left, delivering a kick to the red boy's shoulder, sending him tumbling. The red boy, enraged, demanded, "Who are you, monk with the thunderous visage?" Sun Wukong chuckled, "Who am I? I am the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, who caused a ruckus in heaven 500 years ago." The red boy, astonished, replied, "You are the great sage, Sun Wukong?" Sun Wukong, basking in pride, declared, "Indeed. It seems my reputation precedes me." Yet the red boy mocked, "Ah, you are the monkey who was trapped beneath a mountain for 500 years. You do not seem so formidable." Infuriated, Sun Wukong retorted, "You insolent child. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." The red boy laughed, "You foolish monkey, still boasting about past glories. Watch as I discipline you." With that, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing waves of true fire. Sun Wukong, aware of the fire's potency, refrained from getting too close, evading the flames. While dodging, he inquired, "Whose child are you, anyway?" The red boy proudly proclaimed, "My father is the great sage Nyo-Mo Wang of the Bibo Pond in the Shattered Stone Mountain. And my mother is Princess Iron Fan of the Banana Leaf Cave on Suayin Mountain." Sun Wukong, elated, responded, "Ah, good nephew, I am your uncle." Furious, the red boy retorted, "You monkey dare to take advantage of me." He then lunged at Sun Wukong, who deftly parried his attacks before springing back. "Good nephew, my brother. The great sage Nyo-Mo Wang and I are sworn brothers. We are family." Sun Wukong was taken aback by the red boy's formidable strength, realizing that even such a young child possessed remarkable power. The red boy, while attacking with his spear, shouted, "You shameless monkey. My father never mentioned you." With a leap, he spun in midair, unleashing a torrent of true fire towards Sun Wukong. The flames radiated intense heat as they surged towards him, and Sun Wukong scrambled to evade. But the fire pursued him relentlessly. The blazing Samadhi true fire ignited memories in Sun Wukong of his experiences within the alchemical furnace of the Supreme Lord Laozi, a recollection that brought him considerable discomfort. The Samadhi true fire unleashed by the red boy seemed inexhaustible, continuing to spew forth flames without respite. The surrounding area of the fire cloud cave had already been engulfed in a sea of fire. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong was singed by the Samadhi true fire, prompting him to flee in a panic, shouting loudly. The red boy, observing from the side, clapped his hands in amusement, exclaiming, "Now you understand my prowess, monkey." Sun Wukong, gritting his teeth and retreating in disarray, found himself overwhelmed by the fiery inferno. After his escape, the red boy inhaled deeply, drawing all the Samadhi true fire back into his being, then joyfully returned to the fire cloud cave. Sun Wukong, in a disheveled state, rushed back to Li Yi, panting as he proclaimed, "Master, I've been captured." Li Yi, maintaining his composure, replied, "Did you not go to rescue your master? Your appearance suggests failure. Your two junior brothers have been captured, and you could not defeat your opponent and fled." Sun Wukong quickly defended himself. "It was not that I was incapable. I merely allowed him to win." Li Yi scoffed, "Look at you. Your fur is nearly singed off, and you claim to have let him win?" Sun Wukong, blushing, retorted, "Who would have known that this child possesses the Samadhi true fire? I truly find it insurmountable." "Surely, little mage, you understand the potency of the Samadhi true fire." Li Yi smiled knowingly. "I see you, monkey, are reluctant to admit defeat. How do you plan to contend with the Samadhi true fire?" Sun Wukong hesitated. "I merely sought your guidance, little mage." Li Yi retrieved the 8 scenery palace lantern from his robe, handing it to Sun Wukong. "Take this lantern with you. I will impart a spell. As soon as the red boy unleashes the Samadhi true fire, the lantern will absorb it entirely." Sun Wukong was overjoyed. While the red boy's martial skills and cultivation were no match for his own, the ability to wield the Samadhi true fire had forced Sun Wukong to flee. With the 8 scenery palace lantern in hand, he hastened back to the fire cloud cave. Upon arrival, Sun Wukong called out loudly, "Dear nephew, your uncle has returned." The red boy, engrossed in tormenting Zhu Beiji inside the cave, was enraged by Sun Wukong's voice, shouting, "Fetch my spear. I shall capture that monkey and reunite our 4 disciples." The entrance to the fire cloud cave slowly opened, and the red boy emerged, brandishing his fiery spear. Pointing it at Sun Wukong, "Have you not yet had enough suffering, monkey? Today, I shall capture you, ensuring the reunion of our 4 disciples." Sun Wukong chuckled, "Dear nephew, do not be so arrogant. For the sake of my elder brother, I shall spare your life." The red boy, incensed, retorted, "How dare you be so presumptuous, monkey?" He charged at Sun Wukong with his fiery spear. Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff to meet the attack, and after a brief exchange of blows, he kicked the red boy to the ground. Sun Wukong mocked, "Dear nephew, your uncle is still superior. Did you hurt yourself in the fall?" The red boy, rubbing his backside and rising in anger, declared, "You monkey, it seems you have not learned fear from the flames. Behold my Samadhi true fire." He opened his mouth and unleashed torrents of Samadhi true fire, surrounding Sun Wukong. With a mysterious smile, Sun Wukong produced the 8 scenery palace lantern and recited the control incantation taught by Li Yi. He tossed the lantern into the air, where it began to spin. All the Samadhi true fire encircling Sun Wukong was absorbed by the lantern, leaving the red boy astonished as to why his fire could not harm Sun Wukong and was instead consumed by the peculiar lantern. The red boy ceased his fiery onslaught and pointed his spear at Sun Wukong, demanding, "What treasure is this that can absorb my Samadhi true fire?" Sun Wukong laughed heartily. What this treasure is of no concern to you. Go ahead and try to spit fire again. The red boy, not foolish, realized his samadhi true fire was rendered ineffective and was at a loss for what to do. At that moment, the only opportunity he had was to shatter the lantern, allowing him to continue unleashing the samadhi true fire. With unwavering focus, the red boy lunged towards the 8 scenery palace lantern. While Sun Wukong anticipated his intentions and prepared to counter, the red boy feigned an attack on Sun Wukong, then reached for the lantern. Sun Wukong chased after him, fearing he might seize it. Fortunately, as the red boy was about to grasp the lantern, a powerful backlash emanated from within, sending him flying. It must be said that this little demon lacked experience. Such a formidable innate spiritual treasure, a possession of a sage, was not so easily obtained. Sun Wukong erupted in laughter. Dear nephew, I did not expect this treasure to be so powerful. It seems your fate is sealed today. Realizing he could not defeat Sun Wukong, the red boy retreated into the fire cloud cave, sealing the entrance behind him. He knocked on the door, only to find it fused with the cave. Any forceful destruction would cause the entire dwelling to collapse. Sun Wukong searched around the entrance and discovered a small gap in the door. He promptly transformed into a tiny insect and squeezed through the opening. Upon entering, he found the red boy in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "This monkey has no idea where I acquired a treasure that can absorb my samadhi true fire. If only he didn't possess that artifact, I would make him taste the flames." A small demon serving the red boy suggested, "My lord, after you rest, go out and capture that monk with the furry face and thunderous voice. Your strength is indeed formidable." The red boy relished the flattery, while Sun Wukong stealthily approached the fire cloud cave, transforming back into his true form right beside the red boy. Before the red boy could react, Sun Wukong seized him, sealing his powers and binding him securely with the golden staff. The little demons watching trembled in fear at the sight of their king being captured, scattering in fright. The red boy, infuriated, shouted, "You cowardly monkey! How dare you ambush me? Release me, and I shall battle you for 300 rounds. Sun Wukong chuckled, "You little rascal. Dream on. Once I hand you over to the little mage, we shall see how he decides to deal with you." Sun Wukong then freed Tang Sung, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing, while Li Yi arrived at the entrance of the fire cloud cave. Sun Wukong, carrying the red boy, led Tang Sung and the others out of the cave. All the while the red boy continued to shout defiantly, which Sun Wukong pretended not to hear. Upon reaching Li Yi, Sun Wukong tossed the red boy at his feet, returning the 8 scenery palace lantern as well. Li Yi smiled. "You simply throw your brother as son at my feet?" Sun Wukong gestured as if to say, "He is yours now." Li Yi regarded the red boy, who glared back defiantly, saying, "So you are the one who gifted the monkey that treasure?" Li Yi nodded. "That would be me." The red boy sneered. "I wonder how strong you truly are, but relying on treasures does not make one a true hero." Li Yi chuckled. "That treasure is indeed part of strength. You can only blame yourself for lacking such a precious artifact." The red child shouted angrily, "If you dare, put me down and let us fight. You despicable little men, always resorting to sneak attacks." However, none of them paid heed to the child's words. Sun Wukong approached Li Yi and quietly inquired, "Little mage, how do you intend to deal with this child?" In truth, Sun Wukong's heart was quite compassionate, as he feared that Li Yi might impose a severe punishment on the red child. Li Yi smiled and reassured him, "You need not worry. I certainly do not intend to take his life." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt relieved, yet he added, "However, while he may escape death, he cannot evade punishment. I suggest sending him to the Doshui Palace to serve as an alchemical apprentice under my senior brother." Li Yi agreed and nodded. This decision was quite prudent, for it would prevent the Buddhist from gaining strength while simultaneously enhancing the Taoist side. Carrying the red child, Li Yi made his way to the heavenly court, crossing the southern heavenly gate and arriving at the Doshui Palace in the 36 heavens. A Taoist boy opened the door to welcome Li Yi into the palace, and he swiftly found himself in the side hall of Master Xuandu, where he encountered the master. Li Yi unceremoniously tossed the bound red child before Master Xuandu and said, "Senior brother, please take this child as your alchemical assistant." Master Xuandu looked perplexed and replied, "Junior brother, what is the meaning of this?" Li Yi chuckled and explained, "Senior brother, this is a little demon I have just subdued. He can breathe the true fire of samadhi. I thought he might assist you in your alchemical endeavors." With a resigned gesture, Master Xuandu spread his hands and said, "Junior brother, I have never taken care of a child before. What am I to do with him?" Li Yi stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Master Xuandu's shoulder. Senior brother, I do this for a greater purpose. By strengthening our side, we can weaken the Buddhists. If you do not take him in, I will have no choice but to let him fall into their hands. As you know, I must follow along with the pilgrimage to the west, and I cannot bring him with me. Please consider the bigger picture. With a sigh, Master Xuandu reluctantly agreed. Very well, you may leave him with me. Li Yi embraced Master Xuandu gratefully and said, Thank you, senior brother. I shall take my leave. In a flash, Li departed from the 36 heavens, realizing he had no experience in caring for children and thus entrusted the red child to his senior brother. Upon returning to the Kuso Gorge, Li Yi reunited with Tang Xing, and the group continued their journey westward. After traveling for approximately 2 months, they arrived at an official road, where the crowd began to swell. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji transformed into human forms to avoid startling the passers-by. Soon, they came upon a Taoist temple, its plaque inscribed with the characters, Sanqing Guan. Observing the temple, Li Yi remarked, It seems my efforts at spreading the teachings have borne fruit. Let us rest here for the night. Leading the group into Sanqing Guan, they received warm hospitality due to Li Yi's status. As night fell, Li Yi entered the main hall of the temple. In the main hall, Li Yi respectfully bowed before the 3 pure ones, lighting 3 incense sticks before each of their statues. At that moment, he sensed an overwhelming presence of powerful will entering the hall. He immediately knelt and proclaimed, I humbly welcome my revered masters, the primordial beginning, and the heavenly teacher. The statues of the 3 pure ones slowly opened their eyes, gazing at Li Yi as he paid his respects. The Supreme Lord Lao spoke, Disciple, we are aware of your recent endeavors, and you have done well. Li replied, Thank you for your praise, Master. It is my duty. The primordial Lord inquired, Li Yi, what are your plans for the future? Li Yi explained, Master, I shall continue to accompany Tang Song and his companions, disrupting the expansion of Buddhism's influence and power. As long as you and the 2 masters can obstruct the 2 saints of Buddhism, I will be content. The heavenly teacher laughed heartily and declared, Indeed, if those from the Buddhist side come again, I shall ensure they are dealt with. Li continued, The Buddhist pilgrimage is a means to propagate their teachings to the central plains, and we cannot prevent that. Therefore, we must approach this matter from a different angle. My intention is to establish a balance with Buddhism, continuously weakening their power. I have already made significant inroads with Tang Xing. By the time we return to the central plains, the Buddhism they encounter may no longer be the same. The heavenly teacher nodded in agreement, saying, You are doing well. I find the hypocrisy of those Buddhists most irksome, as well as those traitors. In truth, while the heavenly teacher may appear cold-hearted, he is the most sentimental among the 3, having refrained from taking action against the likes of the Buddha of treasures, revealing his deep loyalty. The most ruthless of the 3 is the primordial Lord. Although he seems protective of his disciples, he is merciless towards traitors, as evidenced by the fates of Manjushri and Samantabhadra. The heavenly teacher praised Li Yi, saying, I have heard of your taking in Kuei Mulang. You did well, and I appreciate this favor. Li Yi humbly responded, You honor me, Master. It is my obligation to strengthen our Taoist lineage. The primordial Lord added, Li Yi, for those who have betrayed our teachings, you may capture them and bring them to me, especially the lantern holder. The primordial Lord spoke without concealing his murderous intent. For one of his pride, the betrayal of a disciple is utterly intolerable. The Supreme Lord Lao interjected, You may handle this matter as you see fit. Remember that the 3 pure ones and the entire Taoist lineage stand behind you. Li nodded. I shall heed my master's teachings and exert my utmost effort in this matter. The primordial Lord asked, Is there anything else you require our assistance with? Li replied, Master, along this journey, I have encountered many charlatans who tarnish the reputation of our Taoist lineage. I ask that you and the 2 masters instruct our disciples to be mindful of their conduct. Should I encounter any wrongdoing, I will not show mercy. The primordial Lord wholeheartedly agreed. You have thought this through well. Those who damage our reputation shall be met with no mercy. The heavenly teacher concurred. In these extraordinary times, we must enforce such requirements among our disciples. The Supreme Lord Lao added, In matters of the mortal realm, you may act on behalf of the entire Taoist lineage. The primordial Lord then expressed concern. What does Tang Xing seek from the Western paradise? Li Yi pondered before responding, Master, as far as I understand, Buddhism has typically adhered to the lesser vehicle teachings, and this time, according to Tang Xing, he aims to bring back the teachings of the greater vehicle. The heavenly teacher asked, What distinguishes the lesser vehicle from the greater vehicle? Li Yi elucidated. The lesser vehicle is limited to propagation within Buddhism, whereas the greater vehicle, as Tang Xing described, encompasses the seas and rivers, embracing all. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Lord Lao sighed deeply. Indeed, Jin Chanzi is extraordinary. After this exchange, the three pure ones fell silent and eventually departed from Sanqingguan. Following their departure, Li Yi returned to his quarters to rest. Shortly after Li Yi left, Sun Wukong arrived at the main hall of the three pure ones. Observing the statues, he lit 3 incense sticks and knelt upon a mat, saying, "O ancestors of the three pure ones, can I truly escape from the Tathagata? The little mage is a disciple of the three pure ones. If I follow him closely, can I gain my freedom?" The statues did not respond, but the curling smoke from the incense coalesced in the air to form a single character, Tao. Understanding this as the three pure ones' answer, Sun Wukong reverently bowed once more before departing, unlike in his previous life, where he had left his name boldly inscribed within the hall. The following day, the group continued their journey westward and soon encountered a city rich in exotic charm, with the words Chechi Kingdom inscribed above its gates. Upon attempting to enter the Chechi Kingdom, they were halted by guards, as the kingdom prohibited the entry of monks, and monks within the country were being expelled one by one. Not wishing to incite a disturbance, the group disguised themselves as wandering merchants to gain entry. Once inside the city, they sought refuge at a Buddhist temple, only to find its doors firmly shut and devoid of any monks. Tang Xing, puzzled, inquired of a nearby vendor, "Pray tell, good sir, why are there no monks in this temple?" The vendor, smiling, replied, "You must be newcomers, aren't you?" Tang Xing nodded affirmatively. The vendor continued, "Indeed, you are unaware. Our Chechi kingdom does not permit the existence of monks, and all must be imprisoned." Tang Xing pressed for the reason behind such treatment. The vendor explained, "It is due to the arrival of 3 new masters whom the emperor trusts implicitly. However, these masters harbor a profound disdain for temples and monks. At their behest, the emperor issued an edict to expel all monks. Those unwilling to leave are imprisoned." Li Yi recognized this to be the work of the 3 demons of Chechi Kingdom, who, despite their commendable intentions, resorted to excessively harsh measures. He silently applauded their audacity. Tang Xing could only let out a soft sigh before leading his companions discreetly into the temple. Chapter 80. The Duel in Chechi Kingdom. After a quiet night's rest in the temple, Tang Xing led his companions to the royal palace of Chechi Kingdom the next morning to obtain travel documents. Dressed as merchants, as advised by Li Yi, they managed to gain entry into the palace. Tang Xing bowed before the king, stating, "Your Majesty, we hail from the Eastern Tang dynasty, here on a trading venture, and seek to exchange our travel documents." Upon hearing they were from the esteemed Tang dynasty, the king greeted them with great respect, saying, "Visitors from the Eastern Tang, I hold great admiration for your nation. Might you linger a few days and share tales of its splendor?" Sun Wukong whispered to Tang Xing, "Master, we are monks. It would be prudent for us to depart swiftly." Tang Xing smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, due to the long journey to the west, we cannot tarry." The king, wise in his understanding, expressed regret. "Very well, I do not wish to impose. Once your documents are exchanged, you may leave at your leisure." Tang Xing expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty." At that moment, one of the 3 Taoist masters standing beside the king interjected, "Hold on, Your Majesty. I believe these individuals are not ordinary merchants." The official preparing to issue the travel documents paused, retracting the royal seal. The king, intrigued, asked, "What do you mean? Master who?" With a sneer, Master Hu replied, "Their true identities are likely not merchants at all." The king furrowed his brow, demanding, "Then who are they?" Master Hu puffed out his cheeks, and a powerful gust of wind erupted from his mouth, causing everyone in the palace to squint against the force. In the ensuing chaos, Tang Xing's merchant attire was blown away, revealing his monk's robe. The palace erupted in uproar as the king, his face darkened, pointed at Tang Xing, exclaiming, "Now I see why you did not wish to stay. You are monks. Guards, seize these monks." Tang Xing raised his hand, calmly interrupting the king, "Your Majesty, why treat us monks so harshly? We have done nothing to wrong you or your kingdom." Master Hu coldly retorted, "As monks, you are inherently at fault." Tang Xing, maintaining his composure, replied, "Master, just because you deem us monks does not imply wrongdoing. Your attire suggests you are of the Taoist sect, is that not so?" Master Hu, with pride, affirmed, "Indeed." Tang Xing continued, We both tread the path of cultivation. Why then must you make things difficult for us? Master Hu disdainfully responded. I look down upon you monks. Tang Song, contemplating, proposed, if you disdain us, I have 3 disciples. Should you be able to defeat them, I will submit to your judgment. Tang Seng's confidence stemmed from his disciples' formidable abilities and the assurance that Li Yi would ensure their safety. Master Yang, beside Master Hu, scoffed. What audacity! We, the 3 brothers, fear you not. What shall the challenge be? Tang Sung smiled. My disciples are capable in any contest. It depends on what you excel at, masters. Master Lu, in a fit of rage, cried, How dare you, bald donkey? Master Hu, glaring intensely, declared, Since you wish for defeat, I shall oblige. I, the great master of wind and rain, shall challenge you to a contest of summoning wind and rain. The king, eager for entertainment, exclaimed, Excellent. Prepare the arena and witness the master's prowess. The king relished the spectacle, eager for the display of power. Soon, an altar was constructed outside the palace, and Master Hu took the stage first to summon rain, donned in a yellow robe and wielding a peachwood sword. He began his incantation, As I ascend this altar, let my talisman be the signal. With each proclamation of his talisman, the winds roared, clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and rain poured forth. As Master Hu ignited a yellow talisman and commanded, Wind, arise, a fierce gale swept through the palace. The king applauded. Master Hu is indeed extraordinary. Sun Wukong sensed the gravity of the situation. Master Hu possessed remarkable abilities. Master Hu ignited a second talisman, calling, Clouds, gather. Dark clouds quickly enveloped the sky. As he ignited a third talisman, thunder boomed, and lightning danced within the clouds. Master Hu continued, igniting a fourth talisman, exclaiming, Rain, descend. Torrential rain fell. At this moment, Sun Wukong, his spirit soaring beyond the confines of his body, ascended to the celestial realm. There, he sought out the Wind Elder, Thunder Lord, and Rain Dragon King, questioning their involvement. Assisting this demon is akin to aiding malevolence. They explained they were merely following orders for rain. Sun Wukong requested their cooperation, and they readily agreed. Recognizing the strength he possessed, Master Hu ignited a fifth talisman, declaring, Let clouds disperse and rain cease. The downpour halted, the clouds dissipated, and the sky cleared. The king clapped vigorously, proclaiming, Master Hu, your powers are boundless. Your assistance is a boon to our kingdom. Master Hu humbly replied, Your Majesty, it is merely my duty. With a piercing glare, Master Hu challenged Sun Wukong, Now, let us see how you summon wind and rain. He then stepped down from the altar, leaving it to Sun Wukong. Li Yi, observing, recognized that Master Hu was employing authentic teachings of the, realizing he would have to intervene later to save him. Unfazed by the spectacle, Sun Wukong had already coordinated with the celestial beings. Ascending the altar, he prepared to summon rain, gripping his golden staff and signaling to the heavens, cheerfully proclaiming, Wind, arise. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce wind began to howl. The expression on Master Tiger's face shifted dramatically. This monkey surprisingly possessed the authentic Taoist ability to summon rain. With a cheerful grin, Sun Wukong signaled a second time with his golden staff, Clouds gather. Once again, the sky was enveloped in dark, ominous clouds. Chapter 81. Confrontation with the 3 demons. Sun Wukong continued to use his golden staff to emit signals, thunder, and lightning. The clouds rumbled with deafening roars, and electric serpents danced through the sky. Master Tiger regarded Sun Wukong with a serious demeanor, realizing that this brash monk with a lion-like face was quite formidable. Subsequently, Sun Wukong sent out another signal, Rain descends. Torrential rain began to pour down. Finally, he signaled once more, Rain cease. The rain dissipated, leaving the clouds to scatter. With a triumphant air, Sun Wukong proclaimed, What say you, Master Tiger? The rain you summoned, I have summoned as well. Who emerges victorious from this contest? Master Tiger huffed in disdain, while the king of Shari country rose with a smile, declaring, Both Master Tiger and Elder Sun have successfully summoned the rain. I declare this round a draw. The king of Shari country then turned to his 3 masters, inquiring, What shall we compete in next? Master Goat stepped forward, announcing, Next, we shall test our eyesight. The king, puzzled, asked, Master Goat, how shall we measure this skill? Master Goat explained, Let us bring forth a large box, into which your majesty will place various items. We shall guess what they are. The one who identifies the most correctly shall be the victor. The king turned to Tang Sung, asking, What is your opinion, Elder Tang? Tang Sung glanced at Sun Wukong, who nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, Master, there is no problem. The king promptly ordered preparations to commence. This contest unfolded in the royal garden. The three masters had already set up in the garden, and the group arrived shortly thereafter. The king of Shari country announced, "Let our second contest commence." In the center of the garden stood a large box. The king declared, "I have placed an item inside. Masters Goat and Tang, please make your guesses." Master Goat arrogantly declared, "Allow me to go first." He fixed his gaze intently on the box and, utilizing his supernatural powers, immediately discerned the item within. Wearing a victorious expression, it was now Tang Seng's turn. He looked at Sun Wukong, who nodded, "Do not worry, Master. All will be well." Tang Sung then focused on the box, silently reciting the Heart Sutra. Sun Wukong's spirit left his body and entered the box, quickly identifying the item before returning. Whispering the name of the item into Tang Seng's ear, the king remarked, "Since everyone has had a look, let us begin guessing." Master Goat disdainfully asserted, "I, Master Goat, excel in visual discernment. Inside the box is the Emperor's luminous pearl." Tang Seng concurred, "Inside the box, your majesty has placed the luminous pearl." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three masters shifted dramatically. Master Deer immediately protested, "You have copied our answer." Sun Wukong retorted, "We merely observed the same item. It is indeed the luminous pearl." The three masters refused to accept Sun Wukong's explanation, prompting the king to intervene. "Both of you are correct. The item is indeed the luminous pearl. However, there is no need for contention. Next time, let Elder Tang guess first." With this, the three masters fell silent. In the subsequent round, the king placed another item inside the box, allowing Tang Sung to guess first again. He resumed his silent recitation of the Heart Sutra, while Sun Wukong's spirit ventured inside to discern the contents. After a moment, Sun Wukong whispered the answer to Tang Seng, and it was now Master Goat's turn. Master Goat, using his abilities, saw into the box and maintained an air of confidence. The king invited Tang Sung to speak first. Tang Sung announced, "Inside, there are a wine jug and cups." The king inquired, "What about you, Master Goat?" Master Goat irritably replied, "Naturally, it is a wine jug and cups." This yielded no differentiation in their guesses. In the next round, the king placed an apple in the box. After Master Goat used his powers to look inside, it was Tang Seng's turn. He stated, "There is only an apple core." The king quickly responded, "Elder Tang, you have guessed incorrectly, it is an apple." Upon opening the box, they discovered only the core inside. The king was taken aback, as were the three masters. Master Goat, incredulous, protested, "How can this be? I clearly saw an apple." Sun Wukong remarked, "But now, all that remains is the core." Master Goat, perplexed by the situation, resigned to his defeat as they proceeded with the next guess. The king placed a plate of food inside the box. Master Goat peered in and saw a dish. Then it was Tang Seng's turn. Naturally, Sun Wukong's spirit exited to consume the food. Tang Sung then declared, "There is only an empty plate." The king quickly interjected, "Elder Tang, you have erred." Sun Wukong confidently stated, "Open the box, and the truth shall be revealed." Upon opening the box, they found only an empty plate. And the king exclaimed in astonishment, "How can this be?" Master Goat had genuinely lost to Tang Seng's group in this round. The king announced, "Thus, Elder Tang's group emerges victorious in this second contest. What shall we compete in next?" he asked, turning to the three masters. Master Deer stepped forward, proclaiming, "I, Master Deer, am most adept at bathing in hot oil." The king exclaimed in surprise, "I did not know Master Deer possessed such a skill. Let me witness it." Master Deer provocatively challenged Tang Seng's group, "Do you dare to compete?" Sun Wukong chuckled, "What is there to fear?" The king immediately ordered preparations for the hot oil, and two large cauldrons of bubbling oil were set before them. Master Deer disdainfully asked Sun Wukong, "Do you dare?" He then removed his robe and undergarments, stepping boldly into the cauldron of oil. This audacious act startled everyone. Sun Wukong, albeit impressed by Master Deer's bravery, recognized the daunting nature of the hot oil. While Master Deer leisurely soaked in the oil, Sun Wukong stealthily projected his spirit beside the cauldron to observe how Master Deer managed to navigate the oil with such ease. To his surprise, he discovered a translucent ice dragon swimming around Master Deer, emanating a chilling aura that lowered the temperature of the oil to a bearable level. This ice dragon, Sun Wukong realized, had emerged from the tattoo on Master Deer's back. With a cold smile, Sun Wukong understood that Master Deer relied on this ice dragon. Chapter 82. Rescuing the three demons. The appearance of the ice dragon drastically reduced the oil's temperature, rendering it nearly at room temperature, much to Master Deer's comfort. Sun Wukong, however, remained unperturbed, having endured far greater heat during his 49 days in Laozi's alchemical furnace. Master Deer, with an arrogant gaze, called out, "Come, let me see your strength." In response to the challenge, Sun Wukong projected his spirit beside Master Deer's cauldron, preparing to eliminate the ice dragon. Just then, Li Yi urged Sun Wukong, "Spare him." Reluctantly, Sun Wukong acquiesced. After all, he wished to honor Li Yi's request. Returning to his body, Sun Wukong proclaimed, "Is it merely a cauldron of oil? I shall take my turn." He shed his clothing and stepped into the cauldron. Feeling that the oil was merely warm, significantly less intense than the cauldron in which he had previously endured, the great master Lu Li was also left astounded. He could distinctly sense that Sun Wukong had entered the boiling oil without employing any spells, merely enduring the searing heat with his body. Reclining in the cauldron of oil, Sun Wukong contentedly remarked, "This oil pot is nothing extraordinary." Lu Li contemplated raising the temperature further, but was halted by the great master Hu Li, who recognized that one who could withstand the oil with mere flesh was not to be trifled with. Observing the two, the king of Chechi commented, "Since both Master Lu and Elder Sun can swim in the oil cauldron, I hereby declare this contest a tie." However, Hu Li was reluctant to concede so easily and proposed, "Let us have one final contest." Sun Wukong nonchalantly replied, "I am open to any challenge." Hu Li pointed at Sun Wukong and declared, "Let us compete in decapitation. I possess the art of head severance and rebirth, allowing my severed head to regenerate." Sun Wukong chuckled, "I too am acquainted with the art of head severance and rebirth." With a fierce expression, Hu Li affirmed, "Very well, let us contest in head severance." The king of Chechi, sensing the situation was spiraling out of control, interjected, "Master, do not act impulsively. This matter of decapitation is no jest." Hu Li, brimming with confidence, responded, "Your Majesty, you are well aware of the prowess of my fellow disciples. Since we aided you in vanquishing the drought demon, you should have no concerns." The king hastily assured, "I indeed trust your abilities. However, Elder Sun should not act recklessly or treat life lightly." Sun Wukong laughed, "Your Majesty, worry not, for I am unafraid." With a sigh, the king remarked, "Though you monks from the Eastern Tang are remarkable, you will not be Hu Li's match. Since you refuse to heed advice, I shall no longer dissuade you." The king then commanded preparations for the decapitation contest, and soon, everything was set. Sun Wukong and Hu Li approached the execution platform, while Li Yi and the monk Tang Senzong stood with the king on the elevated platform, observing intently. The king announced, "The contest begins." Sun Wukong, grinning, asked, "Who shall go first?" Hu Li coldly replied, "You go first." Sun Wukong shrugged, "Very well, I shall go." He stepped onto the platform, and with a swish, the guillotine fell, severing his head. Gasps erupted from the onlookers. However, rather than collapsing, the headless Sun Wukong stood upright, shaking himself before a new head sprouted from the severed neck. The king of Chechi exclaimed, "Bravo! Elder Sun truly possesses remarkable skills." Hu Li acknowledged that he had underestimated the monk, yet he was not to be outdone. With a sweeping gesture, he proclaimed, "Now it is my turn." Hu Li ascended the platform, and as the guillotine descended, his head fell to the ground, only to twitch and then reattach itself to his neck. Sun Wukong, realizing that Hu Li could reintegrate his head, plucked a hair from himself and transformed it into a yellow dog. He challenged Hu Li, "Try again." "For I did not see clearly." Hu Li smugly replied, "No matter how many times you look, it remains the same." Just as he prepared for another attempt, Li Yi intervened, aware that once Hu Li's head was snatched away, his true form would be revealed, which would not align with the interests of the Taoist sect. Li addressed the king of Chechi, saying, "Your Majesty, I believe we have reached a stalemate. You may announce the results." There is no need for Hu Li to attempt again. The king, snapping back to reality, promptly declared, "I announce this contest a tie." However, the three masters were not satisfied. The great master Yang Li immediately protested, "We do not accept such a result. Let us compete once more." This left the king feeling conflicted. The monks from Tang Senzong had indeed proven formidable, altering his perception of the clergy. Li Yi fixed his gaze on the three masters and stated, "I believe this matter should come to a close. What say you, esteemed masters?" Upon completing his sentence, Li Yi began to channel his Taoist teachings. The waves of energy emanating from his practice were palpable, and the three masters felt the intensity, awkwardly smiling as they conceded. This matter shall conclude here. Li Yi nodded and discreetly transmitted a message to the three masters. Tonight, come to me. I have important matters to discuss. Turning to the king of Chechi, Li Yi added, Your Majesty, let us consider this contest a draw. The king waved his hand and proclaimed, The masters and the eminent monks of the Eastern Tang are tied. Subsequently, the king insisted that Tang Sanzong and his companions stay overnight at the palace, to which Tang Sanzong reluctantly acquiesced. That evening, Li Yi meditated in his chamber when the three masters arrived. Li Yi opened his eyes and remarked, You three have come. Hu Li inquired, Who exactly are you? Li Yi replied, I am a direct disciple of the sage Taishang Laojun. The three masters, upon hearing his identity, were taken aback, and when Li Yi inquired about their affiliations, they quickly responded, We are disciples of the turtle spirit mother of the Jie sect. We are Hu, Yang, and Lu. Greetings to you, young master. Li Yi asked, Have you received any orders from the Jie sect? The three masters nodded affirmatively. Li Yi's tone turned icy as he questioned, Then why have you not acted according to the mandates? Do you not realize that your ostentatious actions contravene the current practices of the Taoist sect? The three masters immediately knelt, pleading, Please, young master, punish us. Li coldly replied, Considering this is your first offense, I shall overlook it. Should you transgress again, do not expect mercy. The three masters expressed their gratitude. Thank you for your leniency, young master. Li Yi then adopted a warm smile, advising, You must remember to act with discretion from now on. Excessively suppressing Buddhism may yield only temporary results, and a backlash can be quite formidable. Understand? He emphasized. Now is a critical juncture for our Taoist sect in its contest with Buddhism, so you must avoid any negative publicity. Are you aware of what constitutes publicity? The three masters shook their heads, prompting Li Yi to express his frustration. You do not even comprehend what publicity is? It seems I must elucidate this matter. He explained. Publicity is influence. We must promote our doctrines and reputation among mortals, allowing more people to become aware of our Taoist teachings. To achieve this, we must share portions of our beliefs that resonate with the views of these mortals. The more who know, the better. This way, our Taoism will gain greater renown, and our influence in the mortal realm will expand. Master Lu inquired, Young master, then should we focus on healing the sick and saving lives? Li Yi shot him a disapproving glance, admonishing, Refrain from resorting to dubious methods. Do not attempt to heal with talismans. You must utilize legitimate medical practices. If I discover anyone using talismans to heal, I shall not hesitate to break their legs. Master Yang protested, Young master, there are too many mortals for us to treat. Li Yi earnestly advised, even if there are many, you must take a grounded approach and assist them one by one. Given that you have erred, let your healing endeavors serve as my leniency towards you. Master Hu, grateful for Li Yi's intervention that saved his life, along with the directive from the powerful leader of the Jie sect, was completely in awe of Li Yi, willing to adhere to his every word. He slapped Master Yang on the head, exclaiming, You shall do as the young master instructs. Do you understand? Master Yang, feeling wronged, replied, I did not voice any disagreement. I merely wish to inquire. The great master Huli beamed at Li Yi, saying, Fear not, young mage. We shall undoubtedly follow your instructions and diligently promote the image and influence of our Taoist sect. Li Yi, feeling a sense of relief, patted Huli's shoulder, grateful to finally have someone who understood him. Indeed, Huli was worthy of being the eldest among the three brothers of the national master. However, unbeknownst to Li Yi, Huli himself did not fully comprehend, but merely believed it prudent to adhere to the young mage's guidance, fearing the consequences of returning to the turtle spirit mother for punishment. Though the three brothers of the national master were but lowly disciples of the turtle spirit mother, they could not tarnish the reputation of the Jiejiao. Li Yi clapped his hands and announced, Well, I have conveyed all I needed to say. You shall proceed as I instructed. Remember, there is no need to overtly suppress the Buddhist sect. Its momentum cannot be halted. Do you understand? The three brothers of the national master nodded in unison, replying, As you command, young mage. With a wave of his hand, Li Yi dismissed them. The following morning, the group set off westward, armed with their travel documents. After approximately 2 months of journeying, they beheld a vast river, its banks stretching endlessly. Not far off, a village of 400 or 500 souls came into view. Tang Sung remarked, Let us seek shelter in that village ahead. Upon reaching the village entrance, they heard the sound of a gong being struck, indicating that it belonged to one of the prominent families. Tang Sing approached and knocked on the door. An elderly man opened it and inquired, "What business do you have?" "Monk." Tang Sung joined his hands in prayer and replied, "I am a humble monk from the east, traveling to the western paradise to pay homage and seek scriptures. I heard the sound of drums within and sought to impose upon you for a night's stay." The old man chuckled. "Had you arrived earlier, I would have had some vegetarian dishes and coins to offer." With a smile and a shake of his head, Tang Sung responded, "Kind sir, we are not here for a feast." The old man, puzzled, asked, "If not for a feast, then what brings you here?" Tang Sung reiterated, "I come from the east, journeying to the western paradise to pay homage and seek scriptures, and I wish to borrow your hospitality for the night." The old man laughed, "Do not jest with me, monk. The east is over 50,000 miles away. The journey is fraught with peril and monsters. How could you have arrived here so easily?" Tang Sing smiled and replied, "Good sir, I have 3 capable disciples who have faced and overcome all the dangers and monsters along the way." The old man then said, "In that case, please, come inside and rest." He ushered the group into his home, calling for preparations of vegetarian dishes and tea to entertain the esteemed monks. The group, except for Li Yi, devoured the 3 tables of food like famished souls returned from the brink of starvation. Even Zhu Beiji, though not yet satiated, refrained from asking for more after receiving a stern glare from Li Yi. Just as they had finished their meal, a knock echoed at the door once again. The old man opened it to find a middle-aged man, about 40 or 50 years old, standing outside. The old man asked, "What troubles you, Chunsheng?" The man, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "Village head, can you advise me on what I should do?" The old man, who was indeed the village chief, sighed and replied, "There is little I can do. We must accept that heaven has shown us no mercy." Chunsheng's eyes welled with tears as he sighed, "Oh, my poor child, I lack the strength to protect you." The village chief grimly stated, "For the safety of the hundreds in our village, we must sacrifice them." Tang Sung interjected, "Yukong, since we have eaten their food, let us see if we can assist this family in their time of need." Sun Wukong nodded, "As you wish, master." He approached the door and inquired, "Village head, what has transpired?" The chief hesitated to speak, but Chunsheng, grasping at the last straw of hope, seized Wukong's hand and pleaded, "Great monk, can you help me?" Wukong pressed, "What has happened, village head?" "You need not worry. We have dealt with many demons and monsters on our journey from the Tang." Finally, the chief sighed and said, "Since you ask, I shall tell you." Chapter 84. The river god. The village chief led Chunsheng and son Wukong back into the house, where he sat down and began to recount the tale. This story begins several years ago. Long ago, our ancestors migrated to establish this village beside the Tongtian River, and we thrived on the bounties it provided. However, 1 year ago, a river god emerged from the waters, warning us that every month we must offer a pair of young boys and girls for his consumption. Should we fail to comply, we would no longer receive fish from the river, and he threatened to flood our village. Zhu Beiji asked, "Could you not simply flee?" The chief replied with a bitter smile, "We have tried to escape, but it is not so simple. Each time someone attempts to flee with children, the river god appears almost immediately, driving them back to the village." Sun Wukong exclaimed in anger, "What sort of river god demands human sacrifices?" The chief lamented, "We are powerless against this cunning river god and must accept his terms." Chunsheng knelt before Sun Wukong, pleading, "I beg of you, great monk, have mercy and help me." Sun Wukong lifted Chunsheng to his feet and reassured him, "Fear not, for since fate has brought this matter to me, I shall take action." Li Yi interjected, "Very well. Tonight I shall assist you. Sun Wukong will transform into a young boy, and Zhu Beiji will become a young girl. We shall confront this cunning river god tonight." Zhu Beiji was at a loss for words, thinking, "Why am I being dragged into this? This is not my affair." Chunsheng continually expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed monks." "Thank you." The village chief added, "Let us hope for a resolution." That night, at the river god's temple, Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji idly surveyed their surroundings while Li Yi concealed himself nearby. Zhu Beiji remarked, "Boss, monkey brother, how could this river god be so brazen and unrestrained?" Sun Wukong scoffed, "Let him do as he pleases. When he arrives, we shall simply strike him down." Li Yi calmly assessed, "You must not underestimate the situation. Judging by the river goddess' actions, he is no ordinary foe, and there may be others backing him." Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji dismissed Li Yi's concerns, convinced that the minor river god would be easily dealt with. After about half an hour, a strong wind began to blow outside the river god's temple. Li Yi cautioned, "Be vigilant. He is approaching." Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji prepared their disguises, awaiting the arrival of the river god. Moments later, a sound of a door being pushed open echoed, and a massive fish had appeared, followed by a body clad in dark gray armor. The fish demon, seeing the transformed young boy and girl, burst into laughter. "Ah, another delightful feast awaits me. How clever these villagers are." With that, he approached Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, reaching out to seize them. The young boy, transformed from Sun Wukong, exclaimed in terror, "Are you here to devour us?" The girl, transformed from Zhu Beiji, displayed fear as well, skillfully playing her part. Li Yi observed the fish demon before him, realizing that this was indeed the river god spoken of by the villagers, yet his predatory nature indicated he was nothing more than a monster. The river god cackled, "You two little ones seem to understand your fate. To be devoured by me, the great river god, is indeed a blessing. You shall become part of my eternal power." Upon hearing this, Li Yi pondered why the purity of young boys and girls was related to longevity. He was aware that this inspiration, the king of inspiration, was linked to a carp in the lotus pool of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Could it be that the matter was not as simple as it seemed? At the Guanyin Bodhisattva's abode on Mount Luojia in the South Sea, Guanyin was calculating the whereabouts of Tang Sung and his companions, a calculation that caused her to break into a cold sweat. It was not the fear of Tang Sung and his party that unsettled her, but rather the unpredictability of Li Yi. Despite having disrupted Guanyin's plans on several occasions, she found herself powerless against him, unable to compete with his formidable backing, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. This situation could not be exposed to the Taoist sect, should they uncover it. The reputation of Mount Luojia would undoubtedly be tarnished. Guanyin was indeed furious that her power had diminished rather than increased, yet she resolved to strive for a solution. This reveals that Guanyin and Buddhism were not entirely united in purpose, a fact that Li Yi remained oblivious to. Had he been aware, it might have opened avenues for manipulation. The king of inspiration was about to capture the young boy transformed from Sun Wukong and the young girl transformed from Zhu Beiji when the boy raised his hand to block the king's massive grip. Laughing, "But we do not wish to be devoured by you." This statement left the king momentarily stunned, not only by the audacity of the boy's words, but also by the fact that he had managed to halt the hand of a monster with just one hand. Confusion clouded the king's thoughts. What was happening? Seeing the king of inspiration dazed, the boy transformed from Sun Wukong seized the moment, grabbing the king's hand and executing a shoulder throw, flinging the king across the room. The king, bewildered, crashed through a wall of the river god's temple. Struggling amidst the rubble, the carp spirit finally realized something was amiss, widening its eyes and demanding, "Who are you?" The boy transformed from Sun Wukong brandished the golden cudgel, while the girl transformed from Zhu Beiji wielded a nine-toothed rake, her voice sweet yet firm. "You, monster, today my brother and I have come to eliminate you." Enraged, the king of inspiration retorted, "You two little brats are courting death." With that, he brandished his twin copper hammers and leapt into the air, aiming to smash them down upon the young duo. The boy transformed from Sun Wukong deftly dodged the attack, while the girl transformed from Zhu Beiji raised her rake to block the king's hammers. Seeing the girl successfully defend against his strikes, the king unleashed a series of relentless attacks, hammering down with such force that the girl was driven into the ground. She cried out, "Brother, help me." Chapter 85. Cunning. The boy transformed from Sun Wukong silently cursed, "This fool, can't he evade an attack?" He swiftly appeared to the right of the king of inspiration, delivering a powerful kick to the king's face, causing him to topple over the river god statue. The boy exclaimed, "You fool, why aren't you getting out from there?" The girl, quickly extracting herself from the ground, brandished her rake and charged at the king. The king, hiding among the debris, noticed the girl rushing towards him, while another boy with a long stick kept a watchful eye. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. The king transformed into a gust of wind and fled, with the boy transformed from Sun Wukong and the girl transformed from Zhu Beiji in pursuit, racing out of the crumbling temple. Outside, the rain poured heavily. For the king of inspiration, water was his domain, and his speed increased by half as he vanished into the downpour. The 2 young heroes followed the traces to the banks of the Tongtian River and halted. Sun Wukong called out to Zhu Beiji, "You fool, stop." Zhu Beiji, puzzled, replied, "Brother, let us keep chasing. We can't let it escape." Sun Wukong, exasperated, said, "Do you not realize I am not adept in water? Moreover, can you single-handedly confront that monster?" Zhu Beiji conceded, realizing that entering the water alone would be akin to delivering himself to the monster. They then returned to the home of village chief Zhang, where Chunsheng hurried over to inquire. "Elder son, Elder Zhu, how did it go?" Zhu Beiji, puffing with pride, declared, "That old monster has been driven away, rest assured. Your two children are safe." Village chief Zhang interjected, "Did you manage to slay the king of inspiration?" Sun Wukong shook his head. "That carp spirit is far too cunning. It simply fled back into the Tongdian River." Village chief Zhang sighed, banging his fist on the table. "If you two elders do not eliminate the king of inspiration, I fear he will seek revenge after you leave." Tang Xing pondered for a moment and asked, "Wukong, do you have a means to resolve this issue?" Sun Wukong, feeling helpless, shook his head. "Master, you know my powers are considerably diminished in water." Tang Xing then turned to Zhu Beiji, Wuning and Wujing. "Can you think of a way to confront that monster in the Tongtian River?" Zhu Beiji, unusually flustered, admitted, "Master, I cannot defeat that monster." Sha Wujing, feeling embarrassed, added, "If my two brothers cannot, then I too am powerless." Finally, Tang Xing looked at Li Yi and asked, "Do you have a solution to our predicament?" Li Yi smiled. "There is one method, though it carries some risk." Tang Xing clasped his hands together and urged, "Please, do share." Li Yi explained, "I can use magic to freeze the surface of the Tongtian River, creating a thick layer for us to cross." Zhu Beiji queried, "Boss, where lies the danger in this plan?" Li Yi chuckled, "The peril lies in using your master to bait the king of inspiration. Once he desires to consume your master as flesh, he will surely appear. This represents the monster's incessant desire, believing that feasting on Tang Xing's flesh grants them immortality." Zhu Beiji suddenly understood. Indeed, these monsters were carnivorous. Faced with the temptation of consuming a piece of flesh that could bestow eternal life, no monster could resist. Tang Xing nodded. "Very well, I accept this plan." Li Yi affirmed, "Excellent. Since you have made your decision, we shall rest for a day. And the day after tomorrow I will cast the spell to freeze the entire Tongtian River, allowing us to cross." Tang Xing, with his hands together, vowed, "We shall employ this method to restore peace to this place." On the third day, Li arrived at the banks of the Tongdian River and commenced his incantation. With a wave of his hand, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and as he raised his other hand, a fierce wind began to howl. Finally, he commanded, "Let it snow." Fluffy snowflakes began to fall from the sky, accumulating rapidly under Li Yi's spell, and the temperature around them dropped significantly. Within half a day, the entire Tongtian River was frozen over. Li informed Tang Xing, "Let us wait until nightfall. We will cross the river tomorrow." On the following morning, the group prepared their belongings to depart from village chief Zhang's home. Tang Xing bowed to the chief, assuring him, "Rest assured, we shall resolve this matter." Village chief Zhang expressed his gratitude. "I am deeply thankful for your help, esteemed monks. Please ensure the king of inspiration is dealt with, otherwise our village will be doomed." Tang Xing solemnly reassured him, "Do not worry, I will eliminate the king of inspiration before we depart." The group arrived at the banks of the Tongtian River, stepping onto the icy surface to begin their crossing. Since the moment the Inspiration King retreated into the Tongtian River, he had been hiding for several days. Suddenly, he noticed that someone had cast a spell on the river's surface, freezing the entire body of water. Following the alluring scent that wafted through the air, the Inspiration King became entranced by a fragrance he could not forget. As he pursued the scent, he spotted a group of figures walking across the ice, and the delightful aroma emanated from one of them. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized the individual as Tang Sanzang. The Inspiration King realized that taking a bite of Tang Sanzang's flesh would grant him immortality, and he could not let such an opportunity slip away. He began to swim stealthily beneath the ice, lurking beneath the group. Li Yi turned to Tang Sanzang and warned, "Be careful, that creature is coming." Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing noticed a massive fish shadow circling beneath the ice and heightened their vigilance. As the group reached the center of the Tongtian River, the Inspiration King prepared to strike. Li Yi observed the disappearance of the Inspiration King and alerted, "He is about to attack." Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing gripped their weapons tightly, ready to confront the Inspiration King at any moment. Although Tang Sanzang felt a twinge of nervousness, he maintained his composure as he walked across the ice. In a sudden turn of events, the ice beneath them cracked, and Li Yi swiftly lifted Tang Sanzang into the air, just as a gigantic carp burst through the ice, where Tang Sanzang had stood moments before. If not for Li Yi's quick reflexes, Tang Sanzang would have certainly been snatched away by the massive fish. Li Yi shouted urgently, "Attack!" Sun Wukong swung his golden staff at the giant carp, while Zhu Beiji's nine-toothed rake sealed off its escape route from below, and Sha Wujing encased the shattered eye sent frost. Chapter 86. Grilled Fish. The Inspiration King realized he had been deceived, yet all avenues of retreat were now closed off. And he was too exhausted to escape. With no other option, he transformed into human form, sporting a large carp's head, clad in dark gray armor, and wielding a pair of bronze hammers. Sun Wukong's golden staff struck the Inspiration King solidly, while Zhu Beiji's rake sliced through his legs, sending him flying. In midair, the Inspiration King spat forth a copious amount of blood before crashing heavily onto the riverbank. Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing rushed toward the Inspiration King, who struggled to stand. Trapped with no way back to the river and pursued by the three, the Inspiration King hastily ran in the opposite direction, misjudging his own strength. The temperature around him plummeted, and he felt the cold seep into his very being, for he was, after all, a fish. The mucus on his skin began to dry and freeze, and as it solidified, he found it increasingly difficult to breathe, growing ever more uncomfortable and desperate for water. Though the Inspiration King possessed considerable strength, he had chosen the wrong path to flee. Sun Wukong caught up to the Inspiration King from behind and struck him down with a single blow, instantly killing him. Sun Wukong scoffed, truly reckless. The trio waited for Li Yi and Tang Sanzang, who soon arrived with the white dragon horse. Sun Wukong kicked the Inspiration King's transformed body and declared, "Since we have dealt with him, let us continue on our journey." Li Yi smiled and replied, "You go ahead. I have some matters to attend to here and will catch up shortly." Tang Sanzang, aware of Li Yi's intentions, cautioned, "Be careful." Li Yi reassured him, "Rest easy. Take care of yourselves." After Tang Sanzang and the others left, Li Yi dragged the Inspiration King's corpse to the riverbank, took out his celestial sword, and began to scale its fish scales and gut it, cleaning the large carp thoroughly before igniting a fire. He skewered the Inspiration King and set it over the flames to grill. Li Yi was preparing to feast on the grilled fish when a radiant light flickered above, and Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared in the sky over the Tongtian River. Li recognized Guanyin's presence but ignored her, focusing instead on grilling his fish. Guanyin scanned the area and soon spotted Li Yi cooking the large fish. Her pupils dilated as she realized the carp from her own lotus pond was now in his possession. Descending slowly, Guanyin approached Li Yi, who gestured for her to sit beside him. However, Guanyin chose to stand and watch him instead. Unfazed by her presence, Li Yi continued to grill the fish. The savory aroma of the grilled carp tantalized Guanyin's senses, and unable to contain herself, she was about to speak when Li Yi suddenly exclaimed, "Aha! My fish is ready." He began slicing pieces of fish with his celestial sword, savoring each bite as he remarked, "I never expected the flesh of the Inspiration King to be so tender and delicious." Suppressing her anger, Guanyin asked, "Little mage, do you know where this large fish came from?" Li Yi glanced at her with a half-smile and replied, "This giant carp was taken from the Tongtian River. To my surprise, it turned out to be a koi. What a fortunate find." He took another hearty bite. Guanyin's face contorted with frustration. Li Yi was clearly mocking her. With a darkened expression, she said, "Little mage, do you realize this koi is from my lotus pond in Mount Luojia?" Li Yi feigned surprise, saying, "What a coincidence. The one I am eating is also a koi, though I doubt it is the one you seek." Fuming, Guanyin retorted, "Little mage, you are truly speaking nonsense. This koi is indeed from my lotus pond." Li Yi continued to eat, unperturbed. "So what if it is?" Finally losing her patience, Guanyin demanded, "Then little mage, you must provide me with an explanation regarding this koi." Li finished the last of the fish meat, wiped his mouth, and said, "I can give you an explanation regarding the koi immediately, but what about the matter of the young boys and girls?" Guanyin's heart sank. She had thought her actions were discreet enough not to be discovered. Putting on an act, she asked, "What do you mean by young boys and girls?" Li chuckled coldly, "Do you truly believe I am unaware of your deeds? Young boys and girls grant eternal life. Guanyin would never admit to such actions. If word got out, her reputation would be ruined." Curiously, she inquired, "What exactly do you mean by young boys and girls granting eternal life?" Li Yi settled himself on a large stone and responded, "You know precisely what I am referring to. Whether you acknowledge it or not is irrelevant. Some matters do not require evidence. As long as the shadow remains, if I were to inform the saints of Chuanjin and Jian, What would be your fate? Guanyin felt a pang of anxiety but stubbornly refused to concede, maintaining her silence. Li Yi, upon seeing the visage of Guanyin Bodhisattva, discerned that she was reluctant to admit the truth. He remarked, I am aware of your thoughts. From your actions, I can deduce your current predicament. Guanyin, stubbornly, replied, I truly do not comprehend what you speak of, young monk. With a cold smirk, Li Yi retorted, Are you still going to feign ignorance? Nevertheless, it matters not. Your present actions are surely something you wish to keep hidden. If word were to spread, your reputation as Guanyin would undoubtedly be tarnished, indicating that you fear the gamble. Do you not? Chapter 87. The intrigues of Buddhism. Guanyin fell silent, prompting Li Yi to continue. You, Guanyin Bodhisattva, sit above the 8 great ancient Buddhas and below the Tathagata. I can only imagine how uncomfortable that position must be. With the broad-mindedness of Zhuanti and Jain saints, how could they allow you to wander outside the Buddhist framework? He gazed at Guanyin and added, Surely, the Buddhist community is preparing to take action against you. At this, Guanyin's pupils constricted, for Li Yi had struck a chord within her. Li Yi smiled and continued, Your expression confirms my words. You must be seeking a means of counteraction. The black bear spirit you took earlier, and you orchestrated the actions of Sha Wujing and Zhu Beiji, do you not? You were constantly striving to bolster your own influence. Guanyin was indeed troubled by Li Yi's insights. She was enduring great turmoil within Buddhism. The Bodhisattvas, in essence, were largely factions within Buddhism, and many were individuals from the teachings of the exoteric and esoteric sections. Naturally, the Buddhist establishment would harbor distrust towards those who had betrayed their own, for they wished to avoid a repeat of such treachery. Yet, there were those who thrived within Buddhism, such as the ancient Buddha of Lamp and the Tathagata of Many Treasures. The former had once been the deputy leader of the exoteric teachings, while the latter was the first disciple of the esoteric teachings. Guanyin's countenance darkened once more, as Li Yi's words were like pearls of wisdom. He did not cease his discourse, stating, Now you have sent your koi to the heavenly river to procure young boys and girls. I presume you have discovered another method of attaining immortality? Guanyin, with a sullen expression, inquired, How did you deduce that? Li chuckled. Initially, I had not considered it. But then I recalled the ginseng fruit of Wuzhuang Temple. The resemblance of young boys and girls to that fruit is striking, coupled with the conspicuous actions of that koi. It was easy to surmise. Li Yi cast a sidelong glance at Guanyin and said, So you concede. Guanyin forced a laugh, replying, What do I concede? I have not admitted to anything. Li shrugged. Your acknowledgement is inconsequential. However, be aware that should I inform Zhuanti and Jain saints, your downfall would be inevitable. Can you still protect Nanhai Luojia Mountain? Guanyin's expression turned ominously dark, her face shifting from pale to flushed as Li Yi had accurately divined her circumstances and innermost thoughts. Li Yi rose from the boulder and dusted off his attire, stating, Consider this carefully. I believe we still have an opportunity for collaboration. You must understand. I truly believe we can cooperate. Li Yi smiled. Guanyin, with a frosty tone, retorted, Do you think there is any possibility of collaboration? Li Yi responded, Why would there not be? You seek to preserve your transcendent status, while I merely aim for the continuation of the Taoist teachings. How much longer do you think Zhuanti and Jain will grant you? Guanyin remained silent, evidently pondering Li Yi's words. He continued, Very well. I realize it is unreasonable to expect an immediate response. However, you may take the time to reflect. You Buddhists are hypocritical. You preach compassion, yet behind closed doors engage in repugnant dealings. You are no saint either, so it would be wise to refrain from any underhanded actions during the journey westward. Should I discover any instances of young boys and girls involved, I will certainly strike at Nanhai Luojia Mountain. Li Yi stood up, clapping his hands, and concluded, All right. Take your time to deliberate. I shall take my leave. Once you have decided, contact me directly. Should you wish to trouble me, I am always ready to engage. With that, he departed, leaving Guanyin behind, her heart wavering significantly, torn between adherence to Buddhism and the preservation of her own transcendence. After a moment of contemplation, Guanyin appeared to arrive at a momentous decision and subsequently left the heavenly river. In a short while, Li Yi caught up with Tang Sung and his entourage. Tang Sung inquired calmly, Is the matter resolved? Li Yi smiled. Indeed, Buddhism may seem to embrace all beings, yet it is primarily composed of self-serving individuals. Tang Sung, riding atop the white dragon, replied with a stoic expression, I ventured westward for this very matter. Li Yi sighed. I hope you can alter this state of affairs. The golden cicada, also known as Tang Seng, proved to be a true pioneer, quickly recognizing the limitations of the small vehicle Buddhism. It is suited for monks, but not for the masses, which explains Buddhism's inability to spread. In Tang Seng's mind, Buddhism held a different visage, leading to his reincarnation, hoping to awaken him. Yet this only deepened his resolve to uncover another form of Buddhist teachings. The Tathagata could not quell Tang Seng's aspirations, but he seized the opportunity to propagate Buddhism throughout the Central Plains, hence refraining from harsh measures against him. Tang Seng's actions resonated with the universal principles, rendering it an immutable reality. The greatest beneficiary of this affair was Buddhism, while other factions sought to gain their own advantages from the situation. At the Great Thunder Monastery in the west, Jain Saint addressed Maitreya Buddha, saying, "Go summon Guanyin, and bring the 8 great Vajras along to invite her to the Great Thunder Monastery." The emphasis on the word invite was palpable. It appeared Buddhism was gearing up to confront Guanyin regarding the Heavenly River incident, yet internally, they would tread lightly, avoiding overly aggressive tactics against her. After all, the matter of the Heavenly River was merely speculative, lacking concrete evidence. Jain had to consider how other bodhisattvas would perceive this. Maitreya Buddha, grinning widely, set off for Nanhai Loajia Mountain accompanied by the 8 great Vajras. Unbeknownst to Guanyin, the Buddhist community was preparing to investigate her involvement in the Heavenly River incident. Upon returning to Nanhai Loajia Mountain, she casually placed a koi fish she had caught along the way into her lotus pond, ostensibly to divert attention. This koi had been tampered with by Guanyin, and as long as it was not a direct inquiry from a saint, she could confidently assert that no one would uncover her actions. Before long, Maitreya Buddha arrived at Nanhai Loajia Mountain, landing directly at Guanin's sanctuary with the 8 great Vajras, and announced, "Wonderful and free Guanin Bodhisattva, Maitreya has come to pay a visit." Guanin, who had been reciting the Heart Sutra, sighed. "What is meant to come will inevitably arrive." She emerged from the bamboo grove to greet Maitreya, stating, "I am indeed present." Maitreya Buddha cheerfully replied, "The Buddha requests your presence at the Great Thunder Monastery for a significant discussion." Chapter 88. The Green Ox. Guanyin nodded, saying, "Allow me to make arrangements at my sanctuary, and then I shall accompany you to the Great Thunder Monastery." Her actions seemed to signify a final preparation, as she understood that once she departed for the Great Thunder Monastery, her return was uncertain. This maneuver by Buddhism further tilted her internal balance toward one side. After making her arrangements, Guanyin followed Maitreya Buddha to the Great Thunder Monastery. On the other hand, Li Yi and Tang Seng regrouped and continued their journey westward. After traversing for approximately a month, they arrived at a misty mountain, its true form obscured. Tang Seng, in the distance, glimpsed a temple nestled within the mountain. Further back, there were a few farmhouses. Tang Seng addressed Li Yi, saying, "Look, there is a Buddhist temple in the mountains. Let us rest there for the night." Li Yi, sipping his wine, nonchalantly replied, "You decide. I am indifferent to where we sleep." Sun Wukong immediately interjected, "Master, I sense a malevolent aura surrounding the temple ahead. It is likely infested with demons." Tang Seng cast a dismissive glance at Sun Wukong and retorted, "And what of it? Even if there are demons, do you think I would shy away from staying in a place that resembles a Buddhist temple?" Sun Wukong, momentarily at a loss for words, realized that Tang Seng was knowingly heading into the lion's den. It was indeed a familiar pattern for his master. He thought to himself that perhaps his ascension to the title of Great Sage equal to heaven was somewhat superfluous. Sun Wukong conceded, "Very well, if you are not afraid." "Master," Tang Seng replied calmly, "although I am not afraid of that place being a den of monsters, I suspect there will be no food available. Therefore, Wukong, please procure some sustenance from a nearby farmhouse." It seemed that Tang Seng still retained a modicum of prudence, aware that one should not consume food from a demon's lair. Sun Wukong, wielding his golden staff, drew a circle around Tang Seng, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing. This was the diamond demon-subduing circle. As long as the 3 remained within it, ordinary demons would not dare approach. However, this circle was ineffective against powerful demons and demon kings. Sun Wukong felt it prudent to wait until he returned before venturing into the demon's lair. He then departed to beg for food at the farmhouse. Upon arriving, he knocked on the door, and an old farmer opened it, inquiring, "What brings you here, esteemed monk?" Sun Wukong, having transformed into a fair-skinned monk, bowed and said, "Kind sir, might you spare some food? My master and 2 disciples are passing through and are quite hungry." The old farmer asked, "From where do you come, monk?" I did not see you earlier. Sun Wukong smiled and replied, I have just arrived from that temple, gesturing towards the faint outline of the temple shrouded in mist. The old farmer immediately retorted, How can you speak such falsehoods? How could you have traveled such a distance? Sun Wukong explained, I rode on clouds and mist. The old farmer, alarmed, fled in panic, exclaiming, A ghost! A ghost! Sun Wukong attempted to call him back, but the farmer had already vanished. Resigned, Sun Wukong returned to the farmer's house and scooped a large bowl of rice into his begging bowl before heading back. Meanwhile, within the Diamond Demon Subduing Circle, Tang Seng's group was feeling quite stifled. Zhu Beiji, unable to endure the monotony, stepped outside the circle and said, Master, let us proceed to the temple and await Monkey Brother there. Sha Wujing remained silent, adhering to his usual reticent demeanor, though he had packed all their belongings. Tang Seng glanced at the two and said, Let us go. Following Zhu Beiji's lead, they arrived at the temple, only to discover that it had fallen into disrepair. Although not in ruins, the Buddhist statues within were covered in dust. They found a room to clean and settle in, while Zhu Beiji began to explore the temple. Not long after, he called Tang Seng and Sha Wujing to join him in the main hall. Zhu Beiji gleefully displayed several new robes and exclaimed, Master, look, there are many pristine robes and cassocks here. He promptly changed into one of the new monk's robes. He then handed a splendid cassock to Tang Seng and a robe to Sha Wujing, urging, quickly change into these new garments. Tang Seng, holding the cassock, set it aside and admonished Zhu Beiji, Beiji, this behavior is quite improper. You should not take what belongs to others. Sha Wujing had already donned a new robe, discarding his tattered clothing, while Zhu Beiji argued, Master, what is there to fear? These items are clearly abandoned. No one will know we have taken them. With that, Zhu Beiji draped the cassock over Tang Seng's shoulders. Unable to resist, Tang Seng acquiesced to Beiji's insistence. However, shortly thereafter, they felt their garments tightening around them, binding the three together. Li Yi had already sought a high vantage point to bask in the sun upon their entry into the temple. Tang Seng calmly remarked, Beiji, you have caused yet another predicament. Zhu Beiji, equally baffled, replied, Master, I do not understand how this happened. The familiar pattern of trouble was indeed unfolding. Meanwhile, Sha Wujing struggled in silence, but the more he fought, the tighter the garments became. Soon, all three were ensnared like dumplings. Suddenly, the entire temple dissolved like a mirage, revealing that they were in a cave surrounded by small demons. One of the little demons laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Another plump lamb has come to us. Hurry and report to the king. The little demon dashed off to inform the king. This was the Golden Horn Cave, home to the Single-Horned Demon, which was a mount of Laozi, thus familiar with Li Yi as well. The Single-Horned Demon had sensed Li Yi's presence and tracked him down to his location. Spotting Li Yi lounging on a large rock in the sun, the Single-Horned Demon approached respectfully, saying, Little monk. Li Yi, eyes closed, replied, Ah, it is the young blue bull. The Single-Horned Demon smiled, Little monk, I did not expect to see you here. Li Yi, still with eyes closed, continued, I know you have your duties here. Do not mind my presence and carry on with your tasks. The Single-Horned Demon chuckled awkwardly. I sneaked down here. Li Yi waved his hand dismissively. It is of no concern. Your master will not punish you. You came down to create difficulties for Tang Seng, did you not? It is all preordained. The Single-Horned Demon immediately knelt, expressing gratitude. Thank you, little monk. I fear Laozi's punishment. He chuckled sheepishly. Chapter 89, The Diamond Circle. Li Yi smiled. You should indulge in playfulness a little less. The Single-Horned Demon, grinning, replied, It is simply too dull in the heavens. Laozi seldom ventures out, and I could not resist. Li Yi waved his hand. Go on, go on. I shall remain here soaking up the sun. As for how to deal with Sun Wukong, you can manage that as you see fit. The Single-Horned Demon nodded. Understood, little monk. If there are further instructions, I will seek you out. Li Yi, eyes still closed, waved his hand, and the Single-Horned Demon departed. Soon, the Single-Horned Demon returned to his lair, where a small demon guarding the entrance hurried forward to report, Your Majesty. Today we have captured 3 more plump lambs. The Single-Horned Demon laughed heartily. Well done, my little minions. Bring these 3 lambs to the Great Hall. The small demon knelt respectfully, saying, As you command, Your Majesty. The Single-Horned Demon made his way to the Great Hall, sitting upon his throne, and proclaimed loudly, Bring the lambs before me. The small demons brought forth Tang Seng, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing, presenting them to the Single-Horned Demon, who exclaimed, Why, This is none other than Tang Sung and his companions. How fortuitous. It appears I need not exert myself to find him. The single-horned demon joyfully declared, my little minions. Do you know who these tender morsels are? The small demons responded, Who, your majesty? Just a monk, is he not? Merely a human. The single-horned demon laughed boisterously. You are all mistaken. This is Tang Sing. The little demons erupted in excited roars. Tang Sing. It is indeed Tang Sing. A single bite grants immortality. Zubeiji, brimming with arrogance, interjected, You ignorant demons had best release Grandpa Pig. Do you know who I am? Sha Wujing wished he could vanish into the ground. Zhu Beiji was at it again. The small demons began to jeer. Who is this fat pig? How dare you speak to our king in such a manner? Who is this pig-headed creature? Let us devour him. The unicorn demon gestured for the surrounding little monsters to quiet down, then curiously inquired, Who are you, exactly? With pride, Zhu Beiji proclaimed, I was once the Marshal Tianpeng, commanding 100,000 celestial river troops in the heavenly court. The unicorn demon, puzzled, asked, Is Marshal Tianpeng truly formidable? Zhu Beiji continued with arrogance, Of course, I was quite powerful in my time of conquest. Just as he was speaking, the unicorn demon approached, and, before he could finish, delivered a sharp slap, retorting, Is Marshal Tianpeng really that impressive? Zhu Beiji, stunned by the blow, wondered, What have I done wrong as Marshal Tianpeng? Why strike me? Sha Wujing, displaying much more wisdom, chose to remain silent beside him. The unicorn demon smirked and said, Does your position in the heavenly court hold any significance for me? Do you think a mere title can intimidate me? How naive. After this, the unicorn demon patted Zhu Beiji's face, leaving him bewildered on the ground. The demon then returned to his throne, commenting, It is truly strange that your greed led you to disturb my garments. Otherwise, how could I have captured you so easily? Tang Sing shot a glare at Zhu Beiji, the meaning clear. This was all your fault, pig. Had it not been for you, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. The unicorn demon joyfully declared, All right, my minions, let us celebrate the capture of Tang Sung today. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. The little monsters cheered with delight, and the golden unicorn cave began to prepare a grand feast. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong returned to the Vajra demon suppression circle with provisions, only to find that everyone had left. Did they not agree to wait for him? Just as he stood there, unsure of what to do, an old man in a yellow robe passed by and remarked, Your master and junior brothers have likely already entered that Buddhist temple. Sun Wukong immediately replied, I shall go to the temple to find them. The old man, alarmed, grabbed Sun Wukong and warned, Young monk, do not go there. It is a den of monsters. Sun Wukong asked, How do you know that temple is a lair for demons? The old man, trembling with fear, explained, I have seen it before. That place was originally a nest of monsters, later transformed into a temple to lure in unsuspecting travelers like you. Sun Wukong insisted, Leave this matter to me. I must rescue my master. With that, he made his way to the temple, which still appeared unchanged from the outside, yet inside had become a stronghold for demons. The unicorn demon was reveling with the little monsters inside the cave, when Sun Wukong shouted from outside, You demon, hand over my master at once. The unicorn demon, enraged by the commotion, commanded, Bring me my weapon. I shall confront that insolent fool at the entrance. Armed with his spear, the unicorn demon emerged at the temple door and immediately spotted Sun Wukong. He pointed his spear at Sun Wukong and sneered, Where did this hairy-faced monk come from? Daring to utter such wild claims? Sun Wukong, brimming with confidence, retorted, You dare to abduct my master. Return him to me, or I will demolish your cave. The unicorn demon laughed heartily. What a brazen little monkey. Where did you come from to speak so boldly? Sun Wukong proudly declared, Listen well. I am the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, who caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace 500 years ago. The unicorn demon responded, I have heard of Sun Wukong, but the disturbance in heaven was nothing remarkable. It was merely that. Enraged, Sun Wukong shouted, You seek a fight. With that, he brandished his Rui Jingu Bang and struck at the unicorn demon, who retaliated fearlessly with his spear. The two engaged in fierce combat, and after 100 exchanges, they found themselves evenly matched. The unicorn demon, wishing to end the conflict, produced the Vajra drill. Sun Wukong's ability to hold his own against the unicorn demon stemmed from his wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, while the Vajra drill was a weapon that countered many treasures. The unicorn demon tossed the Vajra drill into the air, where it spun with a brilliant azure light, generating a powerful pull towards Sun Wukong's Rui Jingubang. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong lost grip of his weapon, which was drawn into the Vajra drill, leaving him defenseless against the Unicorn Demon's relentless assault. Chapter 90. All seized the Unicorn Demon struck Sun Wukong viciously on the back with the spear, then kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying. The Unicorn Demon, uninterested in pursuing him, laughed boastfully. Is this the great sage? It seems this foolish monkey has always been oblivious. A mere capable figure from the heavenly court could easily subdue him. He truly knows not the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. With that, the Unicorn Demon returned to his cave, while Sun Wukong landed amidst a forest, not knowing how many trees he had broken in the process. Struggling to rise, Sun Wukong felt as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, realizing he could not even defeat a mere demon. Suddenly, he remembered the little mage, Li Yiren. He hurriedly searched for him and soon spotted Li Yiren sunbathing at the highest point of the mountain. Approaching Li Yiren, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Little mage, while our master has been captured, you remain here basking in the sun." Li Yiren, aware that the Unicorn Demon would not go back on his word, was not overly concerned and replied nonchalantly, "You all insisted on presenting yourselves as offerings. Is that my fault?" Sun Wukong, recognizing the truth in Li Yiren's words, pressed on. "Cannot you lend a hand to rescue our master?" Li Yiren calmly responded, "I cannot. This is your affair, not mine. As long as Tang Xing is not in mortal danger, I will not intervene." Unable to persuade Li Yiren to aid in the rescue, and knowing he could not overpower him, Sun Wukong resolved to seek help from the heavenly court. Understanding that Li Yiren would not act against someone from the Duoshu Palace, he made his way to the heavenly realm, pondering whom to approach for assistance. His first thought was of the head of heavenly security, the pagoda-bearing King Li. King Li was in his office attending to daily affairs when Sun Wukong entered. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, King Li stood and welcomed him with a smile. "Is that not the great sage? What brings you here?" No longer the naive youth he once was, Sun Wukong replied with a grin, "King, you remain as impressive as ever." Aware that one should not strike a smiling face, he continued, "I have come to ask for your help." King Li clasped his hands and replied, "You flatter me, great sage. What brings you here?" Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, "Well, King, our master and the three of us were passing through Golden Unicorn Mountain when we encountered a unicorn demon. An unknown white circle appeared and took my Rui Jingubang. I was rather careless." Upon hearing this, King Li immediately understood who had taken the weapon, the azure bowl of Laozi from the Duoshu Palace, but he needed to play along with the narrative of the journey. King Li chuckled and said, "I understand, great sage. You should seek out Neza. Let him accompany you on this venture." Sun Wukong gratefully replied, "Thank you, King, for your assistance." King Li, ever modest, responded, "It is but a small matter." Sun Wukong hurried off to find Neza, who was diligently training in his abode. Upon arriving, Neza, curious at the sight of the impatient monkey, asked, "Why are you still so rash, monkey?" With a sense of urgency, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Third Prince, let us dispense with the pretense. There exists a formidable demon upon Jinsi Mountain. I require your assistance at once." Neza chuckled heartily. "I never imagined that even you, this monkey, could encounter an adversary. What a delightful surprise. Since you have sought my aid, I shall lend you my support." Sun Wukong paid no heed to Neza's banter. All that mattered was the assistance he could provide. Before long, the duo descended from the heavenly realm to Jinsi Mountain, where Sun Wukong led Neza to the entrance of Jinsi Cave. Outside the cave, Sun Wukong bellowed, "Demon, emerge at once and surrender my master." The one-horned demon snorted disdainfully, evidently unimpressed with the monkey's bravado. Armed with his pointed steel spear, the demon stepped out from his lair, spotting Sun Wukong and Neza waiting outside. With a mocking smile, the demon taunted, "Have you not yet learned your lesson, monkey? And you bring a rescue party this time." Neza, feeling slighted by the demon's dismissive attitude, erupted in anger, "Allow me to confront you." With that, he charged at the one-horned demon wielding his fire-tipped spear. The demon, undeterred, met Neza's challenge head-on with his spear. The two clashed fiercely, exchanging blows for over 100 rounds with neither gaining the upper hand. Neza, determined to prove his mettle, invoked his 3 heads and 6 arms, engaging the demon in a more intense battle. This transformation significantly boosted Neza's power, and the one-horned demon began to falter. Realizing the formidable prowess of the third prince, a renowned slayer of demons, After another 50 or 60 exchanges, the demon inadvertently exposed a weakness, allowing Neza to pierce his arm with the fire-tipped spear, causing blood to flow freely. Not wishing to be bested, the one-horned demon swiftly tossed his Vajra hook into the air, which began to emanate a brilliant azure light and unleashed a powerful suction. Neza's weapons, including the wind and fire wheels, were forcefully drawn toward the Vajra hook, leaving him weaponless and bewildered. The demon laughed triumphantly, with all your weapons stripped away. How do you intend to fight me now? Neza, feeling utterly helpless, recognized the demon's strength and decided to flee alongside Sun Wukong. The one-horned demon, reveling in his victory, continued to collect an array of magical artifacts. As they escaped, Neza reproached Sun Wukong. Why did you not inform me that this demon possessed such a powerful artifact? Now all my weapons and treasures are gone. Sun Wukong sheepishly replied, I thought with so many weapons at your disposal, he would only manage to take one or two. I never anticipated his prowess would allow him to seize all of them. Neza retorted, how do you intend to compensate for my lost weapons and treasures? Sun Wukong, with a sheepish grin, suggested, do not fret, third prince. Let us first devise a plan to vanquish this demon, and your weapons will surely be returned. Irritated, Neza glared at Sun Wukong, who then led him back to the heavenly court to seek assistance from the heavenly General Li Jing. As the head of security for the heavenly realm, Li Jing usually enjoyed a tranquil existence. However, the recent disturbances had rendered the past few centuries rather tumultuous. Li Jing often found himself preoccupied with mundane administrative duties, but since Sun Wukong's arrival in heaven, everything had changed. The Jade Emperor had chastised Li Jing sternly, holding him accountable for the heavenly realm's security, compelling him to bolster defenses and draft endless plans. In truth, Li Jing harbored resentment towards Sun Wukong, wishing the monkey had never caused such upheaval in his duties. Moments after Sun Wukong had departed, he returned once again. Li Jing greeted him with a smile. What brings you here again, great sage? Did you not send Neza to assist? Sun Wukong stepped aside to reveal Neza, whose furious expression confirmed to Li Jing that matters were far from resolved. With an awkward chuckle, Li Jing masked his concern. What can I do to assist you now? Great sage? Sun Wukong pondered briefly and declared, this demon can strip away all weapons and treasures from an individual. I surmise that water and fire might remain unaffected. Li Jing considered this, then suggested, in that case, seek out the fire deity and the water deity. Their dominion over water and fire may fulfill your needs. Nodding in agreement, Sun Wukong took Neza to find the fire deity and the water deity, leading them back to the entrance of Jinsi Cave. Sun Wukong called out once more, Demon, surrender my master. Meanwhile, the one-horned demon was inside, enjoying drinks with Li Yi. After seizing Neza's weapons, he had invited Li Yi into his lair, recognizing that it was time for a drink. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's voice, the demon's temper flared. This monkey is relentless. He turned to Li Yi. Please rest here. I shall deal with this monkey and return to enjoy our drinks. Li Yi waved him off. Go ahead. I shall indulge in my drink. The one-horned demon stepped outside, spotting Sun Wukong and a red-haired figure. He scoffed. What new ally have you brought, monkey? Sun Wukong, brimming with confidence, retorted, I see that your white circle can seize weapons and treasures, but surely it cannot capture fire. The fire deity brandished his fire-controlling banner and declared, Allow me, fire deity, to confront you. The demon sneered, Is that all you have? You are truly Navi. The fire deity waved his banner, summoning flames that surged toward the one-horned demon. Without hesitation, the demon tossed his Vajra hook into the air, remaining stationary as the powerful suction drew in the fire deity's banner. Caught off guard, the fire deity found himself unable to unleash his flames, staring helplessly at Sun Wukong. Undeterred, Sun Wukong called forth another ally, the water deity, who approached with an air of arrogance. If the fire deity has failed, allow me to take over. The fire deity scowled. What arrogance? The water deity unveiled his precious artifact, the jade bowl, filled with an endless supply of water, a formidable treasure. As he opened the bowl, torrents of water gushed forth, cascading toward the demon's cave. Enraged, the one-horned demon shouted, How dare you attempt to flood my lair? Just as he prepared to retreat and safeguard his abode, Li Yi's voice rang out, Fear not, I shall protect your cave from this deluge. Hearing Li Yi's assurance, the demon felt relieved, focusing instead on dealing with the monkey's reinforcements. Li Yi conjured a transparent barrier at the cave's entrance, effectively blocking the rushing waters. Meanwhile, The one-horned demon concentrated on controlling the Vajra hook, which, with its immense suction, swiftly drew the jade bowl from the water deity's grasp. Stunned, the water deity could only gaze at Sun Wukong, who shared his bewilderment. With both water and fire now under the demon's control, Sun Wukong found himself at a loss. The one-horned demon chuckled mockingly. "Foolish monkey, your allies are truly inadequate. Come back when you have found more capable reinforcements." After their conversation, the unicorn returned to the cave to continue drinking with Li Yi, while Sun Wukong went back to the heavenly court to seek reinforcements. Accompanying Li Yi this time were the 4 heavenly kings, but predictably, their weapons were also confiscated by the Vajrabeak. The situation now was that the elite forces of the heavenly court had all been disarmed. Amidst the chaos, everyone clamored for Sun Wukong to retrieve their weapons and treasures, leaving him with no choice but to devise a plan. After much contemplation, Sun Wukong resolved to transform into a small insect and fly into the Golden Unicorn Cave to investigate. Upon entering the cave, he discovered that the unicorn had just hosted a banquet, and both the little demons and the unicorn were now drunkenly sprawled on the ground. Sun Wukong intended to recover the stolen weapons and treasures, knowing that without them, he could not contend with the unicorn. Before long, in his insect form, he spotted his treasured Rui Jingu Bang. With the little demons in slumber, Sun Wukong stealthily seized his staff, preparing to search for the weapons and treasures of the other deities. However, just as he was about to proceed, the unicorn stirred awake. Sun Wukong hastily fled the Golden Unicorn Cave and returned to the other deities. Neza was the first to inquire, "Great Sage, have you retrieved my weapon and treasures?" Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I'm sorry, Third Prince. Just as I was about to assist you in retrieving your weapons, that Qing Niu Jing woke up, so I could only take my Rui Jingu Bang." His words ignited an uproar. Neza retorted, "You monkey, how could you only think of yourself?" The water and fire deities chimed in, insisting, "Great Sage, this is unacceptable. You must retrieve our treasures." The 4 heavenly kings echoed, "Great Sage, what about our weapons?" Left with no alternatives, and with Li Yi unwilling to intervene, Sun Wukong resolved to seek help from the Buddhist sect. Chapter 92. The 18 Arhats now. Sun Wukong found himself unable to summon reinforcements from the heavenly court, as their remaining combat power was minimal, with many stationed at critical locations, unable to assist him. Furthermore, the formidable Erlang Shin showed little interest in matters concerning the heavenly court, let alone Sun Wukong. With no options left, Sun Wukong had to turn to Buddhism for assistance, as Li Yi had instructed him to do. Upon arranging for aid, the Buddhist sect was uncertain whether their people would return safely, as Li Yi had already conspired with the unicorn to ensure a harsh fate for any arriving Buddhist practitioners. Sun Wukong arrived at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, where Sakyamuni Buddha, also known as the Saint of Purity, awaited him. Understanding that Sun Wukong was reluctant to seek his help, Sakyamuni addressed him, "You rascally monkey. Instead of accompanying Tang Sung on his pilgrimage, you come to me for what purpose?" Sun Wukong, feeling awkward, explained, "I encountered a powerful unicorn in the Golden Unicorn Cave, and many from the heavenly court have had their weapons and treasures taken." Sakyamuni, with a hint of amusement, asked, "Are you here to plead for assistance?" Though hesitant to admit it, Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Sakyamuni smiled approvingly. "Very well, the Buddhist sect is more than willing to assist you. I shall send the 18 Arhats to deal with this monster." The Saint of Purity perceived this as a triumph for Buddhism. Even though he had previously subdued Sun Wukong beneath the 5-Finger Mountain, this was the first time the monkey had sought his help, signaling a form of submission. The 18 Arhats accompanied Sun Wukong to the entrance of the Golden Unicorn Cave, where he called out, "Qing Niu Jing, return my master." Inside the cave, Li Yi, engaged in a game of chess with the unicorn, remarked, "The Buddhist practitioners have arrived. Remember what I instructed you. Do not hold back. Eliminate them." The unicorn nodded, assuring, "Rest easy, little priest. I shall handle these Buddhists." Standing behind the unicorn was Li Yi, a newly ascended quasi-saint, yet possessing numerous innate treasures that rendered him unafraid of the old guard. The unicorn emerged from the cave, brandishing a spear, and pointed it at Sun Wukong. "Are you not tired, pestering me for help? Have you no shame?" Sun Wukong boldly replied, "If you do not release my master, I will continue to seek you out." This time, the 18 Arhats launched a coordinated attack on the unicorn, displaying a formidable presence. The Arhats included the deer-riding Arhat, the joyful Arhat, the bull-holding Arhat, The pagoda-holding Arhut, the meditative Arhut, the river-crossing Arhut, the elephant-riding Arhut, the laughing lion Arhut, the happy Arhut, the hand-exploring Arhut, the contemplative Arhut, the ear-digging Arhut, the bag-holding Arhut, the banana leaf Arhut, the long eyebrow Arhut, the gatekeeping Arhut, the dragon-subduing Arhut, and the tiger-subduing Arhut. As they attacked, the overwhelming presence of Buddhist figures was awe-inspiring, but the unicorn merely scoffed. Do you truly think I fear you, monks? With that, he unleashed the Vajra beak into the sky, allowing it to grow enormous, radiating a dazzling blue light. Being a saintly treasure, the Vajra beak ensnared all 18 Arhats within its grasp. Sun Wukong was utterly bewildered. Was it not said that the treasure could only capture weapons? How could it now ensnare people as well? Is this some sort of joke? He exclaimed. Can someone intervene? This is outrageous. The unicorn, coldly laughing, taunted. Is this the help you sought? Utterly weak. Sun Wukong shouted, you're cheating. That treasure was supposed to only capture weapons and artifacts. How can it take people too? The unicorn mockingly replied, when did I ever tell you that this treasure could only absorb weapons and artifacts? Sun Wukong felt deceived, realizing he had been outsmarted. The unicorn arrogantly declared, go find more allies. When you do, come back to me. With the 18 Arhats captured, the unicorn returned to the golden unicorn cave and presented them before Li Yi, proclaiming, little priest, I've brought you the Buddhist practitioners you requested. Li Yi, however, nonchalantly replied, just eliminate them. I have no interest in interrogating them. Delighted, the unicorn exclaimed, very well, let us treat the boys to a feast today. With that, he beheaded all 18 Arhats and fed their remains to his little demons. The Saint of Purity received the news of the beheadings instantaneously and prepared to confront the audacious unicorn. However, as he was about to depart, the presence of the three pure ones descended upon the great Thunder Sound Temple, effectively suppressing him. Now, the Saint of Purity found himself at a loss, forced to swallow this bitter defeat. When Sun Wukong returned to the great Thunder Sound Temple seeking aid, Sakyamuni merely shook his head with a smile, stating, there is no one left in Buddhism to assist you. The Saint of Purity was not foolish. He had arranged for the Buddhist practitioners to deliver their heads. But such dealings were not conducted lightly. With no other recourse, Sun Wukong once again turned to Li Yi for assistance. Li Yi, sensing that he had done enough, realized that if he continued to obstruct matters, Tang Sun would truly be unable to proceed. Li Yi sent a note to Sun Wukong, which simply read, Doshui Palace. Sun Wukong promptly took the note and made his way to the 36 heavens, specifically to the palace of Doshui. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the very youth who had previously expressed disdain towards him. The youth regarded Sun Wukong with visible annoyance as he approached with a smile, extending the note and saying, might I trouble you to take a look at this? It was given to me by the little master. The youth took the note with utmost seriousness, and upon recognizing the handwriting of the little master, he quickly instructed, wait outside. I shall inform the old lord. Presently, the palace of Doshui did not even permit Sun Wukong to enter, leaving him feeling quite helpless. I've turned over a new leaf, haven't I? And with the little master being so formidable, why would I dare to cause mischief here? Before long, the youth returned to inform Sun Wukong. You may proceed to Jinsei Mountain. The old lord will arrive shortly. Chapter 93. An unexpected condition. Sun Wukong returned to Jinsei Mountain with great excitement, realizing that the old lord was coming personally to subdue the elusive unicorn. He was finally free from humiliation. Waiting at Jinsei Mountain, Li Yi addressed the unicorn in Jinsei Cave, saying, all right, my bovine friend, you've had your fun in the mortal realm. It's time to return home. The unicorn nodded in reluctant agreement. Li Yi understood that the situation had reached its conclusion. Prolonging it further would be excessive. So it was best to send the unicorn back to the palace of Doshui. At that moment, the old lord sent his avatar to this location. The avatar communicated telepathically with Sun Wukong, instructing him, call forth this bovine. Sun Wukong hurried to the entrance of Jinsei Cave and shouted, you monster! Return my master at once. The unicorn, upon hearing this, thought Sun Wukong was simply asking for trouble, as they had fought countless times before. Just as it prepared to grab its spear and confront Sun Wukong, Li Yi interjected, enough, my friend. It's time for you to go. Realizing that the palace of Doshui was indeed seeking him, the unicorn left the cave with its head downcast. However, it still needed to put on a show. So it pointed its spear at Sun Wukong, declaring, you stubborn monkey, are you still not giving up? Sun Wukong laughed heartily, just look who has arrived. It's time to return. my bovine friend. The silhouette of the Old Lord appeared in the sky, recognizing the Old Lord's presence. The unicorn understood it could no longer enjoy its freedom. After casting a disdainful glare, it transformed back into its original form and left with the Old Lord. While the golden ring on its nose was a remnant of the unicorn's past, Sun Wukong let out a sigh of relief, finally resolving the matter. The weight of owing so many divine weapons and treasures had been quite burdensome. Entering Jinsi Cave, he retrieved Tang Seng, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing, and also gathered the numerous divine artifacts. However, he discovered that the 18 arhats of Buddhism were nowhere to be found, leaving behind only empty graves. Without locating Sun Wukong, there was little to be done. Perhaps the 18 arhats had already returned to the Great Thunder Sound Monastery. This was a matter Sun Wukong would not inquire about, nor would the Buddha reveal it. Reuniting with Li Yi, they continued their journey westward along the official road. Soon, they encountered a river. Zhu Beiji, feeling parched, exclaimed, "Master, are you thirsty?" Tang Song, gazing at the flowing water, admitted, "Indeed, I do feel somewhat thirsty." "Beiji, fetch us some water." Zhu Beiji eagerly responded, "Of course, master. I'll be right back." He hurried to the riverbank to scoop water. Li Yi, however, was reluctant to drink from the murky river, unsure of its palatability. After quenching his own thirst, Zhu Beiji returned to Tang Song with the water. Tang Song took a sip and then passed it to Sun Wukong, who in turn handed it to Sha Wujing. After drinking, Sha Wujing offered it back to Zhu Beiji, who, eager to please Li Yi, asked, "Boss, would you like some water? I can fetch you some fresh." Li raised his wine gourd and replied, "I prefer wine over water." Zhu Beiji, longing for wine himself, knew that Li Yi would not indulge him. The group continued onward until they reached the Kingdom of Women. Upon entering, they became the center of attention. Akin to rare creatures, Li Yi remained unfazed, well aware of the locale, while Tang Song and his companions felt quite out of place, surrounded entirely by women. Some bold women even approached to touch them, seemingly unafraid of Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong's unusual appearances. Zhu Beiji felt overwhelmed by bliss. Surrounded by so many beautiful women, unable to contain his drool, Sun Wukong smacked him on the head, scolding, "You fool! What are you doing?" Zhu Beiji wiped his mouth, protesting, "Brother, I can't control myself." Li Yi interjected, "Please forgive him. His behavior is a result of being born in the wrong form. Not to mention his innate lechery." Tang Sing shot Zhu Beiji a fierce glare, finding his conduct utterly disgraceful. He coldly addressed Sun Wukong, "Wukong, if Beiji acts inappropriately, feel free to deal with him decisively." Sun Wukong smirked, "Rest assured, master, should this pig dare misbehave, I shall not hesitate to put an end to him." Zhu Beiji quickly covered his mouth, desperate to prevent any further drooling. As the group continued to jest and prepare to visit the royal palace of the Kingdom of Women, Tang Sing suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, which swelled as if he were with child. He was nearly paralyzed by shock, while he feared monsters and demons. He had never encountered such a situation. As his belly expanded, he lost his balance on the white dragon horse and fell. Sun Wukong swiftly caught him, and Tang Sung, trembling in fear, exclaimed, "Li Yi, what is happening to me? Why is my belly growing?" Li Yi, aware of Tang Sing's condition, stifled a laugh as he crouched before him, playfully taking his pulse. After a moment, he cheerfully declared, "Congratulations, you are pregnant." This revelation left not only Tang Sing but also Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing utterly dumbfounded. Tang Sing trembled, "I'm pregnant? But I'm a man. How is that possible?" Li Yi chuckled, "Yet you are indeed with child." Upon hearing this, Tang Sing fainted. Li Yi shook his head, remarking, "It seems your ability to cope is rather weak. How could you faint so easily? What sort of bizarre occurrences do you expect on this journey westward?" Afterward, Li Yi instructed Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing to find the nearest household for Tang Sung to rest. An elderly woman opened the door, surprised to see a group of men, but clearly wise enough to invite them in. Upon seeing Tang Seng's swollen belly, she laughed. "You must have drunk from the Mother and Sun River, haven't you?" Sun Wukong, puzzled, asked, "Mother and Sun River?" The elderly woman explained, "It is the moat surrounding the Kingdom of Women, known as the Mother and Sun River." Sun Wukong continued to inquire, "Why does drinking from this river cause pregnancy?" Chapter 94. The Kingdom of Women. The elderly woman smiled and replied, "You see, the water from our Mother and Sun River causes pregnancy upon consumption." Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing were left in a state of shock, exclaiming, "Wait, we drank from that river too." Zhu Beiji urgently asked, "Is there any chance of not becoming pregnant?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and Sha Wujing looked at the elderly woman with pleading eyes, hoping for the answer they desired. However, reality often delivers a harsh blow. The old woman remarked, "No, drinking it will surely lead to pregnancy." Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing felt a chill run down their spines. It was a disaster. They too had fallen into this predicament, all thanks to that pig. Sun Wukong and Sha Wujing immediately glared at Zhu Beiji. With a look of innocence, Zhu Beiji exclaimed, "But you all drank it willingly. I didn't T-force you." As soon as Zhu Beiji finished speaking, Sha Wujing's belly began to swell, followed by Zhu Beiji's, and finally, Sun Wukong's as well. Just then, Tang Sanzang awoke, only to faint again at the sight of his 3 disciples, all with protruding bellies. Li Yi was utterly speechless. How could they faint again? Zhu Beiji's belly had grown to an alarming size when he suddenly cried out in agony, "My belly hurts so much." At that moment, only Li Yi remained able to move freely. He looked at Zhu Beiji with exasperation and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you're about to give birth." Zhu Beiji, wailing on the ground, lamented, "But I'm a man. How can I give birth?" He then clung to Li Yi's leg, pleading, "Boss, you must save us." Li Yi extracted his foot from Zhu Beiji's grasp and replied, "How am I supposed to save you?" The old woman interjected, "If you head 50 miles south of Zima River, there is a place called the Miscarriage Spring. Drinking from that spring will cure you." At that moment, Sha Wujing and Sun Wukong also began to experience pain, the agony of childbirth indeed being formidable, causing them to roll on the ground in distress. Li found himself compelled to help these hapless companions and reluctantly said, "Fine, I'll go find the Miscarriage Spring." He smiled at the old woman. "Please take care of them while I'm gone." The old woman nodded. "Go ahead, I will look after them." Li Yi set off in search of the spring. Before long, he arrived at the location, where a mountain stood with a stone tablet inscribed with the words Jiang Mountain. Atop Jiang Mountain was a place called the Gathering Immortals Monastery, and the Miscarriage Spring was located within. As Li Yi entered the monastery, he encountered a Taoist priest exiting. Politely, he inquired, "Excuse me, do you have any Miscarriage Spring water?" The priest grinned slyly and replied, "You've come to the right place. I indeed have it." Li Yi responded, "If that is the case, please provide me with some. I am in a hurry to save lives." The priest stated, "I can give it to you, but you must exchange it for gold." Realizing the priest's intention to profit from the spring, Li Yi felt a strong aversion towards such opportunistic individuals. He looked at the priest and calmly said, "I am Li Yi, a direct disciple of the Supreme Lord Laozi, and I have another identity as the brother of the Bull Demon King and the uncle of Red Boy." The priest's expression shifted to one of alarm, and he immediately became wary, asking, "Who are you really?" Li Yi began to walk towards the spring, saying, "I am a direct disciple of the Supreme Lord Laozi." Upon hearing his name, the priest was taken aback. Although he had never met the young master Li Yi, how could someone within the Taoist sect be unaware of his reputation? The priest hastily followed after Li Yi, saying, "I, the Rui True Immortal, pay my respects to the young master." Upon reaching the Miscarriage Spring, Li Yi stated, "Now that you know my identity, please provide me with the spring water. I have urgent use for it." The priest promptly prepared a portion of the Miscarriage Spring water for Li Yi. Li Yi then admonished the priest, "Are you aware that your actions tarnish the reputation of the Taoist sect? After I leave, you must close this monastery immediately. Do you understand?" The priest realized that Li Yi was threatening to cut off his source of income, but given that Li Yi was a direct disciple of the Supreme Lord Laozi, disobeying him would mean incurring his wrath. The priestess' face displayed hesitation, prompting Li Yi to assert, "Are you aware that I have been appointed to oversee all matters of the Taoist sect? Should you act contrary to my orders, I will not show mercy." The priest, perhaps due to having stayed there too long, had not received any directive from the sect. He hesitated and said, "Young master, I have not received any orders from the sect." Li Yi revealed the 4 celestial swords lent to him by the Tongtian Jiao master. The priest immediately sensed a terrifying aura surrounding him as the 4 swords came into view: the sword of extermination, the sword of captivation, the sword of obliteration, and the sword of slaughter. The priest exclaimed in shock, "The 4 swords of extermination." Li Yi coldly regarded him and asked, "Do you still have any doubts about my authority?" The priest quickly shook his head, "I have no doubts whatsoever." Li Yi continued, "Since there are no doubts, simply comply. It is absolutely forbidden to bring disgrace to the Taoist sect. Failure to adhere will result in dire consequences. As he spoke, his menacing aura caused cracks to form in the ground and walls around them. The priest immediately knelt in fear, saying, "Young master, rest assured. I will comply with your orders." He dared not disobey. The presence of the 4 swords of extermination made it clear that Li Yi had received authorization from the Tongtian Jiao master, rendering his words indisputable. Li Yi soon returned to the old woman's home and administered the miscarriage spring water to the 4 men. Miraculously, their bellies visibly shrank until they disappeared altogether. Tang Sanzang, relieved to see his belly reduce, let out a breath of relief, grateful that he would not have to walk around with a large belly, which would be utterly embarrassing. The old woman, observing their recovery, smiled and remarked, "You 4 are truly fortunate. This miscarriage spring water is not easily obtained, and this young man is exceptionally lucky." Chapter 95, The Queen of the Women's Kingdom. Zhu Beiji inquired, "Why do you say that, old woman?" The old woman recalled, "The miscarriage spring is guarded by a priest, and you can only purchase it with money." Zhu Beiji immediately flattered, "Old woman, you should consider who is accompanying you." "That is our boss." Li Yi playfully kicked Zhu Beiji, saying, "Quit the flattery." Tang Sanzang then asked, "Why were many women referring to us as breeding stock when we first entered the city?" The old woman explained, "In the entire women's kingdom, men are referred to as breeding stock, intended for mating. Fortunately, you came to my home. I am too old to be as eager as the younger girls. Had you gone to someone else's home, they would have insisted on mating with you." The old woman's words left the group stunned. Were these women truly that ruthless? Tang Sanzang leaned toward Li Yi and whispered, "Li Yi, we should leave this women's kingdom. I have an unsettling feeling." He felt deeply uncomfortable, as if he might be devoured. Li Yi understood what Tang Sanzang might encounter here, but there was no way to avoid this calamity. It was unavoidable. He nodded and said, "No problem. Now that your pregnancy situation has been resolved, let us depart as quickly as possible." The group bid farewell to the old woman and headed toward the palace of the women's kingdom to obtain their travel documents. Along the way, they attracted the attention of many women who pointed and exclaimed, "Look, breeding stock." Even Li Yi, accustomed to grand spectacles, was taken aback by the commotion in the women's kingdom. With both he and Tang Sanzang being exceptionally handsome, they were particularly popular on the streets of the women's kingdom. At last, they arrived at the palace, where the female guards promptly notified the queen, while others discreetly cast glances at the group. Li Yi and Tang Sanzang wiped the sweat from their brows, overwhelmed by the fervor of the women. Shortly after, a lady-in-waiting appeared at the entrance, greeting the group and saying, "Esteemed guests, His Majesty the King requests your presence. Please follow me." The lady-in-waiting escorted them into the palace. And Li Yi, aware of the impending events, employed a minor spell to adopt a more intimidating demeanor. Before long, they stood before the Queen of the Kingdom of Women, whose beauty was truly remarkable, exuding an extraordinary aura. As she gazed at the group, particularly at Tang Sanzang, her heart raced with excitement. The queen spoke, "What brings you to our land?" Tang Sanzang replied, "We have journeyed from the eastern Tang to seek the scriptures in the west and require your majesty's seal on our travel documents." Upon hearing this, the queen felt an even stronger attraction and promptly declared, "Elder Tang, given our respective statuses, and considering you are the royal brother of the Tang Emperor, I have decided to invite you to be our king, with myself as the queen." Realizing where his discomfort stemmed from, Tang Sanzang politely responded, "I apologize, your majesty, but my heart is devoted to the Buddha, and I shall not marry nor become your king." The queen, undeterred by the rejection, smiled and said, "Elder Tang, there is no need to decline so hastily. Return to your inn and consider my proposal. I shall keep the travel documents for now." With that, she placed the documents beside her, and Tang Sanzang and his companions were ushered out. Back at the inn, Tang Sanzang felt exceedingly vexed. These women were a challenge he could neither confront nor dismiss. He turned to his companions and asked, "What shall we do now? I need a solution." He truly found dealing with women to be a formidable task. Despite Li Yi having taken him to a brothel once, he found women to be quite troublesome. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and suggested, "In that case, master, why not feign acceptance of the queen's proposal?" Tang Sanzang erupted in anger, "What nonsense are you spouting? You monkey." Sun Wukong chuckled and replied, "Do not be so hasty, master. You can initially pretend to agree, and once we have the travel documents, we can depart without them being able to stop us. They are mere mortals. We cannot act against them, for they would stand no chance against us." After much deliberation, Tang Sanzang reluctantly nodded. It seems we have no other choice. Li Yi teased. Sometimes, necessary sacrifices must be made for success. Tang Sanzang shot him an annoyed glance, but said nothing. The following day, the queen returned to the inn with the Grand Matriarch to once again propose marriage to Tang Sanzang. This time, he did not refuse her but nodded in agreement. The queen, delighted, quickly began preparations for the wedding. Tang Sanzang then suggested, "Since I cannot go to seek the scriptures, my 3 disciples cannot be delayed. Please expedite their travel documents so they may proceed to the west." The queen, trusting in his intentions, promptly arranged the travel documents for Sun Wukong. Then Tang Sanzang requested, "May I accompany my disciples for a brief farewell?" The queen replied, "We shall accompany you to see off your disciples." Upon reaching the city gates, Tang Sanzang dismounted and told the queen, "Your favor is beyond what I deserve. I must now journey west for the scriptures." The queen quickly stepped down and grasped Tang Sanzang's sleeve, saying, "We have already celebrated our engagement. How can you change your mind now?" Sun Wukong interjected, "Your Majesty, do not hinder my master. As you can see, we are practitioners and cannot remain with mortals for long. You must understand our dedication to our path." Upon hearing this, the queen could only sigh. "I know I cannot prevent your journey westward. Brother, you may go. I shall wait for your return." Tang Sanzang shook his head, muttering, "What a troublesome situation this is." Just as he prepared to mount the white dragon horse and leave, a foul wind swept through, and Tang Sanzang vanished. Zhu Beiji, who was assisting him onto the horse, was taken aback and shouted, "Master has vanished." The queen panicked, wondering where her royal brother had gone, and immediately dispatched people to search for him. Sun Wukong coldly remarked, "Why the panic? Such a foul wind can only signify a demon's presence. Let the queen investigate what monsters lurk nearby. We should not let complications arise as we attempt to leave." In no time, news arrived from the Kingdom of Women that not far away stood a mountain known as Toxic Enemy Mountain, which housed a cave called Pipa Cave, where a scorpion demon resided. Zhu Beiji exclaimed angrily, "It must be this demon that has kidnapped Master." Sun Wukong responded, "Let us hurry to Pipa Cave and rescue our master." The 3 brothers, along with Li Yi, set forth toward Toxic Enemy Mountain. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang was taken to Pipa Cave, where 2 maidens assisted him inside. The veiled demoness smiled at him and said, "Quickly take my royal brother to his chamber to rest. We shall hold our wedding soon." The maidens nodded, "As you command, my queen." They led Tang Sanzang deeper into the cave, where he appeared pale and weak, clearly poisoned. At that moment, Tang Sanzang's mind raced. He had fallen into the clutches of this demoness and needed to devise a means to survive. Understanding that he could only engage in a delicate dance of deception, he awaited her arrival. The demoness entered his room, saying, "Brother, I know you do not genuinely love the queen of the Kingdom of Women. Marry me instead." Tang Sanzang dared not accept such an offer. If he were to agree, he would be lost. Noticing his silence, the demoness remained patient, having ample time to wear him down. She then asked, "Time passes swiftly. You must be hungry. What would you like to eat, meat or vegetables?" Tang Sanzang inquired, "What constitutes meat and what is vegetarian?" The demoness giggled. "Meat refers to human flesh buns, while vegetarian means sand-filled buns." Tang Sanzang's expression darkened. Indeed, demons were treacherous. He calmly replied, "I shall have vegetarian food." The demoness commanded her maid, "Quickly fetch some tea and prepare some vegetarian buns for our honored guest." The demoness had already considered Tang Sanzang to be hers. The maid placed a fragrant cup of tea before him, along with the buns. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and his brothers, including Li Yi, arrived at the entrance of Pipa Cave. Li suggested, "If we charge in recklessly, the demoness will surely sense us and hide the master, making it difficult for us to find him. I will scout ahead as a small insect." Sun Wukong nodded and transformed into a tiny fly, entering the cave. After a while, he reached the room where Tang Sanzang was held, just in time to witness the demoness teasing him. She held out a meat bun, breaking it in half, and offered one half to Tang Sanzang, saying, "Come, have a bite." Tang Sanzang ignored her and took a vegetarian bun to eat instead. The demoness laughed, "Share a half bun with me. One to you?" Tang Sanzang calmly replied, "I only eat vegetarian." The demoness chuckled, "Oh, dear brother, you are not being honest. I saw you breaking your vows at the wedding feast with the queen." Sun Wukong could no longer tolerate the nauseating display of the female demon. Instantly, he transformed into human form and, wielding his golden staff, struck at her. "Demon, take this," he cried. The female demon, unfazed by Sun Wukong's sudden appearance, commanded her maidservants, "Seize the monk." The maidservants promptly bound Tang Sung and took him away. Upon witnessing Tang Sung's abduction, the female demon scolded, "You insolent monkey! How dare you intrude upon my domain and gaze upon my beauty? You shall not escape. Take this." She brandished her three-pronged steel fork and lunged at Sun Wukong, who was taken aback by her formidable prowess. As they engaged in a fierce battle, Sun Wukong and the demon fought their way towards the entrance, gradually retreating outside. Hearing the commotion within the cave, Li Yi instructed, "Prepare yourselves, they are approaching the entrance." Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing stood guard at the cave's mouth. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the cave door shattered, and both Sun Wukong and the female demon flew out. Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing shouted, "Brother, step aside. Allow us to deal with this demon." Seeing the two approach, the female demon's nostrils flared with smoke and sparks flew from her mouth as she forced them back. Enraged, she declared, "You shameless lot. Sun Wukong, you foolish monkey. I know you, yet you do not recognize me. Even the Tathagata fears me. I am not afraid of the likes of you. Come at me one by one." Li, exasperated, held his head in disbelief as one by one, his companions foolishly charged at the demon, oblivious to the danger. Sha Wujing engaged the demon for only 10 exchanges before she found an opening and knocked him to the ground. Zhu Beiji rushed in with his nine-toothed rake, but after a fierce struggle of 50 or 60 exchanges, the demon struck him on the back with her fork, sending him crashing to the ground. Sun Wukong retaliated, aiming a blow at the demon's head, but she executed a vicious maneuver that struck his scalp, causing him to plummet from the sky in unbearable pain. Zhu Beiji quickly hoisted Sun Wukong onto his back, and together with Sha Wujing, they fled. The demon watched their escape with a disdainful snort before returning to her lair. Li Yi had already made his escape. Knowing he could not withstand such an attack, the thought of the demon's venom made him shudder, as he believed he had yet to reach the level of the saint. Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing carried Sun Wukong to a nearby grove, where Li Yi awaited them. Gasping for breath, Zhu Beiji set Sun Wukong down, who curled on the ground, clutching his head and lamenting, "It hurts. It hurts." Li Yi cast a pain relief spell upon him, and Sun Wukong soon felt considerably better, lest he succumb to the agony. Rising gingerly, he apprehensively asked, "What just happened?" Li Yi explained, "You were stung by the tail of that female demon." Sun Wukong, astonished, inquired, "What sort of demon is she?" Li Yi replied, "As per my knowledge, she is a scorpion spirit who once resided in the Great Lane Temple, listening to the Tathagata's teachings. When discovered, she retaliated by stinging his hand. The Tathagata, unable to endure the pain, dispatched the Vajra to capture her, but she evaded him by hiding in the kingdom of women." Sun Wukong finally understood why her venom was so potent. It was a poison even the Tathagata could not withstand. Li Yi recognized that this information might ease Sun Wukong's spirits, for who does not harbor a trace of pride? However, Sun Wukong's expression turned grim as he despondently asked, "What shall we do now? If even the Buddha cannot endure her, what hope do we have?" Li Yi pondered for a moment and suggested, "You should seek out the star official of the 28 lunar mansions in the Hall of Illumination in heaven. He will likely possess a solution to this predicament." Nodding in agreement, Sun Wukong hastened to the heavenly court. Upon arriving at the Hall of Illumination, he found the star official and inquired, "What brings you here today?" "Great sage?" Sun Wukong smiled and replied, "I encountered a scorpion spirit on my journey, and her tail is exceedingly venomous, quite insufferable." The star official chuckled, "Fear not, great sage. Such a minor scorpion spirit is easily subdued. I shall accompany you to capture her." Elated, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Let us go forth and apprehend the scorpion spirit." Together, they swiftly arrived at the entrance of the demon's lair. Sun Wukong shouted, "Scorpion spirit, come forth. Do you not dare take a good look at yourself? How can you even contemplate marrying my master?" The scorpion spirit, infuriated by the insults, emerged from her cave, brandishing her three-pronged fork. "You insolent monkey! How dare you defame my beauty? Prepare to die!" she screamed. Sun Wukong, grinning, replied, "I apologize, but your opponent is not me." He stepped aside to reveal the star official behind him. The star official admonished the demon, "You wretched creature, dare you challenge me?" With that, he let out a crow, causing the scorpion spirit to stagger, overwhelmed by dizziness, and she reverted to her true form. Just as the star official prepared to issue a second call, Li Yi intervened, stating, "Star official, spare her. This demon may prove useful to me." The star official nodded respectfully, "As you wish. young mage. Li produced a purple gold gourd, opened its lid, and swiftly drew the scorpion spirit inside. He was not inclined to subdue her immediately, for such a fierce demon would not be easily tamed. Li intended to take his time with her, for this was a creature capable of inflicting great pain even upon the Tathagata. Thus, the matter was resolved with relative ease. The star official bid farewell to Li and Sun Wukong, while Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing returned to the cave to retrieve Tang Xing. Sighing with relief, Tang Xing remarked, "You have finally come to rescue me." The charade was utterly exhausting. Sun Wukong laughed. "Master, I am glad you are unharmed. I feared you might marry that demon." Tang Xing mounted his white dragon steed and declared, "Let us proceed to our next destination." Eager to depart, he was quite unnerved by the women of this realm. Li, however, opted to remain behind to investigate further. He sensed something amiss regarding the mother and child river. Logically, procreation requires sexual reproduction for normal childbirth. However, the river's ability to induce pregnancy in ordinary people was highly unscientific. Moreover, the existence of an abortion spring raised further questions. Why would one seek to terminate a pregnancy? This kingdom of women, ostensibly a domain of Taoism, should not be experiencing such phenomena. Li ventured into the royal palace of the kingdom of women, entering the study unnoticed, and began to peruse the historical texts pertaining to the realm. The text revealed that the kingdom of women was originally known as the kingdom of Shiliang, where the population was evenly distributed, with a balanced male-to-female ratio. However, it remains uncertain whether this nation has incurred the envy of the heavens, as the birth rate of female infants has surged to the extent that all newborns are now girls. Despite this, the nation continues to receive numerous men from abroad to sustain its existence. Yet, this form of continuation is akin to quenching thirst with poison. The male population in this world is, after all, finite, whether they be human or otherworldly beings. Soon, the kingdom of Shiliang transformed once more into a realm inhabited solely by women, with even the throne occupied exclusively by females. Then, quite unexpectedly, a river appeared around the kingdom of Shiliang, and anyone who drank from its waters, regardless of gender, would become pregnant. Thus, the kingdom relied upon this river to perpetuate life through generations, ultimately renaming itself the Kingdom of Daughters. Li discerned that the issues plaguing this realm were twofold. First, the reason behind the kingdom's transformation into a place that could only produce females. Second, the origins of this mother and child river. Li set out to trace the source of the mother and child river, arriving at its banks, where he observed an abundance of souls within its waters. It was no wonder that those who drank from it became pregnant. The souls entered their bodies, akin to a cycle of reincarnation. However, such unconventional means result in ghostly fetuses rather than normal infants. How could these children grow to become true humans? Suddenly, Li recalled seeing a particular herb drying at an elderly woman's home, known as the resurrection grass. It seemed that this herb was the key to transforming ghostly fetuses into normal beings. Following the river upstream, Li wandered for an indeterminate distance until he arrived at the entrance of a cavern from which the river flowed. Upon entering the cavern, darkness enveloped him, but he cast a spell that illuminated the surroundings. Inside the cavern, there were no living creatures, only glistening stalactites and chilling winds. As he ventured deeper, Li discovered a white jade bottle situated at the center of a magical array, the fluctuations indicating it had been arranged by the revered Taishang, Laojun himself. He was astonished to learn that the waters of the mother and child river were the creation of his master. Yet he pondered why his master had established this array and the origins of the souls within the river. Continuing his search within the cavern, Li soon stumbled upon a bottomless pit, from which souls were continuously emerging. Upon closer examination, he found these souls to be remarkably pure, devoid of any infernal markings and imbued with a sense of Buddhist essence. This struck Li as peculiar. Why did these souls carry such a distinctly Buddhist aura? He ventured deeper into the pit, which descended into an abyss of darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the souls escaping it. Eventually, he reached the exit of the cave, which was suffused with potent Buddhist energies. These energies formed a filtering net at the cave's mouth, rendering the souls that passed through it exceedingly pure. Li gently tapped the net, causing a tremor to ripple through it, and he heard a voice demand, "Who goes there?" Li activated an invisibility spell, concealing himself nearby. A group of Buddhist novices approached the filtering net to investigate, and one of them declared, "We must report this situation to the Bodhisattva." Another novice replied, There is nothing to worry about. Some malevolent souls often resist entering the net and create disturbances. The other novices concurred, and they promptly departed. Li Yi realized that this was yet another scheme orchestrated by the Buddhist order, transforming into a small insect. He slipped through the gaps in the filtering net, eager to uncover the identity of the bodhisattva behind this plot. As he fluttered to the back of a novice's collar, he was soon taken to meet the enigmatic bodhisattva. Upon discreetly observing the bodhisattva, Li Yi quickly recognized her as K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva. As K. Itagarbha noticed the return of the novices, she inquired, "What has transpired?" The leading novice replied, "Master, nothing of particular note. It's merely some souls unwilling to enter the filtering net." K. Itagarbha nodded, and the novices withdrew, while Li Yi, still in insect form, contemplated what intentions lay behind K. Itagarbha's actions. At that moment, a whisper from the novice to K. Itagarbha caught his attention, prompting her to say, "I did not expect a distinguished guest to arrive without a proper welcome." Realizing he had been discovered, Li Yi dropped his disguise and revealed his true form. K. Itagarbha smiled and remarked, "I am quite surprised to see a Taoist practitioner here." Li Yi retorted coldly, "I never imagined that the affairs of the Kingdom of Daughters would be entangled with your schemes." K. Itagarbha, maintaining her smile, responded, "I am merely adhering to my vow. Until hell is empty, I shall not attain Buddhahood." Li Yi replied sternly, "Is this your vow? To manipulate concepts for your own ends? You Buddhists have long lost your original intent." K. Itagarbha countered, "Fulfilling my vow is the key to my true enlightenment. The means are of little consequence." Fury surged within Li Yi, and he restrained his anger to declare, "Leave this place at once, and I shall overlook this matter." K. Itagarbha's expression turned impassive. She challenged, "Why should your sudden appearance put an end to my centuries of effort? Who do you think you are?" She continued, "Do you believe your words can compel me to abandon my endeavors? Others refer to you as a small practitioner out of respect for Laojun. If you were wise, you would depart, and I could pretend we never crossed paths. Laojun has never been overly concerned with such matters. Even if I meddle in the Kingdom of Daughters, he would be indifferent, as he sees us as insignificant insects creating no ripples." Li Yi's anger boiled over as he pointed at K. Itagarbha, declaring, "Remember, this is the domain of Taishang Laojun, the realm of the Taoists, and you shall not wreak havoc here. Previously, my master chose not to intervene, deeming you incapable of causing any real disruption. But I am different. I will not tolerate you tarnishing the reputation of Taoism." With that, Li Yi charged at K. Itagarbha, recalling that he had faced powerful foes before and was unafraid of confronting her. K. Itagarbha, noticing his advance, darkened her expression and said, "Do not underestimate the power of words, young one. Prepare to face my wrath." As she initiated her attack, dark lotus flowers floated toward Li Yi, exuding an aura far removed from that of a noble Buddhist monk. Li Yi deftly evaded the assault while remarking, "I never expected a revered monk to have fallen so far. You are neither a Buddha nor a true practitioner." K. Itagarbha, in a frenzied tone, retorted, "Once one enters hell, how can they remain untainted?" With that, she moved swiftly, launching an attack at Li Yi. Her palm radiated dark energy, and Li Yi found himself surprised by her speed. He ducked beneath her strike, countering with a kick that deflected her hand, then followed up with a swift kick to her abdomen, causing her to stagger. With a cold gaze, he stated, "I see you will never become a Buddha. You can only be a demon in disguise." As he kicked twice at the chest of the K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva, he remarked, "K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva, it seems you have been engaged in these underhanded deeds for so long that your body has rusted and you can no longer move swiftly." The K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva replied with a cold smile, "You are merely a newly ascended quasi-saint. Do you truly believe you can contend with an established quasi-saint?" He then unleashed a newly devised technique honed over centuries in hell, the Crimson Skull. The ground began to crack, and skeletal forms, resembling white jade, crawled forth from the earth, quickly filling the area before him. The white jade skeletons advanced towards Li Yi, clawing and gnashing. Li regarded this technique with disdain, effortlessly sweeping aside a multitude of the white jade skeletons with a mere wave of his hand, coldly stating, "Is this truly your method of confronting me, K. Itagarbha? Surely, you underestimate me." The K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva, exuding a repugnant aura, chuckled softly, "Do you truly think this technique is so simple? Enjoy it slowly, ha ha ha." Li Yi furrowed his brow, observing that despite his relentless assault, the number of white jade skeletons showed no signs of diminishing. Chapter 99. The Might of Flesh. As Li Yi continued to slay the white jade skeletons, He scrutinized the situation and discovered that those he had shattered were gradually regenerating. It became evident that the Itagarbo Bodhisattva's strategy was to exhaust him with an unending tide of white jade skeletons. An obvious ploy akin to that of the Lich King. Li Yi smirked. You dare to employ the Lich King's tactics against me? Apologies. But the undead calamity holds no sway over me. The Itagarbo Bodhisattva was puzzled. Who was this Lich King, and what was this undead calamity? Although he was unaware of Li Yi's references, he did not falter, grinning maliciously. I know not of this Lich King or undead calamity you speak of, for now. Relish these crimson skeletons. Gradually, the crimson skeletons transformed before Li Yi's eyes, each morphing into alluring maidens, attempting to seduce him. Li Yi scoffed. Such illusions are truly child's play. With that, he clasped his hands in a gesture of incantation, chanting, "Dispel the illusions." Upon invoking the spell, the maidens reverted to their skeletal forms. Realizing that Li Yi had seen through his illusion, the Itagarbo Bodhisattva commanded the white jade skeletons to continue their assault. Taking a deep breath, which caused his abdomen to swell, Li Yi exhaled forcefully at the advancing skeletons. A fierce gust of icy wind swept through the cavern, slowing the movements of the white jade skeletons, which soon became coated in frost and ultimately froze solid. At that moment, Li Yi waved his hand, shattering all the frozen skeletons, rendering them into dust unable to regenerate. He promptly summoned forth his benevolent and malevolent corpses, manifesting the true sage and the celestial scribe. The true sage clasped his hands in greeting, addressing Li Yi as little mage, while the celestial scribe followed suit. Li Yi responded, esteemed friends. The followers of Buddhism have dared to bully us. The true sage smiled, then we must not tolerate this. The celestial scribe grinned wickedly. Let us eliminate those from the Buddhist sect. The Itagarbo Bodhisattva's pupils constricted. The strength radiating from Li Yi's benevolent and malevolent corpses made him feel significantly threatened. Li Yi chuckled. Then, comrades, let us proceed. With that, he charged once more at the Itagarbo Bodhisattva, with the true sage and celestial scribe following suit. Due to his adherence to the Buddhist path, the Itagarbo Bodhisattva was unable to summon his own 3 corpses and had to call upon his attendant to confront them. Li engaged the Itagarbo Bodhisattva in direct combat, while the true sage and celestial scribe battled his attendant. This was not due to a lack of willingness to assist Li Yi, but rather a firm belief in his capabilities. Even if the Itagarbo Bodhisattva appeared formidable, he was merely a quasi-saint. The Itagarbo Bodhisattva chose to engage Li Yi in close combat, evidently underestimating Li Yi's prowess in such a style. Had he been aware of Li Yi's combat abilities, he would surely have refrained from such an approach. Li did not unleash his full strength initially, fearing that the Itagarbo Bodhisattva might retreat upon sensing his true power. As a top-tier combatant within the Buddhist realm, the Itagarbo Bodhisattva possessed formidable close combat skills. He unleashed a barrage of palm strikes, each imbued with the corrosive essence of hell. Li Yi employed his water manipulation technique, drawing moisture from the surroundings to form a water curtain that countered the corrosive palm strikes. Under the cover of the myriad palm shadows, the Itagarbo Bodhisattva advanced towards Li Yi. Li Yi feigned ignorance, allowing the Itagarbo Bodhisattva to close in. A cruel expression crossed the Itagarbo Bodhisattva's face. It appeared this little mage was merely a name without substance. As long as he closed the distance, Li Yi would undoubtedly succumb to the corrosive aura of hell. Once in close proximity, the Itagarbo Bodhisattva unleashed his fists, infused with a potent corrosive energy, aimed at Li Yi's chest. Li Yi shouted, "Come at me." Instead of retreating, he advanced, forcefully separating the Itagarbo Bodhisattva's fists and pressing against his chest. The Itagarbo Bodhisattva felt as if struck by lightning. Li Yi did not allow the Itagarbo Bodhisattva to escape. He fiercely pulled the Bodhisattva's arms, sending him crashing backward, only to seize him and pull him back again. The Itagarbo Bodhisattva was taken aback. He had not anticipated Li Yi's attack to be so formidable, far surpassing his expectations. Now he felt his insides shift, blood threatening to spill forth, a sensation he had not experienced in ages. The Itagarbo Bodhisattva found himself trapped, firmly held by Li Yi. Li Yi pressed his advantage, using the Itagarbo Bodhisattva's arms to propel himself upward, delivering a knee strike to the Bodhisattva's chest, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. Unable to withstand the impact, the Itagarbo Bodhisattva coughed up a mouthful of blood, golden Buddhist blood splattering across the sky. Li Yi cruelly remarked, "I thought your blood had turned black." It seems only your heart is darkened. With his mouth stained with Buddhist blood, the K-Itagarbha Bodhisattva struggled to speak. Li continued his assault, grasping the Bodhisattva's arms and slamming him forcefully to the ground. He then twisted the K-Itagarbha Bodhisattva's arms, the sound of bones fracturing echoing in his ears. Intense pain coursing through his nerves to his brain. The K-Itagarbha Bodhisattva could no longer maintain his composure, howling in rage. "Damn it! I will kill you. I will certainly kill you." Li casually tossed the K-Itagarbha Bodhisattva aside, sending him crashing against the wall. Li disdainfully remarked, "Did you not think I was merely posturing? Have you not felt my strength, venerable quasi-saint?" Li continued, "Do you understand that the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism is indeed fatal?" The K-Itagarbha Bodhisattva struggled to rise, looking at his captured attendant with anguish, exclaiming, "Do you think my position in Buddhism is easy? It is quite precarious. The Bodhisattva of perfected wisdom continually siphons power from us. Were it not for my solemn vow to find a foothold in this hell, I would be no different from those bodhisattvas of the great Thunderclap Monastery." Li responded with contempt, "You are all merely serving your own selfish interests. Though the Buddha speaks of liberating all beings, you cannot even save yourselves." Chapter 100. The Flame Mountain. Li continued, "To save others, but not oneself, is truly laughable. Having embraced Buddhism while still harboring ambitions for territorial division. It must be said that you individuals exhibit a remarkable degree of selfishness." At this moment, the Bodhisattva K-Itagarbha spoke frantically, "What do you know? The entire Taoist sect stands behind you. Whatever you desire is within your reach. How could you possibly comprehend our plight? If we do not fight, we shall lose everything." Li shook his head in response, saying, "Your encroachment upon our sect's interests does not justify your actions. If you wish to compete, do so within the domain of your own faith and refrain from harming others' interests. I cannot condone your righteous indignation." The Bodhisattva K-Itagarbha shouted in fury, "Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Thus, I must contend." As he spoke, the dark energy surrounding him intensified. Li frowned, observing the transformation. "K-Itagarbha, you have succumbed to demonic corruption." To be precise, the pitch-black demonic energy had filled the entire cavern. Utilizing the pure celestial essence, Li formed a protective barrier around himself, isolating the surrounding malevolent energy. However, in that moment, Li realized he need not annihilate the Bodhisattva K-Itagarbha entirely. Observing the current state of K-Itagarbha, who resembled a fearsome demon, one might question whether such a being could still be regarded as a Buddha. Li merely needed to disperse the Bodhisattva's demonic energy, for K-Itagarbha would continue to usurp the fortunes of Buddhism, causing turmoil. With the confrontation now escalated, Li wondered if he could resolve the current predicament with K-Itagarbha. Channeling the full extent of his mystical powers, Li enveloped himself in a jade-like aura, and the demonic energy that struck him was deflected. He charged toward the Bodhisattva, who likewise rushed to meet him. Their bodies collided with force, sending K-Itagarbha crashing to the ground like a black meteor. As he fell into the pit he had created, the surrounding demonic energy dissipated. Li chose to remain in place, waiting for the Bodhisattva to awaken. The recovery capabilities of a quasi-saint are formidable. His fractured arm and chest, along with internal injuries, began to heal gradually. After a span of 3 days, K-Itagarbha stirred awake, realizing he had not been obliterated by Li. As he emerged from the pit and surveyed his surroundings, he spotted Li nearby. K-Itagarbha sprang from the pit, regarding Li with caution and inquiring, "Why did you not kill me?" Li replied with a cold smile, "I spare you because you can no longer embody the true essence of a Buddha." K-Itagarbha sighed deeply in acknowledgement. Li continued, "I shall offer you a path forward." "What path?" K-Itagarbha asked. "A path to survival," Li answered. At this moment, K-Itagarbha appeared remarkably composed, as if their previous battle had never occurred, fully aware of his inability to best Li. With his wounds mostly healed, he emerged from the pit, straightened his clothing, and asked, "How do I survive?" Li instructed, "Abandon this matter, and I shall allow you to exist in the underworld, offering assistance if necessary." K-Itagarbha acquiesced, a straightforward agreement that took Li slightly by surprise, yet it was clear that K-Itagarbha had no other recourse. With that, Li turned and departed. Li chose not to further address the affairs of the kingdom of women, having resolved the matter of the ghostly offspring. The issue of their inability to bear male children was beyond his capacity to alter. Soon, he caught up with Tang Sung and the group, who continued their journey westward. With each step, the heat intensified. Zhu Beiji, panting, remarked, "It is already autumn, yet the weather grows increasingly sweltering." Even the typically composed Tang Sung broke a sweat, furrowing his brow as he urged, "Let us quicken our pace and find a place to rest." Sun Wukong ventured ahead to scout the area and soon arrived at a humble dwelling. He knocked on the door and inquired, "Is anyone home?" An elderly man opened the door and asked, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Sun Wukong, surprised that the old man was not frightened by his appearance, cheerfully responded, "May I ask where we are?" The old man replied, "You are in the territory of the Rakshasa Kingdom, near the Fire Mountain." Curious, Sun Wukong asked, "Fire Mountain?" The old man confirmed, "Indeed, that is Fire Mountain." Sun Wukong continued, "I would appreciate it if you could explain this Fire Mountain to me later. But for now, may my companions and I rest here for the night?" The old man replied, "It is a joy to host friends from afar. Today, I shall treat you well." Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, old sir. Please wait a moment. My master and the others will arrive shortly." Sun Wukong returned to fetch Tang Sung and the group, informing them about their current location. Upon arriving at the old man's home, Tang Sung welcomed the elder and helped him to sit, saying, "You honor me, kind sir." The old man smiled and replied, "Your arrival brings light to my humble abode." Tang Sung politely inquired, "May I ask why this place is called Fire Mountain?" The old man explained, "Have you noticed the increasing heat here?" Tang Sung nodded, "Indeed. It grows hotter as we journey westward." The elder elaborated, "If you travel west for 80 miles, you will find a mountain engulfed in flames. That mountain is Fire Mountain." Tang Sung further inquired, "Is there an alternative route through Fire Mountain?" The old man shook his head, leaving Tang Sung in silence. The group rested at the elder's home for the night, and the following morning, they set off again, continuing their westward journey. However, the heat only intensified. Zhu Beiji had already shed his outer garments, while Sun Wukong felt increasingly uncomfortable, his fur soaked. Even the most heat-resistant Sha Wujing had removed his shirt. Tang Sung, unable to bear the heat, sat atop the white dragon horse in his undergarments. As the ambient temperature became unbearable, the group arrived before a great mountain, the Fire Mountain. The surrounding air shimmered with heat distortion. Sun Wukong, undeterred, declared, "It is merely a small mountain. Allow me to scout ahead."